Chapter 75, Xiangping returns. Seeing Li Xianxian hanging his head, Li Tongya's tone softened as he continued. Well, it's good that you didn't make any mistakes since this is your first time overseeing the family affairs. After a moment of reflection, Li Tongya cast a look at him and gently advised. Go clear your head in the cave dwelling on Mount Meiche. Come back when you've broken through to the Azure Essence stage. Thank you, second uncle. Li Xianxian cupped his fist respectfully, appearing to be relieved as he withdrew. Li Tongya then retreated to the backyard to change his attire. Seated in the main courtyard, he reviewed the records maintained by Li Xianxian. With a furrowed brow and in a serious tone, he instructed, Go get Yexing. A soldier standing by the door promptly went off to relay the message. Soon after, Li Yexing entered the main courtyard with great haste, only to find Li Tongya engrossed in a wooden slip, not bothering to even lift his gaze to acknowledge him. Feeling apprehensive, Li Yexing mumbled to himself. Oh no, he must have realized it. Li Xianxian had been groomed by Li Xiangping and Li Tongya since young to be the next family head. Although it was a decision made before the birth of Li Xuanfeng and Li Xianling, no one knew what was going through the minds of the two boys. Li Yexing had noticed Li Xuanxuan's mistakes but chose to remain silent so that he could test the two boys. Realizing that his scheme had been uncovered as Li Tongya remained silent, Li Yexing hastily kneeled in apology. Li Tongya merely frowned and gestured for him to stop. You'll explain yourself to the family head when he returns, he said. With that, Li Tongya put away the wooden slip he had been reading and ordered, sound the drums to gather the troops. Li Xiangping found refuge under a large tree where he sat to meditate, regaining a small fraction of his mana. Once slightly recovered, he cast the divine movement spell on his legs and continued his journey southward, despite the fatigue. After 3 hours of walking, Li Xiangping finally allowed himself a moment of rest. He climbed a towering curtained fig tree, drifting between sleep and wakefulness for hours on one of its branches to regain his stamina. To sustain himself in the desolate area, Li Xiangping caught a rabbit for his meal and devoted several days to breathing spiritual qi and tending to his meridians before resuming his journey south. Although his external wounds had nearly healed, his internal injuries were difficult to treat. He could still feel the pain in his internal organs, and he had only partially regained his strength. To avoid any encounters with demons, Li Xiangping traveled cautiously, only reaching the Li family's territory after more than a month. Upon entering his family's territory, Li Xiangping noticed patrols of clan soldiers in the forest. Looks like home is still safe. The Ji family hasn't invaded us from the west, he thought to himself. Despite recognizing the uniforms that the soldiers wore as the ones from his family, Li Xiangping chose a discreet path to Lijing village. Only when he observed the normalcy and calm of the village did he allow himself a sigh of relief before proceeding up the mountain. There, he found Li Tongya cleaning his sword. At the sound of footsteps, Li Tongya looked up, his expression shifting from surprise to amusement upon seeing Li Xiangping's disheveled appearance and smile. I knew you were too cunning to die out there, he remarked with a chuckle. With a light scoff, Li Xiangping seated himself at the table and quenched his thirst with a bowl of tea. I got chased after by a Qi cultivator for a day and 2 nights, and was nearly beaten to death by his palm. He then proceeded to recount his harrowing adventure of evasion and pursuit over the past 20 days. Concluding his tale, Li Xiangping removed his robe and placed the mirror on the table. He watched as the bluish-gray mirror slowly floated in the air, then took out a brocade pouch alongside a block of pale green metal. Take a look at these. Li Tongya nodded, then extended his spiritual sense into the storage pouch, spilling an assortment of items in it with a clatter. Aside from a collection of clothes, trinkets, and money, there were 25 spirit stones in the old Taoist storage pouch, along with multiple healing pills of the embryonic breathing realm, and a jade vial labeled Jade Sprout Pill. They also found a dozen old talismans and a jade pendant emitting a soft white glow. The final item to fall out of the pouch with a clink was a long, light gray sword. As soon as Li Xiangping reached for the jade pendant, Liu Changdie, who was nodding off in the mirror, immediately felt a surge of energy. He looked at the jade pendant that was only an inch away from him, then tried to establish a connection with it. Like an energetic bird, the pendant suddenly flew toward the mirror. Everything happened so unexpectedly that Li Xiangping could only watch in astonishment as the pendant stuck itself to the mirror. A stream of white qi burst forth, weaving into the mirror like a weary bird finally, finding its way back to the haven of its forest. The 12 runes on the mirror's frame lit up one by one. A refreshing sense washed over Liu Changdie as he felt his divine sense expanding. Information began pouring in, prompting him to delve deeper into it to unravel the message. Li Xiangping and Li Tongya saw the pendant's white glow dimming before it fell back onto the table with a clack. They exchanged glances with one another, then returned the mirror to its stone platform. After a period of waiting without observing any noticeable changes, they decided to resume their inventory in the main courtyard. The old Taoist seemed to lead a modest life, as all his healing pills and medicine were only of the embryonic breathing realm. Li Xiangping carefully put away all of them along with the 25 spirit stones, then proceeded to cautiously open the jade sprout pill. As soon as he did, they were greeted by the refreshing fragrance of the pill that seemed to invigorate their mana. The potency of this pill seems to surpass the snake essence pills we have at home. Since the snake essence pills were known to be beneficial for those in the embryonic breathing and qi cultivation realm, this jade sprout pill must specifically be for cultivators in the qi cultivation realm. He quickly resealed the bottle of the jade sprout pill, then turned his attention to Li Tongya, who was already admiring the longsword with great care. Li Xiangping smiled and asked, "How's the sword?" Li Tongya shook his head and smiled wryly in response. "It's probably the weapon that person used while he was still in the embryonic breathing realm. It seems to be worth only 3 to 5 spirit stones. Even so, it surpasses ordinary iron in quality." That reminded Li Xiangping of his ebony bow, a Dharma artifact with considerable weight, even though Li Tongya had bought it with only 2.5 spirit stones. He had initially planned to immediately withdraw after launching the Supreme in Profound Light, so he left the bow behind for fear that it would slow him down, only to find himself weaponless when facing the old Taoist. Well, you can't say that. The bow could have slowed me down, and the old Taoist could have caught up to me if I had carried it with me. While Li Xiangping was lost in his thoughts, Li Tongya proceeded to examine the set of talismans, trying to identify them with the help of the Spiritual Talisman Method Manual. They seem like talismans of the embryonic breathing realm, designed to create Dharma shields, he concluded after a while. He counted them. There were a total of 24 talismans, valued at approximately 8 spirit stones. I guess they could serve as protective measures for the kids, especially Xuanfeng, who likes to wander outside. Li Xiangping chuckled as he recalled how angry the old Taoist was when he had to spend 12 of those talismans to create a huge shield. That old man was kind of poor, but I tricked him twice into using his precious spells. No wonder he was so upset. Li Tongya examined the mysterious pale greenish-colored metal block, but failed to identify its purpose and origin. He gazed at Li Xiangping and then frowned. "Are you hurt? You should take some medicine and rest up." Chapter 76, Requesting for Cultivation Method. Li Chejing sheathed his sword. The bluish-white swirled around him like living water, casting a glow that danced like moonlit ripples on water. Behind him, Xiao dispelled the battered remnants of his Dharma shield with a wave of his hand. He chuckled softly and said, "Junior brother's sword chi is truly sharp. The condensed through the moon lake autumn reflection technique is indeed remarkable." Li Chejing frowned as he broached a more somber subject. "I've heard that the Golden Tang Gate has invaded the Mushroom Forest Plain." Xiao sighed. Despite the concern on his face, he tried to offer reassurance. "My family told me that the Li family remains unscathed. Junior brother, you needn't worry too much." Li Chejing hung his head, tightening his grip on his sword as he voiced his concern. "Senior sister told me that too. But why have I heard that the Mushroom Forest Plain is undefended?" Caught off guard, Xiao hesitated, his voice dropping as he spoke. The Golden Tang Gate seized the moment during Azure Pawn Sect's guard rotation to launch their attack. The defenders were outmaneuvered. As Li Chejing pondered over Xiao fragmented explanation, Xiao swiftly shifted the conversation. "The demons haven't been at their best behavior in the south in recent years. The sect has decided to bolster the southern defenses by deploying cultivators there. According to the roster, aside from our master, Qingsui Peak is expected to send 2 more members over." Li Chejing tilted his head to the side and asked, "So what's master's plan?" Xiao leaned in closer and smiled. "To send both you and me there too, of course. Yuan isn't good at battling, so she will remain here on the peak." He playfully patted Li Chejing on the shoulder as he continued, "Your dedication to swordsmanship requires real battle experience. How else to refine your skills if not amidst the harsh trials of battle? And as for myself, with my modest talents in alchemy, it seems the clan envisions me providing logistical support for you. Realization dawned on Liu Changdie. Caught by the spontaneity of the moment, he responded with a laugh. That's going to be quite an adventure ahead of us. I wonder how long we'll be gone. Ahuici nodded and advised. Indeed, it would be wise to send a letter and inform your family. Remember, the sect's request comes with the opportunity to negotiate for benefits, ensuring our efforts are well compensated. Liu Changdie's spirits lifted at the suggestion, eagerly asking, could we request a cultivation technique from the sect? Technique? Ahuici gave him a puzzled look. You've already mastered the Moon Lake Autumn Reflection technique. Why request for another? After a brief pause, realization dawned on him. You want to request one for your family? Liu Changdie nodded in affirmation, prompting Ahuici to reflect further before cautiously responding. Cultivation techniques are deeply guarded secrets among families. Requesting one outright could prove challenging. It's been quite some time, and my brothers back home have reached the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. Yet, they lack qi cultivation techniques. I was hoping to acquire one for them. Liu Changdie laid his sword on the table, then continued dejectedly. Cultivation techniques are treasures not easily parted with. Rarely do families bring their prized technique manuals to market, and even at the brink of disaster, they would rather see them destroyed. Finding an appropriate cultivation method for my family has indeed been a great challenge. Ahuici nodded and then offered a solution. Why don't we do this? The Xiao family is willing to provide a cultivation technique. In return, I'd ask you to request an essence-gathering pill from the sect for my family. Essence-gathering pill. Liu Changdie was taken aback by the request and hurriedly asked, Senior brother, are you about to break through to the Foundation establishment realm? Ahuici shook his head and clarified. It's actually for an uncle within my clan. The essence-gathering pill could marginally increase the success rate of breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm. Its ingredients might be common, but the recipe is closely guarded by the sect, making the pill a rare commodity that can only be obtained as a reward. I'm willing to offer you a grade 3 cultivation method in return. Liu Changdie smirked and said, Senior brother, you really are a sly one. Although the essence-gathering pill is of the qi cultivation realm, it is still a very valuable item. It cannot be traded for a mere grade 3 technique. Seeing the dismay on Ahuici's face, Liu Changdie laughed heartily and countered. I propose an exchange for any 2 grade 3 cultivation methods from the Xiao family and a qi gathering method. Ahuici gave him a look and then proposed, how about 1 grade 3 and 1 grade 2 cultivation method, along with a qi gathering method? Liu Changdie agreed with a smile. Fine, but don't try to fool me with those common stuff sold at the market. I want true arts, not ancient or secret techniques. Ahuici laughed at his comment and then described the few cultivation techniques available. After Liu Changdie listened to all of them carefully, he frowned and asked, do you have any qi cultivation technique that uses golden autumn and lake? My home is near Moongaze Lake, so such techniques would be ideal. Ahuici shook his head and replied, that's wishful thinking. The only technique I've known to harness the golden autumn and lake is the Moon Lake Autumn Reflection technique that you've already mastered. Liu Changdie nodded. After a moment's thought, he made his decision. Then let's settle for the River One Qi technique and Pure Spiritual Essence technique. The geography of our home, with its abundance of reeds and rivers, would complement these techniques perfectly. Meanwhile, in the cave dwelling on Mount Meiche, Li Xiangping emerged from days of seclusion. He had finally returned to his best condition, and the mana coursing through his body was so much more refined. He let out a long sigh. His cultivation, stagnant for years, had now advanced and edged him a step closer to a breakthrough in the Jade Capital stage, the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, which was a pleasant realization for him. Stepping out of the stone chamber, Li Xiangping was greeted by the sight of Li Tongya, who was quietly drawing talismans in the cave's hall. Meeting Li Xiangping's gaze, Li Tongya smiled and said, You're out. The 3 stone chambers of the cave dwelling on Mount Meiche had been thoughtfully organized. One served as a store for spirit rice and other spirit items, while the other 2 were dedicated to cultivation and seclusion, with Li Xianxian currently in one of these chambers. As Li Xiangping settled at the stone table, he listened intently as Li Tongya recounted his travels and the recent happenings within their family. Li Xiangping's brow furrowed in concern. The Azure Pawn sect and Golden Tang Gate are beyond our control. However, we need to stay vigilant against the pressing threat posed by the Ji family, as they have already trapped our family in the mountains. Although the Golden Tang Gate has withdrawn, the Ji family's strength still overshadows ours. Li Tongya, with a solemn nod, shared further unsettling news. Mount Huaqian and the Wan family's territory is now a complete ruin. When I passed through the Liu family's eastern territories, I heard about their loss of Qi cultivators to the Ji family, igniting a bitter feud that's unlikely to dissipate. That's a good thing, Li Xiangping commented, taking a sip of tea before continuing. With the Liu family preoccupying Jianixi to the east and the ruins of Mount Huaqian below, the Ji family will be tied up for the next 10 or 20 years. This delay could give you plenty of time to attain the Qi cultivation realm, second brother. Indeed, Li Tongyao agreed, setting his brush down. I plan to sell off the possessions we have acquired from the old Taoist the next time I visit Cloud Crown Peak. It should allow us to afford a portion of minor pure spiritual qi. Li Xiangping narrowed his eyes as he spoke in a serious tone. As for Xin'er, his resolve is still lacking. It could be because he is yet to witness bloodshed. By the time he breaks through to the Azure Essence stage, we should let him lead our forces and confront the demons. He shook his head and said, "Well, I can't blame him. He's only 14 or 15. Li Tongya chuckled and playfully teased him. What does age have to do with anything? Back when he was only 14 or 15, someone killed and dismembered a body to feed them to the wolves. Yet, after all that, he could still come home to eat a big bowl of noodles like it was just any other day." Chapter 77. Plea for help. Li Xiangping smiled and was about to respond as Li Yexing entered the cave dwelling respectfully. Turning toward him, Li Xiangping asked, "What's the matter?" Family head. A group of about a dozen children from the Wan family has descended from the mountain. They mentioned that their families were once allies and friends of ours. Now, in their time of despair, they seek our protection and support, Li Yexing replied. The brothers were taken aback by the news. Li Xiangping set aside his tea bowl, and with a conflicted look on his face, he asked softly, "Does anyone among them possess a spiritual orifice?" Qiuyang has assessed them. The leader of the group is a cultivator of the profound scenery stage. The rest, however, are mortals, Li Yexing reported. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiangping instructed, "Let's integrate these Wan family members into our villages. Those aged 10 and above will receive parcels of land to establish their own homes. As for the children under 10, we'll enroll them in the academy for now, with the younger ones placed under the care of foster families. And bring the leader to meet with me directly," he added. Wan Tianjing led a group of children and sought refuge in the mountains for a night. Witnessing the collapse of the Grand Formation on Mount Huaqian filled him with despair. Recalling his clan uncle's parting words, he led the children westward with tears in his eyes. Throughout their silent journey, the heartache was palpable. The children who followed him were instructed to remain silent by their families, their quiet sobs punctuating the somber march. Wan Tianjing, steering clear of the familiar village paths, scoured the wilderness for fruits and rabbits to sustain the children trailing behind him. Their journey inadvertently led them into the Li family's territory, prompting Wan Tianjing to seek out someone who could provide guidance and answers. It was not long before a cultivator from the Li family appeared. Li Qiuyang was a young cultivator in his early 20s and from the side family of the Li family. Nevertheless, his demeanor was courteous and empathetic upon learning of their plight. He escorted Wan Tianjing to Mount Meiche, engaging in quiet conversation as they walked. "Are all of you cultivators?" Li Qiuyang asked. He had been stuck in the celestial world stage, the third stage of the embryonic breathing realm, for 2 or 3 years now, but still saw no signs of an imminent breakthrough. There were not many cultivators in the Li family for him to compare his progress, so he was curious about Wan Tianjing's cultivation progress. "I am currently at the profound scenery stage," Wan Tianjing replied. Li Qiuyang was instantly reassured by Wan Tianjing's response, given that he seemed to be only 14 or 15. I guess not everyone can match Li Xuanfeng's pace of cultivation. With just 7 years of cultivation, he has reached the third stage of the embryonic breathing realm at the mere age of 14 or 15, he thought to himself. The Li family was known for their swift actions. Within moments of their brief conversation, a middle-aged man of refined presence approached to guide Wan Tianjing further. Wan Tianjing followed him along a stone path leading up the mountain, eventually entering a cave dwelling. Wan Tianjing lifted his gaze and saw a middle-aged man reading in his seat in the main hall. Family head, I've brought him here. The middle-aged man lifted his gaze and raised his slender eyebrow. His sharp, falcon-like eyes met Wan Tianjing's with an intensity that unsettled him. For a brief moment, Wan Tianjing felt a rush of fear, prompting him to quickly kneel in deference as he recognized the significance of the figure before him as the head of the Li family. Li Xiangping nodded to Li Qiuyang, then stood up. He gently set his wooden slip down and observed Wan Tianjing in silence. Wan Tianjing broke out in a sweat, only to hear a warm voice above him saying, "Raise your head." Encouraged by the kindness in Li Xiangping's voice, Wan Tianjing looked up. He saw not only the head of the Li family, but also another friendly figure beside him. The figure had a sword on his waist and a green talisman brush in his hand. He offered a reassuring smile to Wan Tianjing. "What's your name?" The family head finally broke the silence. Wan Tianjing fell into a contemplative silence for a few moments before responding with a mix of sorrow and defiance. "Wan Tianqiu 1. My name is Wan Tianqiu." Li Xiangping nodded, then briefly spoke with Wan Tianqiu about the event that had transpired on Mount Huaqian that night before dismissing both Wan Tianqiu and Li Yexing. Turning to Li Tongya, he remarked quietly, "He lacks courage and strategy, yet possesses some redeemable qualities. We can use him, though he's not nearly as commendable as Wan Tiansong." Li Tongya shook his head, then softly added with a smile, "The Wan family's true threats were Wan Xiaohua and Wan Tiansong. Had either of them survived, the Wan family might have had a chance to rise again. Alas, they perished on Mount Huaqian." Li Xiangping waved his hand dismissively and commented, "Unless Wan Huaqian could rise from his grave, the Wan family's fall is sealed. We should focus on what lies ahead. Are you ready to break through to the 6th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, second brother?" he asked. Li Tongya nodded and confirmed, "Just a few more days, and I'll be ready for seclusion." Li Xiangping prepared a pot of tea, then cleared the wooden slips from the table, making space to mark down some thoughts on a piece of cloth. Second brother is on the verge of a breakthrough to the nascent spirit stage, the 6th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. I, too, am about to break through to the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Our remaining family members, including second sister-in-law, Li Qiuyang, and Xian, have all reached the 3rd stage. Wan Tianqiu has reached the 1st stage, while Xuanfeng and Chen Donghe are newly initiated into the immortal path, he said. "Excluding Jinger, our current strength mirrors that of the Wan family back then," he concluded. "You're right." Li Tongya nodded in agreement, but suddenly recalled something else. People have reported the recent unusual movements of beasts in the western forests, including the sighting of a demonic beast. Thankfully, its cultivation was modest, and Xiuyang was able to subdue it with the villagers. "I only worry this is an ominous sign." Li Xiangping thought for a few moments and then responded, "I've had scouts investigate Mount Yu, yet heard nothing. Given the historical presence of the Mount Yu tribe in that area, they might be stirring this unrest. We have to remain cautious. I've commanded our men to delve deeper into this mystery. Hopefully, we'll uncover something soon," he added. Li Tongya put the talisman ink away. Together with Li Xiangping, they exited the cave dwelling and made their way toward Mount Lijing while conversing. Liu Changdie combed through the information flooding his mind. His divine sense wandered out to see the familiar sight of the stone platform and roof window. The cracks on its reflective surface remained mostly unchanged, but there were now glittering white threads on its mirror frame. The white chi from the jade pendant did not strengthen the supreme in profound light, but bestowed upon the mirror a new ability. This newfound ability allowed the mirror to combine the talisman chi gathered through the essence conversion technique with the supreme in moonlight to condense a talisman pill. An immortal cultivator could only consume 1 pill per major cultivation realm to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation. The extent of its effectiveness hinges on the talisman chi in the pill. It could work wonders on even cultivators of the Foundation Establishment and Purple Mansion realms. However, similar to the profound pearl talisman seed, consuming the pill would leave a talisman mark within the consumer's Xinyang mansion, enhancing their ability to channel spiritual qi. Upon the consumer's demise, their vital qi would be transformed back into talisman qi and be reclaimed by the mirror. The mirror remains as resourceful as ever, capitalizing on whatever is at hand. Reflecting on this, Liu Changdie sighed in defeat. He recalled acquiring the essence conversion technique years earlier. However, the stringent prerequisites proved too challenging, leaving him no choice but to wait until Li Tongya's breakthrough to the Qi cultivation realm before they could attempt this. 1. A small trivia. Wan Tianjing changed his name to Wan Tianqiu. The Qiu used here is Chu, which means revenge. Chapter 78. Attack. Ahuici, having journeyed across mountains and forests over the past few days, arrived with his tribe at Big Fish Creek, where he summoned their shaman to drive out the wild beasts in the mountains so that they could establish their base. This decision, however, drew concern from an elder of their tribe. Great King, venturing further east into the Great Fish Creek brings us into the Devil Gates territory. It would be wiser to retreat. Ahuici turned around and glared at him. The beast's fangs and the jade he wore on him jangled noisily as he retorted, "You want to turn back and fight Jianixi, that malevolent wolf? Old fart? Offer ourselves as sacrifices on Mount Li? Or perhaps you possess some sort of magic to whisk all 900 of us across Moongaze Lake to safety?" Silenced and disheartened, the elder could only withdraw with a sigh. With a dismissive snort, Ahuici turned his attention back to his fruit wine. Just then, several of his men barged into the tent, dragging a bound figure who was dressed neatly even to his hair. They tossed the captive before Ahuici, declaring with a mix of pride and amusement, "Your Majesty, we found this man lurking about our camp and apprehended him on the spot." The captive was one of the Li family's scouts, unaccustomed to the stealth required in the wilds, thus easily apprehended by Ahuici's men. Ahuici rubbed his face, which was marked with 4 tattoos that indicated his status as a cultivator of the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. He grabbed the captive and said in an icy voice, "A living person? It's been some time since we've seen one of those." The captive's eyes widened in fear as he began to struggle. Ahuici merely sneered at his reaction. He threw the captive on the ground and then summoned his men. A shaman immediately came forward and took the captive away. Venomous bugs and bee needles were prepared, and soon, the air was pierced with agonized screams. By the time Ahuici savored a glass of fruit wine, the scout divulged all he knew. A tribe bearing the name Li? Ahuici knitted his brows together in contemplation. He listened to the shaman's detailed account for a while, but heard no mention of any Qi cultivator. Who cares? We'll rob them first, then think about the rest later. Everyone, to your tasks, he yelled. With more gray hair in his sideburns than before, Chen Erniu lived his days in contentment for the past few years. Chen Dongha, his youngest son, had embarked on the path of immortality. He would often boast about his youngest son's achievements to anyone willing to listen. When Dongha was born, he cried very loudly. Chen Erniu was so enamored with him that he discarded the name he had initially thought of, instead seeking a better name from Han Wenxiu, the scholar. Han Wenxiu, amused by Chen Erniu's visit on a cold winter day with gifts of wine and meat jerky, named the child Chen Dongha, honoring the Chen family's tradition of naming their offspring after bodies of water. Chen Dongha had always been a sharp kid since young, bringing Chen Erniu immense relief since his older sons were lost causes. The discovery of Chen Dongha's spiritual orifice a few years back was the icing on the cake, prompting him to send the boy to cultivate under Li Xiangping's guidance. Lying in bed one evening, Chen Erniu's thoughts wandered to recent events. Wan Tiansong had died on Mount Huaqian, and Wan Tianqiu was the newly appointed guardian of Lichuanku. The kid had quite a good attitude and got along fine with Chen Erniu, yet the appearance of wild beasts from the forest in the west kept him on edge and awake at night. Just as sleep was about to claim him, he was jolted awake by a scream. "Father! Father!" Chen Sanxue burst into his room, his loud entrance sending Chen Erniu tumbling to the floor from his bed. "Wretched boy! What the—" Before Erniu could scold him, Chen Sanxue dragged him to the door, urging him to look eastward. "What the hell is that?" Gripping the door frame, Chen Erniu stood frozen, his gaze fixed on the ominous glow of torches dotting the eastern mountain slopes. Emerging from the shadows were the warriors of Mount Yu, their torso bare and adorned with tattoos, their laughter chilling as they brandished their long swords. Like a serpentine dragon, they surged down the hills. The village below was already under siege, its plight marked by distant cries and screams of despair. Behind him, Chen Sanxue was frantically gathering the valuables. With a trembling voice, he urged, "Father, we must flee before it's too late." Chen Erniu nearly collapsed and died of frustration. He delivered a stern slap on Chen Sanxue's head and snapped, "Go, inform the main family now." Seeing Chen Sanxue standing there in a daze, He kicked his son on his rear and propelled him into action. While Chen Sanshui ran out of their home, Chen Erniu grappled with a surge of despair. What a useless boy. Collecting himself, Chen Erniu went back inside to rouse his second son, Chen Xiaoshui, who was sleeping like a log. The family head has already noticed the disturbances to the east for some days now. Our clan soldiers are already positioned behind the village. Get moving and check on the situation immediately, he hissed at him. Chen Xiaoshui's dazed response only fueled Chen Erniu's frustration further. With a resigned sigh, Chen Erniu closed his eyes and mumbled to himself, It's fine, it's fine. We still have Dongha. Arming himself with a saber and donning his rattan armor, Chen Erniu stormed out of the courtyard with his jaw clenched. He navigated the maze of alleys, his figure merging with the shadows as he moved toward the looming threat. Family head, Li Xiangping slowly opened his eyes, only to see Li Yeshing burst into the courtyard, his appearance disheveled and coated in dust. Mount Yu has launched an attack on Lichuankou village from the west, he reported. Alarmed, Li Xiangping sprang into action. He swiftly donned his armor and took his ebony bow, while Chun Dongha secured the quiver to his side with practiced efficiency. What's the situation? How many are there? Are there any cultivators among them? From what I could see, there are hundreds of them. I haven't spotted anyone flying. Li Yeshing, though not an immortal cultivator himself, was not entirely ignorant of its hierarchy. His daily observations of cultivators engaging in battles against demons had imparted to him a basic understanding that demons that roamed on land typically posed a lesser threat. Li Xiangping and Li Tongya had emphasized the importance of retreating and reporting back to the mountain if anyone ever encountered adversaries in the air, whether they were humans or demons. This directive made it abundantly clear that those capable of flight were to be regarded as formidable opponents. Li Xiangping cast a divine movement spell on his legs and commanded, Get someone to call Li Qiuyang and Li Xianxian here. He momentarily considered alerting Li Tongya, but chose against disturbing his seclusion. With a determined stride, Li Xiangping descended the mountain. Yi Sheng, lead the village men to our aid. As Li Xiangping vanished into the mountain, Li Yeshing hastened to fulfill his task. Navigating the winding path toward Lichuankou village, Li Xiangping was greeted by the sound of urgent drumming where the 800 clan soldiers were gathered. The centurions, tasked with leading them, displayed visible concern. Amidst this chaos, Li Xiangping's attention was drawn to a solitary figure seated on the ground, burying his face in his hands and crying. The figure bore a striking resemblance to Chen Erniu. Without a word, Li Xiangping tossed his jade token toward the group and continued running westward. The centurions had already recognized Li Xiangping before he did that. The presentation of the jade token was merely a procedural act. The clan soldiers quickly followed Li Xiangping's lead, plunging into the forest that lay between them and Lichuankou village. Chen Xiaoshui was left behind in a daze. Bewildered by the sudden turn of events, he rose, dusting himself off and looking around in confusion, uncertain of his next move amidst the unfolding chaos. Chapter 79, Repelling the Invaders. Lichuankou village was aflame, and the village men were busy fending off the invaders from Mount Yu to protect their families. Most of the villagers were running away in different directions, leaving their possessions behind for those from Mount Yu to plunder. As Li Xiangping and his clan soldiers arrived, the invaders were dispersed throughout the village, looting indiscriminately. With a frown, he directed his men toward the courtyard with spirit fields amidst the turmoil. About a dozen soldiers from Mount Yu gathered beside the courtyard. They were discussing something amongst themselves in their native language and attempting to breach the courtyard with a large rock. Fortunately, a formation plate had been set up within the courtyard, causing the large rock to wobble in midair before tumbling back outside the courtyard. Good thing that the spirit fields are safe. It seems one Tian Cho has some knowledge in formations. I'll find the opportunity to have him document his knowledge for us to study. Li Xiangping remarked with a nod of approval when he arrived with his men. With a decisive gesture, he directed his soldiers to capture the invaders. Startled, the invaders from Mount Yu attempted to flee but were swiftly overcome and apprehended by Li Xiangping's clan soldiers. Upon spotting Li Xiangping's arrival from within the courtyard, Wan Tiancho hurriedly deactivated the formation and called out, Family head. Amidst the Wan family's abrupt downfall, Wan Xiaohua had destroyed all of the family's legacy on Mount Huaqian that fateful night. The Li family never received the promised legacy formation. Wan Tianqiu escaped with only a few formation plates and a limited understanding of his family's legacy in formations. Of the 10 formations of the embryonic breathing realm, he only learned 3. His limited expertise, however, proved sufficient to protect the spirit fields from devastation. Just as Liu Changdie was about to order his men to split up and pursue the invaders, a deep horn sounded in the distance. The soldiers from Mount Yu began to retreat like a receding tide. Liu Changdie raised an eyebrow at the sight. He readied his ebony bow, swiftly drawing an arrow and nocking it. After listening intently for a few moments, he released his grip. With a swift motion, the arrow soared into the mountains. Let's give chase. With a wave of his hand, his clan soldiers surged forward, hastening in the direction the Mount Yu tribesmen had fled. How did they arrive so quickly? Ahuici sat amidst the dense forest, watching as a group of clan soldiers advanced the village. Springing to his feet, he urgently commanded, "Gather the troops. We mustn't engage with these soldiers. Plunder what we can and make our escape." With only a few hundred remnants of his army left, Ahuici knew that their priority was preserving their numbers rather than fighting with those soldiers. As long as he could preserve his remaining forces, he knew he could still find refuge among other tribes, bargaining for sustenance if needed. But if all of them perished here, his power and influence would diminish significantly, relegating him to the status of a mere mercenary. The clan shaman beside him swiftly produced a horn and sounded it. Watching as his tribesmen began to retreat into the mountains, Ahuici let out a sigh of relief and settled back against a tree. Just as he began to relax, he suddenly saw a streak of white flying toward them. Before he could react, the clan shaman's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering Ahuici's pale face with a gruesome red. What the hell? Ahuici recoiled in horror, his eyes fixed on the long arrow that had embedded itself in a tree, the end of its shaft quivering from the impact. Taking a few steps backward, he gulped. "Our retreat deeper into the forest," he ordered, his voice barely above a whisper. Another clan shaman shakily sounded the horn twice before quickly ducking for cover. Ahuici felt a surge of irritation at the shaman's cowardice, yet he found himself hesitating to take up the horn and blow it himself. Peering out from behind a massive tree, he surveyed the scene in the distance with his keen eyesight granted by the embryonic breathing realm and heaved a sigh of relief. Down the hill, the clan soldiers found themselves in disarray, with nearly 100 of their comrades occupied with the tribesmen. Amidst a wave of curses and pleas for mercy, the rest of Mount Yu's group managed to slip into the forest. As the clan soldiers contemplated pursuing into the dense woods, the drums and gongs in the village sounded. The soldiers abandoned their chase and returned to the village with their captives. "Bah, fucking wimps." Ahuici spat out in disgust. Turning around, he led his men deeper into the mountain forest. After successfully repelling the invaders into the forest, Liu Changdie quickly ordered a retreat. Observing the dozens of captured men from Mount Yu, he felt some of the anger in his heart dissipate. Upon seeing Chun Erniu, who had returned from the front lines drenched in blood, Liu Changdie cupped his fist and said, "You've done great, Manager Chun. You flatter me." Chun Erniu humbly responded, amidst coughs. Li Xianxian, clad in armor, stepped forward, followed by a line of captured men from Mount Yu behind him with their hands bound. Li Xiangping nodded approvingly and instructed, "Shinner, have the men rest here. We cannot let this incident slide. The audacity of Mount Yu to plunder the goods and children of Lichuanku village will not be overlooked." He waved at Li Yeshing, who had just arrived at Lichuanku village accompanied by a few village men. Li Yeshing promptly made his way over, and Li Xiangping announced, "I'm heading back to Mount Lijing. Make sure the men and horses are ready. We must resolve this matter by tonight." With everyone acknowledging his instructions, Li Xiangping turned and began his journey back. As soon as he arrived at Mount Lijing, he encountered Li Tongya, who had just emerged from seclusion as a cultivator at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. "Now that you have emerged from seclusion, our chances have significantly improved," Li Xiangping remarked through gritted teeth, with anger flashing in his eyes. After changing into fresh clothes, Li Xiangping entered the ancestral hall to pay his respects. Passing by the altar adorned with offerings of fruits and candles, he respectfully bowed before the mirror resting on the stone platform and carefully took it down. "Proceed with caution." An aged voice suddenly appeared. It turned out to be his father, Li Mutian. Li Mutian, aged and frail, sat quietly in the courtyard. His voice was hoarse as he strained to speak. The old man dozed off in the courtyard most of the time and was barely seen awake. He relied on Li Xianfeng to remind him to eat, yet remained remarkably alert to the sound of footsteps. It was Li Xiangping's presence in the courtyard that woke him up. "Yes, father," Li Xiangping replied, a pang of worry tugging at his heart as he looked at his frail father. The thought of his father leaving them at any moment brought a pained look to his face. Gritting his teeth, he exited the backyard and turned to Li Tongya. "There's no need to use the supreme, profound light. We'll just use the mirror to locate the enemies and catch them off guard. Even if they have Qi cultivators among them, they won't escape unscathed with the mirror's aid." "Sounds good," Li Tongya agreed, following Li Xiangping down the mountain. He nodded as he listened intently to his younger brother recounting the events of the past few days, then fell into a contemplative silence. The two brothers did not rest until they reached the garrison late at night. The villagers and clan soldiers were sleeping fitfully with their faces covered. At the two sounds made by a large gong, everyone sprang into action. They quickly donned their armor and then grabbed their sabers and shields. In moments, they were assembled and ready. While waiting for Li Xianxian and Li Qiuyang to rally their respective forces, Li Xiangping shut his eyes and took a moment to connect with the mirror, his focus extending across the entire mountain. Then, with the grace of a seasoned archer, he launched several arrows from his ebony bow into the mountainside, each finding its mark among the centuries of Mount Yu lurking in the forest. With the path now clear, Li Xiangping slung his bow over his shoulder and declared with authority, "Move out." Chapter 80, Capturing Ahuici. As Ahuici gathered the plundered goods and captives, he divided grains, food, and other goods first, then moved his gaze to the captives. Picking out a woman who stood out for her beauty, he held her in his arms. Observing the way she trembled, he laughed heartily and said, "Nothing beats the charm of a captive woman." His comment sparked laughter among his men, but Ahuici's tone turned bitter as he reflected on their plight. "If it weren't for Jianixi, that starving wolf, we wouldn't be in this mess. My Ahuici tribe, once strong with 3,000 warriors, was decimated by his hand." The mention of Jianixi silenced the crowd, their faces painted with a mix of fear and resentment. One of them quietly said, "The folks in the south say that Jianixi is destined to be the wolf king of the northern foot of Mount Yu." Another added, "I heard he's the offspring of a human and a wolf. Ruthless like a wolf and cunning like a fox, he's pushing eastward by ancestral decree." Ahuici shivered and cut his men off sharply. "Enough of that nonsense. He's bad luck." He raised his cup and yelled, "Come on, drink up. We've just raided the Li family's tribe. Let's celebrate with a feast. Each of you gets to pick a captive for yourself." His call reignited the crowd's spirits, though internally, Ahuici harbored concerns. That archer's skill was formidable. We should steer clear of the Li family's tribe to avoid retribution. Wait a minute. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden realization. "Has anyone seen our scouts return recently?" he roared. A burst of laughter erupted from the group as someone replied loudly, "Don't worry, great king. Those people will never be able to detect our scouts." All of a sudden, Ahuici felt a sharp sting on his face. He looked up abruptly, only to be met with a blinding white light before his eyes. Ahuici's legs gave way beneath him in shock, and he collapsed to the ground. Crawling backward, he watched in disbelief as an arrow struck the ground right before his eyes, sending a shower of sandy soil into the air. The mountains and forest were soon ablaze as battle cries echoed in the air. The soldiers from the Li family stormed into Mount Yu, armed with sabers. The drunken Mount Yu tribesmen were mowed down like wheat in a field, their bodies riddled with arrows. Ahuici rose slowly to his feet, his mouth agape in disbelief. How could this be? Gripping his sledgehammer tightly, Ahuici roared angrily, "Get up! All of you stand!" The scattered Mount Yu tribesmen gathered around him with newfound resolve. Ahuici quickly did a head count, realizing there were only 200 to 300 men by his side. The rest of the tribesmen were scattered into 4 or 5 groups, struggling against the onslaught of armed soldiers. It's over. Yet, just as despair seemed to take hold, Ahuici's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man approaching who was clad in light armor, wielding a light gray longsword that gleamed with a soft light. The gray light pulsated menacingly, causing Ahuici's eyelid to twitch at the sight of it. "Shit," he cursed. The man advanced swiftly, closing the distance between them, and aimed his sword directly at Ahuici. Ahuici attempted to block with his sledgehammer, but the force of the impact nearly knocked it out of his hand. Pain shot through his body as he realized the vast difference in their strength. Li Xuanchuan's cultivation at the third stage of the embryonic breathing realm granted him formidable prowess amidst the chaos of battle. Although the adult tribesmen were armed to the teeth, he cut through them effortlessly. He could easily take on 3 or 4 opponents at the same time, possibly beating any single one of them to death with just a punch. Surrounded by 12 elite clan soldiers who dutifully protected him, Li Xuanchuan's presence on the battlefield was commanding and lethal. As he fought fiercely, the thrill of battle awakened a certain ruthlessness within him. His eyes were ablaze with intensity as he seized an elderly Mount Yu tribesman, intending to hurl him aside. However, their eyes accidentally met. The old man's terrified gaze, his gray hair, and the deep wrinkles on his face struck Li Xianxian unexpectedly, like a hard slap across his face. It halted Li Xianxian in his tracks, and he stared at the old man who was old enough to be his grandfather. The old tribesman, with tears streaming down his face, bit down on Li Xuanchuan's arm in a desperate act, only to lose his already bad teeth in the process. The impact of his retaliation once again struck Li Xianxian like a hard slap across his face, leaving him shaken and reflexively pushed the old man away. The old man collapsed to the ground in agony and broke a few bones in his body. Blood and fecal matter exploded from the lower half of his body. He let out a wail of agony that sounded nothing like a human and glared at Li Xianxian with hatred in his eyes, causing tears to well up in Li Xuanchuan's eyes. Li Xianxian was shaken to his core. He stood rooted to the spot for a few moments, feeling a shiver traveling from the top of his head down to his spine. For a moment, the chaos of the battle and screams on the battlefield faded into silence. The veil of his sheltered existence was lifted, revealing the harsh realities of the world. I see. He drew the saber at his waist slowly. Surging emotions in his heart quelled as he began to calmly dispatch his foes without uttering another word. Meanwhile, not far away. Hurry up and retreat now, great king. Despite the terrified pleas of his tribesmen, Ahuici shook his head. His sledgehammer had slipped from his grasp after attempting to block Li Tongya's attack. How can I retreat? We're surrounded. There's no escape. Ahuici yelled back, watching his tribesmen falling one by one in despair. Stop! Stop! I surrender, he pleaded loudly. Li Tongya, his sword's light fading, regarded Ahuici in silence. Around them, the remaining Mount Yu warriors, recognizing their defeat, surrendered and echoed the call. Those who surrender will be spared. The battlefield, once filled with the clamor of combat, silenced as the words spread, marking the end of the conflict. The gray light on Li Tongya's blade slowly faded. He watched Ahuici in silence. Realizing the futility of their resistance, the remaining tribesmen swiftly clutched their heads and crouched in submission. The clan soldiers were shocked by their display, but soon heard a commanding voice saying, "Those who surrender will be spared." More and more tribesmen dropped their weapons and kneeled down. Ahuici, with a heavy sigh, followed suit, tossing away the other sledgehammer he had on him as he, too, kneeled with his head bowed. The clamor of battle gradually subsided. The clan soldiers from the Li family bound the arms of the captives quietly, without saying a word. In this moment of stillness, Ahuici wrestled with his thoughts. Is surrendering no different from a death sentence for us? Would it have been better to fight to our last breath? How did he manage to evade my scouts in the mountains anyway? Forget it, we've lost this time. Caught in his contemplation, Ahuici was startled when a pair of gray wolfskin boots came into his view. Looking up hastily, he saw a chiseled face with narrow eyebrows framing a pair of intense eyes. Jianixi. For a moment, Ahuici's heart leaped in his chest, and his lips quivered. Shock gripped him as he nearly sprang up from the ground. Upon closer look, Ahuici's fear momentarily subsided as he realized the eyes that bore into his were not the nightmare-inducing brownish yellow, but a serene grayish black. Chapter 81. Information. Li Xiangping peered down at Ahuici before him, his gaze lingering on the man's neck. Though this man is cunning and unreliable, he might have some worth. The forces under his command from Mount Yu are wild and unruly. If we don't keep a tight grip on them, they could pose a risk to our family. Ahuici felt a chill run down his spine as he noticed the intense scrutiny in Li Xiangping's gaze fixed upon his neck. In a desperate attempt to break free from his plight, he pleaded, "Great king, we were driven eastward by Jianixi's massacre, seeking only survival. Spare our lives, and we will pledge our allegiance to you. Jianixi will undoubtedly advance eastward within the next 10 years. and we'll certainly prove our worth to you, great king. Li Xiangping, with a dismissive laugh, gestured for Li Xianxian and Li Qiuyang to restrain Ahuici. Turning away, Li Xiangping decisively ordered, "Return the belongings to each family, and escort these captives away from Mount Yu. As for you, you'll be detained at Mount Lijing for now." As Li Xiangping strode forward alongside Li Tongya, Chen Erniu watched from behind, shaking his head in disapproval. Glancing at Chun Sanshui, who was following behind him with his head bowed, he muttered under his breath, "Never mind about being under the thumb of Li Mutian. Look at the difference between our sons. This fool can't even hold a candle to Li Yexing's son. At least Li Xiaowen has been working diligently at Ladaiku village all these years." Recalling Li Mutian, Chen Erniu's mood soured. Gazing toward Mount Lijing in the distance, he mused with a conflicted look on his face. How is that old wolf still alive? Has he stumbled upon some elixir of immortality? He has remained secluded on the mountain for over a decade, keeping us all on edge. "Speak," Li Xiangping commanded from his seat, while Li Tongya stood beside him, his gaze fixed on Ahuici. Sipping on his hot tea, Li Xiangping stared at Ahuici, who was kneeling before him, and asked with a smile, "So, what kind of person is Jianixi?" Ahuici, sweating profusely and momentarily stunned by the question, received a sharp reminder from Li Xuanchuan's sword hilt to his head, prompting him to stutter, "Jianixi. He's like a great king." Internally, Ahuici marveled at the similarity in demeanor between Li Xiangping and Jianixi. Although they look different, they have the same demeanor and look in their eyes. Their commanding presence is like that of tigers, he mumbled under his breath. Interrupted by another knock on the head from Li Xianxian, he looked up angrily, only to see Li Xianxian flushed with indignation as he corrected him. "A mere leader of Mount Yu cannot possibly compare to my uncle." Li Xiangping frowned and waved his hand to cut off the chatter. "Enough of that. How many men does he command? How strong is he? Does he have any shamans serving under him?" Ahuici smiled in an obsequious manner and quickly answered, "When we were driven out of our lands, Jianixi had already unified a dozen tribes, boasting 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers. He is a Qi cultivator himself, supported by 2 shamans who had absorbed the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth. Among his forces, there are more than 10 tribesmen and shamans who have attained the embryonic breathing realm. So, a force of 4,000 men, 3 of whom are Qi cultivators and over 10 are cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm." Li Xiangping and Li Tongya exchanged looks with one another, their eyes reflecting a mutual understanding of the gravity of the situation. The Li family, despite years of diligent cultivation and ruling over their 4 villages, had a modest population of merely 10,000 people. Their military capabilities were limited, comprising only 1,000 trained soldiers along with an additional force of 1,000 to 2,000 villagers who could be mobilized in times of conflict, though with minimal combat proficiency. Confronting Jianixi will be more daunting than confronting Jiangxi, Li Xiangping sighed inwardly. Turning his attention back to Ahuici with an expressionless face, Li Xiangping gently set down his tea bowl and asked, "You and your tribesmen are accustomed to hunting and foraging. Do you all know how to farm?" Caught off guard by the question, Ahuici responded hesitantly, "Well, to some extent. We cultivate a few crops, like medicinal herbs and cotton." "Good." Li Xiangping rubbed his chin contemplatively and then said, "Your remaining 500 or 600 men can be dispersed among the villages. Let them work as hunters or take up trades like leatherworking or carpentry. There's a chance for them to lead honest lives. Given the limited casualties from the recent raids, the villagers might not bear too much resentment against all of you, as long as there's no further trouble caused." Ahuici, who was still kneeling, nodded eagerly in agreement. With hope in his voice, he assured, "We used to live peacefully and only resorted to raiding when our homes were destroyed. I'll make sure my people behave. You'll start by planting spirit patties at the foot of Mount Lijing," Li Xiangping instructed while standing up. "I'll arrange for someone to teach you and your men how to read and take care of the spirit patties. It would be a waste killing a cultivator who has reached the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm," he added with a smile. Meanwhile, on the Azure Pond Peak, Si Yuanbai kneeled quietly before a stone door adorned with intricate spiritual patterns. He pursed his lips tightly as he gazed at the formation before him with a complex mix of emotions. "Old ancestor, please rescind your order." His clear voice echoed in the cave, eventually fading into the wind. From within, a sigh resonated, followed by a voice, aged yet profound. "Yuanbai, Why persist in this manner? Closing his eyes, Si Yuanbai looked rather weary as he continued repeating, "Please, old ancestor, rescind your order." As the person behind the stone door fell silent once again, Si Yuanbai's resolve hardened as he declared softly, "Qingsui Peak will not journey to the southern border. Enough with that nonsense." An enraged response thundered in Si Yuanbai's ears, causing them to bleed. Unfazed, Si Yuanbai snorted coldly and retorted, "You think I don't know about your intentions? You want to eat Jinger. I bet the demon kings at the southern border have already heated up their pots. The mortal lives that will be sacrificed, the treasures and spirit items to be collected from the southern border. It's all been discussed, hasn't it? Si Yuanbai, how dare you?" The pressure from an expert of the Purple Mansion realm bore down on Si Yuanbai, causing him to cough up blood. Wiping the blood away from the corners of his mouth resentfully, Si Yuanbai hissed through gritted teeth, "You all sent Yuxia there back then, claiming to collect all 12 strands of the supreme Yin moonlight. I pleaded for 156 days. You said that he would be the last one. To think that I actually believed all of you." Silence. Another invisible force struck Si Yuanbai, slamming him against the stone wall. Si Yuanbai coughed up a mouthful of blood but laughed maniacally. "Azure Pond Immortal Sect, huh? What an immortal sect." Si Yuanbai's hair was disheveled and his eyes were ablaze. He rose defiantly, with mana swirling around him. "Si Yuanbai, your heart is clouded, but I will overlook this," the aged voice declared, subduing Si Yuanbai with his aura. "Seal his cultivation and imprison him in the tower." Chapter 82, The Collapse of a Pillar. When Liu Changdie was brought back to the stone platform, he quietly surveyed the courtyard with his divine sense. Watching Liu Changdie slowly make his way in, leaning against the door frame to catch his breath with his eyes closed, evoked a wave of emotions within him. I didn't realize that so much time had passed. The day Li Xiangping picked up the mirror from the river, Liu Changdie was still the solemn head of the Li family, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of years gone by. Now, he appeared as an elderly man, weakened by the passage of time, spanning over 70 years. Ever since Liu Changdie transmigrated to this world, he had always been drifting in and out of sleep within the mirror and thus experienced time differently. Nearly 20 years had passed, yet to him, it felt like merely a month. The Li family had risen to prominence, establishing itself as an emerging force in the world of immortal cultivation. Liu Changdie's health had been deteriorating with each passing day. It almost seemed as if he had expended his remaining strength to push the Li family's rapid growth, leaving him like a candle flickering in its final moments. Through his divine sense, Liu Changdie could tell that Liu Changdie's life force was ebbing away and his final days were drawing near, with only a few days remaining at best. Sitting peacefully by the door, Liu Changdie's solemn expression softened into a faint smile as he watched Li Xuanfeng speaking with a bow in hand. Clearing his throat gently, Liu Changdie voiced his first request in over a decade. "I'd like to have some mutton noodles," he said. Li Xuanfeng was baffled for a moment, listening as Liu Changdie repeated his request again. "Your grandfather wants some mutton noodles." Li Xuanfeng responded promptly and dashed off without glancing back. His grandfather's peculiar manner of speaking stirred a profound sense of concern within him. His request sounded more like a plea than a command. Li Xuanfeng, who had always been astute, felt a chill run down his spine. "Grandpa wants some mutton noodles." Li Xuanfeng's announcement left Renping stunned. Seeing tears welling up in the child's eyes, she quickly gathered a few women in the household and then patted Li Xuanfeng on his shoulder. "Go get your father home at once," she urged. The steaming mutton noodles, garnished with a bit of scallion and glistened with oil, released a rich fragrance. It was served on the table in a porcelain bowl with a small chip on its edge, along with a pair of wooden chopsticks. Liu Changdie had used the same bowl for 31 years. The small chip was accidentally made by Li Xiangping during his youth, resulting in the child receiving a beating for it that left him in tears and wary of Liu Changdie for several days afterward. Liu Changdie slowly took his seat at the table, then shakily picked up some noodles with his chopsticks. The tangy and spicy soft noodles, combined with the inviting aroma of mutton soup, caused his limbs to tremble. Its flavor evoked a flood of memories, causing him to break down into tears as it reminded him of the mutton noodles that his father, Li Jianxue, had personally cooked for him. Although it was less flavorful, with less vinegar, more spices, and not enough broth, both his mother and Liu Changdie knew it was a form of apology from his father. However, Li Mutian threw the bowl on the ground and left home, never returning until 28 years had passed. Li Mutian had scolded his father for his indecisiveness, as it would only bring ruin upon the entire family. His father, Li Jinshui, scolded him in return, accusing him of being heartless and ruthless as a wolf, and condemning him for being the vile spawn of his wife and a wolf. In his anger, Li Mutian pointed a knife at his father, who was so livid that his lips turned purple and his face was stained with tears. 28 years later, when Li Mutian returned home, he discovered that his father had died at the hands of the Yuan family, as he had expected. He later presented the heads of the members of the Yuan family to his father's grave with a cold smile, then divided up the fields at home. Yet, he often woke up at night to find his pillow soaked through. These memories flashed through Li Mutian's mind in a mere dozen breaths, as he collapsed after just one bite of the noodles. A searing pain erupted within him, as if charcoal had lodged in his chest, scorching his flesh and searing his skin. Intense pain seized his body, and he felt as if a steel blade was slicing through his belly. The charcoal seemed to bounce from his chest and rush into his mouth, drying out his tongue and throat. His limbs stiffened and became rigid, making it impossible for the women around him to lift him. "Grandpa! Grandpa!" Li Mutian could hear the faint cries of Li Xianling. He recognized him as Li Tongya's eldest son. Though only 5 years old, he was known for his composure, just like Tongya when he was little. Feeling a surge of panic, Li Mutian attempted to make some noise, hoping to reassure everyone that he was all right. However, all that escaped his lips were a few weak, wailing sounds, reminiscent of a distressed dog's cries. "Move him to the bed. To the bed," Ren Pinger called out through her tears, urging those present to transfer the old man to his bed. She had only bid farewell to her own father, Ren Pingen, a few years ago. Now, seeing Li Mutian on the verge of death, she could not bear to let him pass away on the cold, unforgiving floor. "Where's mother?" Tian Yun asked urgently, only to learn that Li Mutian's wife, her mother-in-law, had descended the mountain to visit her own family a few days ago. It took several people to carefully move the rigid body of Li Mutian onto the bed together. In the backyard, Liu Changdie observed the scene with a mixture of emotions. He quickly cast a tranquil mind spell, harnessing the energy of the moonlight to sustain the old man's fading life force. Only when he noticed Li Xiangping and the others hurrying up the mountain did he cease his efforts. "He's reaching the end of his lifespan," Liu Changdie commented as he sensed Li Mutian's life force gradually fading. Li Xiangping and Li Tongya finally entered the courtyard, with the tearful Li Xuanfeng following behind them. With a worried expression, Li Tongya held Li Mutian's hand. The mana of the peak embryonic breathing realm slowly flowed into Li Mutian's body. Li Mutian jerked slightly, and with a deep exhale, finally opened his eyes. "Xiangping, Tongya," he whispered the names of his sons, his gaze drifting over the faces of those gathered around him. He moved his mouth, but his voice was barely audible. Tears streamed down Li Tongya's face as he bent down to listen to Li Mutian's words. "Chun, Tian, Liu families have deep roots in the village. Gather them with their clans back to Lijing village. Transform the village into a town. Don't worry about their ambitions." Li Xiangping, trying to hold back his emotions, urged, "Father, you need to rest first. We can talk about this once you're feeling better." However, Li Mutian shook his head and persisted. "The disciples of the Li family have become more bossy. We must establish a hierarchy and exercise more control. The direct 4 descendants should form the major sect, while the rest of those bearing the Li surname should form the minor sect. The rest should become the branches. Make sure all of them work together. Xian can handle the family affairs, but you and the others must watch over him. Xuanfeng is highly intelligent, but we must prevent him from indulging in violence. Xianling is steady and calm, capable of achieving great things. Jingtian has beauty, but she must be protected. You must beware of Mount Yu too." As Li Mutian's voice grew weaker and weaker, Li Xiangping leaned in closer with tears welling up in his eyes. Suddenly, the old man violently grabbed his wrist with a force that did not belong to a dying man. His eyes flashed with intensity as he writhed on the bed. Speaking through gritted teeth, his voice suddenly turned loud as he said, "Abandon all 4 villages, if needed. Do not be like the Wan family. As long as a descendant of the Li family survives, anything is possible." Tears were streaming down Li Xiangping's face as he replied through gritted teeth, "I'll keep that in mind. Father, Upon hearing Li Xiangping's response, Li Mutian released his grip. His breathing stopped, leaving the room in mournful silence and tears. Yet, the old man's gaze remained fixed on the bowl of mutton noodles nearby. The spicy and tangy broth was still piping hot. Chapter 83, River 1 Qi Technique. Li Mutian's funeral procession was a sight to behold, transforming the somber occasion into one that resembled the passing of a high-ranking official rather than a common elder. The villages were decorated with long, white cloths, and the direct descendants of the Li family, clad in white, solemnly pulled the hearse along the stone path. News had spread rapidly through all the villages. Chen Ernie had just begun his day when Qin Sanshui relayed the news to him, leaving him shocked and speechless. Chen Ernie set down the willow branch in his hands. He washed his face and sat by the table, engulfed by a wave of sadness that was difficult to put into words. Regardless of one's status or power, it is impossible to escape death. Without attaining immortality, we're all destined to return to mere yellow soil. Qin Sanshui, however, disagreed with him. He curled his lips and commented, "Only the 3 brothers of the Li family are immortal cultivators. Do they have to cause such a scene over an old mortal's death? It's not like Li Mutian is someone important." Chen Ernie narrowed his eyes and proceeded to beat Qin Sanshui with a willow branch while scolding, "Fool! Your ignorance will be the death of you. Fifian, 4th brother is the best for possessing a spiritual orifice." Qin Sanshui muttered under his breath in response, dismissing Chen Erniu's anger as he left the table and walked out of the courtyard. Meanwhile, on Mount Lijing, Liu Jiangxian gazed upon the courtyard, now draped in white, in the absence of Li Mutian from his usual spot on the wooden chair in the backyard, feeling a pang of melancholy. As he watched Li Mutian's burial, he was suddenly alerted by his divine sense to a stream of light darting across the sky, coming to a stop just outside Mount Lijing's protective formation. "It's me, Xiao Yuanxi from the Xiao family. Kindly grant me entry to the mountain." Although the protective formation of the mountain was useless against him, a cultivator at the 8th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, the man waited respectfully at the foot of Mount Lijing. Shortly after, Li Xiangping and Li Tongya deactivated the formation. Xiao Yuanxi slowly walked into the courtyard on the mountain. Upon noticing the courtyard draped in white and the 2 brothers dressed in white mourning attire, Xiao Yuanxi's smile faded as he solemnly asked, "Is your father?" Seeing the 2 brothers nodding in response, Xiao Yuanxi sighed and offered his condolences. "Jinger and I will soon embark on a journey to the southern border, and it may be decades before we're able to communicate again. Junior brother managed to secure a Qi cultivation method and Qi gathering method for both of you, and he has requested me to pass the manuals to you since I'm making a trip home. This is the River 1 Qi technique, a grade 3 manual that requires harnessing the river pure Qi. Seek out areas where the river network is dense and wetland plants thrive. Harvest the Qi at dawn or dusk, that's when pure Qi rises and murky Qi settles. Using the Qi gathering method, you can gather a wisp in 6 months. 10 wisps make a portion." Xiao Yuanxi then took out a brocade pouch and retrieved a few jade slips from it. This is the Pure Spiritual Essence Technique Manual. It's a grade 2 technique that uses minor pure spiritual Qi, a type of spiritual Qi that can be easily gathered. Although it pales in comparison to the River 1 Qi technique, it still surpasses the common techniques available in the market. Li Tongya quickly accepted the jade slips from Xiao Yuanxi and expressed his gratitude. Xiao Yuanxi sighed softly before a conflicted look appeared on his face. Qingsui Peak can only offer so much protection. In a time of changes, please take great care of yourselves. His mentor, Si Yuanbai, had suddenly gone into seclusion without leaving a word for his disciples on Qingsui Peak. On top of that, the escalating pressures from the sect to deploy them to the southern border made Xiao Yuanxi extremely suspicious. Recalling the Mushroom Forest Plain, one of Qingsui Peak's assets, being silently forfeited to the raiders from the Golden Tang Gate sent shivers down Xiao Yuanxi's spine. He felt as vulnerable as a mere pawn in the grand schemes of those cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm. The Immortal sect has been increasingly active lately, taking control and governance over mortals time and time again. Could it be that one of the cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm within the sect is nearing the end of their lifespan? This thought alone was enough to send a shudder through him. Roused from his contemplation by the repeated calls of Li Tongya and Li Xiangping, Xiao Yuanxi managed a forced smile and responded to them. "What did you say?" Li Tongya cupped his fist and repeated, I was asking if you have any river pure chi with you right now, Immortal Master. We have some savings and would like to purchase a portion. Ahuici was lost in his own thoughts after saying something so cryptic, stirring unease in the two brothers. Spending up to 5 years to collect the river pure chi and another 4 or 5 years to break through to the chi cultivation realm was too long. Li Tongya would like to break through to the chi cultivation realm as soon as possible, given the looming threats from Mount Yu and the Ji family. The items they obtained from the old Taoist that Li Xiangping previously killed probably worth about 30 to 40 spirit stones. In addition to the old Taoist storage pouch, that should be a total of 80 to 90 spirit stones. This amount was definitely sufficient to buy a portion of river pure chi. I do, Ahuici affirmed with a nod. With a smile, he untied a little jade bottle at his waist and said, I have a portion of it. This is usually priced at about 50 spirit stones. Are you able to afford it? Li Tongya nodded, then took out a block of pale green metal from the storage pouch that they acquired from the old Taoist. Can you appraise this item? He requested respectfully. Ahuici took a look at it and frowned, then weighed it in his hand. After a moment of silence, he said, This is probably green patterned steel, a material of the chi cultivation realm. This should be worth about 20 spirit stones. After exchanging a glance, Li Tongya and Li Xiangping nodded to each other. They took out the 25 spirit stones from the old Taoist storage pouch and an additional 5 that were saved over the years by their family. They handed this sum to Ahuici in exchange for the river pure chi. The old Taoist storage pouch had a capacity of 1 cubic zhang, about the size of a courtyard. This made it extremely useful for both travel and storage, so the two brothers were reluctant to sell it. They presented the jade bottle, which used to contain the fire baleful chi, to hold the river pure chi, then showed Ahuici the old Taoist jade sprout pill. Ahuici took a whiff of it, and then commented with a smile. This is quite a decent item of the chi cultivation realm. It's worth about 7 or 8 spirit stones. The brothers expressed their gratitude, and then conversed a little more with Ahuici before the man took his leave. Once he had departed, Li Tongya carefully examined the jade bottle's contents. Looking at the river pure chi, which shimmered as though it was under the sunlight, Li Tongya felt the 6 chakras of the embryonic breathing realm stirring within him, as well as the urge to consume this spiritual chi of heaven and earth right away. Li Xiangping chuckled and said, Once second brother attains the chi cultivation realm, and we find a demonic creature of the chi cultivation realm, we'll be able to perform that sacrificial ritual for the mirror and explore the potential of the talisman chi. Li Tongya's face lit up with irrepressible joy as he carefully picked up the jade slip of the river one chi technique, allowing his spiritual sense to gently sift through its contents. The complexity and length of spells and techniques of the chi cultivation realm were extremely long. If transcribed onto wood, they would probably amass into a small mountain. Hence, such spells and techniques were recorded in warm jade, a material that allowed one to access vast amounts of information through a mere touch of spiritual sense. However, the fragility of jade meant that it was typically reserved for documenting techniques alone, while more robust materials like spirit silk fabrics were used for important information meant to be preserved. After carefully reading the technique detailed in the jade slip, Li Tongya stood up in excitement and announced, I'll be ready to seclude myself and make a breakthrough to the chi cultivation realm after a few days of meditation. 1. One zhang equals 3.3 meters. Chapter 84, Fighting a Beast. 5 years passed as swiftly as an arrow flying through the woods. Lijing village had turned into Lijing town. The prominent Liu, Chun, and Su families, enticed by the proximity to the Immortal Mountain, had relocated their clans, deeming it a blessed reward. Li Xianxian, now sporting a mustache over his upper lip, had attained the azure essence stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Appointed by Li Xiangping as the chief of their clan, his youthful demeanor had shed its gentleness, replaced instead by a mature composure that commanded respect and fear from the children of the Li family. Yet, the talk of Lijing town revolved around 12-year-old Li Xianfeng. The boy had effortlessly broken 6 bows in the academy while laughing maniacally. Each time, he would cast aside the broken bow and yell, Another one! He held his head high, laughing heartily and paying little heed to the terrified gazes of the clan soldiers guarding him. With a bow in hand, he could strike down any bird or beast with ease. Li Tongya could only smile wryly as he returned from Cloud-Crowned Peak, bearing a sturdy, dark longbow for Li Xianfeng. While lacking any special features beyond its resilience and endurance, it was enough to grant Li Xianfeng the satisfaction he craved. In his early teens, Li Xianling had been assessed and determined to possess no spiritual orifice. As Li Tongya's eldest and only son, he naturally received the profound pearl talisman seed. Trailing behind Li Xianfeng along River Meiche with a worried look on his face and seeing the older boy sneakily peering from behind a rock, he asked in a hushed tone, "What are you up to, Brother Feng?" "Look." With a wicked grin, Li Xianfeng nudged Li Xianling forward. The younger boy stumbled forward and accidentally caught sight of the supple shoulders and bubbly butt of a woman bathing in the river. Startled, Li Xianling covered his mouth in shock and retreated. He glared at Li Xianfeng and hissed, "You're horrible, Li Xianfeng." Li Xianfeng watched Li Xuanling's flushed face in amusement and quietly asked, "Did you enjoy the view?" "Not really," Li Xianling replied, greatly disappointing the older boy who was expecting to hear something positive out of Li Xuanling's mouth. He indignantly swatted the younger boy's rear and muttered under his breath, "What does a kid like you know? Li Xianfeng, you have too much time on your hands." Li Xianling shook his head, his small face turning serious as he asked, "Have you broken through to the third stage of the embryonic breathing realm?" Li Xianfeng grinned and enthusiastically replied, "I'm already in the fourth stage." A look of surprise appeared on Li Xuanling's face as he asked incredulously, "You've already caught up with Brother Xianer?" Li Xianfeng nodded casually, his smile unwavering as he affirmed, "Of course. Look at this." Pulling out the large dark bow from behind his back, he placed his left foot on a rock and then expertly drew his bow. As soon as he did, his demeanor changed significantly. Shedding his previous debauchery, he exuded an aura of sharpness that seemed to cut through bone. Li Xianling could not help but tense up. Li Xianfeng aimed his bow at Li Xianling. Even without an arrow knocked, the younger boy still felt a chill run down his spine. The cold wind felt like a blade against his face, and his ears buzzed from the tension. "Amazing," Li Xianling gulped, stepping away cautiously as he watched Li Xianfeng remain focused on aiming with his bow. The sharp aura emanating from him intensified, causing the nearby shrubs to shake in response. Li Xuanling's eyes widened in astonishment, but noticed the quiver at Li Xuanfeng's waist gently vibrating. He blinked and hastily rubbed his eyes, but upon looking again, he realized that every arrow in the quiver was trembling, as if in anticipation of something remarkable. Catch! Li Xianfeng suddenly released the bowstring, causing a nearby tree to explode with a deafening bang. Wood chips scattered, and a big hole appeared in the trunk before it collapsed to the ground, startling a flock of birds into flight. "Brother, are you currently cultivating qi?" Li Xianling whispered in awe. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Li Xianfeng took a few deep breaths, his face slightly flushed as he replied, "This is just a bow technique I developed using the spirit orifice on the palm and coordinating it with arrow intent when drawing the bow and shooting. It's not that complex." Li Xianling shook his head silently, but before he could respond, an awkward look appeared on Li Xuanfeng's face. He grabbed the younger boy's hand and took off running at lightning speed. "Those scoundrels were peeping while I was bathing." Upon hearing the shouting from behind them, Li Xuanling's face went pale. He moved his legs faster and exclaimed in terror, "That was Aunt Sue who lives near the village entrance?" "Li Xianfeng, why you?" Li Xianfeng laughed awkwardly and whispered, "I was just curious." On Moongaze Lake, Li Tongya gently stepped on the water, hovering in the air. The clear and transparent river true essence gushed out along the light gray long sword in his hand, forming pulsating sword auras. Standing quietly in midair and performing a series of hand seals, he lowered his head and watched the large, scaly beast circling in the water. Crimson blood slowly spread in the river as the beast struggled, causing the water's surface to shimmer with its movement. Dozens of transparent air blades sliced through the air, all aimed at Li Tongya. Li Tongya stepped forward, skillfully dodging most of the river beast's attacks. The shimmering water around his body flickered, blocking two of the air blades that came at him. The pure chi shield of this river one chi technique is quite reliable. This river beast doesn't seem to know any technique. It just expends its mana thoughtlessly. Although it has spent a huge amount of it, it still couldn't break my shield. This river crocodile had received no legacy. It simply cultivated brainlessly until it reached the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. After who knew how many years of cultivation, It had managed to condense a small amount of minor pure spiritual qi and advance to the qi cultivation realm. Seeing that its attack was ineffective, the river crocodile hastily dived and rushed upstream against the current, with Li Tongya naturally following closely behind. 2 years ago, Li Tongya had broken through to the first heavenly layer of the qi cultivation realm. He had intended to kill a demon of the same realm to perform the sacrificial ritual for his mirror. After searching the mountains for over a year, he realized that demons were either cunning or resilient, and it was not easy to find an opportunity. Therefore, when he stumbled upon this dumb river crocodile, he was determined to not let it escape so easily. Although the qi cultivation realm allowed him to walk on air, his speed still paled in comparison to that of a flying shuttle. Nevertheless, he was about 30 or 40% faster than a creature of the peak embryonic breathing realm running at full speed. Hence, the river crocodile, already wounded from his ambush earlier, could not get far before Li Tongya caught up to it. The profound water sword technique proved to be quite compatible with the river one-chi technique. As the sword light he conjured out of thin air gained a noticeable increase in power, much to Li Tongya's delight. The two light-colored sword chi struck the back of the river crocodile, causing it to writhe in pain. Concerned about a potential counterattack in its death throes, Li Tongya cautiously followed behind, occasionally swinging his sword to further drain the river crocodile's strength. Finally, the river crocodile could endure no longer. With an angry hiss, it burst from the water, aiming to bite at Li Tongya in midair. Reacting swiftly, Li Tongya brought his sword down on the demonic creature's back before retreating to maintain a safe distance while he continued inflicting wounds on it. After an hour of intense struggle, the river crocodile finally collapsed on the shore. Instead of killing the creature, Li Tongya channeled river true essence into it to lock its vitality and cultivation. Satisfied that the river crocodile was still alive, Li Tongya grasped the tip of its tail and began the journey back to the village, dragging the creature behind him like it was a small mountain. Chapter 85. Evade Death, Prolong Life. As soon as Li Tongya returned to Lijiang village with the river crocodile in tow, a few villagers came over to help. The Li family had been preparing for the sacrificial ritual ceremony for months. Most arrangements were already in place, and the ceremony could begin at the order of the Li family's direct lineage. All of the Li family members had arrived. The ones from the major sect stood on the round platform, while those from the minor sect stood below the platform, and those from the branches kneeled on the ground around the platform. Li Xiangping, the current head of the Li family, stood before the altar with Li Tongya right behind him. Along with Li Chejing, who was currently away at the southern border, these three were the second generation of the main family. Standing on the step of the platform were Li Xianxian, the clan chief, along with Li Xuanfeng and Li Xianling behind him. The ceremony unfolded through its initial, lengthy processes until Li Xiangping offered a stick of incense on the altar. He then invoked the sacrificial ritual method to communicate with the mirror, and Liu Changdie slowly stirred awake. The Li family of Lijiang offers respect along with fine delicacies and wine with unwavering devotion year upon year. Living at the northern vein of Mount Li, we sow in the spring, nurture the wheat through summer, harvest in autumn, and exterminate demons in winter to safeguard the fields. Observing the 3 Yuan festivals and 6 regular festivals, we maintain reverence, ensuring to pay timely respects. Through the smoke of our offerings and the blood of our sacrifice, we call upon the gods, seeking their blessings. Upon completing the recitation, Li Xiangping advanced to the center of the round platform. With deliberate precision, he plunged the ritual knife into the river crocodile's brain. The demonic creature, already weakened with its limbs and meridians restrained by the river true essence, met its end instantly. Guided by Liu Jiangxian's divine sense, the essence qi of the river crocodile, along with its dispersing soul, flowed out from the wound made by the ritual knife like a stream of smoke. Unseen by human eyes, a faint golden mist rose from each person, converging into the smoke like swallows returning to their nests, tinting it a soft golden hue. The smoke rose briefly before dissipating into countless specks of gray light, invisible to the naked eye, drifting toward Mount Lijiang. Liu Jiangxian amassed all the qi and condensed it into a gray talisman. As he prepared to bestow it, an overpowering pulse sought to connect with him across vast distances. The memory of the old Taoist jade pendant momentarily flashed through his mind, instilling a swift surge of fear in Liu Jiangxian. He promptly retracted his aura, cutting off the burgeoning connection, and withdrew his divine sense back into the mirror. The lingering aura gradually descended. After lingering for a moment, it finally and reluctantly receded. The Golden Feather sect was one of the 3 sects in the Yu state, alongside the Azure Pond and Yu Cultivating sect. Its disciples were renowned for their weapon mastery, and the main peak of the sect was named the Golden Feather Peak. Here, a talisman, believed to contain the essence of 6 supreme Yang Sun essence, shone brightly, warding off evil spirits. There was a cave dwelling at the summit of the Golden Feather Peak, where cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm were often seen secluding themselves in. Since wisps of vivid purple smoke were frequently seen wafting out from it, the disciples of the sect called that place the Purple Smoke Cave. At this moment, the Purple Smoke Cave was chaotic. 3 cultivators of the Purple Mansion realms were struggling to hold a crystal-clear fragment, the size of a quail egg, with dark chains. The ground was littered with glowing fragments of shattered furnaces and Dharma artifacts. Why is the mirror shard suddenly going berserk? The crystal-clear fragment collided against the Dharma formation a few times, causing the expression of the cultivator to darken as he grumbled. It seems we might not be able to gather the profound light Qi this time. Another cultivator mumbled to himself. Could it be that the immortal mirror has appeared? No, that's highly unlikely. The 3 sects and 7 gates have scoured the Yu state without finding any sign of it. Could it have moved beyond our borders? What did the Azure Pond sect say? As soon as the cultivator asked the question, the first cultivator to speak erupted in anger. The entire sect is too occupied with seeking a spirit remedy to extend the lifespan of Qi Wei. They hardly have time for this. Never mind, then. The cultivator who previously asked the question shook his head, looking rather disappointed. Although Qi Wei is a nasty person, no one can deny that he's a great genius, he commented. The bad-tempered cultivator spat on the ground and yelled, I'd rather he die soon. That nasty man deserves it. The third cultivator chuckled and teasingly commented, Junior brother, our Golden Feather sect is no better. There's no need for such harsh judgment. The bad-tempered cultivator fell silent, pondering for a moment before finally letting out a deep sigh. The ability to enhance one's cultivation, sharpen the 6 senses, strengthen bones, improve innate abilities, and remedy various deficiencies. A good talisman Qi indeed. Liu Jiangxian, mused as a gray talisman emerged from the mirror. Guided by Liu Jiangxian's divine sense, it approached Li Xiangping, making a round around him before flying toward his Xinyang mansion. All of a sudden, Liu Jiangxian's vision was filled with several rows of big characters. The first row of words appeared in dark crimson, exuding an overwhelming aura, strength to move mountains. Beneath it was a paler gray script that coiled like a serpent, prolong life and increase longevity. The final row of writing appeared neatly in vivid green, evade death, prolong life. Liu Jiangxian instantly understood that he was being given a choice to select the ability of the gray talisman. After a moment of contemplation, considering Li Xiangping's role as the head of the Li family, he chose evade death, prolong life. This ability of the talisman Qi could only be selected for people who had received a profound pearl talisman seed. For ordinary individuals, it only served to enhance their cultivation and root bone. Li Xiangping was taken aback, feeling his energy fluctuating wildly. Just a year prior, he had been at the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Yet now, he found himself at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. Suddenly, a row of pale green words that read, evade death and prolong life, appeared in his mind. Before he could fully process this, Li Tongya, observing with concern, signaled for the ceremony to conclude. Li Xiangping then closed his eyes and began to contemplate deeply. As the assembly dispersed, he turned to Li Tongya and said, Let's talk once we're back on the mountain. The two quickly ascended the mountain. As Li Tongya extended his spiritual sense, he immediately noticed that Li Xiangping's cultivation had reached the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. Is it due to the talisman Qi? He asked. Li Xiangping confirmed with a nod and shared his recent experience with Li Tongya, which left both of them pleasantly surprised. However, their joy was short-lived as they were soon informed by clan soldiers of Mount Yu's movements to the east. In recent years, with Jianixi's relentless push eastward, resulting in the disbandment of many tribes, the influx of Mount Yu refugees to the east had increased. Sometimes they numbered in the dozens, other times in the hundreds. To safeguard the village from these incursions, Li Xiangping had strategically positioned clan soldiers in the west of Lichuanqiu. What's the current situation? Li Xiangping asked. Rumors suggest that hundreds are assailing the military formation, the clan soldier reported. With the population under the Li family's protection swelling to over 15,000, including 2,000 Mount Yu refugees, the family's military force had grown to a formidable 1,000 soldiers. Let's head to Lichuanqiu, Li Xiangping decided, sharing a knowing look with Li Tongya before they both swiftly made their way down the mountain. Chapter 86, Prelude to the Great Battle. The battle at Lichuanqiu was already nearing its end by the time Li Xiangping arrived, with Ahuici standing out prominently among the battle formation, waving his sledgehammer in the air while pursuing the retreating enemy forces. As Mount Yu's incursions continued unabated over the past few years, Ahuici had been summoned to Lichuanqiu by Li Xiangping to rally the tribes he was familiar with. His bravery in battle had earned him the respect of the clan soldiers, bringing a sense of relief to Li Xiangping. How many times have those from Mount Yu made their appearance here this year? Li Xiangping furrowed his brow as he gazed at the distant mountains, his unease evident in his voice. This is the 6th time, family head, Li Qiuyang, standing nearby, replied in a serious tone. His weary appearance suggested that he had just recently arrived here. Now at the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, Li Qiuyang appeared much more mature than before. He had married the daughter of the Qin family and had a son and a daughter of his own. With a nod, Li Xiangping turned to enter the courtyard, leaving Li Qiuyang with a parting instruction. Go freshen up and send for Ahuici to see me. Li Xiangping set the talisman brush in his hand down and gazed quietly at the cloth spread across the table. Having broken through the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm and condensed the jade capital chakra several years ago, he now found himself at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. With his current cultivation, he had long been able to wield the draw talismans with ease. Meanwhile, Li Jingtian was in the room attending to the oil lamps. The girl was 12 years old this year and had blossomed into elegance with her swift growth and nimble movements. Liu Jiangxian's 6 talisman seeds had been distributed among the 3 surviving brothers of the Li family, 2 of which were allocated to Li Xianxian and Li Xianfeng, while the remaining one was reserved for Li Tongya's family. Chen Donghe strode into the courtyard, clad in leather armor with a sword strapped to his waist. His gaze briefly lingered on Li Jingtian's profile by the window. Family head, Ahuici requests an audience, he announced with his brow furrowed. The young man, aged 17 or 18, had already attained the 3rd stage of the embryonic breathing realm. With his clean appearance, he bore a slight resemblance to Chen Erniu. Come in. The beast fangs that Ahuici used to wear on him were nowhere in sight, and his attire was now replaced by a fur coat similar to those worn by the folks of Lijiang Town. Great king, great king. Bad news, he exclaimed in a loud voice as soon as he entered the courtyard. Behind him, Chen Donghe suppressed the urge to smack Ahuici's head, and instead kept his head bowed and discreetly positioned himself behind Ahuici to avoid Li Xiangping's gaze while stealing a glance at Li Jingtian. Meanwhile, Li Jingtian was busy trimming the wicks of the oil lamps by the window. The faint yellow light cast a soft glow on her profile. She was not an exquisite beauty, but she radiated poise and elegance. Her facial features were full of vigor, with round eyes that took after her mother, Tian, adding a touch of sweetness to her demeanor. What is it? Li Xiangping asked, his lips curving slightly at the sight of Li Jingtian, who was focused on lighting up the lamps. Having condensed the jade capital chakra, his spiritual sense was now heightened, allowing him to perceive the courtyard's events without relying on sight. My brothers crossed the Big Fish Creek last night to deliver me a message. He said Jianixi has dealt a heavy blow to the enemy army and will soon advance eastward. Ahuici explained breathlessly. The news sent ripples of concern through the courtyard, jolting Li Xiangping and Chen Donghe. Even Li Jingtian turned her attention in their direction, listening attentively. And what of Jianixi's current strength? Li Xiangping asked with a frown. Ahuici lowered his head somberly before replying. Jianixi should be at the middle stage of the Qi cultivation realm. He has unified all the 100,000 people of Mount Yu in the northern foot of Mount Li, and likely commands 5,000 or 6,000 troops, along with 4 shamans of the Qi cultivation realm who have absorbed the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth. Additionally, he also has dozens of generals of the embryonic breathing realm under his command. Fortunately, they're all stationed throughout the northern foothills and do not accompany the main army. At these words, Li Xiangping hesitated, his brows furrowing deeply as he said, "Year after year, the Li family has faithfully made offerings to the Azure Pond sect. We have lived under their rule. Yet now, Jianixi, a mere representative of Mount Yu, dares to brazenly advance toward the east? Does he truly believe that Azure Pond sect is powerless?" Ahuici hurriedly kneeled down, pressing his forehead firmly against the ground. With a trembling voice, he reported, "According to the accounts of those who fled west, the Devil Gate. I mean, the Azure Pond sect won't intervene in this." Liu Changdie lowered his head, feeling a mixture of anger and powerlessness welling up inside him. Even Mount Yu's pawns knew that the Azure Pond sect would not intervene. As the head of a clan under the Azure Pond sect's governance, he was left ignorant of whatever deal the two factions had struck. "All of you are dismissed for now." Ahuici and Chun Donghe quickly took their leave. Once they were gone, Liu Xiangping sank back into his seat, closing his eyes in silence. "Father," Li Jingtian called out softly. She approached Liu Xiangping, bowing gently before saying, "Our family faces the risk of becoming pawns for others. We must plan ahead." Liu Xiangping raised his gaze wearily and prompted Li Jingtian to continue. Li Jingtian lowered her gaze and said, "Jianixi's bold advance suggests that the Azure Pond sect and Mount Yu's leaders have reached an agreement to cede territories and the mortals. However, they failed to inform our Li family, suggesting they wish to catch us unprepared. Do you mean to say that our family has also become wheat ready to be harvested?" Li Xiangping raised his eyebrow and looked at his eldest daughter. "I believe the Azure Pond sect's deal with Mount Yu only permits looting and pillaging, rather than total annihilation. With fourth uncle still in the sect and our alignment with the Xiao family, the Azure Pond sect should not abandon us without warning. That's why I believe they have permitted Mount Yu's incursion primarily for looting and pillaging, rather than killing the entire Li family," she explained. Li Jingtian met her father's gaze firmly, and then continued. "The Azure Pond sect interacts with various territories of Mount Yu, involving numerous tribes and clans. Therefore, given that Azure Pond sect has struck a deal, it must feign ignorance regarding Mount Yu's incursions. Each family is expected to rely on their own abilities to fend for themselves." As Li Xiangping listened, he stowed away the wooden slip he held and raised his head. "What course of action do you propose for the Li family?" Li Jingtian's eyes held her father's gaze earnestly as she spoke tentatively. "We must abandon our subjects and retreat to safety. Mount Yu's raiding parties will not linger here. We can return to Mount Lijing within a day." "No." Li Xiangping's firm rejection brought a smile to Li Jingtian's face, causing her round eyes to look even cuter. "If we do that, we'll be no different from the Azure Pond sect," Li Xiangping said while shaking his head. When he saw Li Jingtian about to speak again, he raised his hand and cut her off with a weary expression on his face. "I know what to do already. You can head back to Mount Lijing first." Li Jingtian nodded obediently and took her leave. Li Xiangping slowly walked out of the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the mountain forest under the moonlight. A sense of foreboding gripped him. Jianixi was the most formidable opponent he had seen in years. He was a young leader with keen senses in wars, a cunning brain, and absolute strength. What kind of agreement has the Azure Pond sect made with Mount Yu? And how much time do we have left? Chapter 87, Mountain City. Li Chejing stood on the towering light gray walls, gazing down at the frenzied beasts below in silence. His appearance was untouched by the passage of time. He still retained his youthful appearance, though his demeanor now carried the weight of maturity. Fighting at the southern border for the past 5 years had honed his swordsmanship to a remarkable degree. Mastering various sword techniques of the sect, Li Chejing had carved a name for himself. Everyone knew about the existence of a formidable little sword immortal with unparalleled swordsmanship. Wiping the blood from his long sword, Li Chejing exhaled deeply. A wisp of pure white spiritual qi escaped his lips as he faced the rising sun. Mountain City truly stands strong, another disciple from the Azure Pond sect remarked with a smile. He was none other than Deng Qiuji, with Dharma beads hovering on his hand. Li Chejing nodded, then consumed the spirit elixir in his hand and concentrated on recovering his mana as swiftly as possible so that he could handle the upcoming wave of enemies more easily. "Great, this is just our luck. The moment we're assigned to Mountain City, we're greeted by not one, but multiple beast tides," Deng Qiuji remarked with a cold sneer. The sarcasm in his tone drew the attention of those around him. Observing Li Chejing's unwavering concentration on his cultivation, Deng Qiuji sat down and murmured ominously. It's unfortunate that the others have to die here simply because these beasts want to devour you and me. He's losing it again. Isn't that typical of the Deng family? Murmurs began to spread among the crowd as curious and wary eyes fixed on Deng Qiuji. Li Chejing frowned upon noticing the murmurs and said, "Enough chatter. Focus on replenishing your mana unless you fancy needing to be rescued once more." Deng Qiuji appeared to be caught off guard by the comment and began laughing while shaking his head. However, a sudden cheer from below interrupted them. They're retreating. The beasts are finally retreating. The siege of the beasts had finally ended, offering the defenders a much-needed respite. Joy erupted as they descended from the city walls. Li Chejing, too, allowed a rare smile to grace his lips, pondering over writing a letter home as he made his way down. Deng Qiuji followed behind him persistently. Facing the dazzling morning sun, he smiled and asked, "Doesn't something feel off to you?" "In what way?" Li Chejing raised an eyebrow at him as he returned his sword to its sheath. He looked at Deng Qiuji and teased, "You've been acting rather peculiar lately. Could it be that delving deeply into that cultivation method has caused a qi deviation?" The two had weathered countless battles together on the southern border for over 5 years. The initial misunderstanding between them had long been forgotten and transformed into a deep bond of camaraderie. Every time we're at our limit, the beast tide just conveniently withdraws as if on cue. Curious, isn't it? Deng Qiuji asked smilingly, yet his eyes shone with seriousness. The battle has left every disciple here exhausted, not just us. Li Chejing dismissed him, smiling as he greeted one of the men at his side. Deng Qiuji patted him on the shoulder and then said, "Think about it. If you were the Demon King, would you squander your forces in vain? Why not consume their hearts yourself to bolster your power? Do you really think these demonic beasts are enough to breach Mountain City? It's foolish to send these beasts to the enemies from the 3 sects and 7 gates." He continued, "And if the Demon King truly wants to kill the disciples of the sect, it could just send these beast tides relentlessly to wear us down. These intermittent, half-hearted assaults seemed more like feeding us than fighting us." Li Chejing greeted another passerby with a smile, interrupting Deng Qiuji. Feeling annoyed, Deng Qiuji glared at him and leaned in toward his ear, whispering, "Do you know when was the last time Mountain City was breached?" With a smile on his face, Li Chejing replied, 25 years back, a catastrophe occurred that claimed the lives of many from the 3 sects and 7 gates. Among them was Ahuici, a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm, who had practiced the coiling Qi Jade true technique and absorbed the supreme Yin moonlight. Shock filled Deng Qiuji's eyes as he stuttered in realization. "So you knew?" "Of course," Li Chejing affirmed with a smile. Both of them ascended the mountain silently and entered the cave dwelling where Li Chejing stayed. Once inside, Li Chejing cast a spell to isolate themselves from the outside world to protect their privacy. He then turned to Deng Qiuji with a solemn look. "It's been 5 years since I came to this hellhole. I've read every document available in the city. With what happened in the Mushroom Forest Plain, of course, I can tell that something's amiss. But one question remains. When will they act? How long are they going to continue feeding me? But you, why are you here too?" Deng Qiuji clenched his fists and replied through gritted teeth. "The Azure Pawn sect has long stopped the legacy of the supreme Yin Moonlight. Due to the unique constitution of the Deng family members, every generation of the family is coerced into practicing that secret technique to refine a panacea to trade with the Demon King of the southern border for spirit resources. The secret technique wasn't perfected in earlier years, so everyone in my family who practiced it eventually lost their minds. With modifications made to the secret technique progressively over the centuries, practicing it no longer affects us mentally. However, we have to continue feigning madness." Li Chejing listened in silence, taking off his robe and settling at the stone table where he began to prepare tea. Deng Qiuji sighed deeply, then said, "I took a look at the spirit elixirs and pills provided by the sect. All of them have lasting effects. They're meant for refining human pills." "Human pills?" Li Chejing filled their teacups to the brim, his tone remaining light despite the dark topic. "I wonder which Demon King in the southern border is aiming for a breakthrough. That's really a huge deal." Although Deng Qiuji felt slightly better after seeing the smile on Li Chejing's face, he could not help but remark in exasperation, "I can't believe you can still laugh about this. What choice do we have?" Li Chejing shook his head and continued, "The Azure Pawn sect is extremely powerful. Both of our fates are already sealed. If I were to perish here, it would be seen as a sacrifice for the sect on the surface. At least my family would receive compensation and gain something from it. We can't simply flee and bring destruction upon our family. Deng Qiuji sipped on his tea, then hung his head indignantly. You have a point. But to think that our lives are mere fodder for demons. The smile on Liu Changdie's face faded, replaced by a somber expression as he said, We're nothing but fish on the chopping block, subject to the whims of those more powerful. Your family has endured through generations, haven't they? The Azure Pawn sect's reign may have spanned 5 centuries, but nothing lasts forever. There will come a day of decline. As long as our families endure and continue to quietly amass strength, there will come a time for vengeance. Immortal cultivators live long lives. Rarely does the retribution of today get resolved tomorrow. Each generation has its own mission to carry out. He slowly rose from his seat, his gaze resting on the sword in his hand. Our duty lies in sustaining the Azure Pawn sect, providing our families a moment of respite amidst the turmoil. But beyond that, what can we do? It's not as though we can attain the Purple Mansion realm overnight and force the Azure Pawn sect to retract their commands. We must play the long game. Settling into a meditative posture, Deng Qiuji echoed the sentiment with a heavy heart. Escape is not an option. Fleeing Yi Mountain City would only spell doom for our families back home. Chapter 88. He has arrived. As Liu Changdie lifted his gaze to the distant peaks, the sound of a horse's neigh echoed from the mountaintop. A magnificent horse, its coat a seamless ebony without a hint of another hue, reared and galloped freely across the terrain. Its hooves barely seemed to touch the ground as it navigated the rugged path with ease. It turned out that it was a demonic creature of the Qi cultivation realm. The horse, with hooves barely disturbing the mud on the ground below, soared through the air. Its rider, clad in leather armor, was devoid of any adornment made of bones or jade and seemed rather human. Jianixi gently patted the horse on its head and squeezed its body between his legs, then glanced over the village below. Legends in the northern foothills spoke of Jianixi possessing 4 eyes and 8 arms, yet in truth, he had an ordinary appearance with somewhat small eyes and sparse eyebrows. One might pass him by without a second glance if he stood silently in the fields. However, once those yellowish-brown eyes opened and locked onto someone, they instilled a deep sense of unease. Great King, we are now entering the territory of the Demon Gate, announced the attendant with a long braid trailing behind him. Jianixi, with a subtle lift of his eyebrow, surveyed the military formation below the mountain. They'll break in a quarter of an hour, he stated with a light, almost nonchalant tone as if discussing something mundane. The attendant bowed slightly as he silently listened to Jianixi. Behind them, not a single soldier or horse was in sight. As the king who unified the northern foot of Mount Yu, Jianixi ventured into Azure Pawn sect's territory accompanied only by his attendant. At this point in time, he was only about a kilometer away from Liu Xiangping's encampment. After a cursory inspection, Jianixi's interest waned. With a gentle nudge, his horse turned, making its way back effortlessly on the rugged terrain as if it were a smooth road. The long-braided follower immediately followed closely behind, voicing his caution. We don't have much time. There's no need to delay any further. The living can be cunning, my king. We don't know how many shamans there are within this Demon Gate army. It's best not to underestimate the enemy. A low chuckle escaped Jianixi's mouth. The sword at his side glinted under the moonlight peeking through the clouds. Who said anything about fighting them? When Xuanfeng had awakened, he found a tribesman from Mount Yu standing before him, clad in leather armor. His grip on the collar of Xuanfeng's shirt was so firm that it nearly choked him. Thrown out of the courtyard unceremoniously, Xuanfeng hit the ground hard, resulting in the loss of 2 teeth and leaving him with a dizzying vision. Under the gaze of the 2 Mount Yu soldiers standing rigidly on either side of the entrance, Xuanfeng wiped the blood away from his face and began scouring the ground for his lost teeth. However, a heavy boot pinned his hand to the ground. Lifting his eyes, he met the gaze of a pair of yellowish-brown eyes. He was forced to face the grim reality. Lichuanku village had fallen in his brief lapse of consciousness. Xuanfeng's mind raced with questions. How had the clan soldiers, under Liu Changdie's command and stationed across the river, been overtaken so silently? Where were Li Tongya and the other immortals of the Li family during this silent capture of Lichuanku village? His confusion deepened, the pain from his mouth now secondary to the flood of inquiries in his mind. Where is the stronghold of the Li family? The man who was stepping on his hand asked calmly. Chen Sanshui, under the weight of those piercing eyes, had only one question left in his mind. What his father, Chen Erniu, would have done in such a dire situation. His thoughts were abruptly cut short as Jianixi ripped his left arm off with a swift motion. Flesh and tendons were torn apart as a gush of blood painted the ground red. Chen Sanshui's eyes rolled back in agony. The excruciating pain obliterated his ability to think, reducing his existence to sheer agony. That hurts. Jianixi lightly tapped Chen Sanshui's head, casting a spell to retain his lucidity so that he could feel the excruciating pain head-on, while not succumbing to his injuries too quickly. Amount. Lilijing, Chen Sanshui uttered. His fleeting aspiration to heroism was quickly overshadowed by his incontinence, a humbling reminder of his averageness compared to figures like his father and Liu Xiangping. Besides, Liu Xiangping might not be any better than him if he found himself in the same situation. Bring us there. Chen Sanshui was hoisted and found himself dangling upside down, his gaze landing on the moving feet of the Shanyu soldiers. The keen instincts that his father, Chen Erniu, had painstakingly instilled in him over the past 2 decades were now fully awakened. Recognizing his inevitable fate, memories of his life's follies flooded his mind, leaving him with a profound sense of desolation. The Mount Yu warriors advanced with stealth. The runes on their ankles silenced their steps, as 2 contingents escorted Jianixi from Lichuanku village toward Mount Lijing. Observing the captives in the hands of the Mount Yu man behind Jianixi, the stalwart from the village, Chen Sanshui realized that lying about their destination would only prolong his suffering. What a cunning man, he thought bitterly. Chen Sanshui grew up overshadowed by the 4 brothers of the Li family, much like his father, Chen Erniu, who was overshadowed by Li Mutian. He would often hear his father say, among the 4 brothers of the Li family, Li Changhu is gentle and unassuming like a deer. Li Tongya is cautious and calculating as a serpent. Li Xiangping is cunning and fierce like a starving wolf. And Li Chejing is clever and graceful as a white fox. What about me? What am I? Chen Sanshui would ask, his eyes filled with a mixture of hope and yearning for his father's approval. Trash. The blunt dismissal crushed Chen Sanshui, leading him down a path of aimlessness, marrying and fathering children without purpose, and living off his father's name and influence while indulging in frivolity. However, that changed the day Jianixi tore his left arm off. The pain jolted him awake from his aimless drift. He regretted not meeting Jianixi and having this awakening sooner, sparing his father years of worry. When was the last time you had contact with those troops? Jianixi asked softly. He could tell that Chen Sanshui was terrified and unlikely to deceive him, yet unaware that Chen Sanshui had undergone a profound transformation deep down. The spirit of the man he was hoisted over was no longer that of the carefree 30-year-old Chen Shanshui, but that of his 60-year-old father, Chen Erniu. 6 hours ago, Chen Sanshui replied, making sure that his voice was quivering even though his heart was calm. He was finally at peace with having not entirely wasted the privileges of his upbringing for the past 2 decades. As Mount Lijing loomed ahead, Jianixi halted his horse, swiftly decapitating Chen Sanshui in a single, fluid motion. Observing the headless body as it collapsed and the ground stained with fresh blood, Jianixi scoffed. What a piece of useless trash. Chen Sanshui's head landed softly on the ground by the roadside, his gaze fixed on the cloudy night sky above. The last thought that crossed his mind before his consciousness faded was, Li Xiangping, this is as much as I can help. You've been impressive, but you'll truly meet your match this time. Chapter 89, Progressing Westward. After sending his daughter, Li Jingtian, away, Li Xiangping found himself besieged by an unease that disrupted his meditation attempts. Unable to find peace, he finally rose and summoned his men. Chen Dongha, who had been standing guard outside the tent in his armor, responded promptly to Li Xiangping's call. Yes, family head? Any news from the scouts yet? Chen Dongha shook his head and replied, None. It has been 2 hours since we've last heard from Lichuanku village. Send someone to check on it. Li Xiangping shook his head and watched Chen Dongha leave to execute the order. Jianixi's victory 2 days ago should have left his forces depleted. He can't be launching an eastward assault so soon, right? And with our scouts scattered throughout the western mountains, how could silence prevail? Li Xiangping rose to his feet and donned his armor. Watching the burning fire in the brazier that cast a red glow over his eyes, his heart skipped a beat as he considered the worst possibilities looming on the horizon. That man has battled through the northern foothills for over a decade and claimed countless victories. Judging him by common sense is folly. I better withdraw the troops across the river first. Picking up his long saber and carrying his ebony bow on his back, Li Xiangping yelled, "Beat the drums!" The call to arms was sounded. Drums echoed, rallying the troops. As Li Xiangping emerged from his tent, he was met with Chun Dongha's urgent approach. "Family master." Chun Dongha stepped forward, his voice filled with shock as he leaned in to whisper, "Lichuanku village has fallen under the control of Mount Yu, and the scouts we've sent there have been killed. There are 2,000 to 3,000 enemy soldiers stationed on the other side of the river, and they've destroyed several bridges. Our escape route has been cut off." The news hit Li Xiangping like a thunderbolt. For a moment, he stood frozen, unable to speak. He gripped the hilt of his long saber so hard that his knuckles turned white. "Has this news spread among our ranks?" Chun Dongha shook his head vigorously and whispered back, "No. I've kept it under wraps, fearing it would demoralize the troops." With a deep exhale, Li Xiangping commanded, "Reorganize our troops." As Chun Dongha withdrew with a grim look on his face, Li Xiangping closed his eyes and began strategizing. Crossing the river to retake Lichuanku village with our limited forces is out of the question. It's unlikely that Jianixi came with only 2,000 soldiers, especially when he's a cultivator of the Qi cultivation realm. His rear defenses are likely weakened after his recent victory. We should attempt a westward attack. Every moment we delay here brings greater peril. Li Xiangping slowly made his way to the back of the tent, where he surveyed the towering stacks of grains. After a brief calculation, he began storing them in the storage pouch tied around his waist. The storage space of the old Taoist pouch was as vast as a courtyard, enough to accommodate the rice and beans with ease. Stepping forward to address his clan soldiers, Li Xiangping inhaled deeply. He gritted his teeth before barking out, "Head west." Instantly, the 800 clan soldiers and 200 Mount Yu soldiers mobilized, embarking westward into the forest without looking back. Meanwhile, Jianixi's forces had just entered the territories of Lijiang town. His aura as a cultivator of the Qi cultivation realm immediately alerted Liu Jiangxian. With his divine sense, he quickly assessed the situation. Looks like Jianixi has secured Lichuanku village and is advancing eastward toward Lijiang town. He mused silently. Expanding his divine sense as far as he could, Liu Jiangxian immediately located the key members of the Li family. Li Tongya and his wife, Liu Rochuan, were busy gathering river pure Qi for his third brother, Li Xiangping, for his breakthrough to the Qi cultivation realm. They were currently waiting for dawn when pure Qi would ascend and murky Qi would descend. Li Xianxian and Li Xuanfeng had just finished exterminating demons in the western part of Lidayaku village and were now aiding the wounded in the village. The streets that the demonic creature destroyed would require repairing. On Mount Lijiang, Tian Yun and Renpinger shared a conversation by the fireplace. The women had aged considerably, especially Renpinger, who was now in her 40s and had trouble sleeping well at night. Meanwhile, Li Jingtian leaned against the window, her round eyes filled with concern as she gazed into the distance. The gentle night breeze ruffled her black hair. Beside her, Li Xianling was asleep soundly on the bed. Despite his ability to observe all the cultivators of the Li family, Liu Jiangxian's divine sense was confined to the boundaries of Lijiang town. After a moment of consideration, he cast an illusion spell, directing it into Li Xuanling's sleeping mind. With his divine sense far superior to that of an average cultivator, Liu Jiangxian easily gained access to Li Xuanling's dream, considering that the boy was only a cultivator of the second stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Li Xianling, who was jolted awake by the jarring sound of shattered porcelain, found himself in a cold sweat. He sat up on the bed, staring blankly at the now empty windowsill. His older sister, Li Jingtian, was on her knees, carefully picking up the broken pieces of the teapot she had accidentally dropped. "Sorry, I woke you up, Linger," she murmured an apology. With sweat beading on his forehead and body, Li Xianling felt slightly more awake as a gust of cold wind blew in through the window. "Sister, I saw so many corpses in my dream. Jianixi has defeated Uncle and led his soldiers up the mountain, killing many of us." Li Jingtian's concern intensified upon hearing his words, reflecting the fears that had kept her awake at night. She mustered a gentle smile and tried to soothe Li Xianling. Li Xianling merely nodded half-heartedly. After a few moments of contemplative silence, he mumbled, "I'm going to take a leak." With that, He slipped out of bed and made his way to the backyard, avoiding Li Jingtian's gaze. In the solitude of the night, he came upon a worn wooden chair. Li Xianling pursed his lips. It reminded him of Li Mutian's absence. Entering the room where the mirror was kept, the familiar scent of sandalwood and dim candlelight greeted him. His eyes fell upon the cold stone platform, atop which sat a small bluish-gray mirror, with white moonlight gathered around it. He stood on his tiptoes, sticking his hands through the moonlight that felt rather cold, and carefully reached for the mirror. To his surprise, the Dharma artifact felt warm in his hands. Recalling his father's words, Li Xianling raised the mirror in his hands and solemnly recited, "As a disciple of the Li family, I, Li Xianling, respectfully request the profound light to grant me the supreme profound light to vanquish evil, cleanse impurity, and subdue demons." In response, Liu Changdie nodded silently, granting his request. Li Xianling felt himself lifted, soaring high above Lijing Town. The tranquil moonlight bathed Lijing Town in a peaceful slumber, but Li Xuanling's gaze was drawn to the distant Lichuanku village, now overrun by Mount Yu's forces. He observed two teams of soldiers clad in leather armor marching from the south. Their destination was unmistakably clear, Lijing Town. Li Xianling immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he hastily withdrew from his heightened perspective and stowed the mirror in his arms before he hurriedly left the backyard. Chapter 90. Escape. "Let's go, sister." Li Xianling rushed into the side courtyard and crossed the threshold. Grabbing Li Jingtian's arm, he began to pull her toward the front yard, his sudden action sending her into a state of confusion. "What's happening?" "There's no time to explain. Jianixi's troops will be at Mount Lijing in less than 15 minutes. Trust me." Li Jingtian's eyes widened in shock. She quickly gathered her long black hair into a bun, then retrieved a dagger hidden under her pillow. She concealed the weapon in the pocket of her sleeve as she followed behind her younger brother, her voice tense with worry. "Have you alerted Mother and the others?" Li Xianling nodded affirmatively, securing a long saber behind his back. "I've sent clan soldiers to notify them earlier. I've also instructed the few remaining soldiers at the front to escort them down the mountain immediately before I came back to the side courtyard to get you." They quickly exited the side courtyard, but Li Jingtian, who was not an immortal cultivator, struggled to keep pace with her younger brother. Li Xianling cast the divine movement spell on his legs, then lifted her in his arms and hurriedly descended the mountain. Meanwhile, Li Jingtian tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. As she watched the swiftly passing scenery, her mind was heavy with concern for their father, Li Xiangping. She looked up at Li Xianling enviously and commented, "If only I had a spiritual orifice too." After covering a distance, Li Xianling used the mirror to check on Jianixi's movements. He discovered that one of the troops from Mount Yu had already invaded Lijing Town, seizing control of several exits. Another group was cleverly ascending the mountain from another side, aiming to cut off their escape to Jingyang village. Without the mirror, Li Xianling would have walked straight into them. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and muttered under his breath, "This Jianixi is really cunning." He quickly moved in another direction, descending the mountain before they were surrounded and sought refuge in an old, seemingly abandoned courtyard in Lijing Town at the foot of the mountain. Covered in a thin layer of dust, the courtyard appeared abandoned, as if its owner had been absent for a long time. Li Xianling kicked open the door and quickly entered with Li Jingtian. Li Jingtian searched around the house and found 2 sets of plain clothes in a cabinet. Changing into them, she noted that they fit her perfectly. It appeared that the family who used to live here had a daughter of her age, about 12 or 13 years old. Li Xianling was not yet fully grown, so Li Jingtian had to quickly modify the clothes to fit him. By the time she finished cutting up their clothes made of silk and shoving the fabric under the bed, footsteps approached the door. They listened intently for a moment, but the footsteps soon faded into the distance. Li Xianling looked up at his sister's strikingly valiant face, then innocently commented, "Sister, you stand out too much." Li Jingtian nodded at her younger brother's reminder, then drew a bucket of water from the well and proceeded to mess up her makeup. She furrowed her eyebrows and lowered her gaze, adopting the appearance of a girl from a humble, ordinary family. Li Xianling could not help but sigh. Despite Li Jingtian's efforts, her inherent elegance made it difficult to dull her natural beauty. The transformation softened her features, replacing her usual heroic aura with a vulnerable charm that momentarily took Li Xianling aback. After their efforts to disguise themselves, they finally looked like the typical inhabitants of the town. Peering cautiously outside, Li Jingtian whispered, "The Misty Maze formation is merely a minor obstacle for someone like Jianixi. It's fortunate we've escaped from the mountain. As long as we remain hidden here for a day and a night, Jianixi's forces should retreat." Li Xianling nodded, reassured by the familiar warmth of the mirror in his grasp. Meanwhile, on Mount Lijing, Jianixi narrowed his eyes as he listened to his men's report. At the end of it, a smile tugged at his lips. They led the troops over the mountain? Yes. He raised an eyebrow, then cast a cold glance at the stone platform, as well as the incense and candles flickering at his side, before kicking over the altar in front of him. Crash! The altar collapsed, and the fruits and offerings placed on it were scattered across the floor. Jianixi's yellowish-brown eyes drifted to the now overturned table, his mouth curving into a sardonic grin. Mu Jiaomon. What kind of Dharma artifact requires such elaborate offerings? The attendant with the long braid behind him shook his head, scanning the area cautiously. After a moment of reflection, he ventured, "I've heard tales of a large tribe in the Mushroom Forest Plain that worships a wooden statue, believed to wield great powers. Seems like the Li family holds a valuable treasure," Jianixi remarked with a chuckle as he strode out of the courtyard. "This Dharma artifact must be in their military camp right now. Lucky we didn't attack blindly, otherwise we'd have played right into the Demon Gate's trap." Mu Jiaomon commented in relief. Jianixi walked around the main and side courtyards, inspecting the clothes and warm bedding his men presented to him. He nodded thoughtfully and then commented, "That child is pretty smart." Stepping forward, Jianixi gazed down upon Lijing Town at the foot of the mountain below. He spread his arms wide apart as if to embrace the vista. Then, after a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Gather all individuals between the ages of 7 to 15 from this town. Leave none behind." Mu Jiaomon acknowledged the order, then the two men left the Li residence. Jianixi paused, and with a playful smile on his face, he added, "Keep an eye out for the ones in fine clothes and pretty faces. If anyone shows signs of cultivation, capture them immediately and bring them to me." After saying that, Jianixi climbed onto his horse and descended Mount Lijing, with Mu Jiaomon trailing closely behind. In a hushed tone, Mu Jiaomon reminded, "There isn't much time left, great king." Jianixi acknowledged with a nod, then suggested, "Let's make a swift retreat after we've taken the villagers and their possessions before the Demon Gate draws more reinforcements, which would only lead to unnecessary losses." As the pair descended the mountain, the town echoed with cries, as well as the sounds of villagers fighting with the forces of Mount Yu. Jianixi's forces had efficiently rounded up the youth, and the air was filled with cries and screams. Observing the scene, Mu Jiaomon mused quietly, "I guess we can take them back and make them work as slaves and servants." Jianixi's expression darkened at those words. A violent, murderous intent flashed across his eyes, but no one realized it since his back was facing them. Jianixi's neck was once marred by a slave brand. After he exacted revenge on those who had enslaved him and bought his tribe, he coerced a shaman to remove the brand. From that point on, Jianixi refused to mark his body in any way despite his many achievements. Mu Jiaomon continued saying, "These girls certainly have a certain charm." Jianixi responded with a nonchalant nod and picked up his long saber, but Mu Jiaomon's next comment caught his attention. "With the northern foothills now unified and under your command, perhaps it's time to consider having an heir. The mountains are full of ambitious rivals, so having an heir could ensure your legacy." Jianixi merely hummed in response, adjusting his stance in the saddle before propelling his horse westward. "Move west, we'll go have fun with that guy," he said. Chapter 91. Entering the Stronghold. "Amazing," Li Xianxian praised, stepping on the massive carcass of a brown-haired pig demon and scrutinizing the bowl-sized wound with admiration. Beside him, Li Xuanfeng slung his longbow on his back and wore a grin of pride. "How is it? My shooting skills aren't something you get to see every day." "It's indeed impressive." Li Xianxian nodded with a smile on his face as he continued saying, "It's a shame that you ruined such fine leather, though." Li Xuanfeng's smile faltered and was about to retort, but he was interrupted by a clan soldier rushing toward them. The clan soldier's armor was drenched in blood. He dropped to his knees and reported with despair, "Young family head, Mount Yu has taken control of Lijing Town and has ascended Mount Lijing as we speak." Li Xianfeng looked at him in disbelief, then single-handedly lifted the clan soldier off the ground. Do you even know what you're saying? He yelled. Fenger, Li Xianxian, visibly shaken, hastened to the clan soldiers' rescue, disregarding the blood staining him. Why are they in Lijing town? Where are the clan soldiers led by the family head? What happened to Lichuanka village? The soldier quickly reported, the family head and 1,000 clan soldiers are gone. We went to look for help from Lichuanka village, but got assaulted. Lichuanka village has also been taken control by Mount Yu. A chill ran down Li Xuanxuan's spine, and he took a step back as countless terrifying images appeared in his mind. Scout Lijing town and Lichuanka village again to gather more information, he ordered. After pondering for a few moments, he added, send someone to the reeds to look for second uncle. No need. Li Tongya descended from the sky and approached Li Xianxian with a grim expression. I've already scouted Lichuanku. There are currently 3,000 soldiers stationed there, with one cultivator of the Qi cultivation realm among them. Lijing town is overrun by over 3,000 tribesmen from Mount Yu, including at least 3 cultivators of the Qi cultivation realm. Li Tongya was collecting river pure Qi on the riverbank. Upon reaching the shore of Lichuanku, he spotted torches peppering all over the village. The sight of numerous figures moving about filled his heart with unease. As he drew closer to the village in midair, the presence of people with distinct hairstyles and tattoos everywhere sent a shiver down his spine. Suddenly, a Mount Yu cultivator of the Qi cultivation realm soared into the air and unleashed a dense, black mist toward Li Tongya. Li Tongya exchanged a few blows with the cultivator. His profound water sword technique, empowered by the river true essence, soon proved too overwhelming for the rogue cultivator from Mount Yu, forcing his opponent into a reluctant retreat. Family head is, Li Xianxian spoke anxiously, only for Li Tongya to cut him off with a shake of his head. When I arrived at Lichuanka village, it was already blocked off. There were no signs of a military formation on the riverbank, nor any evidence of fighting. Xiangping must have withdrawn or headed in another direction. Li Xianxian exhaled deeply in relief, and Li Xuanfeng's tense expression also eased slightly. Li Tongya then slapped his brocade pouch and produced a jade seal. It was a symbol of the Azure Pond sect's authority, and it bore a short message, endure. With a grim expression, Li Tongya put the seal away. He had sought aid through it earlier, only to receive a dismissive message after an hour of waiting. We can no longer count on the Azure Pond sect. Our next steps depend on Jianixi's actions. Li Xianling and Li Jingtian had barely rested when the door was violently kicked open. A group of Mount Yu men barged in. Among them was a figure who appeared to be the leader, brandishing a saber. His eyes lit up upon seeing Li Jingtian as he commented happily, "What a fine catch this little lady is." The abrupt intrusion startled both Li Xianling and Li Jingtian. While Li Jingtian wondered how Jianixi could have located their hiding place, a few mortals stepped forward. Her suspicions deepened, sensing that something was amiss. Li Xianling clenched his fists, silently weighing their odds. Though I have no doubt that I can easily defeat these people, I'm worried we'll draw unnecessary attention. Engaging them might attract their other allies on the streets, who could potentially be cultivators. If that happens, it'll be difficult for us to escape. The leader of the group scrutinized them before waving and commanding loudly, "Take them away." 2 of his men approached with ropes to tie the twins up. Li Xianling cast a glance at Li Jingtian, only to see the subtle shake of her head, so he allowed these people to tie them up. Li Xianling tested the rope's hold and found them to be ridiculously weak. The fact that he could easily break them just by applying a little force showed that these men underestimated a 10-year-old boy like him and failed to recognize that he had attained the second stage of the embryonic breathing realm. As they were led out of the courtyard, they caught sight of other youths being herded like livestock toward the forest, under the watchful eye of a figure marked with distinctive tattoos and wearing long braided hair. Qi cultivation realm, Li Xianling mumbled under his breath before he was led into the forest along with Li Jingtian. He feigned clumsiness, deliberately stumbling into the mud to smear his face with it. I've spent a lot of time at the foot of the mountain over the past few years, so everyone knows me. I'd better disguise myself in case some idiot accidentally blows my cover. Cocking his head to the side while smoothing down his clothes, Li Xianling kept his head bowed in an attempt to look as inconspicuous as possible. He glanced ahead at Li Jingtian and secretly sighed in relief. Luckily, Big Sister has remained secluded in the mountains for the past few years. Otherwise, given her outstanding beauty, everyone would be able to recognize her even through her disguise. Before them lay Big River Creek, beyond which stretched Mount Yu's territory. Li Xianling quietly touched the mirror hidden beneath his clothes, then retracted his hand with a bitter smile. The group ahead was overseen by 3 cultivators of the Qi cultivation realm hovering in the air, with vigilant Mount Yu soldiers behind them, making an escape seem impossible. Fortunately, the spiritual senses of the 3 cultivators were limited, preventing them from noticing Li Xianling below. The two had no choice but to continue forward, traversing through the day and night until a simple stronghold came into view. The stronghold was bustling with activity as numerous individuals had their feet bound in shackles and were strained under the weight of equipment and provisions. Escape seems extremely difficult for these mortals, but for cultivators like me, I'll just break these shackles and escape with Big Sister when night falls. Li Xianling felt a surge of relief at the thought. He then saw a group of captives shackled and kneeling ahead of them on the ground, waiting for horizontal lines to be painted on their neck by the shamans of Mount Yu as a symbol of their status as slaves. Meanwhile, some men came over to undo their ropes and led the girls away. Li Jingtian was singled out from the crowd, drawing gasps from both Mount Yu men and fellow captives. Whose daughter is that? What a beauty she is. What a beautiful little lady. Despite the mud smearing her face, it was impossible to conceal Li Jingtian's sharp nose and the elegant outline of her face contours. Her clear, grayish-black eyes, inherited from Li Xiangping, were captivating in their own right. Li Xianling, now shackled and would due to Mount Yu's scarcity of metals, watched helplessly as a Mount Yu shaman marked him with the symbols of servitude. Despite the dire circumstances, his concern remained fixed on Li Jingtian, especially when a Mount Yu leader with a distinctive long braid took a keen interest in her, stepping forward to examine her more closely. Meanwhile, Li Xianling was ushered into the stronghold, where the Mount Yu men promptly secured him with wooden shackles. Those from Mount Yu were not adept in smelting, so all the metals they made were reserved for making weapons rather than restraints, which were made of sturdy wood. As a Mount Yu shaman painted horizontal stripes on his neck, Li Xianling discreetly monitored the movements near Li Jingtian. A Mount Yu man with a long braid slowly descended from the sky and inspected her closely. Chapter 92, Yi Tian. Mu Jiaomon descended gracefully from the air, prompting the clan shamans and tribesmen below to immediately drop to their knees and respectfully greet, General. Ignoring the greetings of those around him, Mu Jiaomon glanced sidelong for a while. He felt his left eyelid twitching as he observed Li Jingtian, who kept her head bowed. Having been a Qi cultivator for over a decade, Mu Jiaomon had never experienced such involuntary movements before, let alone the feeling of breathlessness and the inability to avert his gaze. Mu Jiaomon began to utter a word, but the surrounding clan shamans and tribesmen nodded eagerly. "We know, General. We know," they said with an understanding smile. Mu Jiaomon, having spent so many years in the tribe, knew what the others were implying. Observing Li Jingtian's resentful gaze, he tried to clarify himself but eventually chose silence instead of explanation. The tribesmen quickly led Li Jingtian away. Mu Jiaomon turned around coldly, then soared into the air once again under everyone's gaze. As he moved through the air, Mu Jiaomon suddenly felt an elation tempting him to abandon his usual restraint. Yet, he maintained his composure as he made his way to the tent. Meanwhile, Li Jingtian was escorted into the stronghold. She was released, and her face was washed clean of the mud before it got painted on with the colorful pigments commonly used by the Mount Yu tribe, the colors extending to her neck. She was then dressed in Mount Yu clothing, adorned with feathers, beast fangs, and shiny jades. The wild outfit and accessories actually added a regal air to her natural beauty, leaving the elders attending to her in awe as the movements of their hands slowed. By the time the lengthy preparations were complete, the sky was already dark. Li Jingtian was being led into a dimly lit military tent, where she overheard a gruff voice as soon as she approached the entrance. "The great king gave his command for us to head west in order to guard against any disturbances at the sandbank. The general was to organize the rear troops and escort the slaves to the great Jiuding first. Meanwhile, I was ordered to lead a troop of 1,000 strong to pursue the foreign forces." How did it go? Li Jingtian recognized the deep and hoarse voice. It belonged to the long-braided Mount Yu general she saw during the day. "I gave chase, but the man led his troops into the depths of Mount Lijing without even looking back. I was afraid of startling the great demons in the mountain, so I withdrew the troops." Mu Jiaomon frowned, slightly tightening his grasp around the cup in his hand as he asked skeptically, "You led the charge yourself? Yet that man still managed to escape? I thought he was only a cultivator of the embryonic breathing realm. The Mount Yu tribesman who was kneeling on the ground quickly lifted his head and was about to explain just as Li Jingtian entered the tent. The beast fangs she wore clinked against the jade stones. The man quickly glanced behind him, appearing equally stunned as Mu Jiamon. Accustomed to the rugged appearance of Mount Yu women with entangled and muddy hair, neither of them had seen such a woman with bright eyes, white teeth, and a clear, piercing gaze. Both men were momentarily lost in their thoughts. Damn, no wonder why the ancestors had always spoken of the beauty of mortal women. Li Jingtian, however, observed them quietly. Seeing their diverted gaze, she recalled the dagger hidden in her clothes, which had been confiscated. She heard faint discussions about her father outside and was anxious to hear more, yet she was pushed into the tent instead. Now, in the presence of these two men, she maintained her composure. The tribesman kneeling on the ground gulped audibly, snapping Mu Jiamon back to his senses. He shot a glare at the man, then cleared his throat. He was going to chase Li Jingtian out of the tent, but the words that came out of his mouth were, "Please wait outside." As Li Jingtian turned around and exited the tent, the tribesman stumbled over his words while attempting to respond to the earlier question. Ahuici. Upon calming himself down, the tribesman mustered the courage to speak under Mu Jiamon's angry gaze. The man seemed to be blessed by the gods. He effortlessly evaded every trap we laid out and even summoned a demonic creature to his aid. The creature disregarded hundreds of them and focused its relentless attacks only on us. I've heard enough. Get out of here. Mu Jiamon, no longer interested in hearing the man's excuses, dismissed him with a wave of his hand. Noticing the man's reluctance to leave the area after exiting the tent, Mu Jiamon let out an annoyed snort. The fourth heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm's aura radiated from him, frightening the man into a hasty retreat. As Li Jingtian was pushed back into the tent by a clan shaman outside, Mu Jiamon abruptly rose from his seat, but quickly sat back down again. His demeanor was fraught with the same nervous anticipation he had felt during childhood when he was assessed for a shamanic orifice. He met Li Jingtian's gaze, then slowly began, "You." Li Jingtian remained unfazed as she stared right back at Mu Jiamon, who was physically stronger than her. "Lay a finger on me, and I'll end my life right here in this tent," she hissed through gritted teeth. Her bold statement surprisingly eased her tension. "If I die here, Xianling won't have to worry about me. He'll be able to escape easily alone." Mu Jiamon quickly waved his hands, then gently asked, "What's your name?" Li Jingtian immediately grew wary, furrowing her brow as she quietly responded, "Tian." Knowing she could not reveal her true identity, she quickly fabricated a name. Observing Mu Jiamon's stoic face, Li Jingtian could not help but wonder why the leader of Mount Yu was panting so badly. Mu Jiamon, who was captivated by Li Jingtian's frown, felt a turmoil of emotions he had not experienced in his decades of loyal service to Jianixi. It terrified him, and he could hardly remain calm. "No, I must keep this woman out of Jianixi's sight." Young family head. Mount Yu has completely withdrawn. Li Xuanfeng's gaze was fixed on Mount Lijing, his expression fraught with worry, when suddenly the voices of the clan soldiers below broke through his thoughts. Their proclamation filled him with relief, and he glanced around at the expectant faces surrounding him, feeling a surge of responsibility. Second uncle has set out westward in search of third uncle. The burden of the family falls on me now. In times of crisis like these, I, Li Xianxian, must remain vigilant. He reminded himself sternly, clenching his fists in determination. The situation was dire. With Li Qiuyang and Shun Donghe accompanying Li Xiangping to the territories of Mount Yu, there was only a handful of inexperienced young cultivators left at home, aside from his aunt, Lu Rochuan, and Li Xianfeng, who had attained the fourth stage of the embryonic breathing realm. "We must first assess the damage and casualties at Lichuanka village and Lijing town," he declared. Lu Rochuan, who looked like she was still in her 20s rather than 30s due to her immortal cultivation, nodded in agreement as she gazed toward the west in concern. "Leave Lichuanku village to me," she said. "Tianqiu," Li Xianxian called out. Wan Tianqiu quickly stepped forward, listening attentively to Li Xuanquan's instructions. "You've been stationed in Lichuanku village for many years. Since you know the area well, please accompany my aunt on her journey." After receiving a nod of understanding from Wan Tianqiu, Li Xianxian exhaled deeply and said, "I'll personally oversee the matters in Lijing town." Chapter 93, returning to the mountain. On Mount Lijing, Li Xianxian stood amidst the messy courtyard, accompanied by Li Yexing's eldest son, Li Xiaowen. Li Xiaowen, who had been reassigned back to this place by Li Xiangping in recent years, now assisted Li Xianxian in managing the clan affairs. With Li Yexing following Li Xiangping westward, it fell to Li Xiaowen to assume his father's responsibilities. Shaking his head with concern, Li Xianxian furrowed his brow and asked, "Still no sign of Jingtian and Xianling?" "We've scoured the surrounding mountains and forests, but haven't located them," young family head. A pang of worry gripped Li Xuanchuan's heart as he surveyed the messy courtyard. He grabbed a fallen wooden stool and sank onto it. "Brother Xian, Mount Yu has taken away the youths in the village." The casualties in Lijing town were minimal, but there were many deaths at Lichuanku village, including the eldest son of the Qin family. Li Xianxian nodded somberly, mumbling, "It could have been worse. Our losses are manageable." The youths from Lijing town had already been tested for spiritual orifices. The children found to possess one recently were disciples who did not bear the surname Li. They were all safe as they had been following Li Xianxian around. As long as Chen Dongha survives, the other deaths in the Qin family don't matter. Go tell the men who are willing to retaliate against Mount Yu to rescue their children and gather at the foot of the mountain. We'll assemble a troop out of them. But young family head, this is... Li Xianxian shook his head and reassured. The family head has taken away our clan soldiers, so we'll need to assemble a new force to maintain order in the villages. This is just a symbolic gesture. Mount Yu holds considerable power now, and I won't act recklessly. As Li Xiaowen departed to carry out the orders, Li Xianxian retreated to the backyard. He pushed open the door of a small house, but was immediately greeted by the sight of an altar table that had been knocked over and an empty stone platform. "Damn it," Li Xianxian muttered, feeling a surge of frustration and anger in his heart. After a few moments, the emotions subsided into a long sigh of helplessness. He glanced at the broken wooden chair where Li Mutian used to sit, then took a seat in it and stared blankly at the empty stone platform. All of a sudden, the door creaked open, and Li Tongya entered the room, covered in dust from his travels. He looked around at the scattered objects on the floor in silence. Quickly rising to his feet, Li Xianxian respectfully asked, "Second uncle, have you found any news of family head?" Shaking his head, Li Tongya used the purifying spell to brush off the dust from his clothes. "I explored the territory of Mount Yu for 4 hours, but found no traces of them. However, I did notice that those from Mount Yu have established a stronghold in the west, guarded by 4 Qi cultivators." Seeing Li Xuanchuan's crestfallen expression and his gaze drifting to the empty stone platform, Li Tongya remained composed and offered reassurance with a smile. "There's no need to panic. If I couldn't find them, those from Mount Yu won't either. Xiangping's safety shouldn't be a concern for the time being. Besides, Linger is smart. He has taken the mirror away in advance." As Li Tongya lifted the altar table, he continued, "Jianixi's surprise attack on Mount Lijing was clearly aimed at capturing Xianling and Jingtian to extort a ransom from us. But since nothing has happened, it's likely that Xianling has escaped when they ascended the mountains, foiling Jianixi's plan." Li Xianxian nodded thoughtfully in response. "I see. Xianling must have sensed the danger and fled with the mirror, but was intercepted and taken westward." Li Tongya rearranged the offerings on the altar table as he said, "I'll look for another opportunity to act. You focus on calming down the people at home and assessing the damage to the spirit fields. Chen Dongha and Li Qiuyang are with the army in the west, so the spirit fields should be managed accordingly." "All right. Be careful out there, second uncle." Li Xianxian expressed his concern, but Li Tongya waved it off with a smile. "These people from Mount Yu are mere savages, relying on sheer numbers and primitive qi. With my profound water sword qi, a few of them won't be able to pose a threat to me. There's no need to worry. If your fourth uncle, Chejing, were here, even 5 of them wouldn't be enough to handle him." With those reassuring words, Li Tongya stepped out and headed west. Li Xianxian exhaled a deep breath and sat back on the worn wooden chair. The glimmer of hope caused his lips to curl up into a small smile, but it was at this moment that he noticed some wonky words carved onto the chair legs. "Harmony at home leads to prosperity in the family." The words reminded him of the old man who had spent half his life secluded in the mountains due to a rumored sighting of a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm. Wiping away the tears that gathered in his eyes, Li Xianxian stepped out with resolve. As soon as he exited the house, he bumped into Li Xianfeng, who was carrying a pitch-black longbow on his back. Observing his urgency, Li Xianxian called out to him. Fenger. Li Xianfeng lifted his head. After Li Xianxian shared with him the conversation he had with Li Tongya, Li Xianfeng breathed a sigh of relief. However, concern still lingered on his face as he said, "Father is alone with his troops in the territory of Mount Yu. I'm still worried about him. You mustn't act recklessly," Li Xianxian immediately cautioned. Li Tongya had just left to rescue Li Xianling and Li Jingtian. He could not afford to have Li Xianfeng fall into the same trap, so he quickly consoled him. "Family head knows what he's doing. You mustn't venture into the territory of Mount Yu to search for him. It'll only cause more trouble for everyone. I know, it's because I'm still too weak." Li Xianfeng waved him off dismissively, then lamented, "If only I had attained the Qi cultivation realm. Dealing with those from Mount Yu or Jianixi would be as easy as shooting an arrow." "Whatever." Li Xianfeng gritted his teeth and waved his hand in frustration. "I'm going into seclusion to condense the Jade Capital Chakra so that I can attain the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm." Hearing his determined tone, Li Xianxian felt a pang of concern. Is breaking through really just about secluding oneself? Doesn't it involve waiting for an opportunity? Having been stuck at the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm for over 2 years, Li Xianxian let out a sigh and took out a jade bottle from his chest pocket. "This is the snake essence pill left over from the time when Senior Xiao helped our family refine them. We had 3 in total. The elders used 1 each to break through the Jade Capital stage. This last one is reserved for my breakthrough, but you can have it first," he offered warmly. With another sigh, he lamented softly, "It's a pity our family lacks a legacy in alchemy. We've been holding on to 3 snake dragon fruits for years, yet we haven't been able to put them to good use." Li Xianfeng expressed his gratitude and accepted the jade bottle. "Don't worry, Brother Xian. Our family has only been on the immortal cultivation path for a little over 30 years. We can't possibly compare ourselves to those well-established clans. When we have more Qi cultivators in our family, I'll find a rogue cultivator who has legacies in pill refinement and take what we need by force." Li Xianxian shook his head at the idea and chuckled. "Your inclination toward violence is concerning. These legacies aren't acquired by just quickly killing a few people. We need to save up spirit stones to purchase them." Li Xianfeng shrugged indifferently. "As long as we're stronger than them, whether we mug or buy is irrelevant, isn't it?" With that, he chuckled lightly and headed toward the cave dwelling on Mount Meiche to begin his seclusion. Chapter 94. Planning an Escape. Li Xianling had to labor within the stronghold for over 10 days. While the other slaves were whining in exhaustion, he was doing well thanks to his cultivation at the 2nd stage of the embryonic breathing realm. He only had to feign weariness to blend in. The living conditions for slaves were dire, confined within an enclosure reminiscent of a sheep pen, where human waste accumulated in heaps, and the air was thick with foul odors. The area was closely guarded by over a dozen Mount Yu soldiers, making any thought of escape daunting. Li Xianling desperately wanted to escape by the end of the 1st day, yet he stayed for over 10 days, hoping to hear from Li Jingtian. Mount Yu appeared to be in the process of building a huge stronghold for the purpose of surveillance and countering the Li family. Surveying the layout, Li Xianling considered his escape options. He concluded that the best time to escape was when moving the woods outside the stronghold. As long as he was far away from the experts in the stronghold, a swift elimination of a few soldiers would secure his escape. Although it's easy for me to just leave, it'd be very difficult for Big Sister to escape. Li Jingtian's frequent movements in and out of the command tent made Li Xianling extremely nervous. He always tried to linger around the area, hoping to find a chance to take Li Jingtian away. As Li Xianling carried wood around the stronghold, he quietly observed his surroundings and eavesdropped on a conversation between 2 Mount Yu shamans. "We're setting off for the Great Jiuding tomorrow, aren't we?" "Indeed. Rumor has it that the Great King has plans to erect a huge stone platform there to perform a shamanic ceremony in order to commemorate the unification of the northern foothills. After centuries of turmoil, it seems we're on the brink of a new era of stability." Li Xianling was taken aback by what he had heard. "I must take action, regardless. Once we're taken into the great city of Mount Yu tomorrow, there will be no escape." After carefully placing down the wood he was carrying, Li Xianling reached into his clothing to consult the mirror concealed within. He quickly located Li Jingtian and promptly headed toward her direction. Liu Jiangxian was perplexed as he observed the situation through the mirror. As Li Xianling advanced westward, a mysterious energy seemed to connect with him from afar. Liu Changdie sensed the powerful presence that stood out like a beacon in the night in surprise. How could this be? Talisman Qi. The source of this familiar aura from the distant mountain was none other than a talisman Qi. Liu Changdie was certain that it was one that was bestowed by the mirror. It was not the gray talisman in Xiangping, but a shimmering, yellow one. The mirror's talisman Qi included various colors: gray, white, blue, yellow. Each of them corresponded to different cultivation realms: Qi Cultivation, Foundation Establishment, Purple Mansion, and Golden Core respectively. This yellow talisman was condensed by the mirror through offerings and incense of the Golden Core stage. As Xiangping pressed on, Liu Changdie managed to connect with the talisman Qi but remained cautious in his approach. Liu Changdie fell into a brief, contemplative silence before a name slowly appeared in his mind. The disciple of the Immortal Mansion, Li Jiangxuan. He quickly dismissed the thought amidst growing confusion. Li Jiangxuan was merely a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm when he was pursued by the cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm from the 3 sects and 7 gates. How could he possibly possess a yellow talisman within him? The process requires not just a corpse of the Golden Core realm, but the sacrifice of a living demonic creature and an immense amount of incense. Liu Changdie could not figure out the puzzle, but he could sense danger in the air. We must avoid the Great Druiding at all costs. It could be a den for demons awaiting their next victim. This incident involving Li Jiangxuan is a prime example. The forces behind the mirror's pursuit aren't limited to mere sects and gates. There's a larger power at play. Li Xiangping had been anxiously pacing outside the tent for quite some time before finally catching sight of Li Jingtian. He had swapped duties with a slave who was responsible for delivering water and deliberately took his sweet time delivering the water toward the vat, all so that he could bump into Li Jingtian. Li Jingtian, wearing beast leather, jade, and jewels, cast a discreet glance at Li Xiangping, who was clumsily transporting water, and she suddenly said, "Hold on." The Mount Yu tribesmen following her around instantly smiled fawningly as they awaited further instruction from Li Jingtian. "Include him as well," she said. 2 of the tribesmen approached and led Li Xiangping away. Walking with his head bowed, Li Xiangping heard the 2 men chuckling. "You're fortunate, child. The general has agreed to let the young lady pick 10 of her own slaves, and you're the first one she picked." Realizing that Li Jingtian had found a means to communicate, Li Xiangping willingly followed them. After a simple rinse of his body, Li Xiangping was unceremoniously shoved into Li Jingtian's tent. Those from Mount Yu paid little attention to etiquette, so Li Xiangping, still damp, stepped onto the mat and glanced around. To his relief, he saw only Li Jingtian inside and let out a soft sigh of relief. Li Jingtian set aside what she was holding and hurried over, whispering urgently in his ear, "I've gathered information about Family Head." It turned out that over the past 10 days, Li Xiangping had been pursued relentlessly to the west, deep into the territory of Mount Yu. He had been raiding Mount Yu villages and rallying desperate vagrants in Jianixi's territories, causing significant unrest in the area. Upon hearing of these disturbances, Jianixi, who was raiding the clans under the governance of the Golden Tang Gate in the north, ordered Mu Jiaomon to return there to suppress the troops. This was why they were departing tomorrow. Li Xiangping was taken aback as he murmured in disbelief, "What is Family Head thinking?" As he snapped back to his senses, he whispered back, "Let's not care about all of that first. Tonight, when the crescent moon is high, I'll be gathering wood far from the stronghold. That's when we'll make our escape. I'll create a distraction, and you'll pretend to leave the tent to use the restroom. I'll take care of the Mount Yu guards, and then get you out of here." Li Jingtian, concerned, whispered back, "Will it really work? We must be wary of Mount Yu patrols." "Don't worry," Li Xiangping reassured her confidently. "I've been monitoring the tents where those Mount Yu soldiers of the embryonic breathing realm stay for days. They won't be able to notice us." After a moment of consideration, Li Jingtian nodded firmly and said, "And if we draw the attention of a large number of soldiers?" Li Xiangping paused for a moment before answering, "I'll leave you behind and head east to draw them away." Li Jingtian shook her head, her voice gentle but firm as she said, "Mu Jiaomon wouldn't do anything to me even if I were to be captured again. But you, with a spiritual orifice, are too valuable to take any chances with." Seeing Li Xiangping bowing his head in silence, Li Jingtian continued asking with a hint of concern in her voice, "And what if Mu Jiaomon personally comes after us?" Being pursued by a general of the Qi cultivation realm, Li Xuanling's hand brushed against the mirror hidden within his clothing. He was not that confident about Mu Jiaomon's strength after getting struck by the supreme, profound light. Given Mount Yu's notorious reputation, the both of us will surely face dire consequences if captured. We'll either be exploited and used to coerce our family. He locked eyes with Li Jingtian and gritted his teeth. With a tone as cold as steel, he declared, "If it ever comes to that, I'll kill you first before killing myself." Chapter 95. Escape. Li Jingtian froze, her expression reflecting a mix of emotions. She gently rubbed Li Xuanling's head and said softly, "I'll have to rely on you to do it." As soon as Li Jingtian said that, a commotion erupted outside the tent. Mu Jiaomon's deep, angry voice reverberated through the air. "You again? Who the hell are you? You've provoked us repeatedly. Do you really think we're easy targets?" Li Xianling and Li Jingtian exchanged glances, then swiftly lifted the tent curtain to peek outside. A middle-aged man wielding a sword stood in midair, above the stronghold, with translucent light blue river true essence flowing around him. The man was calmly looking at the Mount Yu soldiers that were quickly gathering below him. He was none other than Li Tongya. His voice, amplified through mana enchantment, echoed throughout the stronghold. "The Li family and Mount Yu have always coexisted peacefully. Yet, you have attacked our Mount Lijiang without cause, stolen our spirit rice, and taken our people hostage. And now you ask me who I am." Li Xianling breathed a sigh of relief and whispered joyfully, "Father is here." Meanwhile, Mu Jiaomon soared into the air, accompanied by 2 Mount Yu shamans behind him. "The 4 ridges were originally promised as payment by your demon gate. Why are you all going back on your words now? The spirit rice, spirit fruits, as well as the people, are now in our possession. They belong to Mount Yu." Scowling at the pulsating sword aura in Li Tongya's grasp, Mu Jiaomon clenched his teeth and declared, "Withdraw now, and we'll spare your life." With a sneer, Li Tongya lifted his light gray sword, sending out several sharp sword chi that caught Mu Jiaomon and the other 2 shamans off guard. More than 10 days ago, Li Tongya encountered Mu Jiaomon and his group while crossing the border in search of Li Xiangping. Knowing that Li Tongya was a formidable foe, they hurriedly performed hand seals to cast their spells. Mu Jiaomon and the other 2 shamans cultivated their qi through secret techniques of the Mount Yu tribe. They had never used any legitimate qi gathering method and merely consumed various forms of unrefined qi. Therefore, the strength of their spells was way inferior to Li Tongya, placing them at a significant disadvantage once more. Having meticulously honed his profound water sword technique for nearly 30 years, Li Tongya's sword auras were swift and precise. Despite their attempts to evade, the 3 of them found themselves struggling to keep up, and chaos erupted in the barracks like a boiling cauldron. "Perfect chance," Li Xianling exclaimed as he swiftly kicked off the shackles on his legs and grabbed Li Jingtian. With one hand, he snapped the necks of the Mount Yu guards at the entrance and hastily dashed a few steps before vaulting over the wooden fence. Outside the fence, 2 Mount Yu soldiers stood bewildered, mouths agape, staring into space. Li Xianling swiftly incapacitated them with 2 golden light spells, showing no remorse for their demise. Ignoring their fate, he cast a divine movement spell on his leg, then carried Li Jingtian and disappeared into the mountain forest. His movements were fluid and swift, akin to a panther. While everyone was preoccupied with the scene in the air, it took just a short moment for Li Xianling to reach the stronghold's outskirts with Li Jingtian. By the time a few soldiers near the army tent reacted, Li Xianling had already vanished without a trace. There were no seasoned experts present in the surroundings. Those of the embryonic breathing realm had already departed to suppress the ongoing chaos. Furthermore, their spiritual sense could only be extended a short distance, barely reaching beyond 30 meters. "Damn it!" Mu Jiaomon bellowed from above, his teeth clenched in anger. He shouted indignantly, "If the great king were here, he would never allow you to get away with acting so brazenly." Jianixi, a cultivator who had attained the 7th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, had undergone a peculiar experience in his early years. His cultivation method was authentically passed down in sects, augmented by the absorption of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. With his weapon mastery, he held sway over numerous factions in the northern foothills. Li Tongya paid no heed to his words as he silently assessed Jianixi's strength against that of Li Chejing in his mind. Gripping his sword, he thought to himself, "I'm only at the 2nd heavenly layer of the qi cultivation realm. One of these three people is at the 4th heavenly layer while the other two are at the 2nd heavenly layer. I'll eventually run out of mana if I rely solely on the profound water sword chi. I must tread carefully. With a sweep of his sword chi, Li Tongya managed to momentarily push back the three assailants who came forward to him. Glancing down, he observed the stronghold gradually regaining stability. I wonder if the two kids have escaped. If not, I must withdraw after a few more exchanges and wait for another opportunity. After intercepting a dozen moves from the three enemies, Li Tongya once again repelled them with his sword. Then, without a word, he turned around and fled east. Mu Jiaomon's angry shout echoed after him. Such audacity! You think you can come and go as you please. He gritted his teeth and conjured a dense black chi, but this caused his essence chi to diminish slightly. He was using a formidable Mount Yu Shaman's secret spell. The thick black chi swirled and expanded, forming a large skull that hurtled toward Li Tongya. Watching from below, Liu Changdie was momentarily taken aback, sensing a familiarity with the black chi. It felt like a product of the mirror, evoking an impulse to draw it closer with a finger and devour it. After a brief contemplation and a glance at Mu Jiaomon, Liu Changdie decided to prioritize self-preservation over fleeting indulgences. He continued to feign death in the mirror while discreetly activating his divine sense to closely monitor Li Tongya's situation. Although Li Tongya could not identify the spell being cast by Mu Jiaomon, he sensed its malevolent nature. Dodging and weaving in the air, Li Tongya attempted to evade the surging black chi, but it suddenly sped up and collided with his back. With a booming laugh, Mu Jiaomon taunted, "This shaman spell is extremely phenomenal. Your tricks won't save you, even if you flee to the ends of the earth." Feeling his limbs going cold, Li Tongya forced his mana to circulate in his body. His flight speed even decreased slightly. However, upon closer inspection, he detected no further anomalies. Is that it? Perplexed, Li Tongya glanced back and noticed that despite his slowed speed, he was gradually distancing himself from the three enemies. This unexpected turn left Mu Jiaomon infuriated and bewildered. Feeling his subordinates' stares boring holes into his back, he muttered under his breath, "What the hell is going on?" Meanwhile, beneath them, Liu Changdie chuckled inwardly as he studied the structure of the black chi that had attached itself to the back of Li Tongya's clothes. Most of it was currently under the control of his divine sense. It resembles talisman chi, although considerably weaker. The medium of the sacrificial ritual method is the mirror, but that seems to have been changed to the spellcaster. There must be a strong connection between shamans and the mirror. Recalling the yellow talisman of the Golden Core realm found in the direction of the Great Jiuding, Liu Changdie quietly noted down this newfound insight from the black chi in his heart before quickly dissipating it. I suppose I can study this matter when I have spare time. At least it beats spending all my time sleeping in the mirror. Chapter 96. Losses. Mu Jiaomon and the two shamans chased after Li Tongya for some time, cursing loudly before they eventually ceased their chase and retreated with awkward looks on their faces. Li Tongya managed to glance back and watch Mu Jiaomon and the others leave, a subtle smile playing on his lips. After channeling his mana throughout his body for just one cycle, the slight discomfort brought on by the curse swiftly vanished. Perplexed and pausing to reflect, he deduced that the leader of Mount Yu had yet to perfect his skills, thereby bringing shame upon himself through his inadequate mastery. After regulating his breathing to restore his mana, Li Tongya glanced around and then glided close to the ground. The river pure chi he had consumed previously rolled in his chi-high acupoint, rendering him weightless and enabling him to move without his feet touching the ground. I should return first and see if those two kids are back. If not, I'll have to infiltrate the stronghold once more. Staying close to the ground and moving with deliberate care, Li Tongya flew for an hour. Upon finally sensing the presence of the two disheveled children, Li Xianling and Li Jingtian, within the range of his spiritual sense, relief washed over him. Li Xianling had cast a spell on his leg, causing them to glow in white, as he easily navigated through the forest with Li Jingtian in his arms. He was running so quickly that mud water splattered on his body. The kid avoided the eastern route toward Mount Lijing, for fear of running into Mu Jiaomon and the others who had failed to pursue Li Tongya. He deliberately picked the further route, which explained why Li Tongya had to spend a long time to locate them. Li Tongya gently landed before Li Xianling, his smile broadening upon seeing their astonished expressions. Li Xuanling's eyes immediately reddened with tears. Having endured days of being a hostage and forced to face life-and-death situations, Li Xianling was pinned up with frustration. He released Li Jingtian, who already had tears streaming down her face, and cried out, "Father!" Li Tongya's heart clenched at the sight. He embraced his son, soothing him. There, everything's fine now. It's our fault as elders for making both of you suffer so much." With a sigh, Li Tongya lifted each of his children with one hand and ascended into the sky. Jianixi has indeed proven to be a formidable enemy, driving our family to this state. Your third uncle's escape route had been cut off, and he was forced westward. I've received no news of him since, he explained softly. Recalling the cold message he received on the jade seal from the Azure Pond sect that read, "Endure," Li Tongya gazed into the fading twilight and murmured, "We can only rely on ourselves and become stronger." "Father, I've heard that our family head has ventured deep into Mount Yu's territory. Have you already heard about this?" Li Xianling asked, wiping away his tears as he recalled the information he heard. Li Tongya hesitated, then reassured him, "Don't worry, your uncle will surely get out of there safely." Upon Li Tongya's return to Mount Lijing, he found that Li Xuanfeng was in seclusion. Li Xianxian had already managed the village affairs and organized a militia of 200 to 300 people to maintain order. Once Li Tongya put down the two kids, Li Xianling went to the backyard to return the mirror. Li Jingtian was extremely exhausted from the entire ordeal. She went to the side courtyard to inform her mother, Tian, that she was back safely, then washed up and retired to bed. Li Xianxian was also relieved to see them back and inquired about news of Li Xiangping. Li Xianling shared the information he had gathered in the Stronghold, but Li Tongya and Li Xianxian fell into contemplative silence after listening to him. It was at this moment that Li Tongya suddenly recalled that Li Xiangping had chosen the evade death, prolong life option when he received the Talisman Qi. Feeling slightly at peace, he asked, "Let's not worry about Xiangping for now. The Misty Maze formation has been broken. Did you manage to retrieve the formation flags?" Li Xianxian quickly produced 3 formation flags and explained, "When the grand formation was broken, all the 6 formation flags were scattered about the mountain. I have only managed to recover 3 of them. The remaining ones were probably taken away by those from Mount Yu. Apart from that, 5 spirit fields have been plundered. We've lost over 300 gene of spirit patties and more than 10 spirit fruits. I've arranged for people to replant the fields that were plundered. The overall estimated total loss is around 20 spirit stones," he reported. Li Tongya nodded in acknowledgement, but Li Xianxian continued lamenting. With the Misty Maze formation destroyed, Mount Lijing is now left vulnerable without any protection. We don't have any other formations at home, though. What about Wan Tianqiu? Li Tongya asked as he carefully put away the 3 formation flags into his storage pouch. Li Xianxian shook his head and answered in disappointment. The kid's not a master in that field. He has only learned 2 formations out of the many formations in the Wan family's legacies. Both are small formations of the embryonic breathing realm, suitable for individual protection, but not enough to safeguard the mountain. Li Tongya, after a moment of reflection, suggested, "Mount Lijing was plundered largely due to our lack of protective formations. Go set up a few small formations that could deter the mortals from coming up here. I plan to spend the next few years gathering river pure qi. If Xiangping doesn't return by then, I'll sell it and see if it's possible to bring someone from the Xiao family here to set up a formation of the qi cultivation realm." Li Xianxian looked troubled and said, "This would mean wasting second uncle's valuable cultivation time to gather the pure qi." "It's fine," Li Tongya replied, shaking his head. "None of you have yet to break through to the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm and awaken your spiritual sense. Without it, you cannot gather this pure qi. Moreover, even with a spiritual sense, gathering qi as a cultivator of the embryonic breathing realm is exceedingly slow. We can't afford to wait 8 to 10 years. It's unfortunate that this type of spiritual qi of heaven and earth is very sparse. A vast expanse of reeds can only produce a portion of it over 5 years," he added. Li Xianxian nodded in understanding, and Li Tongya continued, "Besides, should another person from our Li family attain the qi cultivation realm, the Azure Pond sect will likely issue higher-level spirit seeds and change their demands on the tributes." Li Xianxian paused briefly before asking, "That means our Li family needs to increase our tributes, right? I wonder if we can hide this from the sect." Li Tongya shook his head and replied, "There's no need to do that. Delaying 2 or 3 decades won't change the inevitable. It's not worth it to risk offending the Azure Pawn sect. Although they've seemed indifferent about us over the past few years, it's wise to remain cautious. The Azure Pawn sect's motives are unclear, and we must be wary of their actions. The Azure Pawn sect sees us as nothing more than livestock. It was at this moment they were interrupted by another voice. Li Xuanfeng strode into the room with a smile on his face. Li Tongya expanded his spiritual sense, then chuckled and asked, "You achieved a breakthrough, huh?" Li Xuanfeng nodded and answered, "I've reached the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm and condensed the Jade Capital Chakra. Having a spiritual sense is a truly amazing feeling." Li Xianxian offered him a congratulatory smile, tinged with envy and a compliment. Li Xianfeng shook his head humbly. He was worried about his father, Li Xiangping, and could hardly feel the joy over his achievement. Carrying his longbow on his back, he declared, "I'll hunt some demonic creatures nearby to help support our family." "Don't stray too far," Li Tongya warned. Although he knew Li Xianfeng was capable of handling a few demonic creatures around Mount Dali, he was still concerned for his safety. Li Xianfeng nodded, then left. Li Tongya returned his attention to Li Xianxian and encouraged him. "You must also diligently pursue your cultivation. If you reach the Qi cultivation realm stage, it will give me peace of mind." "Understood." Li Xianxian nodded vigorously. Just then, they heard a messenger report from outside. "Young family head, a visitor from the town has arrived, representing the Liu family of Mount Tianyun from the east." Chapter 97, Wishes, I. "Bring him here," Li Tongya instructed grimly after hearing the clan soldier's report. It must be about the Ji family. After all, the Ji family is situated between the Liu family of Mount Tianyun to the east and the Li family of Mount Lijing to the west. Come to think of it, it is likely that the Liu family is thinking of launching a pincer attack against the Ji family. Just as Li Tongya was lost in his flurry of thoughts, an old man in a white flowing robe was escorted into the courtyard. His hair was as white as a crane's feathers, contrasting with his face, which was rosy-colored. He held a jade scepter in hand, immediately cupping his fist at the people in the courtyard. "Liu Cece from the Liu family of Mount Tianyun, which is under the governance of Azure Pawn sect. It's a pleasure to meet both of you," he greeted with a genuine smile. "Li Tongya from the Li family of Mount Lijing." Li Tongya replied in the same cordial manner, returning the gesture. With his spiritual sense, he learned that Liu Cece had attained the 5th or 6th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. The jade scepter in the old man's hand glowed subtly, which indicated its quality, one that far surpassed the sword that hung at Li Tongya's waist, a weapon of the embryonic breathing realm. "Please, have a seat," Li Tongya said, gesturing for Liu Cece to sit. As the old man settled into his seat, Li Xianling and the others quietly left. Accepting the tea served by a servant, Li Tongya fell silent before asking the question that lingered in his mind. "What brings you here, senior?" Liu Cece raised his gray eyebrows and his smile widened as he replied, "I'm here to congratulate you." "Junior Tongya." Li Tongya frowned, unsure and confused by the old man's words. "What is there to congratulate me for?" "Those from Mount Yu invaded our borders and plundered over 10 families, destroying 6 of them in the process. When I ascended Mount Lijing, the mortals seemed mostly fine, save for a few that looked depressed, and understandably so. I'm guessing that your family did not suffer significant loss. Now isn't that something worth congratulating?" Liu Cece pointed out quietly with a smile. Despite the softness in the old man's voice, Li Tongya was visibly tense. "What are you implying, elder?" he asked cautiously with a frown. Liu Cece took a sip of tea before continuing. "The Ji family has taken Mount Huaqian, and the Liu family wishes to reclaim it. The mountain is ours to keep, but we'll compensate your family with precious items and spirit stones. If we work together, we can remove our common enemy and avenge my family." "Oh, what is the bad blood between your family and the Ji family?" Li Tongya asked, appearing unfazed or swayed by the man's words. "The Liu family actually sent a Qi cultivator to support Mount Huaqian back then, but unfortunately, that person perished there," Liu Cece revealed, his expression and voice solemn. Li Tongya decided to delve deeper. "What's the background of the Ji family? How many Qi cultivators do they have in their family? Would you happen to know anything about that, senior?" Liu Cece nodded with the same solemn expression. "The Ji family currently has 2 Qi cultivators. The head of their family, Jianixi, is in the middle stage of the Qi cultivation realm, around the 5th or 6th heavenly level. One of their disciples just broke through the Qi cultivation realm in recent years too. And as for their background, there's a rumor that one of the girls from the Ji family is serving someone important in the Golden Tang Gate. Li Tongya smiled wryly, before finally shaking his head in resignation. If Senior Liu is already aware of this connection, surely, you must realize that we can't afford to offend the Ji family? Liu Cixi chuckled at the hesitation in Li Tongya's voice, before setting his tea bowl aside. Considering I decided to pay you a visit with such a demand, naturally it would have been because I've received good news. The old man lowered his voice and continued. A contact within the Golden Tang Gate informed me that they've reassigned many guards from Moongaze Lake over the past 3 years. If my guess is right, there must be some internal strife happening in the Golden Tang Gate. Oh, this piqued Li Tongya's interest immediately, and his ears perked up in response. What did the Azure Pond sect say about this? He asked carefully. They issued an order, Liu Cixi replied, producing a handwritten document branded with the word Azure Pond. It declared a significant territorial realignment, moving the boundary between the Azure Pond sect and the Golden Tang Gate thousands of miles northward, granting the Azure Pond sect ownership of the entire eastern shore of Moongaze Lake. This decree was issued by the prefecture just a few days ago. After seeing it, and considering the timing of it all, I believe that the cultivator in the middle stage of the Purple Mansion realm from Golden Tang Gate must have reached the end of his life, thus leaving only a cultivator in the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Li Tongya's eyes immediately widened, momentarily taken aback by the news. The passing of a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm is a significant incident that the Golden Tang Gate would surely conceal. How is the Azure Pond sect so well informed? He asked, his voice still laced with concern. The 3 sects and 7 gates were esteemed organizations as they had at least one or several legacies within the Purple Mansion realm. It was rumored that each of the 3 sects had more than 3 of them, while the 7 gates had only 1 or 2. On top of that, the sects were guarded by cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm. With the passing of the Golden Tang Gate's cultivator in the middle stage of the Purple Mansion realm, their influence was bound to wane, though not to the extent of endangering their survival. Liu Cixi shook his head and replied, People like us will never know what happened between the cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm, but that's enough talking. Will the Li family participate in this or not? Li Tongya shut his eyes and took a moment to consider, a furrow in his brow. Given the Li family's current need for legacies and resources, this was definitely an extremely tempting proposal. On top of that, it was an opportunity to address a long-standing issue. Still, Li Tongya remained cautious and sought further clarification. The Ji family's connection to the important figure in the Golden Tang Gate is rumored to be their young master. Does he have anything to do with that fallen cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm? He's the grandson of that very cultivator. That lineage, now uncertain of its standing, might be looking to assert its power within the gate. They won't have time to take care of the Ji family. Liu Cixi replied with emotion in his voice. Very well. Li Tongya nodded before gritting his teeth, appearing to be deep in his thoughts. I have a few conditions, though. Please, go ahead. First, should any of the Ji family's cultivation methods or secret technique manuals come into our possession, I intend to make a copy for the Li family. This is not to be considered part of our agreed compensation, Li Tongya stipulated, his voice full of resolve. Liu Cixi nodded without any hesitation. Fine by me. Secondly, I will act independently as a rogue cultivator from Moongaze Lake, instead of someone from the Li family of Mount Lijiang. Should I encounter overwhelming opposition, I'll retreat immediately. Any loot from those I defeat will be mine to claim, Li Tongya continued. Liu Cixi was momentarily taken aback by this demand of Li Tongya's. He laughed wryly and could not help but express a mix of admiration and envy. Your prudence is commendable. If only my own kin possessed a fraction of your foresight, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Li Tongya smiled softly, remaining quiet. Liu Cixi thought for a while before finally responding. Fine. The assets from Mount Huaqian shall be equally shared. 30% of the spirit springs and fields will be compensated to your family in the form of spirit stones or treasures of equal value. Li Tongya sipped his tea thoughtfully, his eyes having a gleam in them. All right then. I would have to have you take a profound scenery spiritual oath. Without any hesitation, Liu Cixi nodded and agreed with a small smile. Of course, that is only proper. Together, they performed the oath, feeling a faint mark etched into their profound scenery chakras. Li Tongya then asked, When shall we depart? I'll come again in 3 days, and we'll journey toward Mount Huaqian together, fellow Taoist. And to this, Li Tongya nodded in acknowledgement. After seeing Lu Cixi off, he returned to the courtyard and saw Li Xianxian, who was lost in thought. I still have a jade sprout pill in my storage, a trophy from Xiangping's previous conquests. I intend to enter seclusion to break through to the 3rd heavenly level of the Qi cultivation realm to enhance my chances of success. He spoke softly, informing the boy of his intentions. Upon hearing this, Li Xianxian immediately rose to his feet and cupped his fist respectfully. Rest assured during your seclusion, second uncle. I'll take good care of our home. Chapter 98. Wishes, 2. Li Chejing stood before the teeming beasts at the foot of the mountain, his cultivation radiating in great power. His white robe fluttered in the evening breeze, drawing admiring glances from those around him. Is that Li Chejing, the Qingsui sword immortal? They whispered in hushed voices. Indeed, just look at his aura. He's surely a mere step away from attaining the foundation establishment realm. Despite the gossip around him, Li Chejing was acutely aware of his own situation. In reality, he was closer than a mere step away from attaining the foundation establishment realm. As a matter of fact, he had to constantly suppress his true essence in order to prevent it from liquefying. With just a thought, he could trigger the liquefaction of the 6 chakras of the embryonic breathing realm within his body. His cultivation would then converge at his Qihai acupoint to form the foundation of the Great Tao, thereby breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. I can't keep delaying this. The sect has sent people to pressure me thrice already. As Li Chejing mulled over his situation, the handsome man in white beside him patted his shoulder. Junior, you're at the peak of Qi cultivation realm already, aren't you? Li Chejing sighed internally, before turning around to face the man dressed in white. Yes. Has Senior Qi come to urge me toward attaining the foundation establishment realm? He asked. Senior Qi was slightly taken aback by Li Chejing's response, but nodded. Yes, the sect is looking forward to it. They have also prepared the pills to help you with your breakthrough. You can enter seclusion and focus on your breakthrough any time now, junior brother. Li Chejing nodded in response with an appreciative smile. How kind of the sect? Chejing can only express his gratitude. Senior Qi nodded, though his expression changed briefly. Naturally. However, how confident are you in breaking through, junior brother? Senior Qi asked quietly, a hint of hesitance in his voice as he cleared his throat awkwardly. Li Chejing feigned a troubled expression and answered, less than 80%. 80%. Senior Qi frowned at Li Chejing's answer. An 80% success rate was extraordinarily high by any standard. Yet considering the plethora of heavenly treasures Li Chejing had consumed, his mere 80% confidence left Senior Qi perplexed. Looks like I have no choice but to part with this essence-gathering pill. With a soft sigh, Senior Qi reached into his brocade pouch and retrieved a jade bottle, offering it to Li Chejing with a smile. I have another essence-gathering pill. You may use it. Li Chejing nodded and accepted the jade bottle with an expression of great gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. Senior Qi, concealing his dismay over the loss of his valuable resource, maintained a smile on his face as he gave Li Chejing words of encouragement. Prepare yourself well before entering seclusion to achieve your breakthrough. Li Chejing nodded vigorously, then descended from the mountain. As he walked past Senior Qi, a chilling remark from Senior Qi stopped him dead in his tracks. Li Chejing, you must succeed in attaining the foundation establishment realm. Failure is not an option, and you do not wish to face the consequences. This warning caused Li Chejing to pause momentarily, his gaze lifting to meet Senior Qi's seemingly kind smile. Li Chejing chuckled in response, shaking his head while he continued his descent down the mountain. Senior Qi watched Li Chejing's retreating figure coldly as he mumbled to himself. It's just a few pills for someone on the brink of death. The old ancestor's nascent essence pill. That's a treasure we cannot afford to squander. Li Chejing descended the mountain and took a moment to collect his thoughts before entering a small pavilion at the foot of the mountain. He climbed the slightly worn pearwood stairs, his attention drawn to a youth that was sprawled drunkenly across a square, brownish-red table. Deng Qiuji, Li Chejing called out as soon as he recognized the man, lifting the young man up from his drunken sprawl. With a quick flick of his wrist, the moon and autumn essences swiftly gathered in his hand, forming a handful of clear lake water which he then splashed directly onto Deng Qiuji's face. It worked, and the cold water immediately startled Deng Qiuji awake. Water was trickling down his hair and face, evaporating into spiritual qi right away upon falling to the ground. The spell was cast with such finesse that it showcased the caster's profound cultivation. Blinking away his disorientation, Deng Xiaoji recognized Li Chejing in his drunken stupor and greeted him with a sloppy grin. "Brother Jing, you're here early today." Li Chejing took a seat and managed to fill an entire cup from the remaining contents of the leftover wine bottles on the table. He brought it close to his lips and took a sip before speaking. "I'll be attempting to break through to the Foundation establishment realm tomorrow." Deng Xiaoji, even in his drunken state, was taken aback by his statement. Tears welled up in his eyes, blinking once more as he tried to focus on the man in front of him. "Brother Jing, are you really sure?" he asked with concern and unsureness. Li Chejing nodded with a carefree chuckle. "We are going to get devoured," he grinned. Deng Xiaoji quietly lifted his cup in response to Li Chejing's cheerful demeanor, only to find it empty. "You're really optimistic," he mumbled, a frown on his face. Li Chejing smiled and said, "We've already had it all figured out over the past few years anyway, and I'm the primary component, while you are the secondary component. I wonder what kind of divine elixir we'll become." After finishing the wine in his cup, Li Chejing stood up, but stilled. After a moment of deliberation, he spoke. This wine isn't strong enough." After muttering these words, Li Chejing then turned and made his way out of the pavilion. His next stop was a cave dwelling on the mountain. He knocked on the stone door and waited. Not long after, it swung open. Jinger. The person who greeted him was none other than his senior brother, Xiao, with herbs in his hands. Upon seeing Li Chejing, a look of guilt washed over Xiao's face. "Aren't you going to invite me in, senior brother?" Li Chejing asked with a cheeky smile on his face. Xiao, realizing his oversight, quickly stepped aside to welcome him in with a sheepish expression. He hurried to serve tea as they sat at a stone table, his gaze lingering on Li Chejing. "You've also reached the peak of Qi cultivation realm, senior brother. How confident are you in attaining the Foundation establishment realm?" Li Chejing inquired. "My chances are not as favorable as yours, with only about 30 to 40%. I believe I'll need a few more years of preparation," Xiao replied grimly with a shake of his head. Li Chejing nodded in response. After exchanging a few more words, he finally got into the purpose of his visit. "I've come with some matters that I hope you can help me with, senior brother." "What is it, Jinger?" Li Chejing took out a jade bottle from his pocket and showed it to Xiao. "Jian gave me this essence-gathering pill. Please send this to my family," he requested. Xiao nodded in understanding before hesitation filled his expression. "Then you," his voice trailed off as his eyes glanced at Li Chejing questioningly. "I won't be using it," Li Chejing announced, shaking his head with a confident smile. He proceeded to lay out several items from his storage pouch and explained, "Over the years, I've earned some merit and traded it for an alchemy legacy. I heard that Xuanfeng is skillful with bow and arrows, just like his father, so I've obtained this secret technique for them. The rest I've exchanged for spirit stones, about 100 in total. I've also drawn some talismans throughout these years. So please, help me take these back to them, senior brother." Xiao naturally understood Li Chejing's intention, listening intently to his instructions with tears glistening in his eyes. With sorrow in his voice, he proclaimed loudly, "Jinger, Qingsui Peak owes you an apology." Li Chejing paused before shaking his head and chuckled lightly, dismissing his apology. "Senior brother, there's no need for such sentiments. Everything I've learned and gained came from Qingsui Peak, and now I'm merely giving back to the sect. There's nothing wrong with that, so let's not dwell on such thoughts." Despite this, Xiao continued, "No matter the circumstances, both the Xiao family and Qingsui Peak have supported the Li family and myself extensively. We will always hold this kindness in high regard." With those words, Li Chejing rose from his seat and performed a deep and solemn bow, first towards Si Yuanbai in the north, honoring him despite his imprisonment, before turning to Xiao. Tears welled in his eyes as he made a fervent plea. "Senior brother, I entrust the future care of my family to you. Jinger, as long as I, Xiao, live, the Li family's legacy will be preserved." Xiao expressed in great earnest, remaining in his solemn stance. As Li Chejing wiped away his tears and embraced Xiao with a smile, he heard his senior brother whisper in his ear, "Li Chejing, do you have any other wishes?" Li Chejing laughed. "Oh, my wishes have been fulfilled. If I were to wish for anything more, it would be to convey my word to that old ancestor of the Purple Mansion realm who sought to use us as ingredients for his elixir. May his endeavor to break through to the Golden Core realm fail and his life force deplete, reducing him to mere dust. His voice was cold and his words sharp. Chapter 99, Siege, I. Almost instantly after consuming the Jade Sprout pill, Li Tongya felt a surge of mana throughout his body, his Qi acupoint brimming with unbridled energy. This enabled him to ascend to the third heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm with great ease and barely any effort. The Qi cultivation realm was much more straightforward compared to the embryonic breathing realm, which was so filled with hurdles that some sects even split the Qi cultivation realm into 3 parts: early, middle, and late stages. Qi cultivation was akin to a build-up of cultivation, turning all hurdles into a strong barrier, which in itself was the foundation. After spending a night to break through the realm, and an additional 2 more days to stabilize his cultivation, Li Tongya took a moment to reflect on his progress. I've now attained the third heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, while Jinger is likely already at its peak. I wonder how close he is to attaining the foundation establishment realm given how the southern border is fraught with danger. I hope he's unharmed. A wave of concern washed over him as realization suddenly dawned upon him. It's been years since Jinger has gone there, and yet he hasn't sent a single letter home. Forcing himself to push aside his worries, Li Tongya exited the cave dwelling on Mount Meiche and summoned Li Xianxian. Have the Wuzhao worms produced silk this year? Yes, second uncle. We've collected 6 cocoons from them, Li Xianxian reported. His clothes were dirty and he looked like he had a terribly sleepless night, having been occupied with taking care of the demonic creature Li Xuanfeng had hunted. Li Tongya rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Have someone weave the silk into a piece of spirit cloth. Li Xianxian nodded obediently, immediately heading off to carry out his order. Only a spirit cloth could conceal one's identity, as it can block the user's spiritual sense. It's a pity we don't have more silk. Making a cloak out of it would have been ideal. Li Tongya mused as he retrieved the wooden slips Li Chejing had left behind on a shelf. The cowhide rope holding the wooden strips together was extremely worn out at this point. Though Li Tongya had read these wooden slips countless times, each reading still never failed to provide him with fresh insights. Likewise, Li Tongya has been reading the Celestial Moon/Technique Manual for over a decade now. He could recite the contents of the manual word for word, yet he rarely used the technique during battles as its execution was far too exhausting. None of our swordsmanship can compare to his, Li Tongya remarked with a resigned smile. By now, all the younger generations of the Li family had studied the profound water sword technique manual and the Celestial Moon/Technique Manual written by Li Chejing. It was only Li Tongya's son, Li Xianling, who showed true promise in swordsmanship. Li Xuanfeng and Li Xianxian, however, could not make heads or tails of those techniques. After reading for some time, Li Xianxian returned with a piece of spirit cloth. Li Tongya accepted the gray veil before testing it with his spiritual sense. Upon finding it impenetrable as he had expected, he nodded in satisfaction and carefully put the cloth away before exiting the cave dwelling. He reached into his storage pouch, retrieving several jade bottles that were filled with healing pills before putting them away once again. Li Tongya then took off his storage pouch and handed it to Li Xianxian for safekeeping. It was right at this moment that he noticed Liu Cixi, who was riding grandly on the wind before alighting at the foot of the mountain. Li Tongya soared into the air and landed silently beside the old man. He cupped his fist respectfully. "Senior Liu," he greeted with a loud voice. Liu Cixi gave a mere nod in acknowledgement, and without wasting a moment, they both took flight and rode on the wind to journey eastward. Following closely behind, Li Tongya noticed the thick pure qi emanating from Liu Cixi, whose true essence also seemed superior to that of the qi cultivators from Mount Yu. I guess the Liu family really practices authentic techniques, probably consuming minor pure spiritual qi. Li Tongya recalled a conversation with Wan Yuankai years earlier when they were submitting tributes to the sect together. Wan Yuankai had mentioned that the Liu family's cultivation techniques involved harnessing the minor pure spiritual qi, and Li Tongya has finally verified the accuracy of Wan Yuankai's claim today. As they approached Mount Huaqian, Liu Cixi abruptly increased their altitude without any warning. With a swift motion, he clapped his storage pouch and a talisman appeared in his left palm. Swoosh! The talisman was launched into the sky, where it burst into a brilliant red bloom. Almost immediately, Li Tongya could see a few figures sprinting through the forest below them. The response from Mount Huaqian was swift. A protective barrier sprang up instantly as two figures soared into the sky. One of them wielded a long saber with a solemn expression. It was Jianixi. You're actually on Mount Huaqian, huh? Liu Cixi remarked with a strange expression, his jade scepter shooting out from his hand. With a smirk, he added, well, that's fine by me. I guess we won't have to ambush you now. Come out, brethren. At Liu Cixi's cue, another figure emerged from the forest. Li Tongya cast a quick glance at the figure's direction. It was a bald man with stubble all over his chin. Detecting the flowing true essence within the man, he knew the figure was clearly in the middle stage of the Qi cultivation realm. Liu Cixi, Jiangxi's gaze hardened at the sight of them. What's going on in the Golden Tang Gate? He asked, parrying Liu Cixi's jade scepter. Noticing the distressed look on Jiangxi's face, Li Tongya was reminded of his own turmoil during Mount Yu's unexpected assault on his family, remembering how he had received the same cold and indifferent response from the sect. It dawned on him that the current situation mirrored the pact between Mount Yu and the Azure Pond sect. The families abandoned in their sieges likely fell under the agreements made between the Azure Pond sect and the Golden Tang Gate, which would explain why Jiangxi had been left in the dark. As combat ensued between Jiangxi and the two men, Li Tongya faced a Qi cultivator from the Ji family. The young man, wielding a long pole, appeared to be only 28 or 29 years old. He seemed extremely nervous, a stark contrast to Li Tongya, who unleashed a sword that easily repelled him with a mere flick of his wrist. This kid shows great potential. However, his spellcasting reveals his inexperience despite his dedicated cultivation over the years. With another swing of his sword, Li Tongya nearly disarmed the young man, sending his long pole flying. Amidst the fray, Jiangxi, struggling against the two opponents, attempted to dissuade Li Tongya with a desperate plea. That friend with the sword. The Ji family is favored by the young master of the Golden Tang Gate. Do not be deceived by those two. Withdraw now, and the Ji family shall forget what happened today. Li Tongya merely let out a cold chuckle as he knocked the young man's weapon out of his grasp with barely any effort. I am from the Wan family, he bellowed with an air of defiance. Jiangxi was taken aback by the revelation, and still parrying Liu Cixi's jade scepter, he made a swift break to the north. Don't let him escape. Liu Cixi and the man with the surname and attempted to block Jiangxi's path, while Li Tongya swiftly caught the long pole the young cultivator from the Ji family had hastily abandoned as he fled southward. Li Tongya took note of the fleeing young man's true essence and came to the conclusion that he, too, had most likely consumed minor pure spiritual qi as well. Li Tongya rode on the wind and gave chase, his own river true essence granting him a slight speed advantage. As his target launched a few talismans of the embryonic breathing realm in a desperate attempt to repel his advances, Li Tongya felt a twinge of heartache. Those were supposed to be my spoils, Li Tongya muttered to himself as he dispelled the incoming talismans with a simple swipe of his sword. The true essence of those who had consumed river pure qi was markedly more potent than those who consumed the minor pure spiritual qi. This enhancement in vitality not only increased his flying speed, but also granted him an edge in agility. Although there was a slight delay in his ability to execute quick directional changes and leaps, this minor disadvantage had no significant impact on his overall performance. After a chase that spanned a few miles, Li Tongya breached the true essence that was protecting the young man's body with his sword. With a turn of his sword, he thrust the tip of the blade into the young cultivator's back, eliciting a pained cry as he fell. Li Tongya followed at a measured pace, watching coldly as the young man struggled in agony, unable to muster the concentration needed to cast a spell as he was blinded by the pain. As the youth reached out in a desperate attempt to retrieve his storage pouch, Li Tongya, with terrifyingly swift precision, severed his arm with a single slash. He watched dispassionately as the young man writhed in agony before mercifully delivering the final blow, bringing a quick, but bloody, end to his suffering. Chapter 100, Siege 2. Securing the young man's storage pouch and stowing the long pole in it, Li Tongya tied it to his waist. Now, he had a storage pouch to use once more. He did not waste time examining his loot, but instead headed straight for Mount Huaqian. While the three men were exchanging blows in the distant sky, Li Tongya focused on destroying the formation of Mount Huaqian. Of course, the formation on Mount Huaqian was no longer the same earth-locking Huaqian formation that was used long ago. The Ji family had reformed the Grand Formation with defensive prowess. one that reflected the peak embryonic breathing realm. Although Li Tongya managed to make a big hole in it with his sword, the gap quickly healed itself, resealing the formation. With a series of decisive strikes with his sword, aided by the Liu family's simultaneous assault at the foot of the mountain, the formation eventually faltered before shattering. Charge! As chaos quickly ensued at the foot of the mountain, Li Tongya shrouded himself and descended swiftly into the courtyard. The place lay in disarray, abandoned in haste. A quick scan with his spiritual sense revealed that the inhabitants of the mountain had fled toward its base. Li Tongya curled his lips and frowned in frustration, discovering that the storerooms had already been cleared out. He surveyed the area from his vantage point in the sky, then quickly located the entrance to a cave dwelling. Unfortunately, it was guarded by a resilient formation that would only falter if Li Tongya were to use a dozen sword chi. All of a sudden, he was interrupted by a thunderous noise. Rumble. Liu Cici's true essence was dispersed, and his body was almost coal-black, scorched, and burned. He plummeted into the forest, coughing up blood. His condition was extremely critical. The bald man quickly retreated, bewildered and fearful of such unleashed power. What kind of talisman was that? Jianixi did not answer his question, but his complexion was ashen. He swung his saber at the bald man, who quickly evaded his assault. That man from the Wan family. I'm outmatched. I need backup. Jianixi yelled, panic peeking through his voice. Li Tongya cursed under his breath as he was forced to give up his exploration of the cave dwelling. He soared into the sky above Mount Huaqian before launching a sword chi directly at Jianixi's back. Wan family's remnants. Jianixi bellowed, his gaze fierce as he turned around and deflected the sword chi with a swift side slash. Jianixi's true essence was sharp and powerful, just like his swordplay. Li Tongya parried the blows with his own sword aura, but was still forced to move backward despite his strength. Meanwhile, the bald man's persistent spellcasting forced Jianixi into a defensive stance, only for Li Tongya to launch another sword chi attack aimed precisely at his enemy. Caught in a difficult position, Jianixi struggled to fend off attacks from multiple fronts. As the battle wore on for about a quarter of an hour, the cries of the Ji family's members gradually dwindled. In a desperate attempt, Jianixi unleashed a talisman, hoping to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. Oh no! Li Tongya and the man quickly withdrew. Thankfully, the talisman's effect was minimal, producing a few pathetic sparks before finally fizzling out. Nevertheless, the momentary distraction allowed Jianixi to flee. That was a trap. While the bald man chastised himself for his carelessness, Li Tongya had already given chase to Jianixi. Come on, we mustn't let him escape, he called out, urging him to follow suit. Jianixi, after such a prolonged struggle against the bald man and Liu Cici, found his stamina waning. In his desperation and panic, he had utilized his precious talisman, only for Li Tongya to join the fight. With his reserves of true essence nearly depleted, Jianixi had no choice but to escape northward. Jianixi's escape was abruptly cut short by the Jade Scepter, compelling him to halt and defend himself. Liu Cici, despite his injuries, managed to propel himself through the air again. His bloody legs appeared to have been fractured and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and yet he still gathered the strength to issue a fierce command. Don't let him escape. The intervention by the Jade Scepter allowed Li Tongya's sword to close in on Jianixi. Faced with his inevitable fate, his eyes darkened as he came to understand the utter bleakness of his situation. As Li Tongya observed Jianixi's defiant stance, he deliberately slowed his attack, allowing the bald man to catch up. He held his sword at the ready, fixing his gaze on Jianixi. With a defiant laugh, Jianixi discarded his storage bag, hurling it far away before turning to face the bald man. The saber in his hands shone with a golden light, its force indicating that Jianixi was channeling all of what was left of his remaining strength into this final stand. Li Tongya and Liu Cici exchanged glances, then seized the opportunity to secure the discarded storage pouch with their true essence. The bald man, overwhelmed by Jianixi's relentless attack, retreated in alarm. Undeterred, Jianixi pressed on. He raised his long saber, then brought it down on the bald man's chest with lethal intent. The bald man sidestepped swiftly to evade the attack just in time, only to see a cold glint of the tip of a sword protruding from Jianixi's chest. Jianixi coughed up blood, slowly turning his head around, only to see Li Tongya shaking the blood off his sword before returning it to its sheath. Jianixi collapsed onto the ground with a loud thud, the ground beneath him turning a crimson red. The two men cast another 2 spells on Jianixi to ensure his death completely. Liu Cixi, having secured the storage pouch, flew toward the 2 men in the sky. He had already bandaged his legs and had renewed vigor. "Who's coming with me to raid the Ji family's stronghold on Mount Huazhong?" he asked cheerily. "You two may proceed without me. I'll search Mount Huaqian," Li Tongya replied with a sigh, looking as though his enthusiasm had waned. The valuable items like spirit stones and spirit items were mostly in Jianixi's storage pouch, which Liu Cixi now possessed. Although Liu Cixi was physically further away from Jianixi at that moment, he still managed to snatch away the storage pouch. Mount Huazhong was the Ji family's ancestral ground. Since Liu Cixi had taken a profound scenery spiritual oath to equally divide any treasures that he finds, Li Tongya was naturally not interested in going there. He would much rather explore the cave dwelling on Mount Huaqian. The man by the surname nodded, then departed with Liu Cixi. Li Tongya then made his way back to Mount Huaqian. The situation on Mount Huaqian was a mess, with cries and pleas for help echoing around him. Approaching the cave, he found the entrance to be guarded by members of the Liu family who acknowledged him as a senior as a show of respect, having witnessed his earlier combat alongside Liu Cixi. Li Tongya gave them a brief nod before spending about a quarter of an hour breaching the protective formation of the cave dwelling. He ventured inside, which made the members of the Liu family exchange uncertain glances with each other, ultimately choosing to remain outside the cave dwelling. Upon entering the cave dwelling, Li Tongya was greeted by the sight of a bubbling spring, its waters clear and inviting. His spiritual sense quickly discovered several jade stones within its depths, which he promptly retrieved and secured. Putting away the jade stones, Li Tongya pushed open a stone door, which led to a room with a tea table and several stone stools arranged around it. On the table rested 2 jade bottles of different sizes. The smaller one contained a jade sprout pill, which Li Tongya pocketed with ease, but the big jade bottle was far too big for his storage. Li Tongya assessed its contents with his spiritual sense and found it to contain a type of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It was of such rarity and preciousness that Li Tongya decided to secure the bottle to his waist directly. The room held little else of value. There were also several heartfelt letters from Jianixi's sister, which Jianixi had carefully placed under a few wooden slips. The most recent letter was dated 5 years ago. So the young master of Golden Tang Gate goes by the name Situi. As Li Tongya finished reading the letters, the frown on his face gradually gave way to surprise. The Azure Pond sect has been increasingly active in recent times. We must remain vigilant. Should Mount Yu venture eastward to encroach upon our territory, we must not engage them in direct conflict. The great shaman has been biding his time for a century, waiting for someone capable of unifying the northern foothills. This individual is intended to be offered as a sacrifice. We must never be the ones to end his life. The wrath of a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm is beyond our means to withstand. A chill ran down Li Tongya's spine as he quietly put the letters into his storage pouch. It all makes sense now. Jianixi's eastward assaults against Mount Lijing, the unexplained silence following the northern incursion into Golden Tang Gate's territories, and us being told to endure. It seems the great shaman is willing to pay any price to facilitate the invasions by Mount Yu's factions, all to shield Jianixi. Such a cold, calculated plan. Sweeping through the tribes to forge the first unified power in the northern foothills of Mount Yu in a century, only to offer their leader as a sacrifice. How malevolent. I wonder what chaos would ensue in the northern foothills following Jianixi's death. Feeling as though a shadow had been cast over him, Li Tongya lifted his gaze to stare at the ceiling of the stone room. It was as if he could visualize an immense hand manipulating events from afar, moving chess pieces across a grand board laid out across the rugged landscape and under the expansive sky. Chapter 101, Curse Sai. By the time Li Tongya emerged from the cave dwelling, Mount Huaqian was eerily silent. The members of the Liu family had sealed off many courtyards and had captured all members of the Ji family on the mountain. The stone path beneath Li Tongya's feet was stained with droplets of blood. Circling the mountain, Li Tongya spotted Liu Cixi descending from the sky with the bald man, carrying Jianixi's severed head. Both had expressions of satisfaction as if they had made significant gains. Liu Cixi grinned at Li Tongya. Fortune seems to favor us, amidst the chaos on Mount Huazhong. there was only one cultivator of the peak embryonic breathing realm. Despite being a mere youth in his 20s, the young master of the Ji family tried to destroy the jade slips of their family's legacies. We then bashed his head in and managed to save half of the total 6 jade slips, he explained triumphantly. Li Tongyan nodded as he heard this, his thoughts drifting to the bottle of spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the cave dwelling. Jianixi must have saved that for the young family head. We'll talk about the jade slips later, he spoke in a grave tone, before gesturing toward the small mountain courtyard and the cave dwelling that was behind him. The Wan family's opulence is evident. Scouring this mountain, I've found numerous spirit fields on Mount Huaqian, probably yielding around 100 jin of spirit patties annually. Not only that, there's also an exceptional spirit spring. Together, they amount to more than 200 spirit stones. Will you be able to pay, Brother Liu? Liu Cixi chuckled, then produced 12 small black flags adorned with white patterns from his storage pouch. Do you recognize these, Brother Li? Li Tongya retreated a few steps before soaring into the air. Formation flags? He asked, eyeing the flags warily. Correct. Catching sight of Li Tongya's guarded stance, Liu Cixi realized his gesture might have been misconstrued. He hastened to explain. These are the Wan family's prized possession, the white feather purple flags. They used to be Wan Huaqian's Dharma artifacts before they were left on Mount Huaqian as part of the earth-locking Huaqian formation. The Ji family acquired it years ago. They're definitely worth about 200 spirit stones. Having visited Mount Lijing, Liu Cixi was well aware of the Li family's inadequate defensive mountain formation, leaving them vulnerable to surprise attacks like the one that was orchestrated by Jianixi. His offer definitely struck Li Tongya where it hurt, as he indeed needed a reliable defensive formation on Mount Lijing to safeguard against future threats. Senior, you're exaggerating. The white feather purple flags are merely formation flags of the Qi cultivation realm. It's worth no more than 100 spirit stones. Li Tongya shook his head, declining the offer. Though tempting, spending 200 spirit stones on a set of formation flags was simply impractical and unreasonable. In that case, I'll add another 50 spirit stones. Liu Cixi added defiantly, taking out 50 more spirit stones from his storage pouch before handing them along with the flags to Li Tongya. I've been generous, my friend. Combined with the valuables you found in the cave dwelling, these should make your journey here worthwhile, Liu Cixi said with a serious expression. Li Tongya paused for a moment before finally obliging and accepting the items, carefully stowing them away. Indeed, with our families set to be neighbors, there's no need to be overly calculative with each other, he replied thoughtfully after a short pause. I agree, Liu Cixi remarked, his smile widening as he handed over the 3 jade slips to Li Tongya. We've transcribed these already. These are the original slips. You can have them. Li Tongya understood that Liu Cixi was assuring him, letting him know that they were not giving him copies with tampered contents in order to deceive him. He accepted the jade slips, checking its contents with his spiritual sense before nodding appreciatively. Thank you for your generosity, Senior Liu. I'll take my leave now. With that, he gave a curt but respectful nod to the bald man before departing swiftly. The bald man cupped his fist in response as he watched Li Tongya depart. Although this matter has been settled and Mount Huazhong has been returned to my family, the Yu family in the north is still very influential. Let's continue to keep an eye out for each other, Brother Liu. Yes, take care, brethren. Liu Cixi nodded and watched the man leave before entering the cave dwelling. Watching the running spirit spring, a sigh of relief escaped him before a satisfied smile appeared on his face. At last, the spirit spring is in our possession, and the cave spring clear chi is as good as secured. My descendants won't need to practice those common grade 1 techniques. As soon as Li Tongya landed on Mount Lijing, he immediately spotted Li Xianxian pacing around anxiously. Upon seeing Li Tongya, Li Xianxian breathed a sigh of relief. Second uncle, he greeted cheerfully. Li Tongya smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before taking out a long pole and handing it to Li Xianxian. Try swinging it, he suggested with a small smile. Li Xianxian did not possess a Dharma artifact, so his eyes sparkled in eagerness as he examined the weapon. Although it was only a Dharma artifact of the embryonic breathing realm, it was a significant upgrade for the Li family, especially considering the fact that Li Tongya still wielded a longsword of the embryonic breathing realm himself. Examining the Ji family's storage pouch of the Qi cultivation realm, Li Tongya found it to be rather modest, containing only miscellaneous items, 2 spirit stones, talismans, and pills. all of the embryonic breathing realm. I guess I'll leave these for Xuanfeng, Li Tongya decided. Li Xuanfeng had attained the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, and therefore was able to use a storage pouch. Since Li Tongya had taken his pouch back, he figured he would give this one to Li Xuanfeng. Formation flags of superior quality among those of the Qi cultivation realm. Inspecting the 12 white feather purple flags, Li Tongya admired them briefly before stowing them back into his pouch and taking out 3 jade slips. He picked up the first jade slip and assessed it with his spiritual sense, the Golden Light Edge Technique Manual. Li Tongya reckoned that it was one of the Ji family's legacy techniques, likely brought back home by their daughter. It was a grade 3 authentic technique, akin to the Li family's River 1 Qi technique, drawing upon the golden stone sharp Qi found in golden jade mines. There's only one golden jade mine in the Yu state, and it's located near the mountain gate of the Golden Tang Gate. Li Tongya retrieved the jade bottle he had taken from the cave dwelling, confirming its contents with his spiritual sense. Shimmering like gold and sharp like a blade, there's no doubt about it. This is the golden stone sharp Qi. He stowed away the 2 items before shifting his attention to the other 2 jade slips. One contained the pure spiritual Qi transformation technique, a grade 1 cultivation method that harnessed the minor pure spiritual Qi. Li Tongya shook his head and stored it away without much interest. The other jade slip was titled Records of Talisman Crafting this autumn, detailing various basic talisman crafting techniques. It was a collection of notes written by a cultivator at the peak of the Qi cultivation realm named Sibuoxiu. At this discovery, Li Tongya could not help but wonder how it came into the possession of the Ji family. Sibuoxiu. I wonder if he is related to Si Yuanbai in any way? Li Tongya muttered to himself as he skimmed through the contents. His eyes fell on a passage at the end. Talisman crafting is a wondrous art first disseminated by the Moonlight Origin Mansion. Numerous talismans can be arranged into formations, and the process of converting talismans into Qi is particularly exquisite. If one could master this art. Moonlight Origin Mansion. Talisman Qi. Li Tongya let out a long sigh, his thoughts wandering once more to the possible connection between the mirror and the Moonlight Origin Mansion. Though increasingly convinced of their association, he found little solace in this realization. I wonder if getting involved in this is a blessing or a curse. Chapter 102. Curse 2. Bastard. Mu Jiaoman's palm struck fiercely, shattering the skull of the man before him. He grabbed the tribesman from Mount Yu, his rage mounting. Trash. Where's Li Xiangping? This head that you presented belongs to a tribesman from Mount Yu, he roared, his voice almost shaking with fury. His eyes blazed with anger as he continued to pummel his subordinate, the tribesman now coughing up spurts of blood. That day, their attempt to capture Li Tongya had failed. Upon his return, he discovered that the woman he captured had also escaped. Mu Jiaoman cursed his oversight, now learning that she was likely associated with the Li family. I should have used a spell to incapacitate her instead of letting her flee. As he sank back into his seat, Mu Jiaoman knew he had no time to waste dwelling on her. His mind churned with an even more troublesome task before him, dealing with the elusive and formidable Li Xiangping. This bastard seems to have eyes on the top of his head and on his buttocks. He's like a starving wolf, or rather, a pest. Li Xiangping has roamed the heart of Mount Yu's territories for quite some time now. Initially, when word of his actions first spread, he had rallied over 1,000 followers, only to be effortlessly defeated. However, by the time further news surfaced, he had already moved south. There, he commanded his forces in a ruthless assault, slaying tribal elders and seizing their provisions. Despite the presence of Qi cultivators, Li Xiangping outwitted them time and again, slipping away before they could ever confront him directly. Mu Jiaoman had lost several nights of sleep before Li Xiangping's severed head was finally brought into his tent. He breathed a sigh of relief and declared Li Xiangping dead, only to be confounded when reports surfaced of Li Xiangping gathering the vagrants in the west and continuing his rampage southward. Mu Jiaoman wasted no time in mobilizing his forces to crush him once more. Yet, despite their efforts, they found no trace of Li Xiangping or his forces. Instead, reports of his activities continued to spread, leaving Mu Jiaoman to question the extent of Li Xiangping's true cultivation. In the ensuing days, the situation deteriorated extremely rapidly. Each day, Mu Jiaoman's tent received a head purported to be Li Xiangping's, yet upon inspection, they were merely the heads of random people of Mount Yu. The western defense line suffered 12 consecutive attacks, nearly allowing Li Xiangping to slip back to the east. Because of his many evasions, rumors of his omnipresence began circulating throughout the northern foothills of Mount Yu. The latest news revealed that Li Xiangping had advanced to the Great Jiuding, commanding nearly 10,000 vagrants. This forced Mu Jiaomon to return from his campaign, to return to the aid of the Great Jiuding. Only the Great King can truly vanquish this relentless scourge. General, he's not just a cultivator of the embryonic breathing realm. He's a cunning predator, a devil who could make the vagrants follow him around like they are under a spell. The clan shaman under his command trembled as he spoke, plunging Mu Jiaomon into the depths of despair. Even Jianixi, fighting in the front lines at the Golden Tang Gate, had remained silent throughout the entirety of the conversation. I don't care who or what he is. Either he dies, or I do. Mu Jiaomon hissed fiercely. Desperate for assistance, Mu Jiaomon sought out the talisman shamans of Mount Wu, offering women and spirit items in exchange for their aid. To his relief, one finally agreed to come to his aid. Mu Jiaomon's letter was sent to the front lines by an eagle, and when it returned, Jianixi's response to his plea was, yes, either he dies, or you die. With trembling hands and feet, Mu Jiaomon hurriedly gathered the clan shamans, bringing them women and spirit items, including the children they captured from the Li family as requested by the talisman shaman before setting out for Mount Wu. Along the journey, his men continued trying to falsely claim credit by presenting severed heads of Mount Yu's tribesmen, claiming they belonged to Li Xiangping. Their actions infuriated Mu Jiaomon so much that he nearly beat them to death. Shit, what kind of a demon is he? Mu Jiaomon sat in the carriage in a daze, before shouts from the outside broke him from his thoughts. General, we've arrived at Mount Wu. Mu Jiaomon stepped out of the carriage and was greeted by stairs made of fine white jade before him. He shakily removed his shoes before ascending the mountain barefoot. The wind howled as he climbed through the darkness, with each owl's cry echoing through the night. Mu Jiaomon dared not lift his gaze, instead silently counting each step. After exactly 1,622 steps, he reached a large platform which was illuminated only by a faint glow that reflected off the jade. With a thud, Mu Jiaomon fell to his knees, his eyes drawn over to a dozen figures seated on the jade platform. All of them wore lavish attires and looked more like cultivators instead. You must be the general. Tell us what's happening. A voice belonging to one of the figures on the platform commanded, cold and unwavering. Mu Jiaomon hastily recited the speech he had carefully memorized, his words drowned out only by the shrill whispers emanating from the surrounding darkness. What's going on? Must we intervene in mortal affairs too? What do you know? If you disrupt the master's plan, you'll face dire consequences. What a useless bunch. They can't even handle a single cultivator of the embryonic breathing realm. Mu Jiaomon pressed his forehead firmly against the ground, not daring to even breathe. Finally, one of the men before him spoke up. Since none of you are willing to help, let's just use a curse to settle the matter once and for all and save ourselves an extra trip. A voice from below immediately cut in. Master said we're not allowed to interfere with matters of the mortal world with spells. Senior, please reconsider your plan. It is no matter, replied the figure reassuringly, shaking his head. This individual is not from Mount Yu, and among all the spells, curses are the safest. Besides, the target is unlikely to possess knowledge of such techniques nor pose a threat to us. The questioner nodded in agreement and commanded, bring forth the sacrifices. Several sacrifices that were as big as boars were carried forward by demonic creatures, exuding an aura that indicated their strength to be at peak Qi cultivation realm. Mu Jiaomon, peering and observing their reflections on the ground, noticed the calloused hands of the demonic creatures and their bodies that were marked with slave marks. Why are the demonic creatures marked? Before Mu Jiaomon could figure it out, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled. The jade on the platform shifted, revealing a large, round pit that was filled with boiling blood and scattered human bones. To make him senile, crippled, or kill him with the curse. Let's kill him with the curse to be safe, replied the figure in the middle coldly, before anyone else had time to answer. The man nodded before chanting a spell in a hoarse voice. Profound light, true talisman. There are foreign troops and rebels, evil ghosts and demons, threatening the lives of my subjects. I respectfully request the true talisman to destroy the flesh and blood of evildoers. Let them be reduced to bones. Mu Jiaomon listened in silence, his emotions roiling with a mix of conflict and amazement. The use of curses had always been frowned upon in battles between Mount Yu's armies, and he struggled to reconcile his actions with his conscience. He's not one of us from Mount Yu, he consoled himself in his heart quietly. When the boy from the Li family's side family was decapitated, his blood flowed like a river, his headless body convulsing cruelly like a demonic pig in his own pool of blood. Mu Jiaomon was overcome by the scent of blood. Memories of the day he and Jianixi had slain their king to spark their rebellion flooding back to his mind. The great king they killed was also a paunchy man, and the Mount Yu people were cheering as they divided the spoils. Though Jianixi was laughing heartily, he was terrified to death. He couldn't help but question the reasoning behind Jianixi's rebellion. Jianixi merely sat on his horse and pointed his long whip at the people of Mount Yu, who were celebrating. It's for the people. That was his answer, at least that's what he told himself. Even now, with the northern foothills conquered, Jianixi continued fighting. There were 10,000 vagrants outside of Great Jiuding, and Mu Jiaomon struggled to comprehend how Li Xiangping had managed to amass such a big army within enemy territory. Great King, does any of this still hold meaning? Mu Jiaomon pondered silently, closing his eyes to stop his tears from flowing down his face. For the first time, he foresaw the truth of everything before his great king did. Chapter 103, No Room for Escape, I. Li Xiangping sat quietly by the fire which illuminated his face with a golden-red sheen. His clothes were worn and torn, and he seemed utterly exhausted. The ends of his leg hair were curling up from the heat of the flame, but yet, his gaze remained laser-focused on the yams roasting in the fire pit. He had been fleeing from danger to danger these days, and had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Qi cultivators multiple times now. He has already grown accustomed to deaths, having killed countless Mount Yu's generals, and having experienced rallying people to assault Great Jiuding. Li Xiangping's demeanor had changed from that of a privileged courtyard dweller to that of a rugged man. The blood and flames of the multitude of battles have toughened him up, gradually turning him into another Jianixi. Great King, Mu Jiaomon has gone to Mount Wu, and no one knows what his intentions are. Instead of correcting his way of addressing Li Xiangping, Ahuici, and his men even managed to influence Li Chuyang and Chun Donghe to refer to Li Xiangping as the Great King as well. Chun Donghe's leather armor bore a cut, revealing a crimson wound beneath the dirt and dried bloodstains. With a map in hand, he traced the routes and patterns with his fingers thoughtfully. You must tread carefully, Great King, he advised with a grave expression. Indeed. Li Xiangping chuckled as he silently grasped the crystal-clear pearl in his pocket. He's most likely seeking help from a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm. I can't continue wasting any more time, and I ought to think of a way to send this thing home as soon as possible. Li Xiangping had been fighting Westward and had acquired the transparent pearl from the altar of a major tribe. Sensing the profound pearl talisman pearl in his Qihai acupoint reacting to it, he decided to take it along with him as he figured it probably bore a connection to the mirror at home. Glancing mischievously at Chun Donghe, who had an extremely serious look on his face, Li Xiangping decided to tease him. He looked up at the boy with a mischievous smile. Hey, here, are you smitten with my daughter, Tiana? Shall I arrange a marriage for you? He teased with a cheeky tone. Chun Donghe's handsome face immediately flushed, and his eyes darted down to stare at his toes silently, embarrassed. Li Chuyang burst into laughter immediately, which earned him a kick from Chun Donghe in response, though the boy did not dare to meet Li Xiangping's gaze. Li Xiangping shook his head and chuckled. If Tiana accepts it, I have no objections. My only condition is that you must take her as your first wife. Hearing the approval of his potential father-in-law, Chun Donghe blushed even more, struggling to speak. I'll never disappoint her, he mumbled, stumbling over his words in deep embarrassment. The crowd erupted into laughter, and Chun Donghe immediately wished the ground would just swallow him then and there. Ahuici laughed so hard that he coughed. Sheesh, the men on Mount Yu snatch any woman they fancy as their wives. No one does things like you people. You want to try doing that? Li Xiangping asked with an eyebrow raised and a teasing smile. Ahuici quickly begged for mercy, his quick reaction amusing Chun Donghe so much that he even forgot about his own embarrassment earlier. The aroma of roasted yams filled the air as Li Xiangping savored his meal. It reminded him of his younger days when he and his elder brother, Li Changhu, would secretly roast yams by the fire pit. Li Changhu always found ways to make him snacks back when he was just a 12 or 13-year-old boy. Beside him, Li Qiuyang scanned their surroundings with caution, ever watchful for the piercing gaze of the eagle eyes in the sky. His gaze then fell upon Li Xiangping, his eyes brimming with profound reverence. Li Xiangping has led them through countless perilous situations and has achieved remarkable victories. Just as the people of Mount Yu revered Jianixi as their king, Li Xiangping's soldiers believed their leader to be invincible. While everyone's attention was on Li Xiangping, he suddenly dropped the yam he was eating, which fell onto the ground with a thud. His expression was frozen in disbelief. The evade death, prolong life talisman Qi, which had crossed his mind countless times in moments of crisis and peril, suddenly illuminated brightly. A profound sense of danger gripped Li Xiangping as he glimpsed a vision of himself kneeling on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, surrounded by desperate cries for help. "I'm going to die. There's no escaping it," he gasped quietly. "There's no delaying it." He felt a chill run down his spine and immediately felt lightheaded. Hands trembling, he snatched the map from Chun Dongha and grabbed a piece of burning charcoal from the fire pit with his bare hands. Closing his eyes for a moment, he began scribbling on the map. "Great King." Chun Dongha was flabbergasted and did not know what to do, falling onto his knees helplessly as he watched Li Xiangping worryingly. After Li Xiangping had finished scribbling on the map, he shoved a transparent pearl into his hand. "Mu Jiaomon will definitely be back after I'm gone. Follow this path eastward to return home," he instructed hastily, his voice filled with curt urgency. But before Chun Dongha could respond, Li Xiangping cut him off. "No matter what happens, you must deliver this pearl to Li Tongya," he hissed through tightly gritted teeth. "Everyone." Li Xiangping rose to his feet, ignoring Chun Dongha's stunned silence. "After I'm gone, all of you must head east with Dongha. Do not linger here," he commanded loudly, his voice full of conviction. Li Qiuyang and the others were at a loss for words, watching as Li Xiangping's voice grew softer as he sank to the ground weakly. "Great King." Family head. Li Xiangping lifted his gaze and watched the blazing sun in the sky as an array of illusions danced before him. It was as though a piece of the sun itself had broken off, hurtling toward him like a shooting star. The broken piece burned brightly before landing on his chest, scalding his senses. He once roasted a chief from Mount Yu alive, and now, the same pain and agony consumed him. "Great King." The world darkened around Li Xiangping. Although he could not see anything, he felt someone's weight on his body and wet tears falling onto his cheeks. Despite the agony, a faint smile tugged at his lips. "What a low blow," he murmured weakly. Li Xiangping's long hair fell in disarray, revealing sparse white strands. He has lived to an age where ordinary farmers would have had grandchildren of their own and would have suffered very few grievances in life. Yet, the only thing on his mind was the Li family, surviving amidst myriad forces. From the void emerged thick black qi, enveloping his gray-black eyes and withering his body. Li Xiangping coughed up black blood. "I've lived a great life," he proclaimed with all his might, his voice hoarse and strained. Memories flashed before him before finally settling on a meandering river where a teenager had just caught a green-tailed fish, then picked up a broken bluish-gray mirror with a curious look on his face. The sunlight illuminated his face and a dazzling smile graced his lips. The black qi dissipated as quickly as it had appeared, snaking its way back into the void as Li Xiangping's body withered completely. However, a gray light suddenly burst forth from Li Xiangping's Shenyang mansion. Every last trace of the black qi was absorbed by the talisman qi in his Shenyang mansion like a hungry ghost devouring a feast. Only Li Xiangping's withered corpse remained kneeling on the ground, a final white light exuding from his qi acupoint before gently fading into the void too. Almost instantly, the crowd let out a loud cry in unison. "It's a curse. He was killed by a curse. Jianixi, you coward." Ahuici cried out in anguish. Family head. Chun Dongha wept before Li Xiangping's body, clenching his fists with such might that they bled. Sobs filled the air as Li Qiuyang made his way forward, eyes red and glistening. The sound of flapping wings suddenly filled the air, silencing Chun Dongha's cries. He was stunned for a moment before immediately pressing his ears to Li Xiangping's chest. "Everyone quiet," he yelled at the crowd with a deep frown as he tried to focus. The cries and commotion immediately ceased at his command, and after listening for a few moments, he carefully laid Li Xiangping's body on the ground. With trembling hands, Chun Dongha placed his fingers gently on Li Xiangping's pale lips. He applied a little force to part them, and immediately heard the flapping noises growing louder. Ahuici and Li Qiuyang, standing on opposite sides of his body, were visibly stunned. They, too, kneeled down to check. Buzz. With a sudden force, Chen Donghe watched as a grayish-black locust burst out violently from Li Xiangping's mouth. Its body was adorned with barbs, the patterns on its wings resembling leaves. It bounced in Chen Donghe's hand for a moment before taking flight, its wings flapping rapidly as it whizzed away. This is locusts. So many locusts. The people shouted in alarm as thousands of grayish-black locusts emerged from Li Xiangping's body, soaring into the sky like a dark storm. People stumbled backward in pain as the swarm of locusts flew past them, their barbs hurting their skin. Donghe. This is, Ahuici's voice slowly trailed off. Chen Donghe, with tears still streaming down his face, grabbed Li Xiangping's ebony bow and cast a glance at the disappearing corpse. As the locusts slowly escaped into the night sky, Chen Donghe gritted his teeth in anger. Move out. Don't let them catch you, he commanded fiercely. Chapter 104. No Room for Escape 2. Meanwhile on Mount Lijing, a bright, gleaming white pearl emerged abruptly from the void, before returning back into the mirror on the stone platform, which stirred up a flurry of pale moonlight. Just then, a sigh echoed through the courtyard. Li Xiangping, it has been 25 or 6 years since you last picked me up. The memory of the boy who was catching fish in the river remained vivid in Liu Jiangxian's mind, but the boy had fallen to the west. Liu Jiangxian felt a whirlwind of emotions in him, threatening to spill out at any moment. Before the words could form on his lips, he found himself at a loss, his words drowned out by emotions. He felt a surge in his divine sense and mana as the information recorded in the profound pearl talisman seed flowed into the mirror. Li Xiangping had perished because of a curse. His cultivation had stopped at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm, but the amount of mana that came from the profound pearl talisman seed greatly exceeded Liu Jiangxian's expectations. The feedback from the profound pearl talisman seed seems to not only be related to cultivation, but surprisingly also involves intangible aspects such as luck and fortune. He absorbed Jianixi's fortune and siphoned Mount Yu's blessings. Light gathered in Liu Jiangxian's mirror, and the supreme profound light was also dancing around it. Its power was now strong enough to vanquish cultivators at the peak of Qi cultivation realm. The increased mana capacity allowed him to release 5 beams of supreme profound light consecutively, which was enough to confront a cultivator of the foundation establishment realm, though he would need 3 days to recover afterward. The black qi of that curse was converted from talisman qi. I wonder if it changed after the talisman qi within Li Xiangping's body devoured it. Liu Jiangxian has spent the past few days in the courtyard, studying the structure of the curse, but progress was slow. Fortunately, he did not require sustenance, nor did he require sleep. Hence he was able to devote over a decade to his studies without the need for haste. That pearl, though, Liu Jiangxian gulped. His desires had diminished greatly since becoming an artifact spirit, and he made every effort to focus on the activities at the foot of the mountain to keep his emotions and priorities in check. Yet, the precious pearl Li Xiangping had acquired stirred an unexpected longing deep within him. Outside the courtyard, Li Tongya was teaching Li Xianling's swordsmanship when a shiver suddenly overcame him, causing him to stop abruptly. What's wrong, father? Li Tongya furrowed his brow as unease crept into his body. Nothing, he replied after a brief pause, waving his hand dismissively. I'd better have a grand formation set up on Mount Lijing as soon as possible. I feel vulnerable without a reliable formation for protection. Clang. The sudden impact on the door and windows drew the attention of Li Tongya and Li Xianling instantly. Li Xianling approached cautiously and opened the window, revealing a scrawny grayish-black locust that had crashed into it. Its upper half had been smashed against the window, prompting him to peel it off from the glass suspiciously before turning back to face his father. Li Tongya already knew that it was a locust with the help of his spiritual sense, but he felt an inexplicable sadness as he examined the locust more closely. Under Li Tongya's analysis, the locust revealed no trace of demonic energy, yet a strangely familiar sensation lingered. Let's venture into the mountains again tomorrow and see if we can gather any information about Xiangping. Shaking off the unsettling feeling, Li Tongya stretched out and tossed the locust out of the window. Don't lose focus now. Read the profound water sword technique manual carefully. He urged his son gently, an unreadable expression on his face. However, As soon as those words left his mouth, the noise of a commotion reached his ears. Li Xianxian entered happily, cradling a bundle in his arms. "Second uncle," he exclaimed. Li Tongya's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Is it a boy or a girl?" he immediately asked, hardly able to hide the joy in his face. Li Xianxian had married a woman from a different clan with a spiritual orifice 2 years ago. However, she was not really gifted in cultivation and had only condensed the profound scenery chakra, thus attaining only the first stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Li Xiangping had also picked a few beautiful mortal women for Li Xianxian to take as his concubines, and now, this child marked the first direct descendant of the Li family's 3rd generation. "It's a boy." Li Xianxian could not contain the smile on his face as he cradled the baby closer. Seeing this, Li Tongya chuckled fondly. "This is our Li family's first 3rd-generation heir. Have you thought of a name yet?" he asked. "According to the generation name, it should include Yuan," Li Xianxian said as he laughed softly, playing with his child for a moment before getting lost in his thoughts. "I'll name him Li Yuanxiu," he said finally. "Li Yuanxiu," Li Tongya repeated thoughtfully, before nodding approvingly. "That's a good name," he remarked fondly as he glanced at the child once more. "How many children did your concubine bear?" Li Tongya's sudden question prompted Li Xianxian to look up. "A boy and a girl. They're 3 and 5 this year," he replied. Li Tongya fell deep into thought before speaking. "In the future, the direct descendants of our Li family will be part of the major sect. The children of the concubines without spiritual orifices will be assigned to the minor sect, and the ones with spiritual orifices will be part of the major sect, along with the direct descendants. For the children of those in the minor sect, the ones without spiritual orifices will form the branches, while those with spiritual orifices will be reinstated into the major sect." He spoke with a degree of solemnness in his voice. Li Xianxian took a moment to digest the information before finally nodding in understanding. "There are more than 2,000 members in Yi clan now. What do we do with the children with spiritual orifices from those in the branches?" he asked. "They'll be part of the minor sects. That's as far as they can go," Li Tongya answered after a moment of contemplation. Considering Li Qiuyang's current status as a branch member of the Li clan, if he were to father a son with spiritual orifices, he could be reinstated into a minor sect. However, if his first grandson possessed spiritual orifices, he would not be able to be reinstated into the major sect. This ensures that all members of the major sect are direct descendants of grandfather, Li Xianxian said slowly, finally realizing the reasoning behind the system. Li Tongya's uneasy expression caught his attention. "Is something wrong, second uncle?" he asked, slightly hesitant. With a weary look on his face, Li Tongya sighed deeply before speaking once more. "I'm still worried about Xiangping. I'll take advantage of the night and make a trip to the west. You stay here and watch over the family." Chapter 105, The Great Drought. Mu Jiaomon sat in the huge, empty carriage, enduring the countless jolts and shakes caused by the rough terrain in Mount Yu's territory. The scene from the white jade platform was replaying endlessly in his mind. Drawing back the curtain, Mu Jiaomon scanned the parched and cracked land with the scorching sun hanging in the sky. "When was the last time it rained?" he asked loudly at the top of his voice. "In 4 months, General." Mu Jiaomon pondered for a moment before he motioned for his subordinates. "Withdraw the eastern defenses and drive the vagrants eastward. Let them torment the strange people there," he commanded. One of his subordinates hesitated for a moment. "But if we withdraw the eastern defense line and Li Xiangping escapes?" The subordinate's voice trailed off, his tone filled with concern. "That bastard is dead," Mu Jiaomon roared, fury coursing through him. With a violent motion, he grabbed the man by the neck fiercely with a scowl. "How many times do I have to tell you? That bastard is dead. Dead, dead, dead," he screamed in anguish. His eyes turned red from the anger and was just about to strike down on the man when he was stopped by his subordinates around him dropping to their knees. "Greetings, great king," their voices crying out in unison. Confused, Mu Jiaomon then slowly lifted his head to see Jianixi, who was looking down at him coldly. Mu Jiaomon hurriedly flung the man aside and fell to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground as color drained from his lips. "Great king," he stuttered. Jianixi approached him, his gaze piercing and ferocious. Without a warning, he lashed out, delivering a strong kick to Mu Jiaomon's body. "Worthless," he yelled angrily. Mu Jiaomon was sent flying like a ball, crashing into several carriages. Rice and grain spilled onto the ground as he lay there, his men watching in fearful silence. After tumbling a few times, Mu Jiaomon hurriedly scrambled back to his feet and slapped himself across the face. Jianixi watched him for a moment before erupting into a scornful laugh. He was merely a cultivator of the embryonic breathing realm, yet you and your men couldn't even deal with him, and had to end up hiring a talisman shaman to kill him through a curse. You truly are a disappointment, Mu Jiaomon, he sneered. Mu Jiaomon numbly slapped himself as Jianixi's voice echoed from above. You won't be participating in the great sacrifice ritual that's happening in a few days. Use this time to stay in the camp and reflect on your actions. Mu Jiaomon snapped his head up suddenly, coming to a sudden realization. But before he could speak, Jianixi struck him with a hard blow to his abdomen, which immediately sent him into unconsciousness. Drag him away, Jianixi ordered in a low voice as he watched Mu Jiaomon be hauled off to the camp. Turning toward the towering Mount Wu. Live, he murmured, his voice so soft it was barely audible. After making a round in the mountain forest, Liu Changdie rose from the desolate stronghold and pondered as the morning sun illuminated the sky. The absence of rising smoke in the east suggests that the Mount Yu army has withdrawn. How could Mu Jiaomon allow Xiangping to return east so easily? Swiftly traversing east, he noted the barren land beneath his feet, realizing it had been nearly half a year since the last rainfall. It's no wonder there are so many Mount Yu vagrants. Liu Changdie frowned, assessing the situation in Mount Yu's territory and considering the likelihood of the stragglers crossing the border. The granaries of the Li family have been abundant in recent years, capable of supporting a few thousand vagrants. However, a prolonged drought may deplete the Meche River and threaten the food production. The Ji family's letter also mentioned the sacrifice. I suspect Jianixi doesn't have much time to spare. As Liu Changdie ventured deeper into Mount Yu's territory, he encountered increasingly parched land and trees that had no barks. In the distance, the imposing silhouette of the great Jiuding slowly emerged. The lone city within Mount Yu bore the scars of time, its weather-beaten walls now showing signs of decay both inside and out. At the edge of the city stood a towering altar made of soil, wood, and stone, its construction almost complete. It was rumored that Jianixi would be offering sacrifices to the heavens there, aiming to unite the world under a single cause. Despite their weary appearance, the craftsmen laboring on the altar exuded hope and reverence, eagerly anticipating Jianixi to end the war and bring them stability. This is as far as I can go, Liu Changdie murmured to himself, coming to a halt. His search this time was as fruitless as his last. Deciding to turn back, he reluctantly retraced his steps toward Moongaze Lake. Moongaze Lake had receded dramatically, its dry, cracked riverbed littered with the carcasses of dead fish and shrimp. The stench was so putrid and pungent that one could hardly keep their eyes open. With jackals and vultures scavenging for food, the area looked no different than a desolate wasteland. Liu Changdie only made one quick round around the lake before immediately making his way back to Mount Liujing. Upon his return, Liu Changdie was greeted by the sight of a massive black pig's carcass sprawled in the courtyard. Its glossy fur still glistened in the sunlight, and its tusks, long as an adult's arm and as white as jade, protruded prominently. Meanwhile, as Li Xianling and Li Xianxian diligently performed the spirit sealing technique on the pig's joints and acupoints, Li Xuanfeng leaned against a huge rock and cleaned his bow. Second uncle, Li Xuanfeng exclaimed as he spotted Liu Changdie's descent. With a bow in one hand and a hemp bag in the other, he pushed himself from the rock and straightened, his face beaming with excitement. This mountain pig demon is really huge, with strength at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. It should provide a hearty addition to our meal. Liu Changdie chuckled softly before inspecting the demon pig with his spiritual sense. He noticed a long, black, gleaming arrow embedded in its brain. It was the only mark of injury present in its otherwise pristine flesh. Just one shot? He asked in surprise. Yep, Li Xianfeng confirmed proudly, his head held high. With one swift motion, he slung his long bow behind him and bent down, pulling out the long arrow from the pig demon's empty eye socket. He flung away the red and white matter that clung to it before continuing. I chased this pig demon the entire night. Finally at dawn, while it was gnawing on wood and bamboo, I shot an arrow that pierced its eye and its brain, which killed it instantly. Good job. Liu Changdie nodded approvingly as he heard this. However, he added a word of caution. Although this mountain pig demon may seem easy prey for your arrows, remember to stay cautious. Despite its swift demise by your hand, Such creatures can still pose a threat. Be wary and hunt demons of the lower cultivation realm to hone your skills. Li Xianfeng heeded Li Tongya's caution, but a hint of defiance lingered in his expression. But this demon couldn't even touch the hem of my shirt, he said defensively. Li Tongya chuckled and patted Li Xuanfeng's shoulder affectionately, amused by his defiance. I know you're skilled with your bow. In our family, only your youngest uncle's swordsmanship could rival your talent. But you have to remember, the human body is vulnerable, he emphasized once more, and his tone had a hint of gentleness. As Li Tongya observed Li Xuanfeng's serious demeanor, he decided to speak once more. Though cultivators at the embryonic breathing realm possess strength akin to an ox, capable of feats like moving heavy objects and scaling walls, they remain far weaker than demonic creatures. I've faced many adversaries of the Qi cultivator realm, and do you know why those who lose often sustain serious injuries? He added, an eyebrow raised. Is it due to the enemy's spells? Li Xianfeng guessed, intrigued. Not entirely, Li Tongya said as he shook his head. It's because they fall. Chapter 106, The Great Drought 2. Li Tongya then went on to explain further. When cultivators engage in aerial combat, those lacking in mental fortitude are susceptible to the pain and fear inflicted by their enemies. As a result, they may lose control and plummet to the ground, sustaining severe injuries such as broken tendons and bones. In such a state, they lack the strength to continue battling their foes. His words sparked contemplation among Li Xianxian and Li Xianling, who were gathered around Li Xianfeng, nodding in understanding. He grinned and remarked, I'm glad we still have you around to guide us, second uncle. Sheesh. Li Tongya smiled wryly at the boy's cheekiness, observing Li Xianfeng as he picked up the sack with his right arm. Look, second uncle, he said with a chuckle. He untied the rope with a swift motion, releasing 3 small mountain pigs from the sack. Li Xianfeng grabbed 2 of the pigs by the neck in each hand, holding them securely. I found 3 mountain pigs in that beast's den. Can we raise them at home? He asked. Li Tongya nodded in response. We do have quite a number of spirit rice bran and leaves, and also stuffed parts from the demonic beasts we've killed before. But then again, mountain pigs have a big appetite, and it might be challenging to raise even one of them. That's not a problem. Li Xianfeng laughed. With a hard squeeze of his palms, Li Xianfeng killed the 2 small mountain pigs in his hands instantly, leaving only the one in the sack still struggling to escape. These little demonic creatures are formidable opponents. We'll need a cultivator outside of the main family to keep an eye on them. Li Tongya turned his attention to Li Xianxian, who was busy performing spirit sealing technique on the carcass. Shinner, how are all the cultivators in the side family faring? He asked. Excluding Chen Donghe and Li Qiuyang, there are 3 cultivators that don't bear the surname Li. One of them is from the Yi clan, but they have been returned to the side family. The rest have also been married into the Li family, he replied promptly. Good. Li Tongya nodded approvingly. How are their cultivations? Not satisfactory. Li Xianxian continued with a sigh, shaking his head. The cultivation method they use is the Azure Essence Meridian Nourishment Technique, which we obtained from Senior Si Yuanbai. Compared to our Supra, Li Xianxian intended to mention the Supreme Breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra, but before he could utter these words, the profound pearl talisman seed in his Qihai acupoint suddenly interrupted his thoughts. It startled him so much that it also caught the attention of Liu Jiangxian, who was engrossed in his research. With his divine sense, Liu Jiangxian swiftly discerned the cause of the disturbance. Realizing his mistake, Li Xianxian quickly corrected himself. Compared to our cultivation speed and technique, the technique they use pales in comparison. Currently, the strongest among them has only condensed the radiant lure chakra, the second stage of the embryonic breathing realm. They mainly spend their days taking care of the spirit patties and wuzhou worms, he explained. Li Tongya nodded at his clarification, acknowledging the significant difference in cultivation levels between the main family and the branch cultivators as he nodded in understanding. Maybe we should consider letting them use a better cultivation method for the embryonic breathing realm. With only 6 profound pearl talisman seeds available, it's inevitable that there won't be enough for future generations of the major sect. We must avoid relying solely on common cultivation methods like the Azure Essence Meridian Nourishment Technique. While Li Xianxian and Li Xianling dealt with the mountain pig demon and summoned someone to carry it away, Li Xiaowen approached to deliver news that the Liu family had visited to report a death. Li Tongya's uncle, Liu Linfeng, had passed away during the night. While the younger members of the Li family were seemingly unfazed by the news, Li Tongya felt a squeeze in his heart. Now that he thought about it, he was already 40. Lu Linfeng was 25 years his senior and had lived to the ripe age of 65. In their village, such longevity was considered remarkable. Don't inform mother about this, he instructed. His mother's health had declined in recent years, and it worsened after his father's death, looking as though she had lost her soul. She found it difficult to focus, and would sometimes even wander off and get lost. Li Tongya feared that this news would only add to the poor woman's distress. I'll descend the mountain to take a look. Chun Donghe followed the trail Li Xiangping had drawn on the map, noticing the absence of any large groups of Mount Yu soldiers or station troops. Instead, there were only corpses scattered on the ground that were being scavenged by vultures and jackals. The cracked earth offered no water source except for a few small puddles remaining in the dry riverbed. The group of people walked in silence, their only company being the sound of sobs and wails. Out of the 1,000 who had set out, only around 200 had returned. Despite inflicting significant casualties and chaos on the enemy, those who had returned were wounded and filled with sorrow. Glancing at Li Yexing lying curled up on a stretcher nearby, Chun Donghe saw him stir finally after 3 days of unconsciousness due to his broken hip. Where's the family head? Li Yexing asked weakly, his voice barely a whisper. Up ahead, Chun Donghe replied, forcing a smile. Seeing Li Yexing smiling before shutting his eyes, Chun Donghe felt a pang of sadness. He noticed a tear leaking from the corner of Li Yexing's eye and could no longer hold back his emotions. I knew I couldn't hide it from you, Uncle Yexing, he whispered as he choked back tears. How did he die? Li Yexing asked finally, his voice full of emotion. Killed by a curse, Chun Donghe replied curtly, trying to hold his tears back. Li Yexing let out a deep sigh as tears began welling up in his eyes once more. Li Yexing mourned not only the loss of someone as powerful as Li Xiangping, but also the end of his own power and influence. The complicated relationship between them only added to the grief. Brother Xiangping, you and I are more alike than you think. Li Yexing reflected, knowing Li Xiangping better than anyone else. When he was 15, he knew that the blood spilled on the rock was Li Yexing's, his elder brother. He saw the guilt in Li Xiangping's eyes but pretended that he did not see it. When he was 12, Li Yexing endured his elder brother's abuse. He knew that there were 3 knives on Mount Lijing, 2 were big and 1 was small. If he needed to rid himself of his brother's tyranny, he would have to cause a conflict between them. Li Yexing's ears were constantly filled with rumors about Li Mutian's family. He treaded cautiously for 3 years as though walking on thin ice before he finally got his older brother killed. He had expected Li Mutian to take action, but it was Li Xiangping who ultimately became the instrument of his liberation. In his gratitude, Li Yexing spent a lifetime being Li Xiangping's loyal dog. Knowing that he had outlived him caused him immense suffering. I wish to become your blood brother in our next life, Brother Xiangping, just like Brother Tongya and Brother Chang'u. Li Yexing murmured, straining to reach for a bottle of poison at his waist. He had prepared the poison in case he fell into Mount Yu's hands and faced torture, and had yet to taste it. Surviving is merely existing in a state of lingering. Xiaowen has grown up and has found a companion in Xianxian. I've done enough for him as his parent, Li Yexing muttered as he struggled to raise his hand, allowing the cold liquid to flow slowly through his lips. As the numbness spread in his mouth, he began writhing on the stretcher, his head rolling side to side, which disheveled his gray hair. God damn, it's bitter, he thought indignantly as he approached the end of his life. Chapter 107. Returning to the market, Li Tongya had finished attending the funeral and had changed out of his white robe when he realized that it was about time for the market at Moongaze Lake to open. He packed up the leather of demonic creatures and materials he had gathered in recent days and headed north. Patrolling the reeds a few times, he had hoped to seize the moment and gather a wisp of river pure qi in the river. To his dismay, he was greeted by a dry, withered landscape, forcing him to leave, empty-handed and disheartened. After months of drought, the rivers have dried up, and the once vibrant reeds have turned yellow. There's no chance of finding any river pure qi in the river, he muttered to himself in disappointment. Leaving the reeds behind, Li Tongya rode the wind toward Moongaze Lake. The waterline had receded about 30 miles, revealing fish carcasses covered in maggots and many small islands that had revealed themselves now that the water had gone. With a wave of his sleeve, Li Tongya activated the hidden formation in the air, which emitted a bright burst of silver light. This time it was different. With just a sweep of his spiritual sense, he had managed to locate the large boat on the lake. He quickly descended and headed in its direction. A young man with cultivation at the third stage of embryonic breathing realm rushed out from the cabin of the boat almost instantly. "My lord, are you heading to Moongaze Lake's market?" he asked inquisitively. "Yes," Li Tongya replied as he found a seat for himself. Seeing only the young man who promptly served him a bowl of tea and no signs of the white-haired old man who used to pilot the boat years ago, Li Tongya asked, "I remember the old man who used to drive this boat more than 10 years ago. Has there been a change of ownership?" The young man seemed surprised by the question. He set down the tea bowl before replying. "That old man failed to break through to the Qi cultivation realm and died of old age 10 years ago. None of his children possessed any spiritual orifice, so his eldest son exchanged all his spirit items for fields. They're now a wealthy family in their hometown." Li Tongya sighed inwardly. He picked up the tea bowl but refrained from drinking, setting it down cautiously. "What a shame," he murmured. "Indeed." The young man lowered his gaze before quickly adding, "But the old man did live to be 108 years old. His longevity was the envy of all of us here on the boat." "Oh," the young man observed Li Tongya quietly, who appeared to be only in his 30s but had already reached the Qi cultivation realm. He noticed the storage pouch and Qi bottles tied to his waist, and the youth came to the conclusion that he was likely a descendant of a large family. With a bitter smile, he said, "Senior, you may not be aware of this, but rogue cultivators like us mostly rely on a grade 1 breathing technique of the embryonic breathing realm. We can barely even condense a chakra in over 10 years. Hence, it's not uncommon for us to be stuck in the embryonic breathing realm for a lifetime." "I see." The youth had worked on the lake for over a decade, encountering many Qi cultivators who rarely bothered to engage in conversation. Li Tongya, however, with his focused demeanor and frequent nods, encouraged the youth to speak. Taking this as his cue, the youth continued, "Your talent is exceptional, senior. Attaining the Qi cultivation realm at such a young age is remarkable. Rogue cultivators like us often live our entire lifetime with just a single technique of the embryonic breathing realm in possession, unable to access techniques needed to draw talismans or refine pills. It's a bitter reality." Upon hearing these words, Li Tongya's mind immediately drifted to the supreme breathing meridian nourishment sutra at home. "I guess that cultivation method is worth more than the wealth of all the families in the entire Moongaze Lake combined. The cultivation speed seems to be at least 10 times faster than ordinary techniques, not to mention the purity of the refined mana that far surpassed others." Feigning ignorance, Li Tongya merely smiled. "I wonder what grade of embryonic breathing realm techniques the disciples from the sect are practicing," he responded, leading the youth on. The youth nodded enthusiastically in response as soon as the words left Li Tongya's mouth. "I've been working on this lake for over a decade now, and I've seen disciples of major sects who were as young as 20 and even the elderly at the first stage of the embryonic breathing realm in their 90s. Yet, all I've heard is that the Azure Pond sect's embryonic breathing realm technique is the best among all the sects. It's a grade 5 technique, 4 times more effective than ordinary ones." "That's truly remarkable," Li Tongya exclaimed in amazement, then steered the conversation toward Mount Yu. "I've heard that Mount Yu in the west is quite formidable." The youth nodded vigorously. "Indeed, I heard that the great king from Mount Yu has reached the peak of the Qi cultivation realm. They've been targeting families under the governance of the Golden Tangate sect on the west coast. 3 family heads of the Qi cultivation realm have already been killed. One can only imagine the significant losses those families have suffered," he replied with a sad shake of his head as he spoke. As Li Tongya listened, he noticed a few more people arriving on the boat, prompting the youth to reluctantly excuse himself to entertain the new patrons. Li Tongya could not help but think to himself, "That Jianixi is really powerful. I hope he dies soon so we can all sleep well at night." Li Tongya listened to the conversation between the newcomers for a moment before feeling the boat jolting, realizing that they had arrived at the market. Disembarking, he rented a stall using a spirit stone as the deposit and displayed an array of materials, which included the talismans Li Xiangping had acquired after killing the old Taoist for sale. Once the stall had been set up, he took out a wooden slip to fill up his time while waiting for customers to arrive. Li Tongya had dedicated more than 10 years to studying talismans by now, having honed his skills to the point where his success rate in drawing a talisman was 1 in 10. While this could barely offset the cost of the talisman papers, It was still considered a loss if he were to factor in the expense of Talisman ink. Determined to improve, he continued to practice in the hope that one day he could make a profit from his talismans. Li Tongya glanced down and noticed the storage pouch and 2 qi bottles at his waist. After a few moments of consideration, he speculated that the boatman had probably identified him as a member of a prestigious family because of them. To appear more inconspicuous, he wrapped the qi bottles in a piece of spirit cloth and tucked them into his chest pocket. Now without them, he looked like a convincing rogue cultivator. Li Tongya came early this time, so there were still a lot of people shopping. Within 2 hours, he had nearly sold out of his goods and felt no inclination to wait around to sell off his last few items. He closed his stall, retrieved the spirit stone he had deposited earlier, and paid 10 jin of spirit rice as a rental fee. A profit of 11 spirit stones. That's not bad. Li Tongya spent 5 of them on a jade sprout pill. With the additional one that he had retrieved from the cave dwelling before, he decided to wait a few more months before attempting to break through to the 4th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Although the jade sprout pills are effective, their toxic after-effects shouldn't be underestimated. I must wait for a few more months until every trace of its after-effect has been detoxified before considering taking it again. As he took a few steps, Li Tongya noticed a middle-aged female cultivator approaching. She seemed to have condensed the jade capital chakra and attained the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Her appearance suggested that she was around the same age as Li Tongya, but she cupped her fist respectfully almost instantly as she spotted him. "Senior, do you still remember me?" Li Tongya thought she looked quite familiar, but her name eluded him. He could only reciprocate the gesture as he racked his mind. "If I may ask," he began, awkwardly. "Market at the cloud-crowned peak. The ebony bow," the middle-aged female cultivator reminded him with a smile. It was then that Li Tongya recalled the ebony bow he had purchased for Li Xiangping at the market located at the foot of Cloud-Crowned Peak, where he had submitted the tributes to the sect. The middle-aged lady was only a young girl when he had purchased that bow. Chapter 108. Returning to the market, 2. "It's been more than 10 years since I've seen you. How have you been, fellow Taoist?" Li Tongya inquired, though secretly puzzled as to why she had approached him. The female cultivator wore a conflicted look on her face as she remarked, "It's only been a little over 10 years, yet you're already a Qi cultivator." "It's just luck," Li Tongya responded with a chuckle. "I'm lending you. My husband is a Qi cultivator named Xiangping," said the female cultivator as she introduced herself. "Li Tongya," he replied politely, nodding his head. "We actually have found a cave dwelling. Are you interested in exploring it with us, senior?" Lin Jingyi asked in a soft voice. "A cave dwelling?" Li Tongya narrowed his eyes, suspicious of the offer. How can there be such a good thing? We're pretty much strangers to each other. Can I really trust her? This person could not possibly be here to swindle me or kill me. "Oh, that sounds like incredible luck," Li Tongya commented with a chuckle. Lin Jingyi quickly sensed his skepticism and whispered, "We've already checked the cave dwelling. It belonged to a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm from at least 200 years ago. We have the means to enter, but we lack one cultivator of the Qi cultivation realm." Li Tongya laughed. "You're seeking my help, because a group of cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm like you can't break the formation of the cave dwelling?" he asked, amused. He merely stared at her in silence and was ready to walk away. "Not exactly," Lin Jingyi replied with an awkward smile, before continuing. "We already have 2 cultivators of the Qi cultivation realm. We're just one short of entering this cave dwelling," she explained. After hearing that statement, Li Tongya was slightly more convinced and agreed to sit down with Lin Jingyi to further discuss the matter. They found a bamboo building and ordered a cup of tea before continuing their discussion. Lin Jingyi then explained, "My husband and I have been active in the Mushroom Forest Plain, and some years ago, it was invaded by the Golden Tang Gate. Since then, that area has been deserted, and the market there is no longer operating. Since my husband has attained the Qi cultivation realm, we decided to venture westward to explore Moongaze Lake. We didn't expect that the drought would hit Moongaze Lake when we arrived. The water had receded a few miles, which exposed a cave dwelling in the lake. After being submerged for hundreds of years, the cave dwelling showed some defects that allowed my husband and I to notice it. We've cast a concealment spell there before coming here to seek help from others," she elaborated. "I see." Li Tongya nodded slowly in understanding. "Why me?" he asked, doubt in his eyes. Lin Jingyi hesitated before responding. "Because of your relatively low cultivation level, My husband is only at the second heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, and the person we found a few days ago was only at the third heavenly layer. We've witnessed enough ugly sides of cultivators, so we hope to find someone with a similar cultivation background. I see, Li Tongya replied, taking a sip of his tea. Is that your husband waiting outside? Li Tongya had already noticed someone waiting outside and decided to point it out. Lin Jingyi nodded, then called out to the man. The person then entered as he was summoned, cupping his fist as soon as he approached. I'm Xiangping. It's a pleasure to meet you, Brother Tongya, he greeted respectfully. The man was quite good-looking and seemed to be in his 50s. Li Tongya returned the gesture. No need for such formalities. Xiangping nodded and straightened up before speaking. We've been waiting here for over 10 days. If Brother Tongya hadn't shown up, we would have had no choice but to seek help from nearby clans. The mountain gate formations of those clans are tightly guarded. Who knows how many Qi cultivators there are? We're reluctant to approach them unless absolutely necessary, Lin Jingyi added. Li Tongya decided to waste no time. Take a profound scenery spiritual oath, he demanded. Xiangping nodded before performing a series of hand seals and repeated what Lin Jingyi had said earlier. As he performed the final hand seal, he muttered solemnly, in the name of the profound scenery, I swear that all that was said is true. Li Tongya listened to every word carefully. Upon detecting no omissions in the details and seeing that Xiangping's powerful aura remained unchanged, some of his doubt had dissipated. When are we departing? He asked. Right now, the couple replied eagerly. However, before they set off, Lin Jingyi turned to face Li Tongya. I'll have to ask you to take an oath that you won't harm us. Though the profound scenery spiritual oath is primarily for safeguarding secrets and confirming truths and might not be entirely foolproof, it would still offer us some peace of mind. Fine. Li Tongya then took the oath as well, wasting no time. Once that was done, they then rode the wind along with Xiangping. Observing the man's slightly mottled true essence, Li Tongya could tell that Xiangping had absorbed various unrefined qi and felt slightly relieved. Conversely, the couple also noticed Li Tongya's clear and bright true essence. This prompted them to look at each other, exchanging a bitter smile. Meanwhile, in Lijiang town, Chen Erniu was 70 this year, with a head full of gray hair. Having lived twice the age of most farmers, his eyes had turned cloudy from old age, and everyone in Lijiang town called him Grandpa. He sat restlessly in his chair, haunted by nightmares brought on by the dry weather that reminded him of the huge sparrow that descended upon his hometown on that fateful day. When Lichuanka village was successfully recovered, Chen Erniu went off to search for his son, Chen Sanshui. He never found any sign of him, apart from a tooth and a puddle of blood. The locals all claimed that Chen Sanshui had been captured by those from Mount Yu and taken to the west. Chen Erniu merely snorted coldly, but still, he followed the horse's tracks and searched in the tall weeds by the road until he came across a puddle of dried blood. Upon parting the tall weeds at the roadside, he discovered a heartbreaking scene before him and cried out in anguish. His eldest son, Chen Sanshui, had met a tragic end. The arid conditions proved challenging for Chen Sanshui's children, leaving the old man to oversee the vigil beside his son's body most of the time during the funeral. I wonder if Dongha will make it home safely. Chen Erniu's frown deepened as he worried about his other son. As he pondered, a commotion outside the courtyard caught his attention. A clamorous crowd was making a racket, their loud cries and shouts causing him to shudder. Moving to the entrance of the village with the support of his cane, Chen Erniu found a crowd gathered. In their midst, a group of wretched, mud-covered men kneeled on the ground, surrounded by mournful wails. He's back. Chen Erniu tried his best to straighten up and finally caught a glimpse of Li Xianxian and Chen Dongha. Li Xianxian, who had already grown a light beard, stared incredulously at the Mount Yu men in front of him. Say that again. He's been killed by a curse. We couldn't even bring his body back. Li Xianxian froze for a few moments before tears flowed like streams from his eyes, leaving streaks all the way to his neck. Dongha, ascend the mountain with me. The rest of you go home first. Li Xianxian had covered his face for a long time in silence before he could finally squeeze the words out of his mouth. Chen Dongha's face was also stained with tears and had a pained expression. The crowd silently parted away for them and watched them leave in silence. Family head. Chen Dongha addressed Li Xianxian softly, snapping him back to his senses. Li Xianxian looked at the ebony bow in his hand and could not stop his tears. Call me young family head, Li Xianxian replied. choking back tears as he wiped them away, stepping onto the stone path and clutching the bough tightly. The two of them walked in silence with their heads bowed for a while before they ran into Li Xianfeng, who hurriedly descended down the mountain. Li Xianfeng froze when he spotted the ebony bough in Li Xuanfeng's hand. "No, how can this be?" he cried out as realization struck him. Tears quickly welled up in Li Xuanfeng's eyes as he viciously snatched the bough and yelled, "Who did it?" Chen Donghe felt even worse at the sight of more members of the Li family. "He was killed by Mount Yu's curse," he whispered hoarsely. Li Xianfeng opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. He looked at Li Xianxian, whose face was full of tears, and slumped on a rock, the strength seemingly gone from his legs. How despicable! Li Xianfeng gritted his teeth as tears finally streamed down his face. Chapter 109, Exploration I. Li Tongya soared into the air with the couple and flew out of the market, heading southward for several hours. He was not afraid of a sneak attack or siege from these rogue cultivators. After all, the cultivation technique practiced by the rogue cultivators was only of grade 1 quality, having consumed various unrefined qi. Even if 3 or 5 rogue cultivators surrounded him, they would not be able to hold him back, especially with his superior river true essence. Li Tongya decided to assess the situation when they arrived. As they traveled, Li Tongya carefully discussed details with the couple. He discovered that the cave dwelling they sought was located on the south shore of Moongaze Lake, more than 200 miles away from Lichuanku village. The twists of fate in this world are truly unpredictable. Our family has been farming the south shore for decades, yet we never stumbled upon this cave. Xiangping and his wife simply landed on this small continent in the lake for a rest, and by chance, they encountered this valuable discovery during the Great Drought. While silently caught in his thoughts, Li Tongya spotted an ordinary-looking man seated on the jagged rocks ahead, with a long saber resting on his knees. He seemed to be meditating. "Brother Jiang." Xiangping landed and called out with a smile, cupping his fists. The man turned to face Xiangping. "This is Brother Zhang Yun, a qi cultivator who has attained the 3rd heavenly layer and is quite knowledgeable about formations. He just arrived at Moongaze Lake a few days ago to visit the market and has kindly agreed to assist us," Xiangping quickly explained. Zhang Yun quickly got up and cupped his fist respectfully, silently observing Li Tongya's river true essence. Xiangping proceeded to introduce Li Tongya to him. In return, Li Tongya cupped his fist in respect. As he observed Zhang Yun's bright and thorough true essence and listened to his claims of expertise in formations, Li Tongya secretly evaluated him. "I suspect this person isn't just a rogue cultivator. There's no Jiang family in this region, and if he isn't using a false name, he likely has connections to the 3 sects and 7 gates." While Li Tongya remained vigilant, Zhang Yun continued to explain patiently, though his excitement was evident. He pointed toward the water beside the small continent. "During your absence, I studied this cave dwelling. It appears to belong to a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm, dating back at least 200 to 300 years, he explained. Upon hearing this, Xiangping's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "That's rare indeed." Zhang Yun nodded. "I've heard that in ancient times, Moongaze Lake was known as the Great Moon Pool, spanning an area of 3,000 miles and was abundant with mountain pool spiritual qi. In fact, this was where the Moonlight Origin Mansion used to be located. There were numerous cave dwellings, but as the landscape changed, the lake gradually dried up, leaving only the present Moongaze Lake." He spoke, his eyes unreadable. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lin Jingyi eagerly asked, "Do you know how to get us inside, Brother Zhang?" "Of course." Zhang Yun nodded confidently. The group performed a series of hand seals and cast water avoidance spell on themselves before stepping into the water, stopping at a break in the riverbed. With a swift motion of his long saber, Zhang Yun revealed numerous patterns on the stone wall, followed by the emergence of a dazzling white formation. Zhang Yun reacted quickly and performed another hand seal, shooting out 3 long and thin jade wedges, each nailing into the formation. With a strong tug, 3 long and thin glowing white chains materialized in his hands, each connected to the jade wedges. "Take these, fellow Taoists," he instructed as he tossed out 2 chains to the other 2 men with him. Together, they poured their mana into the jade wedges. This guy really sure knows a thing or two. Li Tongya felt as though he had broadened his horizon as he channeled his mana through his hand. He grew more convinced that Zhang Yun had an extraordinary background, and his presence here could possibly be calculated. Li Tongya began meticulously scanning the surroundings around him, searching for potential escape routes. With heightened caution, he made a conscious effort to conserve his mana. After a full day of channeling mana, they finally saw the silver formation begin to flicker as night fell. After a slow night, the formation finally shattered, revealing the dark abyss that was the entrance to the cave dwelling. As a huge amount of lake water rushed in, they swiftly cast a few water avoidance spells at the entrance to block it. Standing before the dark entrance, the four hesitated. A silent exchange ensued, their eyes meeting in a moment of mutual hesitation. In each other's gazes, they discerned the same shade of uncertainty. "Shall I go first?" Zhang Yun offered, brandishing a light yellow wooden shield from his storage bag. Xiangping looked at the Dharma weapon in his hand from behind him, then followed silently behind Li Tongya with a serious look on his face. After only a few steps into the cave, a foul stench invaded their senses, immediately causing the couple to gag. Li Tongya, who had been holding his breath since entering the cave, remained unaffected and unfazed. He silently glanced at Xiangping, and the two immediately recognized the vigilant look in each other's eyes. Their true essences surged, poised for action at a moment's notice. Xiangping seems to have doubts about Zhang Yun's true intentions. If he was indeed working with Zhang Yun to deceive me, he wouldn't get Lin Jingyi involved in the first place. Looks like he has sensed that something must be off, hence becoming on guard. As if in response to his thoughts, Xiangping's voice echoed in Li Tongya's mind. It was transmitted through his spiritual sense, and his voice was tinged with apprehension. "Brotherly, I fear this man may not be an ordinary rogue cultivator. Jingyi and I must have misjudged him. I fear this won't end well for us." Zhang Yun surveyed the cave dwelling ahead of them, the glow of the spell in his hand illuminating every corner of the cave. Within the cavern, a wide space unfolded. At its center stood a towering crystal column, adorned with the coiled skeleton of a massive snake. Among the eerie white bones and fangs, a lone blood-red orb was suspended inside its jaws. The orb hovered gently, emitting a faint crimson light that contrasted starkly against the pristine white lance embedded in the ground, its silver gleam casting an ethereal glow throughout the cave. The spiritual qi within the cave dwelling was as rich as in the cave dwelling on Mount Meiche. This cavern, spanning several acres, seemed to stretch endlessly into the depths, its atmosphere tinged with an overwhelming yin qi. "Oh, it seems we've stumbled upon a demon general's lair," Zhang Yun exclaimed, kicking aside decayed bones before turning back to address Li Tongya and the couple with disappointment. "I thought this would be a cave dwelling that belonged to a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm, but it seems like it belongs to a serpent demon instead." Xiangping and the others shared in Zhang Yun's disappointment. Demons of Foundation establishment realm have taken form and often possess knowledge in formations and alchemy. However, demons were notorious for their lack of inheritance, preferring to consume spirit items rather than passing them down to others. This meant that there would not be much left for them to discover. There were countless little snakes in this cave, but all of them have been preyed upon by the demon and turned into sustenance for its cultivation, Zhang Yun remarked as they navigated through the labyrinth of snake remains. The group explored the entirety of the cave. All of the remains, bones, and ashes in there belonged to either humans or animals. Their belongings, including their storage pouches, had vanished. Zhang Yun muttered as he scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. From the ashes, 2 jade slips emerged. After a brief inspection of them, he tossed them aside in disappointment. What a poor demon. It must have exchanged all its treasures into spirit items and spirit elixirs to aid in breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. The jade slips have been sealed. Since the demon couldn't sell them, they were left here buried in the ashes, Zhang Yun explained as he turned around to face his companions. He chuckled and continued. The Purple Mansion realm is no easy feat to achieve. What are the contents of those 2 jade slips, Brother Zhang? Xiangping asked inquisitively as he cupped his fist in respect. Zhang Yun shot him a glance before replying. One of them is the Blood Dharma manual from my sect, the Golden Feather sect, while the other is the long-lost River Mountain Sutra of the Lingyu Gate after it was destroyed. You'll need the secret seal of the Golden Feather sect to unlock the first one, and a secret technique to unlock the other one. Both of you should just give up on them. Chapter 110, Exploration 2. Xiangping exchanged dismayed glances with his wife as Li Tongya withdrew to a safer area, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. Faint glimmers of white light were prancing around it, hinting at the latent power of the celestial moon/technique that was ready to be unleashed at any given moment. Do not be so alarmed, Brother Xiao, Zhang Yun said as he smiled at Li Tongya, carefully eyeing his sword that was already humming with power in its sheath. I'm familiar with the River One Qi technique of the Xiao family. It was my father who personally bestowed it upon them. Li Tongya's face betrayed a look of surprise before he quickly masked it with a quick regain of his composure. Is your purpose here solely to retrieve the Blood Dharma manual, Brother Zhang? He asked, an eyebrow arched. Not really. Zhang Yun's expression faltered slightly. Actually, I was sent by my master to search for a cave dwelling. I had no idea Brother Xiao was seeking the River Mountain Sutra. My intrusion was unintentional, he explained. Li Tongya was taken aback by this revelation, his mind racing. His expression betrayed his feelings of unease. I spent over a decade searching for the whereabouts of this cave dwelling. I never anticipated being preempted by this couple. When I saw Brother Zhang, I assumed it was because your sect also had an interest in this item, he interjected. Zhang Yun waved his hands dismissively. Nonsense. With the bond between our families, how could the Golden Feather sect harbor any desire for the River Mountain Sutra? Xiangping and his wife were left bewildered by the conversation. Caught between the conflicting agendas of two powerful factions, they felt trapped, perspiration beading on their brows as they realized they had unwittingly stumbled into a dangerous situation. Damn it, Li Tongya is also a disciple of a sect. Now, we've become pawns in their game. The couple silently edged backward, ready to make a hasty escape. However, their small movements caught Zhang Yun's attention, prompting him to turn and fix them with a sly smile. I'll deal with Brother Zhao's problem first. Zhang Yun exclaimed with a laugh as he swung his blade towards Xiangping. Xiangping's hair stood on end as he quickly grabbed Lin Jingyi and made an attempt to retreat. Unfortunately for him, Zhang Yun had practiced at least the grade 3 cultivation method and had consumed pure spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Although Xiangping had attained the qi cultivation realm, he practiced common cultivation methods. Since he possessed no decent qi gathering method, he had consumed various unrefined qi. It was no surprise that he was no match for Zhang Yun's prowess. In a swift and ruthless display like Li Tongya when he murdered the qi cultivator of the Ji family back then, Zhang Yun decapitated Xiangping with a series of slashes, ignoring Lin Jingyi's pleas for mercy. He soon turned his attention to her, and with another slash, she fell to the ground, lifeless. These rogue cultivators are truly worthless, Zhang Yun sneered as he turned around. Although Li Tongya's face remained composed, Zhang Yun's actions chilled Li Tongya to the bone. As Zhang Yun silently picked up the couple's storage pouches, Li Tongya could not help but reflect on the power held by the 3 sects and 7 gates in the world of immortal cultivation. Without the authentic technique Jinger brought home from the sect, I could have been killed by someone else, like these 2 rogue cultivators. Zhang Yun suddenly turned toward Li Tongya with a proposition. I guess the cultivation method is settled. As for these inner core and Dharma artifacts, who's going to pick first? Without waiting for a response from Li Tongya, a cruel sparkle lit up his eyes. Why don't we settle this with a duel? Saber against sword. Winner takes the pick of the loot, he exclaimed. Li Tongya had seen Zhang Yun's skill when he decapitated Xiangping earlier and was aware that Zhang Yun's techniques were not any superior to his profound water sword technique and river one qi technique. Besides, he also had the celestial moon/technique, which was packed with explosive power. I mustn't back down at this moment. With a confident smirk, he drew his sword, unleashing a burst of white light that had been contained in his sheath. Sounds good, he replied with a dangerous smile. As soon as he drew his sword, a white sword qi flew toward Zhang Yun, causing him to cry out in alarm and surprise. Hey, that's cheating, he exclaimed. However, he was able to react fast enough, releasing the saber qi he had been storing for quite some time. It clashed against the sword qi, creating a thunderous noise that caused their clothing to flutter and rustle loudly. Li Tongya staggered slightly under the force of the impact, but managed to dissipate it quickly. Zhang Yun, however, remained steadfast despite taking a direct hit. He stifled a grunt, indicating that he had sustained minor internal injuries. Nevertheless, he chuckled. You've backed off. Take your cultivation method, and I'll take the Peak Foundation Establishment Realm Demon's inner core. You can have this Dharma weapon of Foundation Establishment Realm. Reluctant to argue further, Li Tongya simply nodded. Fine, My mission is already complete as long as I can retrieve this cultivation method for my elder anyway, he replied with a shrug of his shoulders. Both of them then collected their items before exiting the cave. That sword technique of yours is quite impressive. Li Tongya was about to offer a modest response, but Zhang Yun quickly spoke again before he could respond. The Golden Feather Sect's promise to the Taoist master shooting still stands. Once that old fart, Qi Wei, dies, the Xiao family will be backed up by the Golden Feather Sect. So please, give more consideration to the matter. Li Tongya was instantly stricken with horror as his mind reeled with the revelation. Taoist master shooting. Xiao shooting has already attained the Purple Mansion realm? No wonder the Golden Feather Sect treats the Xiao family with such deference. What's that promise about? If Qi Wei, the old ancestor of the Azure Pond sect, dies, the sect's influence will likely diminish greatly. What schemes are the Xiao family and the Golden Feather Sect plotting? Zhang Yun blinked and continued in a low voice. Even if you're not truly loyal to the Xiao family, it doesn't matter. With a few Foundation establishment cultivators ready to unite, turmoil will inevitably ensue sooner or later. Li Tongya shook his head and chuckled. Brother Zhang, you jest. With a laugh, Zhang Yun patted his brocade pouch and departed on his flying shuttle, leaving Li Tongya to contemplate his words. Wary that Zhang Yun was still around the vicinity, Li Tongya decided to sit and cultivate until nightfall. As darkness enveloped the land, he utilized the Qi restraining technique and flew toward Lixiao Prefecture before circling back to the Li residence. However, as he flew over Mount Lijing, he noticed a sea of white below him. A sense of foreboding gripped him as he descended toward the mountain. The courtyard was decorated in white, and he saw Li Xianxian clad in mourning attire. What happened? He asked carefully. Li Xianxian shivered. He could not even speak at the sight of Li Tongya, and merely fell to his knees onto the ground. With trembling hands, Li Xianxian handed over the ebony bow and spoke. A few days ago, Chen Donghe and the others returned, saying that uncle had been killed by a curse. He choked out between sobs. Li Tongya froze, and the joy from acquiring a new cultivation method and Dharma artifact instantly dissipated. His fears and premonitions had finally been proven true. I understand, he murmured softly before turning away to hide his emotions. The two stood on the mountain for the longest time, each not saying a word. It took a while before Li Tongya broke the silence again. Go get the clothes he usually wore and bury them in the family mausoleum, alongside your grandfather and father. Li Xianxian nodded solemnly, and Li Tongya wiped away a tear before issuing another instruction. Make sure everything is done in proper order. Leave a space in the center for me. Understood. Chapter 111, Recovered Mirror Shard, I. In the year 216 of the Great Calendar, the barbarian lord of Mount Yu, Jianixi, advanced eastward, plundered the towns of Lichuan and Lijing, and broke through the mountain gate. Li Jingtian delicately held the brush with fair and slender fingers, meticulously jotting down notes on the silk fabric page of a book, save for the occasional pause to move her fingers and calculate the dates. Father was trapped by Mount Yu, invaded westward into Great Jiuding, and ravaged 15 villages. The barbarian lord, fearing his might, resorted to foul curses to assassinate him. Father had succumbed to a gruesome fate, coughing blood and spewing forth locusts. He breathed his last at the tender age of 39. The mantle of household responsibilities then fell upon the shoulders of the eldest son of the first uncle, Xianxian. Li Jingtian sighed mournfully after writing this paragraph, her white clothes billowing gently in the breeze. Sitting beside her, Li Tongya raised his head to observe her continued writing in the book. In the year 217 of the Great Calendar, the 4th month of the summer, there was a great drought. The 15 Mount Yu villages were affected by locusts that came from the south and covered the sky. Well done, Li Tongya murmured as he nodded approvingly. He had intended to start documenting the family history several years ago, but various family matters had kept everyone in the major sect occupied. Fortunately, Li Jingtian, being a direct descendant of the family, had the time, and so the task was handed over to her. Li Jingtian dipped her brush into the ink and set aside the completed writing. As she prepared another silk page to continue on, the sound of a report outside the courtyard caught their attention. Chen Donghe seeks an audience. Come in. Chen Donghe entered the courtyard with a determined stride, clad in the same white clothes. He glanced at Li Jingtian, who was behind the curtain, before cupping his fist. I have something important to report. He hesitated. It had been several months since his return to the village, and Li Tongya had been difficult to meet. He gritted his teeth in contemplation before finally speaking. The family head instructed that this matter should be reported to Senior Tongya alone. Li Jingtian raised her head, then gently set aside her brush and bowed respectfully before retreating from the room. Noticing the seriousness in Chun Dongha's demeanor, Li Tongya dismissed the attendants as well. It was only then that Chun Dongha finally produced a crystal-clear bead from his pocket, kneeling before Li Tongya. The family head has instructed that this bead must be personally delivered to your hands. I have not spoken of this to anyone else. Accepting the pearl, Li Tongya examined it closely. Encased within the crystal was a thumb-sized, pure white diamond-shaped shard that sparkled in the sunlight. As Li Tongya was about to speak, the profound pearl talisman seed within his body trembled violently, causing his heart to skip a beat. He bit down on his tongue and swallowed his words. I understand. I'll remember all that you've done for us, he replied, feigning calmness. After dismissing Chun Dongha, Li Tongya clapped his storage pouch, only to realize the treasure would not be able to fit inside. Without any other choice, he concealed it in his chest pocket. Nodding to Li Jingtian, who had just re-entered the courtyard, he swiftly made his exit. Liu Jiangxian's divine sense had long been fixated on that treasure pearl, and as he observed Li Tongya hurrying to the backyard, he felt a profound connection with the shard. His heart raced with excitement. It seems like the mirror is only left with a bluish-gray frame. What seems like its reflective surface is merely the shiny sheen of the smooth frame. The mirror itself has long been shattered and lost. The shard in the bead Li Tongya was holding was actually one of the lost fragments of the mirror. The mirror itself was palm-sized, while the shard was the size of 2 fingernails, occupying 1/10 of its entire reflective surface. Liu Jiangxian resisted the urge to seize it and decided to wait silently in the backyard instead. As Li Tongya placed the precious pearl atop the altar reverently, Liu Jiangxian activated his mana. A blazing white light erupted from the mirror, and the bluish-gray mirror floated into the air. The 12 runes on the mirror's frame flashed one by one, and white light rippled across the mirror's surface like undulating water waves. A heavy pressure filled the courtyard, shocking Li Tongya and leaving him gasping for breath. Liu Jiangxian ingested the pearl, and the supreme profound light burst forth. The crystal-clear shell melted like ice meeting fire, transforming into a white mist, which turned out to be the talisman Qi of Foundation Establishment Realm. As the mirror shard slowly fused into the frame, a profound sense of satisfaction and drowsiness washed over Liu Jiangxian. He focused on merging with the mirror shard, grabbing the talisman Qi, and tossing it into Li Tongya's Shenyang mansion. All of a sudden, Liu Jiangxian saw stars appear before his eyes as several rows of large characters appeared. The top row was written in purposeful handwriting, with pale golden brush strokes, Deep Ocean Long Whale. The words in the row below it were written in dark gray brush strokes that conveyed the bitter coldness of iron and stone, exhausting life to achieve success. Back then, Li Xiangping had 3 types of talisman Qi to choose from, while Li Tongya only had 2. It seemed the type of talisman Qi was related to the recipient's talent, while the realm of the talisman Qi determined the power of the ability after sealing it. As Liu Jiangxian's divine sense delved into the words, he was able to feel the differences between the 2 talisman Qi. The Deep Ocean Long Whale talisman could enhance the recipient's mana, deepening their true essence like the ocean and allowing for rapid recovery of mana. On the other hand, the other talisman enabled the user to exchange lifespan for mana, granting explosive strength but at the cost of longevity. Without hesitation, Liu Jiangxian chose the Deep Sea Long Whale talisman, hoping it would help Li Tongya live longer and also allow the profound pearl talisman seed in his body to mature several more decades before its retrieval. Besides, knowing Li Tongya, there was no way that man would sacrifice his lifespan to win. So naturally, the first talisman was the most practical choice. You should be able to reach greater heights now. Guard your home well, and I shall rest for a while, Liu Jiangxian murmured as he slowly drifted into a deep slumber. Li Tongya felt a white Qi enter his brow and a pale talisman Qi materialized in his Shenyang mansion before 4 huge golden characters appeared. Deep Ocean Long Whale. White talisman. Before Li Tongya could react, the chakra in his Qi-Hai acupoint stirred, and his cultivation realm surged with the intensity of a volcanic eruption. 3rd heavenly layer. 4th heavenly layer. 5th heavenly layer. The deep pool in Li Tongya's Qi-Hai acupoint expanded violently, growing 5 or 6 times larger than its original size. Once brimming with true essence, Li Tongya was now left with a sensation that felt like only 20 or 30% of his cultivation remained. Li Tongya was so astonished that he could barely contain himself. What an unbelievable talisman chi! To think that there's such a talisman chi within this treasure pearl. The deep ocean long whale talisman is really powerful, he mumbled in utter shock and disbelief. As he watched the bluish-gray mirror before him gradually lower onto the platform again, Li Tongya respectfully kneeled and bowed deeply 3 times. He then exited the courtyard and sat down cross-legged, then began to condense his true essence. Just as he settled down, he was nearly jolted awake from his meditative state. Although my chi is now 5 or 6 times larger, the recovery speed of my true essence is more than 10 times faster. I thought it would take 8 or 10 hours to recover, but now it seems it won't even take 2 hours. Li Tongya tried to settle down again and completed his meditation for an hour, feeling the profound true essence coursing through his body. I bet that the 3 past versions of myself combined can hardly take down the version I am now. They may even end up being exhausted to death by myself, he murmured quietly to himself, barely able to contain his own excitement. He soared into the air, feeling his mood had lifted greatly. Chapter 112, Recovered Mirror Shard 2. The big cave dwelling in the lake is full of spiritual chi. Maybe I should send some people to patch it up when we have enough manpower to spare. It seems about 1 acre or 2 in size, like several cave dwellings on Mount Meche combined. It seems like we don't have to worry about cultivation space from now on. Li Tongya reached into his storage pouch. There were 50 spirit stones from the time he helped destroy the Ji family, along with the proceeds from selling items and accumulated surplus. This totaled to around 70 spirit stones. Clang. Drawing out a long spear that emitted a chilling gleam from his storage pouch, Li Tongya inspected the Dharma artifact of the Foundation establishment realm he had obtained in the Snake's Cave. Faint electricity danced along its snow-white surface, causing Li Tongya's palms to tingle. Li Tongya smiled wryly. He was not skilled with spears, and on top of that, the Dharma artifact was of the Foundation establishment realm, which was too powerful for a chi cultivator to wield. Hence, it could only be left to collect dust in his storage pouch. Since the formation at home hasn't been set up yet, I will just carry it around for now. Putting the spear away, Li Tongya retrieved another jade slip. This jade slip looked different from ordinary ones. It was entirely purple, chilling to the touch, and remarkably durable. Li Tongya was convinced that he would not even be able to scratch it if he were to use all his strength. According to what Zhang Yun said, this is the long-lost River Mountain Sutra from the destroyed Lingyu Gate. I wonder what kind of cultivation method this is. The jade slip had been sealed. Li Tongya attempted to access its contents with his spiritual sense, only to feel like he was going against an iron wall. He had no choice but to give up and wait until he could gather more information about it in the future. When he entered the front yard, Li Xianxian was engrossed in reading wooden slips. Li Tongya sat beside him quietly. How are things at home? Good. Li Xianxian nodded and replied without looking up. There are now around 1,200 vagrants from Mount Yu, and combined with the Mount Yu people that were already in the village, it gives a total of 5,000. The population under our rule has reached 30,000, with 10,000 in Lijiang town alone. The Li family has more than 800 members, and the Yi family has over 3,000. Li Tongya glanced at the wooden slip in his hand and thought to himself, with such numbers, there'll likely be many individuals with spiritual orifices in the coming years. Keep an eye on them and ensure the Mount Yu people don't cause any trouble. Understood, Li Xianxian replied with affirmation. I've prohibited intermarriage between Mount Yu and our people. Women are only allowed to marry villagers, and men join the farming households. Those from Mount Yu don't have surnames, so there's a little aversion to changing them. In just 2 or 3 generations, there won't be any distinction between those from Mount Yu and our villagers. Excellent, Li Tongya said approvingly. He then let out a slight chuckle. I heard you have 6 concubines, he asked teasingly. Li Xianxian stammered and awkwardly nodded, his cheeks flushing instantly. That was from 2 years ago when third uncle picked them for me, he stuttered shyly. It's good to expand the family. The major sex numbers are still too small, Li Tongya continued with a reassuring nod. Just don't overindulge yourself, and let that affect the progress of your cultivation. Li Xianxian nodded hastily. I can feel that I'm very close to condensing the Jade Capital Chakra. I can probably enter seclusion to break through to the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm soon. Li Tongya stood up and glanced at the setting sun outside the window. What did the messengers that were sent to the Liu and In families report? They both brought back news. Both the Liu and In families now rule over more than 20,000 people. One occupies Mount Huazhong, and the other occupies Mount Huaqian. Li Tongya carefully listened to this before replying. With the population under our rule about to exhaust available land for cultivation along with our population growth reaching its limit, let's keep an eye on these two families and wait for the right moment. Agreed, Li Xianxian replied with a nod in agreement. After a brief moment of contemplation, he added, "There's one more thing, though." Li Tongya frowned and asked, "What is it?" "I think Donghe probably fancies Jingtian." "Donghe?" At this, Li Tongya's expression clouded momentarily with sorrow before responding. "He's talented and of good character. However, with Xiangping just gone, this is not the time to discuss marriage. You should ask Jingtian if she fancies anyone right now, then we can discuss further." The night had grown deep, with the gentle moonlight casting a soothing glow over the stone path, the mountain breeze feeling particularly refreshing. Li Jingtian lit a candle and settled down to read the records she had meticulously written over the past few days. However, her concentration was interrupted by a series of soft knocks on the door. It was a clan soldier who was stationed outside. "Young lady, the family head requests your presence in the main courtyard." Li Jingtian was taken aback before quickly realizing that Li Xianxian was the family head the clan soldier was referring to. She extinguished the candle on the desk and softly replied, "I understand." After gathering her belongings, she gently opened the door of her room. However, she was surprised to find a teenager standing outside. Her brow arched. "Donghe." Chun Donghe nodded nervously, his eyes darting around before speaking. "Jingtian, the family head sent me to fetch you," he croaked out. Li Jingtian furrowed her eyebrows slightly, puzzled. "Why did the family head send you? Did he mention anything specific?" she asked, curious. Chun Donghe gritted his teeth, clenching his hands nervously as he explained, The family head asked me if I wanted to be together with you." Li Jingtian's almond eyes slowly widened as she stared at him in shock. Only a single word escaped her slightly parted lips. "Huh." The two stared at each other for a few seconds. Li Jingtian could already discern the answer in Chun Donghe's fiery gaze. She walked silently along the stone path, her heart heavy and hands cold, as if she already understood what awaited her. Chun Donghe also understood the situation from Li Jingtian's silence. His eyes, which were filled with longing and desire, were now like extinguished fire pits, turning cold like churned ash. With pursed lips, he sent Li Jingtian into the main courtyard and sat at the entrance. He stared blankly at the moon in the sky. Li Jingtian cautiously entered the main courtyard where only Li Xianxian was present, engrossed in reading a wooden slip. Li Xianxian nodded approvingly. "Who among the men in the towns can compare to him? You should spend more time with him regularly," he continued in a low, reassuring voice. Li Jingtian listened to Li Xuanxuan's personal advice and then left the courtyard in a daze. Chun Donghe had already vanished from the entrance. Walking along the stone path, Li Jingtian suddenly felt a deep sense of insignificance and unease. She looked up at the bright moon. "How I wish I had a spiritual orifice as well." Chapter 113, Jianixi's Death. Jianixi, clad in leather and adorned with bird feathers, wielded an animal bone spear as he ascended the high platform. His aura was that of the Foundation establishment realm, heightened only by the brilliant sunrise that enveloped his figure, illuminating him in a divine glow. A vast crowd of Mount Yu tribesmen kneeled devoutly beneath the platform, their eyes brimming with hope and anticipation. They believed that Jianixi, their king, would usher in a new era, putting an end to Mount Yu's century of chaos. However, contrasting with the fervent excitement of his subjects, Jianixi's eyes projected only ridicule and disdain. Standing rigidly atop the platform, he coldly surveyed the kneeling people of Mount Yu below him. "Jianixi, it's time," rasped the old shaman beside him, draped in a black robe. He wielded a scepter fashioned from a beast's head, exuding the aura of peak Foundation establishment realm. His hoarse voice echoed in Jianixi's ears. "Don't delay this any longer. As long as you die peacefully, we will spare your people," the old shaman continued, his expression tinged with helplessness as he inwardly cursed those who had coerced him into this situation. It seems Jianixi has long sensed that something is amiss. No wonder they've been passing the buck to each other. I've been in seclusion for too long and thought that this would be an easy task, but it seems that I have been mistaken. To coerce him into being a sacrificial lamb is no easy feat with no heir nor wife. His only concern is for the hundreds of thousands of Mount Yu. We can only use this to blackmail him. If he hadn't ascended this altar himself, we would have had to resort to force. Jianixi cast a contemptuous glance at him, tightening his grip on his spear. Slowly, he stepped forward tentatively, and the patterns on the high platform almost immediately began glowing red. Old man, let me ask you, have you ever ruled over subjects and led an army before? Jianixi asked without warning. The old shaman noticed the disdain on Jianixi's face. Gone was the helplessness he had exhibited a few days ago when he had to hold hundreds of thousands of Mount Yu people hostage. His heart raced with unease and his hairs stood on their end as he warned. Jianixi, think about the hundreds of thousands from Mount Yu and reconsider your action. Jianixi laughed, failing to conceal the anger and malice in his voice. The army is my lance. The people are my chariot. No one should die for their weapon, he snarled. The old shaman suddenly felt that something must be wrong the moment he heard this statement. He sensed the surging mana emanating from Jianixi's body, so powerful that it seemed capable of crushing even the profound scenery chakra itself. In a panic, he cried out, Master! Suddenly, the sky darkened as winds howled ominously. A massive skeletal hand descended from the heavens, aiming to suppress Jianixi's burgeoning power. But before it could even come close to touching a hair on Jianixi's body, a profound light from the east intercepted it, halting its advance. With a resounding crack, the 6 chakras in Jianixi's body shattered, along with the foundation of the great Tao. Crimson blood erupted from his form, and the old shaman's face paled in shock. What do you want, woman? Jianixi asked calmly as he discarded his armor. I want you to live, great king. The scene shifted abruptly, and Jianixi exploded into a shower of blood before the Mount Yu tribesmen, staining the altar a deep, bright red. One of his eyeballs flew several feet away, coming to rest before a kneeling Mount Yu woman. The Mount Yu woman, with her child strapped to her back, reacted as though she had been bitten by a snake. She leaped up immediately with a shriek before picking it up and holding it in her hands shakily. Her face flashed between shades of green and white, and a second later, she coughed and spurted out fresh blood. A heavy silence blanketed the earth which stifled the army and the people below, rendering them speechless. Dark clouds gathered swiftly in the sky and were accompanied by lightning, while gusts of wind swept every corner of the earth. Who? A murmur echoed in the old shaman's ears. He immediately kneeled down, trembling uncontrollably. Despite his formidable cultivation, he felt no sense of security. In that moment, only despair filled the old shaman's heart. It's not an old friend. It's a newly promoted cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm. Who is it? The thunderous angry shouts reverberated in the ears of the old shaman. Suddenly, without any warning, the Mount Yu Chi cultivators on the altar combusted into a rain of red flesh. The high platform, which was constructed of mud and bricks, crumbled immediately. This had a chain effect, sending rolling mud, sand, and gravel cascading down from the platform. The muddy and earthy atmosphere filled the entire great Jianixi in mere seconds. Who taught him how to shatter his cultivation and disintegrate his body? Who? A black-robed middle-aged man stood in the void, and the old shaman remained on his knees, covered in dirt. He raised his hand, his expression filled with tyranny. How many years has it been since one has been able to inflict such a significant loss upon myself? His majestic aura reverberated in all directions, causing all the Mount Yu tribesmen gathered in the great Jianixi to tremble. Master, that was a profound light spell. It's most likely the work of the Devil Gate. The old shaman's back ran cold as he stammered out a reply. Then, he heard the middle-aged cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm coldly declare, Azure Chi Devil Gate, huh? When I was at the peak of my power back then, it was just a small sect guarding a broken mountain gate, and now, they dare to challenge me. The man immediately departed on his shuttle as soon as he was done speaking, leaving the old shaman kneeling in silence for a long time before he finally found the courage to lift his head up again. Tens of thousands of Mount Yu inhabitants remained crouched on the ground, weeping softly. Tens of thousands of incense transformed into light gray resentment chi that floated over the great Jianixi. Great King, the Mount Yu inhabitants cried and kneeled around the brown eyeball, the only thing left of their leader. However, Their attention was drawn to the sound of rustling wings slowly approaching from the distance. Locusts! Locusts! The guards on the city wall shouted these words loudly as a huge swarm of gray and black locusts appeared in the distance, darkening the sky as they flew freely above the great Jianixi, consuming all the resentment qi that had condensed during the drought. Buzz. The locusts flew into people, causing raw pain as the Mount Yu's inhabitants cried out in agony, trampling and pushing each other, attempting to avoid the passage of the locusts. Hell was let loose in the entire Great Jianixi. Great King. Seeing the masses of people rapidly surging, the woman carrying her child hastily lifted the boy high and pushed him onto a low boulder with all her might. She was just in time, and almost immediately she was engulfed by the surging crowd, reduced into a pile of blood, flesh, and broken bones on the ground. Amidst the overwhelming sound of buzzing locust wings, the golden morning sun was obscured by dark clouds, plunging the northern foothills into darkness once again. Moisture filled the air, and the towns echoed with joyful laughter as villagers carried various containers around, eagerly awaiting the torrential downpour. It's finally raining. The sorrow on Li Xuanxuan's face dissipated as he smiled, observing the townspeople bustling about. The prolonged drought, which had lasted 8 months, had finally ended with rain. Beside him, Li Xianling remained silent, his expression also filled with joy. The blade in his hand glowed gray, indicating his success with the profound water sword aura. Li Jingtian sat by the window with a smile, watching the raindrops patter onto the stone road. Chen Donghe stood beside her, gazing at her quietly. Donghe, Li Jingtian spoke suddenly, surprising Chen Donghe, who blushed almost instantly as he was caught off guard. Huh, he stammered hastily. Tell me about what my father did in the West, she requested. Chen Donghe's expression brightened, and he began recounting events from the West. Li Jingtian listened quietly, occasionally nodding. Meanwhile, the majestic rain poured into every corner with the villagers rejoicing in the heavy downpour, each wearing joyful smiles. Li Tongya soared through the clouds, his brow visibly relaxed. Excellent rain, truly excellent, he remarked, casting a glance to the west where the suffocating aura had vanished. I suppose Jianixi is dead. We'll have to wait for the news before we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Having an enemy like Jianixi always kept one on edge. If Jianixi were to perish, the 15 villages of Mount Yu would be no match for Li Tongya. Even with one hand tied behind his back, he could beat all the Qi cultivators. What's more, with the blood sacrifice made, I wonder how many Qi cultivators remain among Mount Yu. Regrettably, the territorial boundaries set by the cultivator of Purple Mansion realm on Mount Yu and Azure Pond sect prevented Li Tongya from expanding his domain, as it had annexed nearby villages. As he descended into the courtyard, Li Tongya was greeted by Liu Rochuan's welcoming smile. You're back, my dear. Liu Rochuan had been cultivating for many years, yet she had only been able to reach the 3rd stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Her natural talent was not particularly remarkable, and she had been practicing a grade 1 technique of the embryonic breathing realm, which hindered her progress. Looking at her now, there were already strands of white hair from her temples. Li Tongya responded gently. He and Liu Rochuan had spent nearly 20 years together and knew each other very well. Holding her hand, he noticed a hint of concern in Liu Rochuan's expression. What's wrong? He asked, offering a reassuring smile. Liu Rochuan lowered her gaze, her eyes tinged with sadness. I've selected a few concubines for you. They're waiting outside. Confused, Li Tongya waved off the women and chuckled. What were you thinking? He asked with tenderness. Liu Rochuan explained softly. I know my talents are limited, and I fear I may never advance to the Qi cultivation realm. I won't be able to stay by your side forever, and Xianling is our only son. Li Tongya hesitated, grappling with the unspoken truth that the distribution of the clan's resources had always favored individuals with better talents, leaving Liu Rochuan neglected due to her modest abilities. It seemed unlikely that she would achieve a breakthrough in her cultivation without a significant change. Li Tongya began, struggling to find the right words. His principles made it difficult for him to prioritize his wife's needs over those of the clan. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he noticed Liu Rochuan gently shaking her head. That's not what I mean. I'm not good with fighting and lack innate talent. Even if I were to attain the Qi cultivation realm, it would likely be futile. I would never dare to squander the clan's resources. All I desire is for you to have more heirs. Moved by her words, Li Tongya shook his head in response. There's no need to say anymore. I come from a humble farming background. Taking multiple wives and concubines isn't my style. Xianling is an obedient and level-headed child, thanks to your guidance. I have yet to even properly express my gratitude. Before Lu Rochuan could say anything else, Li Tongya gently silenced her by leaning in and whispering in her ear. If you wish for another child, then let's get to work. Chapter 114, Big Fox. Li Qiuyang returned to the town several months before his father, Li Chengfu, passed away. The funeral was relatively grand, with representatives from the main family coming to offer condolences. Li Qiuyang personally thanked each guest before spending time alone in the funeral hall, quietly reflecting in front of his father's coffin. His relationship with his older brothers was overly formal and respectful, and it was a little uncomfortable for him. Li Chengfu's death had seemed to be peaceful, holding on just long enough to see Li Qiuyang return before passing away quietly in his bed. It was almost like a relief to him to say his final goodbye before his last breath, grasping Li Qiang's hand tenderly. Looking at the funeral hall draped in white cloth, Li Qiuyang faintly remembered when he was 7 when Li Chengfu, upon hearing that the main family was testing the children for spiritual orifices, took him and left the house without a word. The two walked along the stone path for a while, and he asked his father, Dad, where are we going? To seek immortals. Li Chengfu chuckled. After returning to the family and reverting to the Li surname, the villagers and the members of the Yi family came one after another to curry favor. Li Chengfu, keen and capable, not only kept his brothers in line and ensured that they never caused trouble for Li Qiuyang, but also made himself useful in the clan, his contributions making this branch prosper day by day. One day, Li Chengfu had simply drunk too much. When I was little and catching fat mice in the fields, I could tell there were 3 smart people in the village. One was Li Mutian, the other was Chun Erniu. One was fiercely calm, the other was clever and capable. He chuckled softly in a drunken stupor. And the third? Li Qiuyang asked with a smile. It's Yi Chengfu. Li Chengfu laughed heartily with his eyes blurred with drunkenness, the wine bowl shaking violently with every hearty chuckle. Li Qiuyang was suddenly jolted awake from his memory flashbacks and glanced once more at Li Chengfu, who was lying in the coffin. Just then, a little child ran in, bouncing around with a white cloth tied around his forehead. He looked up at Li Qiuyang with eyes that were brimming with tears. Daddy, holding his young son in his arms, Li Qiuyang's thoughts wandered. All 8 of you lack a spiritual orifice. Where then does the hope for our lineage lie? As your father, I can only ensure a life of wealth for you. Without a spiritual orifice, you might even pass before I do. He murmured these words to himself, and his eyes were clouded with an unreadable expression. Just as he spoke these words to the child, a clan soldier entered, bowing deeply. Clan uncle, the family head summons you. Li Qiuyang quickly stood up, tidied his clothes, and hurriedly made his way to Mount Lijing. Walking along the stone path, he encountered a massive snake corpse sprawled on the ground that had intricate patterns. What a long creature! Li Qiuyang exclaimed in admiration. Without waiting for Li Xianxian to speak, he immediately bent down and began sealing the demonic creature with a spirit sealing technique. How is your cultivation progressing, clan uncle? Li Xianxian asked with a beaming smile. I've condensed the Azure Essence Chakra and attained the 4th stage of the embryonic cultivation realm. Li Qiuyang chuckled fondly in response, while Li Xianfeng, who was polishing his bow, remained silent in his white clothes, clearly in a somber mood. A clan soldier, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, rushed up and whispered urgently to Li Xianxian. Family head, news has arrived from the mountains beyond. Jianixi is dead, assassinated during the grand ceremony on Mount Yu. Li Xianxian was momentarily stunned as he processed the news, and moments later joy sprang into his eyes. He quickly stood up and said to the two, Jianixi is dead. To think he was assassinated at the grand ceremony. Now, we can finally sleep in peace. A great relief indeed. Both men were taken aback, but Li Xianfeng was exceptionally stoic, not even blinking at the news. That was an easy way out for him. His voice was cold, almost disbelieving. Li Qiuyang's expression turned complex as he quietly said, During my time in the Mount Yu territories, I saw how much the people revered him. How could someone so beloved be assassinated? Li Xianxian nodded, taking over the conversation with a question. Moreover, he was at least at the peak of Qi cultivation realm. Who else but a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm could kill him? There are many doubts. The waters run deep. What about second uncle? He might be the only one who would know the crux of it. Li Xianxian asked, looking up. He went to slay demons. Liu Xuanfeng replied with a shake of his head. Li Tongya followed the mountain's veins towards a location he remembered, and under a cliff, he found a large banyan tree with whitening leaves. It stood proudly on the slope with its white leaves scattering all over the ground, creating a patchwork of white. Having found the spot from his memory, he indeed saw a large, red fox sound asleep beside the tree. He stopped dead in his tracks, and the fox's ears perked up sharply, squinting to focus its beady eyes on him. Li Tongya watched quietly for a while. This demon was around the 5th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. He had seen it before when he was seeking a talisman Qi offering. Back then, he was intimidated by its aura from a distance, but now, with his increased cultivation, he thought it a good opportunity to test his sword skills. The fox's eyes were quite lively, looking at the sword in his hand and then licking its paws. It opened its mouth and spoke slowly, much to his surprise. I've never eaten humans. Li Tongya was momentarily stunned, scanning the fox with his spiritual sense, confirming that it was indeed at the 5th heavenly level of the Qi cultivation realm and not at the Foundation establishment realm. It was his first time encountering a demon with such spiritual intelligence, as well as the ability to refine bones. Fellow Taoist, I merely wish to spar with you, that's all. Noticing that the fox was tongue-tied, Li Tongya could not help but laugh, raising his hand to strike at the fox. The fox leaped up immediately on the spot, extending its paws to block his attack, and for a moment, the sound of metal clashing rang out in the silence. After dozens of moves between the man and the fox, Li Tongya slowly gained confidence, steadily creating distance to unleash sword qi for slicing. The demon fox was clearly caught off guard by this attack, but still managed to block several blows of his sword qi before opening its mouth to spit out a series of fox fires. The fox fire was blazing red and headed directly toward Li Tongya, who stumbled several steps backward in shock. Thankfully, Li Tongya was protected by his true essence. The fox fire, following him like a determined shadow, sizzled against Li Tongya's protective true essence. Li Tongya used several true essence attacks to extinguish the fox fire, but this had given the opportunity for the fox to pounce, ready to engage Li Tongya in close combat. However, Li Tongya was well prepared and had already sheathed his sword to gather strength. His hand glowed brightly, and he unleashed the celestial moon slash technique, causing the fox's fur to stand on end as it retreated, spitting out several fox fires in a desperate attempt to neutralize the sword qi. Only then did it manage to fend off the celestial moon slash, and as several sword qis approached, the fox yelped. Stop! No more. My superior is a demon general. You cannot kill me. The fox screeched, its speech appearing to have gotten smoother. Li Tongya paused, and his sword hung in the air, deciding to seize the opportunity to gather some information. He sheathed his sword and smiled. Your fox fire is quite formidable, he commented, an eyebrow raised as he glanced at the fox. Not as formidable as your sword, the fox muttered in response. The fox sighed softly, showing a hint of humanized defeat, before settling down under the large banyan tree. Are you the immortal from the clan at the foot of the mountain? There's one who uses a bow and has killed many demons. Do you know him? Immediately after hearing the fox mention a bow user, he knew right away who it was the fox must be referring to. He cupped his fist before responding. Thank you for your leniency, fellow Taoist. Indeed, he is a younger member of my family. The fox smacked its lips and started grooming its fur, not responding immediately. How many dies doesn't concern me. Just don't disturb that giant boar. The demons on the outskirts are yours to hunt, he drawled lazily. May I ask about this demon general? Li Tongya inquired as he cupped his fist. The fox stood up and stretched, grinding its teeth. It's a pig demon at the Foundation establishment realm, managing all the demons in this area. Very domineering, I must say, eating this and that, demanding I offer spirit bamboo shoots to him every year. Li Tongya nodded slowly, taking in the fox's words. There indeed are demons of Foundation establishment realm in these mountains. Luckily for me, I did not penetrate deeper into the terrain and just circled the outskirts. Chapter 115, Fox Demon's Secret News. Looking at the fox's forlorn expression, Li Tongya felt a tug at his heart. He reached into his storage pouch and pulled out a bag of spirit rice, presenting it with a smile. Great fox, take a look at this. The fox's reddish fur rustled as it lowered its head to sniff the offering. Its eyes blinked with interest before it took a tentative bite. It's rather fragrant. This is spirit rice, yes? What a rare treat. I've heard that the immortal cultivators are fond of it. He paused thoughtfully. If you want me to do some work for you, I won't settle unless there's 100 or 80 jin on the table. Li Tongya chuckled softly, mentally calculating that 180 jin was merely equivalent to a spirit stone. If it could be exchanged for assistance from a creature of the Qi cultivation realm, it would be a lucrative deal indeed. Suppressing his initial hesitation, Li Tongya countered with a proposition. If you can answer some questions of mine, this bag of spirit rice will be yours. The fox's ears perked up, and it eagerly accepted the offer. Li Tongya tossed the spirit rice to it and asked, "Do you know anything about the demon general?" "Of course," the fox replied confidently before beginning his explanation. "That pig demon is a creature of the Foundation establishment realm, with 8 lesser demons at the Qi cultivation realm under its command. They collect spirit items for it, and they dwell in a demon cave 200 li south of here. Those of us who have attained the Qi cultivation realm within this region are captured, marked with a seal between the eyebrows, and sent back to stand guard." After saying that, the fox smelled the bag of rice, then glanced at Li Tongya warily. "You're really going to give me this? You didn't poison it, did you?" However, unfortunately for the fox, Li Tongya was too intrigued by its story of the pig demon and was not paying attention, and instead pressed for more information. "What does the seal do? Did the pig demon do the same to you?" The fox raised its head defiantly and snorted. "Humph. Among the 6 caves in Mount Dali, one of the cave masters is the grandmother of the fox demons. If that pig demon dared to take our spirituality away, it would be courting death." However, the fox's defiant expression soon turned somber. "About this spirituality, demonic creatures like us absorb the essence of the sun and moon. After condensing the 6 chakras, a trace of spirituality will form between our eyebrows. If it's destroyed, so will our cultivation and our essence qi. They too will disintegrate. It is nothing but a vulnerability in the hands of that pig demon." "I see." Li Tongya nodded in comprehension after gaining insight into the demon pig's methods. Observing the fox circling the spirit rice, he inquired softly, "Are there any uncaptured demons of the Qi cultivation realm in this area that you know of, fellow Taoist?" "There are 6 more in this area, but knowledge of their locations will cost you," the fox replied with a mischievous grin. Li Tongya merely laughed and asked, "How long have you lived?" 300 years or so," the fox replied matter-of-factly. Leaning against the root of a large tree, it continued, "Spent my first 60 years in ignorance. It wasn't until my 60s that I condensed the 5th chakra and gained memory. At the age of 277, I condensed a mouthful of spiritual qi in my stomach and broke through to the Qi cultivation realm. This marked the beginning of my sanity, akin to that of a human. I then spent another 100 years cultivating alone, reaching the 5th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm." "Nearly 400 years," Li Tongya exclaimed enviously. "Demonic creatures like you truly have longevity. Those of us who've reached the Qi cultivation realm only have a lifespan of 200 years. The fox, however, responded despondently with a bittersweet smile. "What's there to envy? Foxes who have attained Qi cultivation realm have a lifespan of 500 years, and I'm nearing the end of mine. I've only had spiritual wisdom for the past 100 years or so. The first few 100 years were all spent in cluelessness. So, it's not as advantageous as being an immortal like you." Li Tongya nodded in understanding before being struck by a sudden realization. 300 years ago, there was a great battle in the northern foothills. Can you recall anything about it?" he inquired, hopeful. "Great battle." The fox thought for a moment, then mumbled, "I recall there was indeed a great battle. I was huddled in the cave that night, and the earth shook more than once. The voices of those immortals were like thunder, saying that they wanted something to be handed over." Looking at Li Tongya's anxious expression, the fox stuttered slightly as it continued, "Something like a secret decree. I was only a lesser demon of the embryonic breathing realm at that time, and so I can't remember much." Li Tongya probed carefully for a while, but was not able to get any further information, and so had decided to give up, though reluctantly. Disappointed, he shook his head, only to notice the fox still looking rather guilty with its head bowed. "I did hear a rumor about the northern foothills," the fox finally admitted. Li Tongya raised his head with interest immediately as the fox continued, I once heard an elderly fox passing by who was the one who told me about our grandmother in the cave. She used to beg for food here in the northern foothills when she was around 300 years old. She was dozing in the cave when a white-haired immortal suddenly pulled her out of the tree hole. He paused, as though gathering his thoughts before continuing. The white-haired immortal's cultivation was unfathomable. I remember that he asked my grandmother, "Have you ever eaten any human, little fox?" At that time, the northern foothills had just gone through a great war and were not yet inhabited, so Grandma replied that she had never. Li Tongya listened intently as the fox continued with the story. The fox had mimicked the immortal's ethereal voice perfectly while it stammered with its own. The performance it put on nearly got Li Tongya applauding, and he was rather amused. The white-haired immortal then said, "There's a group of villagers at the foot of this mountain. Watch over and protect them for 200 years, and I will grant you a boon." Grandma nodded, and the immortal tapped between her brows and left a mark there before departing. Li Tongya eagerly asked, "What boon did she receive? How should I know?" The fox rolled its eyes and then continued. "Therefore, the foxes on Mount Dali never eat people. Although 200 years have passed, Grandma still keeps the demons on Mount Dali in check. Some years ago, a large bird ate a person at the foot of the mountain. Grandma was enraged. She drove the bird away and forbade it from ever coming near Mount Dali again, or else she would eat it." "Oh," Li Tongya nodded. "Our Li family has also been farming in these northern foothills for 300 years, yet I've never heard of any family having an immortal in their ancestry. I have doubts about the truth of this story, but for now, I should just listen." He looked at the fox and asked, "Do you have a name, fellow Taoist?" The fox squeaked, "I've always stayed under this big banyan tree. They all call me the White Banyan Fox. As for surnames, we demons don't concern ourselves with such things." Li Tongya nodded, then cupped his fist respectfully and said, "My name is Li Tongya. I've gained plenty of knowledge from today's conversation. I'll come back to visit you in a few months, fellow Taoist." As Li Tongya rode away on the wind, the fox let out a long sigh and flopped onto the ground with a thud. Picking up a mouthful of spirit rice, the fox carefully savored it with a satisfying smack of its jaws. This is really fragrant," the fox mumbled quietly to itself in enjoyment. Li Xianxian succeeded the position of family head, and a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Although members of the major sects still wore white attire, everyone was gradually getting used to Li Xuanchuan's leadership. Li Tongya secluded himself in the mountains most of the time, while Li Xianfeng spent most of his time slaying demons and cultivating. Li Xianxian had become the nominal and actual Li family's figure of authority. In his early 20s, he handled family matters cautiously, ensuring that everything was arranged properly and in order. Sitting in his seat in the main courtyard with Li Xiaowen standing beside him, Li Xianxian smiled and looked at Chen Donghe. "Have you made a decision yet?" he asked. Chen Donghe cupped his fist and frowned, saying, "The matter of joining the main family is of great importance. I can't make a final decision rashly. I need to return home to consult my father first." Li Xianxian set his tea bowl down and gently replied, "Indeed, but you shouldn't be so concerned. After all, the family rule states that only those in the major sect can practice the river one-chi technique. This is an opportunity one have found for you after pleading to second uncle." Chen Donghe nodded with gratitude, cupped his fist, then left. Li Xiaowen then called for someone to remove the teacup that had been used by Chen Donghe. "Family head, Xuanfeng is also 14 years old now. It's time to consider his marriage too." "You're right," Li Xianxian agreed with a curt nod. He unfurled the wooden slips in his hand and calculated for a moment before speaking. "How many talismans did second uncle send to the foot of the mountain this month?" 5, family head. "The talisman ink and talisman paper at home are running out. Xuanfeng will need to make a trip to the market this month," Li Xianxian pointed out. As the clan's manpower gradually increased, the spirit fields on the land had now fully developed. After deducting the tributes to Azure Pond sect and provisions for family cultivators, there was still a surplus. Excluding the tributes, we still have 300 gene of spirit rice annually as surplus. The annual clan salary for major sect cultivators is 10 gene, 5 gene for minor sects, and 1 gene for branches, totaling 86 gene. There is still a balance of 2 spirit stones worth. Originally, the Li family did not have many cultivators. However, those with spiritual orifices from the 4 towns had merged into the Li family through marriage, mostly becoming part of the minor sect cultivators, and hence were entitled to a reward of spirit rice. Second uncle can draw about 60 talismans annually, selling for 20 spirit stones each. After deducting costs, he can earn about 2 or 3 spirit stones. With Xuanfeng and Donghe hunting demonic beasts in the mountains, the annual income can reach 7 spirit stones. That's roughly the price of a Dharma artifact from the embryonic breathing realm. There were over 70 spirit stones in the family's inventory. The Li family had been saving up to lay a large formation from Mount Lijing, so every spirit stone earned brought great happiness to Li Xianxian. Chapter 116, Seeking Alliance. In a few more years, it will be time to head to the prefecture to pay the tributes and report the emergence of Qi cultivators in our Li family. By that time, it would be best to have a good 100 spirit stones saved up. That way I would be able to hire a formation master to set up a formation here. Li Xianfeng had entered seclusion a few days ago. For a cultivator of the peak embryonic breathing realm, the Qi cultivation realm was not far from his reach now. Li Tongya had handed over the golden front slash technique and the golden stone sharp Qi to Li Xianfeng to aid him in breaking through to the Qi cultivation realm. The Ji family's golden light edge technique was also a grade 3 technique, not at all inferior to the river 1 Qi technique. On the contrary, it was more suitable for Bao users like Li Xianfeng. Hence, Li Tongya had handed it over to him in the hopes that Li Xianfeng would go to the Cloud Crown Peak as the representative of the Li family to submit the tributes the next time around. Although Li Tongya had broken through to the Qi cultivation realm, his cultivation speed was astonishing. After receiving the Deep Ocean Long Whale Talisman, he experienced a series of breakthroughs and had already attained the 5th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. The last time he went to pay the tributes, he was only at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. Such progress would inevitably attract unwanted attention. Li Tongya was cautious and naturally unwilling to take such a risk. Although Li Xianfeng was considered an amazing talent for breaking through to the Qi cultivation realm at the age of 15, for Li Tongya, who had spent his first 30 years slowly advancing to suddenly attain the 5th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm within 5 years would definitely raise suspicions. Is second uncle in seclusion? Li Xianxian asked. Clan uncle has been in seclusion for a few days and was said to be working on stabilizing his cultivation, Li Xiaowen replied with a nod. After making the necessary arrangements for the family, Li Xianxian was about to get up, but was interrupted when a clan soldier hurried to the door. Reporting to the family head, Lichuanku village has sent someone here. A group from Mount Yu came from the west, bringing with them a swath of wagons and slaves, saying that it was Eastern Mount Yu coming to beg for subjugation. Subjugation? Li Xianxian froze and almost laughed out loud as heard the announcement from the soldier. We in Mount Yu belong to 2 major powers. No matter how many villages he has been begging for subjugation, we wouldn't dare to accept them. What does that even mean? It seems that this Mu Jiaomon is so afraid that he can no longer sit still, he sneered coldly. Jianixi had died, and within a year, the whole of Mount Yu was torn apart, blown up into several small forces. Vagrants and swordsmen were everywhere. Li Xuanchuan's informants in the west had heard the news that Mu Jiaomon had consolidated 6 or 7 villages near the Li family's territory and called it 10,000 Mount Yu, also known as Eastern Mount Yu. Mu Jiaomon was the only Qi cultivator among the 10,000 Mount Yu, and Li Tongya was now far stronger than him. This had emboldened Li Tongya and Li Xianxian, who had considered crossing the border to blackmail Mu Jiaomon several times on multiple occasions. After all, Mount Wu never kept Mount Yu in their best interests. As long as the Li family did not openly annex territory, they could be bothered most of the time. Although Mount Yu's territory was in chaos now, Li Tongya remained cautious, delaying heading to the west to meet Mu Jiaomon. He did not want to risk their lives to test the patience of those from Mount Wu, yet what he did not expect was for Mu Jiaomon to send people to knock on their door himself. That group of Mount Yu said that they are willing to form alliances through political marriage, trade, or offer tributes, and only ask for one thing in return. What is it? Li Xianxian asked curiously, glancing up at the soldier. However, he already had a solid guess in his heart as to what it could possibly be. They asked that the Qi cultivators from the Li family do not cross the border. Li Xianxian burst out laughing immediately, feeling all his previous pent-up frustration in his chest being relieved right away. They really changed their attitude quickly. We have been living in fear under the threat of Jianixi for so many years, and now it is Mount Yu's turn to fear my family, he mocked in forced amusement. So, this is what life is like in an Easterner tribe. Mu Yalu, with a large cart of leather skin and grain trailing behind her, took a few cautious steps forward while the clan soldiers eyed them warily, their spears and long sabers at the ready. "We've come to surrender," a Mount Yu tribesman beside Mu Yalu announced loudly. Unfortunately for him, the Li family's clan soldiers paid him little attention, their eyes brimming with caution. Mu Yalu let out a soft sigh. Instead of feeling sorrow for leaving her home, she was filled with deep envy. The people living here are well-dressed and well-fed. They all have a contented look on their faces, and the clothes they wear are finer than those worn by nobles in Mount Yu. The weapons they carry and the armor they wear are sturdy and complete. It's astonishing. Nowadays, locusts have swarmed into the 15 villages, and there are people in Great Jiang who died of starvation. The difference between our lives is almost like night and day. The clan soldiers quickly parted, and a shrewd-looking teenager clad in leather armor came through. Mu Yalu quickly cupped her fist like the Easterners usually did and addressed him in a soft voice. "Are you the head of the Li family?" Mu Yalu had made an effort to wash away the body paint she had been marked with at home and had quickly adapted, learning the etiquette of Easterners. After enduring numerous scoldings, she finally learned how to walk and speak gracefully. "I wouldn't dare to say that. I am Li Xiaowen, the Li family's clan manager. Please, come forward." Li Xiaowen guided Mu Yalu forward, and a clan soldier immediately stepped forward to disarm her, making sure that she was not a cultivator before allowing her to approach Li Xianxian. Li Xianxian stroked his chin as he regarded Mu Yalu, noting her wild beauty. He spoke softly. "Why has Eastern Mount Yu sent someone here?" Mu Yalu quickly lowered her head and explained. "Greetings, head of Li family. I am Mu Yalu, the younger sister of Mu Jiamon. We are willing to form an alliance with your family through trade, political marriage, or even through paying tributes. We only ask that the Li family refrain from crossing the border to kill." Mu Yalu's words caused a stir among the surrounding soldiers. Mount Yu had only raided their lands the year before, but now they were sending their wealth to curry favor with them. The stark contrast was startling indeed. "We have spent a long time searching for the Easterners that Jianixi has abducted before. They are in the carriages at the back, and we are returning them home. We sincerely came to seek peace. If the family head agrees, I, Mu Yalu, am willing to be the first to enter a political union through marriage with the Li family." Mu Yalu respectfully referred to the subjects of the Li family as Easterners without any demeaning intent, before presenting a wooden box containing a white fruit. "Our great king offers this spirit fruit as a symbol of apology for our past aggression. We hope to let the bygones be bygones. This spirit fruit holds great benefits for Qi cultivators. We hope that you will accept it," she said respectfully in a quiet voice. Li Xianxian cast a glance at her, and someone immediately came forward to receive the fruit. Then, with a solemn tone, he replied, "Please give us some time. We need to further discuss this matter first." Mu Yalu nodded in understanding and stepped backward. Li Xianxian then whispered in Li Xiaowen's ear, "Get someone to release the captives first." With those words, he turned and led his men toward Mount Lijing. The clan soldiers moved to release the bound captives, which immediately prompted some shouts from the Mount Yu tribesmen. "Your family's great king hasn't agreed to our terms yet." Mu Yalu frowned and was about to intervene, but before she could do anything, one of the Mount Yu men was struck down, bloodied and missing 3 teeth. "You." Mu Yalu quickly halted the crowd and shook her head sadly, realizing that whether or not the negotiations succeeded, these possessions and slaves would be taken away. Li Tongya had only been in seclusion for a few days when a knock sounded at the cave dwelling. He frowned slightly. "Come in." Li Xianxian entered at his command and respectfully reported, "Second uncle, Mount Yu has sent an envoy seeking peace." He then detailed the terms. Li Tongya listened attentively and responded in a deep voice. "Mu Jiamon is an easy man to read. He's rash and loves women. We can expect him to work, but not expect great things out of him. He's nothing compared to Jianixi, but it's good to have him keep an eye on the Western Front for us. If we were to eliminate him, the 10,000 Mount Yu would collapse overnight. Though it would throw them into chaos for a few years, who knows what dangerous figures may rise in their place, it's better to keep him alive," he concluded with a deep frown of contemplation. Li Xianxian nodded in agreement and added, "Mount Yu lacks skill in craftsmanship and casting. If they open up to commerce, it's akin to gaining an extra 100,000 sharecroppers. Moreover, second uncle's talismans can be sold at a high price without the need to compete in the market. By the time our family is able to do alchemy, We can turn East Mount Yu into our dumping ground, just as how the Azure Pond sect works. Li Tongya rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, Very well, Mu Yalu is yours to take as a concubine. Just arrange for a woman in the minor sect to marry over. Ensure that the selection is meticulous. Understood, Li Xianxian replied with a nod. But just as he was about to leave, Li Tongya paused and turned his head. How many sons does Mu Jiamon have? He asked after a moment. Li Xianxian paused thoughtfully. I'm not sure. I'll have someone find out and report back to you. Second uncle. Li Tongya nodded and then dismissed him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he picked up his brush, dipped it in ink, and began to draw a talisman. Chapter 117, Attachment. Li Xianxian descended the mountain and stepped into the huge courtyard at the foot of the mountain. He waved his hand, and Li Xiaowen quickly came forward. Inform Mu Yalu that we agree to her terms. Find her a place to stay in the mansion, teach her our customs, and send someone to ascertain how many children Mu Jiamon has, Li Xianxian said, his instructions a mere whisper. Understood. With that, Li Xianxian dismissed Li Xiaowen and began reading the Spiritual Talisman Method Manual. Meanwhile, Li Xiaowen left the courtyard and dispatched his men, then headed toward the town himself. Mu Yalu had been waiting in the town for a while now. Her clansmen sat on the ground empty-handed, stripped of their armor and weapons, looking indignant and rather defeated. Finally, they saw the shrewd-looking teenager approach them. He cupped his fist respectfully before them and spoke. My lady, the family head has agreed to your terms. Please dismiss your tribesmen and come with me to the mansion. And as for the arrangement of marriage with Mount Yu, the candidate that we pick will be sent there with the merchants. Mu Yalu's face lit up with joy instantly, and the tension among her clansmen visibly eased. She quickly expressed her gratitude and quickly turned to her tribesmen to give her next order. Disperse and return to report to the Lord that Luer has completed her mission. The Mount Yu members nodded in acknowledgement and left the town right away. Concerned about arousing suspicion from the Li family, Mu Jiamon did not provide Mu Yalu with any servants. With her tribesmen gone, she found herself alone in the courtyard, surrounded by cold silence. Seventh Madam. Please come with me. Li Xiaowen respectfully addressed Mu Yalu, who was taken aback by the title. It was at this moment that she realized that her future would not be easy. Accompanied by Li Xiaowen, Mu Yalu arrived at a large courtyard. The blue bricks, the black roof tiles, the upturned flying eaves, and the clean rock decorations by the entrance presented a grand sight, and she was in awe of it. As they entered, Mu Yalu noticed several children about the age of 3 to 5 playing in the courtyard. These are the children of the Yuan generation. If you bear a child in the future, they will also belong to this generation, Li Xiaowen explained softly, noticing her gaze. Mu Yalu nodded at the explanation. Recalling the things she had learned before leaving home, she asked eagerly, Which of them are the legitimate children? Li Xiaowen regarded her solemnly and replied, They are all on the mountain. Even these illegitimate sons must also ascend the mountain once they are found to possess spiritual orifices after the age of 7. Madam, please do not try anything funny. The might of an immortal cultivator is something beyond your comprehension. Mu Yalu was stunned, realizing that Li Xiaowen had misunderstood her intentions. She struggled to defend herself in a futile attempt, feeling aggrieved. My family has been shamans for generations, and my bloodline is pure and noble. As long as Li Xianxian is willing to approach me, there's no reason I can't give birth to an heir with a spiritual orifice. Since I'm already married to the East, why in the world would I try anything funny? Li Xiaowen, unaware of Mu Yalu's inner turmoil, led her to an empty room. The servants have all been arranged for you. Please make yourself at home, madam, he said politely. With that, he left Mu Yalu alone in the courtyard where she stood silently, gazing blankly at the sky. Feeling a mix of emotions, she pushed open the door to the room and flopped onto the bed. I guess I will have to live in the Li residence from now on. I wonder what kind of life awaits me. Meanwhile, Li Xiaowen had received a report and hurried to the courtyard at the foot of the mountain. Upon entering, he found Li Xianxian engrossed in a book. Family head, I have made all the necessary arrangements for Mu Yalu. There's news regarding Mu Jiamon as well, he announced respectfully. Li Xianxian raised an eyebrow, surprised by the swift update. That was fast, he said with slight surprise. Yes, after all, Mu Jiamon is known for his extravagance. He has thousands of servants at his disposal, many of whom were Mount Yu tribesmen who fled their home years ago. It didn't take long to gather information once we inquired. Li Xiaowen replied matter-of-factly. Li Xianxian set down the wooden slips in his hand and chuckled softly. I thought Lu Cici's 100 concubines were impressive enough, but Mu Jiaomon's thousands of servants truly surpassed all expectations. It's no wonder people are still fleeing from Mount Yu every year despite the abundant rainfall. Indeed, Li Xiaowen agreed with a small smile. Further inquiries revealed that Mu Jiaomon has 3 sons and 4 daughters. One of the sons and one of the daughters possessed spiritual orifices. Li Xianxian nodded thoughtfully. I see. He mumbled, one hand stroking his chin. Recently, representatives from the Liu and In families came to discuss trade. With the negotiations with Mount Yu concluded, we need to ensure their safe passage, make sure nothing happens to them. Yes, the necessary manpower has been arranged from the 2 towns. Li Xianxian shut his eyes for a moment in contemplation before speaking once more. I'll attempt to break through to the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm in the next few days. Once I enter seclusion, all the home affairs will be overseen by Yongling. Keep a close watch on him, he instructed with an air of finality. Understood, Li Xiaowen replied with a curt nod, leaving Li Xianxian to return his focus to his reading. The Li family ruled over 4 towns, Lichuanku village in the west, which bordered Mount Yu. In the center were the towns of Jingyang and Lijing, surrounding Mount Lijing and Mount Meiche. Lichuanku village, situated in the easternmost part of the Li family's territory, shared its border with Mount Huaqian of the Liu family. As the Li family's population gradually increased, many villagers moved on to reclaim wasteland up to the edge, which created a lively town atmosphere. Mount Huaqian had been a site of repeated slaughter, with the Golden Tang Gate wiping out all the mortals in the area. Despite migrations by the Ji and Liu families, the region remained sparsely populated, prompting many Li family hunters to venture into Liu family territory for woodcutting and hunting. The lively village welcomed 2 unexpected guests from the Yun and Liu families. One was a bald man dressed in a long robe, while the other had gray hair and held a jade scepter. The 2 men were the ones who had collaborated with Li Tongya to eliminate the Ji family back then. The 2 moved through the forest, occasionally leaping and scanning the mountain range, deep in discussion as they went. Using the aura restraint technique, they lingered for an hour, seemingly searching for something in the area. Brethren, are you sure the vein is here? Lu Cici inquired doubtfully. The bald man looked below him before quickly performing a hand seal. Making a gentle landing and scooping up a handful of yellow soil, he studied it for a moment before letting out a cheery chuckle. No mistake about it. We've been searching for days. This ebony vein spans several miles, twisting and turning. I'm sure it's right here beneath us. Lu Cici's face lit up instantly at these words. He surveyed the area by jumping over the heads of the trembling villagers, but soon after his brows furrowed in concern. A significant portion of it is within the Li family territory. Now this complicates matters. It won't be easy to hide it from them. The bald man wore a troubled expression as they pondered on his words. Indeed, although Brother Liu has agreed to share 30% with me for locating it within family's vein searching technique, the mining operation will be too conspicuous. We may need to share some of the profits with the Li family. Lu Cici sighed in frustration. Despite being a small vein, the ebony mine yields over a dozen spirit stones annually when developed. It's hard to stomach sharing the profits like this. Well, what else can we do? Do you think you can eliminate the Li family and assume control over these 4 towns? The bald man shook his head in disappointment. He smiled wryly and said, Li Tongya is cautious and extremely skilled in swordsmanship. Killing him won't be easy, especially considering Li family's ties with the powerful Xiao family of Li Xiao Prefecture. Not only that, but one of their members is also a disciple on Qingsui Peak in the Immortal sect. They're very influential. With a resigned chuckle, Lu Cici abandoned his fantasies and said, I guess I'll have to pay Li family a visit in a few days to discuss developing the ore vein then. For now, all we can do is properly explore its potential. The bald man from In family nodded. He performed another hand seal, attempting to figure out the exact direction of the vein. Chapter 118, or Vein. Li Tongya had been in seclusion for over a year when he heard a faint rattle outside the stone door. He exhaled a wisp of white spiritual qi before responding in a deep voice. Enter. The stone door creaked open slowly, and a teenager bearing a striking resemblance to Li Tongya stepped in. He was none other than Li Xianling. Father, the representatives from the Liu family are here again, he informed respectfully. Li Tongya shook his head wearily. It seems hiding like this won't solve anything. Come, accompany me to meet them, he said with a soft sigh. The representatives from the Liu family had now visited them 3 times in that year alone, always requesting to meet with Li Tongya. He had been reluctant to meet them due to his rapid advancement in cultivation. However, Liu Cixi was extremely persistent. He made periodic visits every few months, and Li Tongya feared that if he continued to evade them, the Liu family might begin to suspect that he was dead and would harbor ill intentions toward the Li family. After all, cultivators of the Qi cultivation realm did not harness Qi for longevity like those of the Foundation establishment realm. They still had to drink water and stretch their bodies every 10 days or so. Prolonged seclusion for several years was unheard of, while Li Tongya could use the same excuse once or twice. His frequent disappearances would undoubtedly arouse doubt among others. It's been over 3 years since I last saw anyone from the Liu family. I was at the 3rd heavenly layer of Qi cultivator realm then. Now, I am at the 5th heavenly layer. Although progressing through the Qi cultivation realm is hard work, taking 3 or 5 years to break through each heavenly layer is possible and can be considered to be swift progress. Linger, did Liu Cixi state his business? Li Tongya asked as they made their way to meet their guest. That Liu Cixi is a haughty man. He refuses to speak with those of us who are only at the embryonic breathing realm. Li Xianling replied glumly with a huff. Li Tongya chuckled and remarked, all that and he's only a Qi cultivator. I bet his arrogance will be inflated once he establishes his foundation. I still remember Senior Xiao befriending a cultivator of the embryonic breathing realm despite being at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Both of them are really different. As Li Tongya contemplated his words, his heart stirred with curiosity about Xiao. According to Zhang Yun of the Golden Feather sect, Xiao had attained the Purple Mansion realm. Li Tongya wondered for how many years Xiao had concealed himself, seemingly awaiting the opportune moment for some undisclosed purpose. The thought of the potential upheavals Xiao might catalyze left him intrigued. Xiao has lived for over 200 years. In the first half of his life, he steered the Xiao family from the brink of collapse to dominating Lixiao Prefecture, all while quietly advancing to the Purple Mansion realm. He's no ordinary individual. Whatever plans he harbors are bound to be monumental. Given the close relationship between the Li family and Xiao family, I wonder what will happen by then. Lost in his musings, Li Tongya realized that he had reached the main courtyard. There, he spotted Liu Cixi savoring a bowl of tea. Beside him sat a youth exuding a confident aura, clad in luxurious fox fur. Senior Liu, Li Tongya said as he cupped his fist and greeted him with a smile. Liu Cixi rose to reciprocate the greeting but halted abruptly, his eyes widening in disbelief. 5th heavenly layer of Qi cultivator realm. The old man himself was only at the 6th heavenly layer, so he was shocked that Li Tongya was already catching up to him during his 3 years of absence. Li Tongya chuckled and explained, well, the last time we met, I was already on the verge of breaking through to the 4th heavenly layer. I stumbled upon a spirit fruit in the mountains and used 3 years to break through to the 5th heavenly layer. In fact, I just emerged from seclusion. Of course, these were all fabrication. The last time Li Tongya crossed paths with Liu Cixi, he had just attained the 3rd heavenly layer of the Qi cultivator realm. Now, nearly 3 years later, he had purportedly surged ahead by 2 layers. Realization dawned upon Liu Cixi. After listening to Li Tongya's explanation, the time frame did seem somewhat plausible, albeit begrudgingly so. How lucky, he muttered enviously. Li Tongya offered a faint smile in response as Liu Cixi motioned toward the young man beside him. This is Liu Yuanlu, the latest Qi cultivator to join our ranks in the Liu family, he introduced. Li Tongya nodded and cupped his fist respectfully. A pleasure to meet you. Though still in his early 20s, Liu Yuanlu exuded an air of arrogance. Likewise, he replied, waving his hand dismissively. Li Tongya was slightly taken aback by his attitude, while Liu Cixi smiled wryly beside him. Liu Yuanlu held his head high and said, I've heard of your exceptional swordsmanship, Brother Tongya. We must spar someday. After these words left his mouth, Liu Yuanlu infused his sword with a ghostly blue true essence almost immediately. It was at this moment that Li Tongya understood his gesture. This guy's showing off his authentic cultivation technique, wanting me to know that he has consumed minor pure spiritual qi. A cultivator like Liu Yuanlu, who had practiced authentic cultivation techniques and consumed proper spiritual qi of heaven and earth, would have no trouble overpowering 2 or 3 cultivators who consumed unrefined qi. Now it made sense for his arrogance and pride. Li Tongya smiled a tight smile with a brief nod before cupping his fist. Brother Liu, your true essence is truly enviable, he praised graciously. Liu Yuanlu grinned smugly and nodded without shame. Meanwhile, Liu Cixi felt embarrassed and was at a loss for words. Looking at Liu Yuanlu, Li Tongya was reminded of another idiot from the Liu family that he had encountered on Cloud Crown Peak. That person seemed to have met an unfortunate fate at the hands of the Ji family. I've met a fellow cultivator on Cloud Crown Peak who also harnesses the minor pure spiritual qi to cultivate qi. I remember his name was Liu Pingyuan. Before Li Tongya could finish, he was immediately interrupted by an exclamation from Liu Yuanlu. That's my elder brother. Oh, Brother Yuanlu certainly surpasses Brother Pingyuan by far. Liu Yuanlu raised an eyebrow and was just about to blurt out something else when Liu Cixi stopped him. Yuanlu, he called out, concerned that the boy would divulge all their family secrets if he continued speaking. Liu Yuanlu shot Liu Cixi a puzzled glance, only to see the old man gritting his teeth. We're about to discuss something private. Just wait on the road until I'm done. Liu Yuanlu glared at him, but heeded the instruction nonetheless. Suppressing his retort, he stormed off without even bidding a farewell. Li Tongya chuckled softly while Liu Cixi let out a heavy sigh. Please forgive him, my friend. He's gotten used to acting like that at home. The intended display of Liu Yuanlu's prowess had devolved into a humiliating debacle, leaving Liu Cixi feeling even more mortified. He glanced at Li Xianling, who stood next to Li Tongya, and let out yet another long sigh with a shake of his head. Observing how the Li family maintains strict discipline within your household, I realize there's still much for us to learn, he confessed ruefully. What brings you here this time, senior? Li Tongya asked, changing the topic right away. After all, he was a straightforward man, and he decided not to beat around the bush. Liu Cixi was immediately reminded of his purpose. With his white beard fluttering in the wind, he began. A few years back, there were cultivators of Purple Mansion Realm launching an assault on Mount Azure Pond. In fact, the force was so formidable that rumor has it one of the spirit arrays was invoked. Li Tongya's expression froze as he exclaimed in disbelief. Mount Azure Pond? Are they crazy for attacking the Azure Pond sect? Who could have the audacity to do such a thing? Who knows? Liu Cixi observed Li Tongya's reaction and felt a hint of satisfaction creeping into his demeanor. Regardless, it was quite the skirmish. The Azure Pond sect suffered its first humiliation in over a century. Do you know how the Immortal sect resolved it? How? Li Tongya asked, his curiosity piqued. Well, they showed up, simply explained the situation, and forgot all about it. Can you believe it? Azure Pond sect, conceding defeat like that. But do you know why? Li Tongya ventured a guess inwardly, but maintained a stoic external expression as he continued pressing further, curious to know more. Why? I've heard rumors that a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm from Azure Pond sect is on the brink of death. Liu Cixi revealed in a dramatic manner, his grip tightening on his jade scepter. Things will definitely change in the next few years. Make sure you're well prepared by then, he advised with a concerned tone of voice. Li Tongya nodded, fully aware that this old man from the Liu family was sharing this information just to get on his good side. Thank you for the heads up, senior, he responded earnestly. Satisfied with Li Tongya's response, Liu Cixi moved on to a more pressing matter. There's also another matter I would like to bring to your attention. It concerns the Li, Liu, and Yin families, he began. Yin family has discovered an ebony or mine at the boundary between our lands through their vein-searching technique. Liu Cixi explained cautiously. Li Tongya's face immediately lit up with excitement upon hearing the news and asked, How's the yield? Which direction does the vein run? Ebony ores were highly prized among cultivators of the embryonic breathing and qi cultivator realms for crafting dharma artifacts. With proper excavation and mining, it could easily supplement one's income by a dozen or more spirit stones annually. Naturally, Li Tongya could not contain his elation at the prospect. Liu Cixi's expression turned rueful as he revealed, It's a modest vein, stretching several miles from east to west, and it veers deep into your family's territory. Nevertheless, if we work together, we can still reap significant benefits. Li Tongya's joy remained undimmed as he said, This is an important discovery. I must inspect it myself. Would you be so kind as to lead the way, Senior Liu? Liu Cixi nodded in response. Of course. Let's begin our exploration first. and then we can go on to discuss mining and profit-sharing arrangements. Chapter 119, Fighting Over Profits. Liu Cixi and Li Tongya rode the wind and landed east of Lidayaku. In the Liu family territory, a group of tired-looking villagers were gathered together, having cleared swathes of woods and erected dozens of huts. Piles of neatly trimmed wood lay stacked, ready for the commencement of the building of a mining site. This ebony ore is found atop ordinary iron deposits, and as the mining progresses, we'll need to use the vein-searching technique to ascertain its precise direction. Liu Cixi explained, but paused. We cannot do this without the Yin family, he finished. Li Tongyan nodded in agreement, recognizing the significance of legacy in such endeavors. It was no wonder every family guarded and preserved their legacies so tightly, opting to even destroy them in times of peril. It was a clear advantage in this world of cultivation. The two paused, observing as mortals kneeled before them in respect. Liu Cixi pointed to the base of the hill and said, "And family estimates this mine to be narrow, capable of accommodating 1,000 or 2,000 miners and yielding around 100 pieces of ebony ores monthly. With a market price of approximately 15 spirit stones per piece, the operation definitely promises profitable returns." Li Tongyan nodded thoughtfully, then considered its proximity to Moongaze Lake. This location is only 300 li from Moongaze Lake, where there's a market frequented by rogue cultivators. We should set up formations to conceal the operation and present it as an ordinary town, he suggested. Liu Cixi quickly agreed in eagerness. Although they could not hide the operation from the Li family, deceiving rogue cultivators was not an issue. You're right, my friend. The Liu family has 2 formation plates. You can leave that to us. I'll make sure that the entrance to the mine is well hidden, he assured with a satisfied smile. After a brief exchange, the bald man from Yin family descended from the sky and cupped his fist to Li Tongya. A few years back, we parted ways in haste without even exchanging names. It's a pleasure to finally meet you again, Brother Tongya. He greeted Li Tongya with a warm smile. Gone was any hint of the ruthlessness that was present during their discussions about eliminating the Li family months earlier. His smile was genuine, as if he were reuniting with an old friend after many years. I am in Jian. It's a pleasure to see you again, he grinned. Li Tongya quickly cupped his fist in response and could not help the smile that tugged on his lips. It's good to see you again, brethren. Liu Cixi chuckled and shot a knowing look at Jian before addressing the matter with a serious expression. Now that our young friend has also seen the ore vein, it's time to discuss the matter of profit sharing, Liu Cixi declared. Jian nodded eagerly. Indeed, the location and direction of this ore vein are located through the use of the Yin family's vein-searching technique, and my family will be involved in the mining operations. The initially agreed upon 40% share is absolutely non-negotiable, he asserted fiercely. Liu Cixi laughed, noting Li Tongya's silence. Since this vein requires our combined efforts for proper extraction, how about a 40% share for Yin family, and the same for Liu family? Observing the exchange between the two, Li Tongya realized the need for him to intervene in the discussion. He smiled gently before speaking. A significant portion of the vein lies within the Li family's territory, and I have also noted that there are also branch veins extending into the Liu family's territory. It wouldn't be fair for both of your families to split the resources equally. Let's allocate shares based on the mineral quantities within each family's territory. Li Tongya's words immediately soured the expression on Liu Cixi and Jian's face. Jian took a deep breath, then forced a hard smile. Brotherly, can you clarify on that? Li Tongya nodded, then rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. Since the discovery of the vein is credited to the Yin family, it's only fair that you receive a share too. I propose that the Li family receives 50% of the profit, while the Yin family receives 30%. He explained with a warm smile, eyes twinkling. Jian stood in stunned silence, unable to muster a response. Meanwhile, Liu Cixi's eyebrow arched immediately the moment he heard those words. The Li family seems to have quite the appetite. Surely you must be joking. Li Tongya shook his head and chuckled softly. It's you who are joking, senior. Both of your families combined are asking for 80% of the vein altogether. Did you think that I am a pushover just because I'm younger and easier to talk to? After saying these words, he raised his sword with a nonchalant expression. It's only a matter of time before we have to do this. We might as well just do this now and settle it once and for all. Liu Cixi and Jian exchanged a glance, knowing that the negotiation had failed and violence was the only way to resolve this issue. Liu Cixi nodded, his jade scepter already hovering in the air. And Jian hesitated, but once he caught sight of Li Tongya's sword, which was glowing with white light that resembled a crescent moon, his demeanor immediately changed. A frown formed on his brows, and he exclaimed, "Such arrogance!" Summoning an ebony pole, he prepared to face Li Tongya's celestial moon/technique. As the confrontation escalated, Li Tongya unleashed the sword chi he had been accumulating all this while, breaking the pure spiritual true essence on the two Dharma artifacts and repelling them with a resounding clang. With momentum on his side, Li Tongya launched two profound water sword chi at his two opponents, catching them by surprise due to his speed and rendering them unable to mount a defense. Li Tongya had never used the celestial moon/technique when they were assaulting the Ji family back then. Misjudging their opponent's strength, Liu Cixi and Jian found themselves disarmed and scrambling to evade Li Tongya's relentless assault. After they finally managed to retrieve their Dharma artifacts, Li Tongya gained the upper hand, leaving them with little opportunity to retaliate. Empowered by the deep ocean long whale talisman, a surge of potent mana coursed strongly in his body. Wisps of white chi escaped through his parted lips with every breath. After about a quarter hour of relentless onslaught, Li Tongya noticed in Jian's pale complexion and finally stopped. "Do you two still wish to continue?" he asked almost amusedly, an eyebrow raised but still visibly on guard. And Jian flushed with embarrassment almost immediately, waving his hand in defeat. Similarly, Liu Cixi decided to swallow his pride and also conceded. "Brother Tongya's swordsmanship is indeed impressive, and it was presumptuous of us to make the earlier suggestion. The Li family rightfully deserves their 50% share." Words of respect flowed freely, and they no longer addressed Li Tongya as a friend. They now viewed him as a brother, an equal. And Jian laughed along with them. And the atmosphere was now of genuine harmony without any tension, as if the three of them had just sparred earlier as a friendly exchange. Li Tongya nodded and gratefully said, "The Li family will take you up on that offer then. Both of you can discuss how to split the remaining balance." His true essence remained abundant, and he did not want to push these two to exhaustion just to prove his strength. Observing their discussion, Li Tongya had already managed to estimate their strength in comparison to his own. These two are stronger than the Qi cultivators from Mount Yu, but they're nowhere near Zhang Yun of the Golden Feather sect. If I hadn't learned more about their backgrounds, I might have considered annexing their families directly. After some debate, they settled on dividing the remaining 50% equally between them. They also suggested stationing cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm from each family to oversee operations, along with rotating Qi cultivators to maintain security. The arrangement concluded with the Liu family setting up formations, the Yin family conducting exploration, and the Li family providing the majority of the miners since they had the most population. Li Tongya was quite content with the outcome, especially considering the opportunity it had presented for the vagrants from Mount Yu, given the overcrowded villages in the area. However, Liu Cixi could not shake off the unease that settled in his heart, particularly regarding Li Tongya's formidable swordsmanship. While Liu Cixi observed Li Tongya with a smile on his face, he harbored deep worries. The image of that sword, blazing with white light when unsheathed, lingered in his mind. That level of might, it's definitely not a sword technique lower than grade 3. It must be at least a grade 4 technique or higher. He plucked up his courage and finally asked, "Brother Tongya, your sword technique was truly phenomenal. What's the name of the technique? Is it a legacy from a certain gate?" Seeing how Liu Cixi had to swallow his pride in order to ask such a direct question, Li Tongya could only frown and reply, "It's a technique passed down from my father, known as the Celestial Moon/technique." With that, he ended his explanation without revealing to Liu Cixi that there was only one move in the sword technique. And Jian observed the exchange with a serious demeanor, noting Liu Cixi's reaction. It seems like the rumors about there being a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm in the Li family's last generation are true. It would explain how Li Tongya's true essence is so strong and clear. It must be a legacy passed down through his family teachings. His swordsmanship is undeniably lethal as well, especially if opponents are caught off guard. Meanwhile, Liu Cixi's concerns deepened as he contemplated Li Tongya's youthful appearance, which made him seem like a man in his 30s or 40s. Li Tongya is probably less than 50 years old, while I'm over 170, and my descendants are all ill-prepared. Once my generation passes, Mount Huaqian and Huazhong will definitely fall under the Li family's control. Their ascension seems inevitable. This man is not like others. He's very cautious and powerful. He's less likely to die of unnatural causes. I guess our generation will need to prepare our children and grandchildren for the future. His despair deepened, overshadowing the joy of acquiring the ebony or mine. His aged eyes clouded with worry as he observed Li Tongya preparing to leave. He forced a smile and shook away his thoughts before speaking once more. Brother Tongya, please forgive us for any offenses today. I shall visit your residence in a few days to formally apologize again. Li Tongya was taken aback by this. A strange look clouded his expression, but he quickly nodded in response and cupped his fist. You're too courteous, Senior Liu. Chapter 120, Xuanfeng out of seclusion. Li Xianling descended from the mountain, having already condensed the radiant lure chakra and broken through the third stage of the embryonic breathing realm. His blade was polished so well that one could see their own reflection in it, crisp and clear as day. Clad in a plain, long robe, he bore a striking resemblance to Li Tongya. The mountain folk matured early, and despite being only 13 or 14 years old, Li Xianling had already grown considerably. With a composed demeanor and steady gaze, he often reminded his older cousins, Li Xianxian and Li Xuanfeng, of Li Tongya. As late spring enveloped the land in vibrant green, the spirit paddies, now a year and a half old, were ready for harvest. Villagers wielded large axes infused with the golden light spell to cut down the paddies, while a few cultivators of embryonic breathing realm outside of Li family carefully husked the grains. Observing the bustling activity in the fields, Li Xianling smiled and approached for a closer look. All of a sudden, an ear-splitting whistle pierced through the air, causing everyone to cover their ears in immediate discomfort. Who goes there? Li Xuanling's expression turned solemn and alert as he instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Looking up, he spotted a golden figure soaring through the air. A Qi cultivator, he muttered to himself as he frowned, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. He quickly took out a signaling talisman, ready to alert the surrounding area. Ha 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 ha. The figure with a pitch-black longbow in hand let out a hearty laugh as he absorbed his golden true essence back into his body, revealing his face. Brother Xuanfeng, why you've emerged from seclusion? Li Xianling exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment as he stowed away the talisman he had previously readied, his face brightening with joy. This is great news. Li Xianfeng laughed, and Li Xianling immediately noticed how his gaze was a lot more piercing now that he had attained the Qi cultivation realm. His true essence was so powerful that it rustled the leaves around him as he descended. Can't you have more confidence in me? It's just breaking through to the Qi cultivation realm. It's hardly worth celebrating, he teased with a playful smile. Despite his modest words, the pride on Li Xuanfeng's face was evident. What's been happening at home these past months? He asked, trying to change the subject. We have nothing but good news for you. An ore vein has been discovered. Li Xuanling's excitement was palpable as he shared the news. Unfortunately, father is still in seclusion. I must inform him about you immediately, he said, immediately turning around and wanting to depart on his newfound mission. Hold on. Li Xianfeng interrupted with a shake of his head, stopping Li Xianling in his tracks. You can tell him that later. Tell me more about what happened recently. What kind of spirit mine is it? Li Xianling was about to speak when he noticed Li Xianfeng abruptly raising his head, his gaze fixed on the figure soaring through the air. Who's that? He asked in a mix of confusion and curiosity. Li Xianling followed his gaze and saw a person riding the wind, emanating a true essence of pure spiritual qi. Clad in a white robe with a rosy face framed by white hair, he held a jade scepter in hand. It was Liu Cixi. Greetings, senior. Li Xianling cupped his fist and greeted Liu Cixi respectfully. This is the senior from the Liu family in the east, he explained to Li Xuanfeng, noticing his confusion. Realization dawned upon Li Xianfeng as he cupped his fist and responded with a smile. Greetings, senior. Liu Cixi arched an eyebrow at him and appeared to think for a while before speaking. You're? He asked slowly, unsure. Although Li Xianfeng felt slightly annoyed by the fact that this person had simply ignored Li Xianling, he made sure to maintain a neutral expression as he introduced himself. I'm Li Xianfeng of the Li family. Realization dawned on Liu Cixi, who looked at him, taking him in as he rubbed his chin. After a while, he turned to the woman behind him. She wore a plain dress and her face was covered by a veil. Upon hearing Li Xuanfeng's introduction, she raised her head to look at him. What brings you here, senior? Li Xianling cupped his hand and asked respectfully. Although Lu Cixi had ignored him a few times before, he looked at Li Xianling this time and replied, We've come to discuss a matter with your family's elders. Li Xianling promptly welcomed Lu Cixi to the mountain. Having grown accustomed to the place after several visits, Lu Cixi made himself comfortable in the mountain courtyard. Li Xianling arranged for tea to be served and went to fetch Li Tongyao right away. With Li Xianxian currently in seclusion to break through to the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, it fell upon Li Xianling to manage the mountain affairs, leaving him with little free time. As Li Tongyao arrived, Li Xianling took a moment to catch his breath outside the courtyard only to find Li Xianfeng by his side in a fit of temper. That old man brought a young maiden along. I bet he's here to arrange a marriage. What a clever and sly move. Li Xianling paused, recalling the presence of the white-clothed girl. Father may not necessarily agree to it, he remarked dryly. Li Xianfeng merely laughed mischievously before he made his way toward the courtyard. Brother Tongya, I've prepared several spirit items and 3 spells as a dowry. What do you think of this matter? Li Tongya frowned. Lu Cixi had personally come to propose a marriage, offering gifts including spirit items and spells as a dowry to marry off a daughter of their family. He insisted on marrying the girl to one of the 2 unmarried sons in the Xian generation. Li Tongya felt a sense of skepticism stirring within him. The Liu family's proposal seemed unusually humble. While he might readily agree to the girl marrying into the minor sect, Li Tongya could not help but consider carefully, as this involved marrying the direct descendants of the Li family. The girl Lu Cixi brought along possessed a spiritual orifice. However, she was not particularly gifted as she had not even condensed the profound scenery chakra and had only attained the 1st stage of the embryonic breathing realm at 14 years old. Even so, Li Tongya could not help but be surprised by the unusually humble gesture. Lu Cixi seems hesitant about the long-term implications. With the Li family's rising strength, expansion into the east was only a matter of time. Li Tongya could not deny that he had never thought of annexing the Liu family. Making their daughter, who possessed a spiritual orifice, a concubine was out of the question. He would have to choose between Li Xianfeng and Li Xianling for the marriage. However, Li Tongya foresaw potential problems. If he married the Liu family's daughter and they had a son within 10 years, it could lead to complications. He would be burdened with accusations of exploiting his in-laws, tarnishing his reputation both internally and externally. Glancing at Lu Cixi, whose smile masked his worries, Li Tongya feared that outright rejection might provoke retaliation. He stroked his chin and pretended to be deep in thought before answering tactfully. The children in our family are still young. If you seek a good marriage, it would be best to wait a few more years. Lu Cixi accepted this response with a smile, as if he had already anticipated this to be the answer. That sounds fine. I shall return in a year to propose again. After discussing the ebony or mine and other trivial matters, Lu Cixi took his leave. As they left the courtyard, Li Xuanling's gaze met the sorrowful eyes behind the veil. It evoked a sense of empathy within him, and he could not help but feel sorry for the girl. What a pitiable person. When Li Xianfeng and Li Xianling entered the courtyard, Li Tongya's expression immediately lit up. Xianfeng. Upon confirming Li Xuanfeng's cultivation at the 1st heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, Li Tongya expressed his approval with a proud smile. Well done. Li Xianfeng chuckled, and a glint of light golden true essence appeared in his hand as he spoke. This is the golden edge true essence formed by the golden light edge technique. It's swift and sharp, comparable even to the wind itself. It may disappoint slightly in terms of endurance, but overall, it's quite impressive. Li Tongya nodded approvingly, his expression filled with satisfaction and pride. Good. You've done well. Xiangping's spirit in heaven would surely find solace in this. A brief silence followed, during which Li Tongya sensed the need to steer the conversation away. What are your thoughts on the situation of the Liu family? The old man is scared. Li Xianfeng responded almost immediately with a shake of his head, a trace of triumph lighting up his features. The juniors of the Liu family are useless and he's aging. Naturally, as we grow stronger, they are now growing more fearful. Li Xianling nodded and added, I recently investigated the matters that you've tasked me with, Father. I learned that a member of the Liu family from the previous generation once cultivated in the Azure Pond sect. However, they passed away over 80 years ago, and there's little else known about their lineage. I see. Li Tongya responded. Taking a sip of tea and gazing to the east, his mind was lost in contemplation. Chapter 121, News on the Mine. A few months after Liu Cici's visit, Li Xianxian emerged from seclusion. He had finally condensed the Jade Capital Chakra and attained the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. With this feat, he now ranked 3rd in the family in terms of strength, with Li Qiuyang and Chun Donghe serving as his 2 right-hand men, who were both at the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. The ebony or mine bustled with activity each passing day, as Li Xianxian had gathered a large group of able-bodied Mount Yu tribesmen to work in the mine. The reduction in the surplus of laborers led to a significant rise in wages for workers in the 4 towns, effectively alleviating the strain caused by overpopulation and resulting in improved living conditions. Huts lined the ore vein, and in just a mere few months, the 3 families had already managed to establish a thriving small town. It was decided that the Qi cultivator to be stationed at the ebony or mine for the first year would come from the Li family. According to their agreement, each family would also send a cultivator of the embryonic breathing realm to keep watch of each other, with Li Qiuyang having been sent by the Li Xianxian several months prior. As Li Xuanfeng descended upon the mine, he found the 3 cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm awaiting his arrival, along with the miners who were kneeling in reverence nearby. "Greetings, Senior," the 3 cultivators greeted in unison. Li Xuanfeng acknowledged them with a wave of his hand, then turned to address Li Qiuyang right away. "Clan uncle," he greeted respectfully before nodding to the cultivators from the Liu and in families. No need for formalities. Surveying the 2 cultivators before him with his spiritual sense, he learned that both of them were only in the 3rd and 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, and seemed to be in their 40s and 50s. Li Xuanfeng dismissed them with a wave before turning to Li Qiuyang. "Clan uncle, did something happen in the mine during these few months? Why the urgent summons?" he questioned, a hint of concern discernible in his voice. Li Qiuyang, the boy who ate a snake dragon fruit in the mountains, was now in his 30s and had already become a grandfather. He stood with the bearing of a family elder and held a long saber in his hand. "We've only just begun digging, mining 7 pieces in 3 months. Production should increase gradually. However, we've encountered some concerning incidents. Over the past few months, several miners have lost their ability to speak. Last month saw 1 or 2 cases, but this month, there have been dozens of cases. We have no choice but to send word to the family," he explained with a worried expression. "Lost their ability to speak?" Li Xuanfeng pondered aloud as he adjusted the longbow on his back and furrowed his brow in confusion. "Take me to see these people." Li Qiuyang nodded immediately and led Li Xuanfeng to a courtyard through an area occupied by tents of varying sizes. With the tribesmen from Mount Yu working in the mine, the architectural style of the courtyard was that of Mount Yu. Inside, a dozen or so miners, mostly relocated by the Li family, crouched against the walls with troubled-stricken expressions. The manager of the courtyard visibly tensed up as Li Qiuyang and Li Xuanfeng approached, instructing the miners to rise and kneel on the ground. They gazed nervously at the yellow soil beneath them. Placing his hand on the shoulder of the nearest Mount Yu miner, Li Xuanfeng channeled his true essence into him and circulated it through his body a couple of rounds, but found no abnormalities within him. However, he detected a spiritual orifice in the middle-aged man's Qihai acupoint. "Ah, too bad. He has a spiritual orifice in his body." Li Xuanfeng's remark was cold. His words seemed to have struck the middle-aged man like thunder, causing him to let out a startled cry. His face betrayed a mix of emotions and sorrow. Observing the man's slightly aged appearance and conflicted expression, Li Xuanfeng turned to give an instruction. "Take this man back and arrange a marriage for him with a suitable daughter from the clan." Li Qiuyang nodded obediently, and a few clan soldiers immediately stepped forward to escort the man away. Meanwhile, Li Xuanfeng selected a few more individuals from the group to examine, but found nothing unusual. "Did these people exhibit any abnormalities before losing their ability to speak?" he asked with a frown. "Never," Li Qiuyang replied, shaking his head, then continued. 4 of the individuals affected had previously gathered the ebony ores though. Li Xuanfeng pondered this information for a moment, his gaze lingering on each of the individuals before him. After receiving a sample of greenish-black ebony ore from Li Qiuyang and channeling his true essence, he detected a trace of golden stone qi in it. It appears that the ebony, or may be the root of the issue after all. "Clan uncle, please summon those 2 over," he commanded. Li Qiuyang complied, locating the cultivators from the Liu and in families. They seemed apprehensive as they stood before Li Xianfeng, anticipating criticism or a reprimand from the Qi cultivator of the Li family. Are you aware of the speech disorder affecting the miners in this mine? Li Xianfeng asked. The two men were taken aback by the question, but nodded. Why would a Qi cultivator concern himself with the ailments of mortals? As long as they can work, who cares if they can't speak? They wondered. Li Xianfeng contemplated and fell silent for a few moments. The ebony or mine was a spirit mine, and the golden stone Qi could be harmful to mortal bodies. Losing the ability to speak could just be a minor consequence of such contact. He was concerned that this could potentially lead to exhaustion and even thousands of deaths if left unchecked. How is the work schedule of these miners? He asked. There are over 4,000 miners, but the mine can only accommodate around 1,000 at a time. We've been using 2 shifts, with workers alternating every 3 days between mining and construction duties. Li Xianfeng waved his hand and instructed, split the miners into 4 shifts. Don't let them stay in the mine for too long. I'll return to the clan and arrange for additional shifts. Upon receiving their agreement to his new command, Li Xianfeng departed immediately to report to Li Tongya. Meanwhile, Li Qiuyang observed the cultivators from the Liu and in families as they waited respectfully for Li Xianfeng to leave, his expression darkening in private disapproval. While the Li family had thrived, boasting a population of over 60,000, the Liu and in families languished with only 20 and 30,000 members. It was evident to him that these families neglected the welfare of their people, likely failing to oversee farming activities, let alone support their livelihoods. This population, he mused, existed solely to serve the interests of the ruling families. Brother Qiuyang. The 2 cultivators approached him with a warm smile. We'll leave the task from the elder of your family to you. We still have important matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave first. Without even waiting for Li Qiuyang's response, the 2 departed in a flash with a broad smile on their faces, leaving an irritated Li Qiuyang behind. Those 2 spend their days slacking off on this mountain and indulging in women. They know nothing except for fooling around. What a waste of their cultivation. If they were part of the Li family, they would surely have already been held accountable for their distasteful actions. Returning to his small courtyard, Li Qiuyang shook off his frustration. With a determined smile, he murmured, Go enjoy yourselves for now. Let's see how both of your families will stop the Li family in a few years. After issuing orders for the day, Li Qiuyang returned to his residence and began his meditation. Meanwhile, at the other end of the compound, the sounds of feasting and music filled the air as cultivators from the Liu and in families indulged in wine and conversation. This mine is truly a blessing. With Li Qiuyang from the Li family taking care of everything, we don't have to worry about anything back home. Absolutely. The cultivator from in family laughed heartily, taking a sip of spirit wine and smacking his lips in satisfaction. His eyes were closed in contentment, savoring the taste of the wine. The Li family rose to prominence too quickly, and their Qi cultivators are still too young and naive to be worried about mortals. Tell me, who among us cultivators on the Gully Road doesn't see mortals as mere tools? Mortals exist to serve immortal cultivators. No cultivators should care for them. His words were loud and arrogant. The cultivator from the Liu family nodded in agreement. His expression relaxed as he said, Indeed. Look at the Li family. They may be strong, but they're stuck dealing with Mount Yu to the west, acting as our barrier. Rumor has it that there are over a dozen Qi cultivators in Mount Yu, with a king at the peak of the Qi cultivation realm. It's not something to be taken lightly. Offering some news he had acquired, the cultivator from the Liu family glanced up, only to be targeted by the cultivator from the Yin family. Doesn't your Liu family have a powerful cultivator within the Azure Pond sect? That should be a significant backing, no? To this, the cultivator from the Liu family shook his head with a hint of disappointment in his expression. Our families have been connected through marriage for many years, so we know each other's strengths. That person who trained on Moon Lake Peak reached the peak of the Qi cultivation realm in his prime, and had passed away over 80 years ago when he failed to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. Besides some residual connections with the master of Moon Lake Peak, there hardly any significant backing. He then lowered his head and continued, We can't possibly compare to that genius in your family. The cultivator from the family side. That Jiangping is the golden child of our family. He receives all the attention and resources. It's said that he eats spirit rice every day. I envy him. If my family devoted such resources to me, Perhaps I too could also break through to the Qi cultivation realm, he said indignantly. The cultivator from the Liu family sighed deeply, feeling disheartened. Amidst the lively ambience of the courtyard, his words stood out starkly. You and I are already in our 50s, yet we haven't even condensed the Jade Capital Chakra. What hope is there for us to reach the Qi cultivation realm in this lifetime? We should just make the most of the remaining 50 years of our life and enjoy it to the fullest. Moved by his words, the cultivator from the Yin family drank his wine and began to get choked up in his emotions. Life is often filled with disappointment. I've already come to accept that fact. Together, amidst the melodic sounds of bamboo lutes, the two cultivators shed tears as they toasted to each other's shared misery. Chapter 122, Market Robbery. Li Xianfeng returned to the Li residence and quickly reported the situation at the mine to Li Tongya. Li Tongya nodded solemnly, taking in his words carefully. In a few days, I'll visit the mine myself and personally oversee it. But first, you need to make preparations. Get Xian to fetch this year's tributes, then head to the prefecture to submit the tributes on behalf of our family. Acknowledging Li Xuanfeng's nod, Li Tongya retrieved a storage pouch from the stone table in front of him and handed it over. In this pouch is our sum of money. Aside from the tributes for these 5 years along with our family's savings of 115 spirit stones, it also includes a portion of river pure qi. This is nearly a decade's worth of savings for our family. When you reach the Xiao residence, look for Xiao Yongling. We've had good relations with him, so I trust him to arrange for a formation master to set up a defensive mountain formation for us, he instructed. If there are any leftover spirit stones, spend them to purchase a good Dharma artifact for yourself in the market. You can seek counsel from the Xiao family regarding the ebony or mine. Gather news about your fourth uncle's whereabouts if you can too. The Xiao family is reputable, and Xiao Yongling is a smart man. I trust that he wouldn't cheat our spirit stones, he added after a moment of brief contemplation. Understood, Li Xianfeng replied and nodded obediently. Li Tongya paused briefly before issuing another instruction. Make sure you remain humble and avoid conflicts. Don't be tempted by spirit stones. If any incidents occur on your journey, prioritize your safety at all times. Li Xianfeng listened attentively to Li Tongya's advice, nodding vigorously before taking his leave to bid farewell to Li Xianxian and Li Xianling in the courtyard. He left Mount Lijing, then flew eastward along the Gully Road. Just as he crossed into the Liu family's territory, he could hear distant thunder that came from the west, though it was faint. Pausing to listen, he could not discern its source and resumed his journey to the east. As soon as Li Xianfeng exited Mount Lijing, the sky suddenly rumbled with thunder. In fact, it was so loud and thunderous that it startled Li Tongya greatly and caused his ears to ring. Who goes there? Li Tongya shouted as his eyes snapped open and he rushed out of the cave dwelling. What greeted him was a crimson sky above Moongaze Lake to the north, where several fiery clouds converged, painting the entire area above the lake with the hue of flames. Hidden amidst the sky were faint glimmers of a Dharma artifact that floated above it all. The island at the heart of the lake. That's where the market at Moongaze Lake is. In an instant, a massive transparent protective barrier enveloped the small island at the heart of the lake. Li Tongya's true essence surged as he levitated into the air and noticed a dozen figures levitating in the sky. The market of Moongaze Lake has been operating here for over 200 years under the Azure Pond sect's approval. Do you understand, fellow Taoists? As Li Tongya stood in the air, he heard an old voice reverberating across the lake. It was tinged with anger, and it clearly belonged to the owner of Moongaze Lake's market. I heard that the owner is a cultivator of the Foundation Establishment realm. It seems the assailants are at least cultivators of the Foundation Establishment realm as well. Li Tongya pondered quietly to himself as he flew over 30 miles and observed the market from afar. Initially, there had been a large island at the heart of Moongaze Lake, precisely where the market stood. However, with the onset of the attack, the hidden island emerged. It resembled a fairyland, boasting lush greenery and pristine waters, with pavilions and buildings scattered across it which only served to enhance its beauty. Quit acting, Xiangping. You've been hiding in Moongaze Lake for 2 centuries. If it weren't by chance, we wouldn't have discovered you, spoke another voice, this one firm and unwavering. It echoed across the vastness of the lake. Li Tongya listened intently, his spiritual sense tingling as he twisted his head to observe the western sky. There, he spotted an approaching figure who was adorned with tattoos, wearing animal bones and jades. It was Mu Jiaomon. Mu Jiaomon had also ascended up into the sky to check in on the situation after catching wind of the commotion. Caught off guard by Li Tongya's gaze, he hesitated briefly before awkwardly greeting him through voice transmission. Brother Tongya. Li Tongya noted the fear in Mu Jiaomon, whose body language suggested that he was ready to flee at any given moment. Li Tongya ignored him. Instead, he focused his attention on the unfolding events over at the lake. After a brief pause, the old voice responded once more. Chen Taoping? Who is Chen Taoping? I am Zhang Suatian, fellow Taoist. You should not be compelled by others and offend the Immortal sect for nothing. However, the other voice laughed coldly in response, almost in mockery. Don't try to stall for time. The Azure Pond sect has granted us permission. Today marks the end for you Lingyu Gate remnants. We have borrowed the deadly Thunder Formation Destroyer. I'm afraid your formation won't be able to protect you. As soon as he finished speaking, fiery rain and lightning descended from the sky, striking the Grand Formation with such fierce intensity that it caused its glow to flicker slightly. The lake was illuminated in bursts of white and red while rogue cultivators gathered around to watch the unfolding scene in astonishment. Li Tongya estimated that the Grand Formation would collapse within the time taken for an incense stick to burn. The sky erupted in a cacophony of colors and sounds as several figures clashed in midair, their battles creating strong shockwaves that sent ripples across the lake. What a big commotion. These people are probably at the peak of Foundation Establishment realm and on the cusp of breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. As Li Tongya observed the chaos, he noticed a group of figures completely disregarding the shockwaves of the battle and barging into the market that was no longer protected by the Grand Formation. It was obvious that they were driven by malicious intentions. That's very tempting indeed. Li Tongya narrowed his eyes at Mu Jiaomon, whose eyes were clouded by greed, looking as though he himself wanted to join those nuisances. However, Mu Jiaomon's greedy expression was replaced with shock as soon as he met Li Tongya's fierce glare. Fifth heavenly layer of Qi cultivation realm. How is that possible? Mu Jiaomon exclaimed. He clearly recalled that Li Tongya was only at the third heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm when they fought. How did he attain the fifth heavenly layer in just 2 years? Li Tongya said nothing but just returned a tight smile, causing Mu Jiaomon to shudder involuntarily. Without looking back, Mu Jiaomon swiftly retreated, several hundred meters away through a shamanic spell. Meanwhile, Li Tongya refocused his attention on the clashes unfolding over the lake. He stroked his chin and mumbled, "It's too dangerous for me to go there. I should just wait here until those people come over." He found a better spot to wait and settled in to observe the situation in the market, patiently anticipating the emergence of those who had robbed the market. Chen Taoping, where is the River Mountain Sutra? As the battle in the sky intensified, an old man dressed in a flowing white robe and wielding a spear found himself outnumbered 3-1. He fought valiantly, but was gradually pushed back, clearly losing. His jaw was tightly clenched in frustration. "I have no idea what you're talking about," he yelled out in anguish. "Oomph, still keeping up with the tough act, even when you're already on the verge of dying." One of the cultivators at the Foundation Establishment realm sneered coldly. His Dharma artifact blazed with lethal intent, and with a swift strike, he narrowly missed, severing Chen Taoping's arm by probably only a few millimeters. Although the Lingyu Gate has been destroyed, its legacy must remain concealed. Once we capture you, you will reveal the River Mountain Sutra's location. Bah! Chen Taoping spat, waving his spear. "I seek no revenge for my destroyed gate. I only wish to live out my days in peace on this lake. Why do you deny my wish and continue to haunt me?" he yelled. His assailant frowned and replied, "When the Lingyu Gate was destroyed, the River Mountain Sutra was lost among the 61 jade slips. This is a grave matter. We have searched for it for more than a century now, but to no avail. If not for this, we would not have resorted to such measures either. All of you are so cunning." Chen Taoping's expression turned sorrowful as he found himself cornered. However, his expression soon hardened. "If I had the River Mountain Sutra in my possession, I would have attained the Purple Mansion realm instead of lingering around at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. I wouldn't have had to hide," he spat fiercely through gritted teeth. His assailant paused for a moment upon hearing his statement, but continued waving his Dharma weapon, which unleashed beams of golden light that exhausted Chen Taoping. "Our orders are clear. We must capture you and extract the information we seek," he declared with a vindictive voice. Chapter 123, Seized. After waiting by the lake for a while, Li Tongya observed a white light soaring upward from the heart of the lake, propelled by the wind that came from the north and was headed to the south. He swiftly retrieved a spirit cloth from his storage pouch and wrapped it around his face. With his left hand resting firmly on the hilt of his sword, he soared into the sky to meet the incoming figure head-on. "Hey there, my friend," Li Tongya called out as the figure drew closer. However, he received no response. The figure seemed fully intent on just passing by uninterrupted, adjusting their flying trajectory and altitude immediately to avoid Li Tongya. With the celestial moon slash technique at the ready, Li Tongya drew his sword and unleashed a white sword aura to intercept the approaching figure. "How dare you?" To Li Tongya's surprise, the figure seemed to be a female cultivator with a sweet voice. She halted abruptly, shouting indignantly as she unsheathed her own sword to counter the incoming strike from Li Tongya. The woman quickly activated her mana, and her strong attempt to repel the attack nearly caused her to lose her grip on her sword. As their energies clashed, the force of their collision reverberated through her body. The female cultivator's expression shifted from determination to frustration as she struggled to counter Li Tongya's attack. With a glare, she focused her attention on Li Tongya, her growing resentment evident. Observing the intricate patterns on the female cultivator's turquoise-green sword, Li Tongya was able to determine that it was a good Dharma artifact, and a quality one indeed. Noticing the distressed look on the female cultivator's face, he offered a proposition with his hoarse voice. "Lady, you won't be able to defeat me. Surrender your storage pouch and Dharma artifact now, and I will spare your life." The female cultivator scoffed, a cold laugh escaping her lips as she unleashed yet another wave of sword aura aimed at Li Tongya. "Dream on," she spat through gritted teeth, her voice rebellious. Li Tongya calmly parried her strikes, easily repelling her sword as he estimated the time it would take to defeat her. She's only at the 6th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Although her cultivation method and true essence are extraordinary, it should only take about 120 or 140 moves to defeat her completely. However, with the constant flow of people around the lake, prolonging the battle could attract unwanted attention. "I better finish this off quickly." Despite being at the 5th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, Li Tongya possessed formidable strength due to his swordsmanship and the blessing of the deep ocean long whale talisman. Even Qi cultivators of the 8th heavenly layer who practiced authentic techniques would struggle against him, let alone those at the 6th heavenly layer. They stood no chance. Even peak Qi cultivators who consumed various unrefined Qi would be no match against him. Li Tongya's sword Qi grew brighter with each strike, forcing the female cultivator to stumble backward under his relentless assault. This man is no ordinary opponent. His skill surpasses those of any rogue cultivator. Even those 5 or 6 prominent clans in the region can't possibly raise such a strong cultivator. He must be affiliated with one of the 3 sects or 7 gates. Under the relentless assault from Li Tongya, the female cultivator soon found herself reaching her limit. After just a few dozen exchanges, she felt the sword aura of her blade weakening and her true essence dwindling rapidly. Despite his abundant true essence, there's a lack of sharpness in his qi. Could he be from the Azurpan sect? Or perhaps the Changshao gate? As defeat loomed, the female cultivator clenched her teeth. She was reluctant to surrender the belongings in her storage pouch. With determination, she raised her voice. "I am a member of the Wu family from the southern prefecture. I implore you, spare me this time, and I will not forget this act of kindness, fellow Taoist." Li Tongya only shook his head in response. "Are you suggesting that I should go begging for favors from the Wu family in the southern prefecture? Spare me these futile pleas, fellow Taoist. Drop your storage pouch and Dharma artifact, and I'll consider sparing your life." The mention of the Wu family did not sway Li Tongya. He had already met someone from her family during his visit to Cloud Crown Peak, but had not really interacted with them. He never did expect that he would run into one of them here today. "Don't push your luck, fellow Taoist. The ancestor of the Wu family is of the Foundation Establishment realm. I'm his granddaughter from the 5th generation. Harm me, and you'll make an enemy with a cultivator of the Foundation Establishment realm. You better reconsider your action," the female cultivator threatened through her clenched teeth. Li Tongya shattered her qi aura with his sword and responded coldly. "Even if you were his daughter, it wouldn't make a difference. If I kill you here in the middle of nowhere, a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm would not be able to find you, let alone one at the Foundation Establishment realm. With no further words exchanged, Li Tongya pressed forward unrelentingly, forcing the female cultivator from the Wu family to back down. With a swift motion, he knocked the turquoise-green sword out of the female cultivator's grasp swiftly, causing it to fall on the ground with a loud clang. Just as Li Tongya moved in for the decisive strike, the female cultivator launched a pale yellow-colored talisman. Li Tongya's eyebrows immediately shot up at the sight of it, and quickly retreated without a second thought. The talisman glowed a fierce red before erupting into 5 fiery projectiles that flew toward Li Tongya like flame sparrows. With the celestial moon-slash technique, Li Tongya shattered 2 of the fiery projectiles, reducing them into mere red sparks. However, the remaining 3 fire projectiles closed in on him. With no other option, Li Tongya raised his sword to block them and channeled his true essence into the blade, which immediately radiated with intense brilliance. The onslaught of the fire spell reached its peak, forcing Li Tongya to retreat backward by 3 steps. The pale gray blade of his sword glowed red from the heat, prompting him to sheathe it hastily. Just as he was distracted, the female cultivator swiftly reclaimed her sword and flew eastward. Li Tongya channeled his true essence once more and took to the air as well, determined to remain in pursuit of the mysterious female cultivator. In just the space of a few breaths, he had caught up with the fleeing cultivator. His longsword crackled with sword chi as it shot toward the woman's back, delivering a numbing impact. How is this possible? How can someone at the 5th heavenly layer of Qi cultivation realm move with such speed? The female cultivator exclaimed in shock, her legs faltering as her slender hand reached for her storage pouch. With determination and great speed, Li Tongya struck at her hand quickly, preventing her from accessing her pouch. A small white shield appeared to protect the female cultivator's neck and back. However, Li Tongya's cautious approach had foiled some of her calculations. Her left arm bore the brunt of the attack. With a cry of pain, beads of sweat formed on her temples and forehead as she struggled to perform a hand seal. Despite her efforts, Li Tongya was unforgiving and seized the opportunity to deliver yet another powerful slash, nearly cleaving her body in half. With a final agonizing cry, the female cultivator collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The Wu family from the southern prefecture was indeed a prominent clan. This female cultivator displayed exceptional knowledge and skill, deflecting Li Tongya's spells with ease and twisting her body to evade the worst of the attacks. Nonetheless, Li Tongya relentlessly pursued her, delivering a final decisive blow that sent her lifeless body tumbling away. Glancing at the puddle of blood on the ground, Li Tongya frowned slightly as he shook off the blood from his sword, each drip staining the ground. Letting out a soft sigh, he retrieved the storage pouch from the fallen cultivator's waist. It's unfortunate that she chose such a pitiful end. There were better paths available to her. With a wave of his hand, Li Tongya cast a spell to dispose of the body and blood before quickly soaring back into the sky. The situation on the island at the heart of the lake had intensified. Li Tongya heard a faint laugh, which was then followed by an angry voice. So, there's another hidden formation here? How clever. I've spent 200 years cultivating on Moongaze Lake. Of course, I have some tricks up my sleeve. You 3 will regret provoking me, the old and hoarse voice snarled. With thunder crashing and fire raining down on the formation of the small island at the heart of the lake, Li Tongya wondered how many Qi cultivator robbers found themselves in trouble down there. A sense of unease crept over Li Tongya as he watched as the fiery clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, which was then accompanied by the fading thunder and the unmistakable diminishing glow of the formation. Below him, the island at the heart of the lake now lay scorched. Feeling unsettled by the mass destruction, Li Tongya decided to turn around and soar over the lake for a little while until he spotted the small island. He performed a hand seal and cast a water avoidance spell on himself before diving into the riverbed and disappearing from view. The Snake Demon Cave had already been explored and cleaned up by members of the Li family years ago. Now, there were several hundred mortals along with 3 cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm that lived there. All the remains of corpses had been cleaned out long ago. There were over a dozen courtyards constructed near the entrance of the cave with light blue crystals embedded into the rocky ceiling that provided gentle illumination throughout the cave, adding to its mystical ambience. Li Tongya dismissed the cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm who came over to greet him and found a room to meditate, only to discover that his true essence had almost fully recovered. Whoa, The Deep Ocean Long Whale Talisman is indeed amazing. He picked up the female cultivator's storage pouch, and out came tumbling a trove of sparkling spirit items. With the help of a fire spell, he burned the female cultivator's clothes and other personal belongings, leaving only the valuable items untouched. Among his discoveries were a collection of 20 or 30 talismans of the embryonic breathing realm, 15 spirit stones, 3 talismans of the Qi cultivation realm, 3 Dharma artifacts of the embryonic breathing realm, and a dozen bottles of elixirs of the embryonic breathing realm. Setting aside the clutter, Li Tongya's eyes widened in surprise as he retrieved a blood-stained furnace from the storage pouch that was about as tall as a person. His eyes immediately lit up with joy as he marveled at the artifact. A furnace. No wonder that woman was so unwilling to surrender her pouch. The price of such a furnace has always far exceeded that of an ordinary Dharma artifact, and this one appears to be of exceptional quality as well. I wouldn't be surprised if it fetched several hundred spirit stones. Examining the bloodstains on the furnace closer, Li Tongya could not help but wonder how many people the female cultivator had to have murdered in order to obtain such a valuable artifact. He performed another hand seal and cleaned the blood from the surface of the furnace with a purifying spell. Satisfied with his work, he carefully stowed away the item before turning his attention to the 3 talismans. One of these talismans contains the powerful Fire Sparrow spell, capable of inflicting serious injuries on cultivators in the late stage of Qi cultivation if they're caught off guard. The other 2 talismans are more common. One is a shield spell, and the other is capable of summoning Needle Rain. Their power appears to be on par with abilities at the early stage of the Qi cultivation realm. Li Tongya stowed the talismans away, then picked up a token crafted from ebony Oregon. He held it in his palm and observed the Wu character engraved on its surface. It appeared to be an identity token of some sort. Setting the token aside, Li Tongya crossed his legs and began meditating. Chapter 124, Visiting Xiao Yongling. Li Xianfeng flew slowly along Gully Road for most of the night, eventually arriving at Cloud-Crowned Peak. Veiled in clouds and mist, both the trees and people on Xiao family's peak were well obscured from sight. But just as Li Xianfeng was descending, he encountered a repelling force coming from the mountain. Someone below called out to him in a loud voice, "Hey, brother, you can't fly into Cloud-Crowned Peak." Li Xianfeng quickly landed at the foot of the mountain. There, he was greeted by a smiling young man who seemed to be about 17 or 18. He was dressed in a long flowing robe and looked rather striking. The young man cupped his fist and greeted Li Xianfeng respectfully. "Which family in the east are you from, young master?" Li Xianfeng waved his hands and replied to the polite young man, "I'm no young master. It's Li Xianfeng from the Li family in Lijing. I've come to submit my family's tributes." "Li family from Lijing?" the teenager repeated thoughtfully as he raised an eyebrow curiously. "Are you from the Li family by Moongaze Lake?" "I am Xiao Ruyu from the Xiao family. It's a great pleasure to meet you." "Indeed, I am," Li Xianfeng affirmed, recalling the instructions given to him by Li Tongya before his departure. Xiao Ruyu quietened before finally asking curiously, "Is Senior Li Tongya your?" "He's my clan uncle," Li Xianfeng chuckled, then politely elaborated. "My clan uncle has sent me here to pay Senior Xiao Yongling a visit." "Ah, I see." The young man nodded in understanding. "Uncle Yongling has instructed me to receive a guest from the Li family. Please, come with me, Brother Xianfeng." With a smile, Xiao Ruyu gracefully leaped up into the air. Since both of them were Qi cultivators, they rode the wind together for a while before landing smoothly on yet another peak. There, atop the mountain, stood a small courtyard with 2 pots of plum blossoms by its entrance. Xiao Ruyu approached the door and knocked gently. "Clan uncle, the guest from the Li family has arrived," he announced respectfully in a loud voice. A hearty laugh was heard before the door slowly creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man with sharp eyes, wrapped in snow-white fox fur. He wore a brocade pouch at his waist, and he looked quite handsome. Upon seeing the visitor, he paused for a moment before asking, "You are?" "I am Li Xianfeng from the Li family. My second uncle is currently occupied with important matters, so I have come in his stead to pay my respects," he explained readily. Xiao Yongling, the middle-aged man, nodded understandingly and said with a hint of regret, "It's unfortunate that Brother Tongya can't make it here. I do miss him very much." After saying that, he cast a curious glance at Li Xianfeng and asked, "How strong is Brother Tongya now?" "My second uncle has attained the 3rd heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm," Li Xianfeng replied. following Li Tongya's instructions. The third heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Brother Tongya has truly made remarkable progress. When I first met him, I had already sensed his extraordinary potential, and now he has truly proven it. Xiao Yongling exclaimed, clearly impressed. He led Li Xianfeng into the courtyard and poured tea for both of them. With a warm smile, he turned to Li Xianfeng and remarked, "You're quite talented yourself. It's quite impressive to attain the Qi cultivation realm at such a young age. Someone like you is indeed a valuable addition, even in our Xiao family." "You're flattering me, senior," Li Xianfeng replied humbly with his head bowed slightly. After exchanging pleasantries for a few moments, he broached the reason for his visit. "My family's defensive formation was destroyed by Mount Yu and has remained unrepaired until now. I've been tasked with finding a skilled formation master in the prefecture to set up another grand formation on the mountain. Do you have any leads or suggestions on someone who could possibly help us, senior?" "Indeed, I do." Xiao Yongling nodded and continued. "However, setting up a grand formation of Qi cultivation realm is no easy task. It requires engraving of formation patterns and also numerous drawings. It'll take at least several days to complete. For a basic formation of the Qi cultivation realm, you'll need at least 30 spirit stones. But if you're looking for something more advanced of that realm and capable of fending off peak Qi cultivators, you'd need at least 100 spirit stones," he added. Li Xianfeng listened attentively, then nodded in understanding. "My family has already expected that and prepared the necessary spirit stones." "Very well," Xiao Yongling said approvingly before taking another sip of tea. After deliberating for a few brief moments, he continued, "I'll reach out to my contacts and see what I can find. I'll get back to you again within a few days. Thankfully, there's still some time before the tributes will be collected. I should be able to find someone in time." "Thank you, senior," Li Xianfeng replied, expressing his gratitude sincerely. "Don't mention it," Xiao Yongling said, dismissively waving off his gratitude with a warm smile. "Our families have been friends for decades. Your fourth uncle and my clan uncle are brothers of the same faction, and he even helped request the essence gathering pill for my family. It's only natural for us to help each other in times of need." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Xianfeng sipped his tea and patiently listened as Xiao Yongling spoke. Then he posed another question. "May I ask, senior, if metal ores have any effects on mortals?" "Indeed they do," Xiao Yongling replied, almost immediately. He paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing. "My family oversees 22 ore veins. I've worked there, so I have considerable knowledge in this scope of topic. Spirit ores with metal, thunder, flame, and coldine properties can endanger mortals. In fact, deaths and injuries caused by these items are rather common. Those of the embryonic breathing realm are generally safer, so you can reduce the period of exposure by rotating a few more shifts. On the other hand, those of the Qi cultivation and foundation establishment realms are far more dangerous and can result in fatalities upon contact. It's essential for immortal cultivators to personally mine these spirit ores," he explained with a furrowed brow. "I see. Thank you for enlightening me, senior." Li Xianfeng nodded, expressing his sincere gratitude once more. Xiao Yongling then handed him a jade slip and said, "Brother Tongya has requested my help in finding him a book before, and I've finally found it. Take this back to him." Li Xianfeng hesitated briefly before accepting the jade slip. "Second uncle never mentioned searching for any books. How can he forget to inform me about it? Is Xiao family trying to tell me something?" "Thank you, Senior Yongling." When Li Xianfeng inquired about news regarding Li Chejing, Xiao Yongling shook his head and said, "There have been no updates. It's been years since my clan uncle also went to the southern border. We haven't received any letters from him and are quite worried about him as well." This revelation left Li Xianfeng feeling at great unease. The prefecture's scenery is very different from the west. There's still half a month before it's time to submit the tributes. You should go and explore around, Xiao Yongling suggested finally. Sensing that the meeting had come to an end, Li Xianfeng cupped his fist and bid farewell to Xiao Yongling. Upon exiting the courtyard, he inspected the jade slip with his spiritual sense and found out that its title was 200 Years of Linghai Prefecture Scenery. Perplexed by its unexpected contents, Li Xianfeng quickly tucked away the jade slip and exchanged parting words with Xiao Ruyu before continuing on his journey eastward. As soon as Li Xianfeng left the courtyard, Xiao Yongling quietly tidied up the tea set and mused to himself. A 15-year-old Qi cultivator, the Li family truly has exceptional talents. "You're absolutely right, clan uncle," Xiao Ruyu concurred, offering his praise. Xiao Yongling shook his head and spoke solemnly. Our old ancestor personally met Li Tongya and bestowed pills upon him. He also instructed me to cultivate a strong relationship with the Li family. The foresight of our old ancestor surpasses our comprehension, but now Xiao Yongling's voice trailed off weakly, his expression shifting as he chuckled softly and mumbled to himself. With old ancestor and Uncle Yuanci around, our family can thrive for at least 800 years. Exchanging a knowing glance with Xiao Ruyu, Xiao Yongling's gaze grew more contemplative. He sighed, his expression reflecting a strong conflict of emotions. Only people like our old ancestor could break through the Azure Pond sect's blockade and rise to prominence. He is cautious, composed, and patient, and that allowed him to protect our family's interests. Look at how talented Ahuici was, but he ended up drawing the unwanted attention of an old ancestor at the Purple Mansion realm and met a tragic end in the southern border. Pausing, Xiao Yongling turned his gaze toward Xiao Ruyu and spoke with sincerity. Ryu, this is why our old ancestor advises you to cultivate slowly and refrain from rushing your breakthroughs within the next 5 years. In this world, the most gifted individuals often suffer the greatest tragedies. Chapter 125, Jiang Yunu. Li Xuanfeng flew for a few more miles, stopping only when he caught sight of the entrance to Lixiao Prefecture's Yuyue County emerging from the horizon. The city gates were bustling with activity, with a steady stream of ox carts and horse-drawn carriages belonging to dignitaries and merchants crowded the roads, creating a jolly and lively atmosphere. As Gully Road came to an end, the path widened and smoothed within Lixiao Prefecture. Vendors selling pastries and rice porridge could be seen busying on both sides of the road. Reflecting on the lessons learned at Cloud Crown Peak, Li Xuanfeng paused in front of the city wall before landing in front of the city gate. Out of the way. An immortal master is coming through. Daddy, look at the sky. Chaos soon erupted in the lower part of the city as the people scrambled to clear a path, with yellow smoke and dust swirling in every direction. Goods were dropped, rice bowls were shattered, and the air was filled with the cries of children, the neighing of horses, and the shouts of soldiers. Observing the commotion, Li Xuanfeng furrowed his brow slightly. Before Li Xuanfeng could utter another word, a hush fell over the crowd as they all kneeled down in unison. The dozen soldiers stationed at the city gates trembled as they bowed down, too frightened to speak. The distinct sound made every time they pressed their foreheads to the ground echoed softly through the air, while crying children lay scattered on the ground, ignored by the fearful bystanders. The entire scene was eerily silent, with caravans and pedestrians in the distance dispersing. The same happened to the people who had been queuing for the entire morning, who also quickly scattered themselves into groups. The merchants held onto the reins of their horses and stared at the ground, as if there were imaginary flowers blooming where they gazed. Feeling the weight of the tense atmosphere, Li Xuanfeng realized that a misunderstanding had likely occurred. He opened his mouth to speak, but the solemn silence of the kneeling crowd made him reconsider, and he snapped his mouth shut. In the end, he decided to perform a hand seal instead, and cast the aura restraint technique on himself before continuing toward the county. The townsfolk remained kneeling on the ground, too terrified to utter even a word. After a long while, one of the soldiers timidly raised his head. Seeing the empty space before him, tears welled up in his eyes as he exclaimed, "The immortal master has shown us mercy." Li Xuanfeng could not help but feel confused and slightly depressed by the commotion he had caused in front of the city gate. The Li family had only risen to prominence over the past 4 or 5 decades. The disparity between cultivators and mortals should not have reached such extreme levels. His mortal uncles treated him normally like he was their nephew, and mortals typically showed respect to cultivators by bowing without resorting to such extreme gestures as kneeling and prostrating themselves before them. The Xiao, Wu, Ma, and Chang families were clans with cultivators of Foundation Establishment realm among them, and they have been cultivating the lands in the prefecture for hundreds of years. It's astonishing to see mortals fearing them to such an extreme extent. After pondering for a while, Li Xuanfeng shook his head and lifted his gaze to the spacious street ahead. I still need to find a place to stay for the next 10 days. Using his spiritual sense, Li Xuanfeng quickly located a large, lavishly decorated pavilion with dozens of spacious and clean rooms. He nodded in approval and approached the entrance of the grand pavilion, which was decorated with red silk. "Drunken Spring Pavilion," he muttered, reading the words on the plaque. He found the name of the inn rather peculiar. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of leftover food from what appeared to be an all-night banquet that had just ended, and the establishment had yet to clean up after the festivities. Not only were the wooden tables messy, but the wooden chairs were also in mass disarray. Li Xianfeng frowned, feeling a little doubtful about the inn. Despite his doubts, he deliberated and decided that he was far too lazy to search for yet another place to stay. It was at this moment that he noticed a teenage girl dressed in red sitting on the staircase with her head bowed and knees drawn up. He raised an eyebrow at her and asked, "Any available rooms here?" The young girl raised her head. Her lovely round face looked a bit tired, despite the traces of makeup on it. Her lips were ghastly pale, however. She stared at him with a hint of happiness in her childish eyes and nodded in response. "Come with me, young master." Ascending to the second floor, they came across a woman slathered with thick makeup seated near to the stairs. She cast a glance at them and sneered. "So you've finally gotten yourself a patron so early in the morning after freeloading here for a moment? Eh? He seems young too. Consider yourself lucky, girl." The young girl pursed her lips, casting a timid glance at the woman with an unreadable emotion in her eyes. She remained silent, not uttering a word in response. Li Xianfeng shot a quick glance at the woman, effectively silencing any further remarks, and then proceeded into the room with the girl. The woman was left standing in the hallway, stunned by the intensity of Li Xuanfeng's gaze. It took her several moments to regain her composure. He's young, but he has quite the temper," she muttered. Meanwhile, Li Xianfeng settled into the room with the girl. He removed his longbow that was almost as tall as him and hung it on the wall before finally taking a seat on the bed. However, he noticed that the girl remained standing in the room, casting timid glances at him. Li Xianfeng raised an eyebrow at her. The girl appeared to be only 14 or 15 years old. Her eyebrows had been meticulously groomed, her skin was smooth and radiant, and her eyes were slightly elongated, giving her a feline-like appearance. Despite her seemingly relaxed demeanor, there was a palpable unease lurking beneath the surface of her gaze. "What is it?" Li Xianfeng asked, curious. The girl, however, began undressing without a word and let her dress slip to the ground, revealing her fair skin that was previously hidden beneath the fabric. She stepped forward and took a seat on the bed, fixing her gaze on Li Xianfeng. She pouted her lips slightly in a very seductive manner, their pinkish tone exuding a tempting allure. Li Xuanfeng's mind raced, trying to process the strange and capricious situation unfolding before him. Finally, realization hit him like a ton of bricks. He met the girl's gaze in alarm and asked in a trembling voice, "What kind of place is this?" "Drunken Spring Pavilion," she replied with a seductive smile. Despite her youthful appearance, she was a serene beauty. She lifted her head, leaving her slender neck exposed. The contours of her body possessed a delicate beauty, drawing Li Xuanfeng's unwavering gaze. In her demeanor, there lingered a subtle hint of provocation, adding to her allure. "Drunken Spring Pavilion." Li Xianfeng repeated the name softly. His primal instincts took over as he surrendered to his desires. What he had repressed at home in the presence of Li Tongya and other elders was now fully unleashed, and he did nothing to hold them back. With nothing to worry about, he embraced and kissed the compliant maiden, undoing the buttons of his shirt one by one. As Li Xianfeng indulged in his desires, he found himself unsure of what to do next until the girl untied the ropes around his waist and took his hand gently. Following her lead, Li Xianfeng allowed himself to be guided to an unfamiliar realm of pleasure, driven by instinct. He caressed her delicate face. Looking at her lovely round face and the way her eyes shone, he felt his body ignite with passion. By the gods, I've never expected such wonderful feelings to exist in this world. He chuckled. "Young master." The girl whimpered in pain, her body writhing beneath him on the bed. Li Xuanfeng's black hair was disheveled at this point. He gently lifted her delicate feet that were flushed and continued thrusting. "What's your name?" he asked softly. "Yunu," came the weak response, her lovely face pressed against the sheet as she clutched the pillow. "Some years ago, the Immortals were killing people on the road. The fleeing victims made their way to the east, looting and plundering along the way. My family perished, leaving me alone. I had no choice but to follow a merchant caravan all the way here to eke out a living." She managed to stammer between breaths. "How long have you been here?" "Less than a month. You're my first patron." Li Xianfeng let out a sigh of relief, then said, "You don't have to do this anymore." Yunu did not quite understand his words, but she nodded silently, assuming that Li Xianfeng was just offering her advice. As Li Xianfeng buried his head into the pillow without a sound, Jiang Yunu whimpered softly, her body tensing for a moment before timidly uttering, I. But before she could finish her words, her eyes fluttered shut once more. While Li Xianfeng was having the best time of his life, Li Tongya found himself in trouble in the courtyard on Mount Lijing. The turmoil at Moongaze Lake had long subsided, leaving the island at the heart of the lake scorched and dry. However, the Forbidden Formation continued to target anyone who dared to approach it. After 3 groups of cultivators at the Foundation Establishment realm had plundered whatever valuable resources remained, only chaos remained. With no other choice, Li Tongya retreated to Mount Lijing. From a distance, he spotted Liu Cixi, clutching his jade scepter in hand. Brother Tongya. Liu Cixi greeted him affectionately, stirring mixed emotions in Li Tongya. He cupped his fist in return and said, Senior Liu, the lake is really lively. You're right. All the gates are banding together to eliminate the survivors of Lingyu Gate. It's a surprise that Zhang Cuotian turned out to be one of them. The market on Moongaze Lake has been operating for 2 centuries, yet he managed to evade detection by the Azure Pond sect for so long. As Li Tongya and Liu Cixi settled into the courtyard, a servant brought them tea. Li Tongya cupped his fist and asked, What has the Lingyu Gate done to make all the gates unite against it in such a way? Chapter 126, Arranged Marriage. Liu Cixi could only sigh in response and replied, How could Lingyu Gate possibly be at fault? Their biggest mistake was their lack of strength. During the fierce battle at Moongaze Lake, Lingyu Gate lost a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm and 6 at the Foundation Establishment realm. With only 1 cultivator at the Foundation Establishment realm left, the gate was overpowered and destroyed. The 3 sects argued that Lingyu Gate was too weak to fulfill their legacy of the Purple Mansion realm, and then demanded that Lingyu Gate hand it over to them for safekeeping and cripple all techniques associated with it. Lingyu Gate had lost almost all of its territory. If they were to accept such humiliating terms, it would be no different than destroying their gate. Naturally, they refused and were ultimately wiped out. He continued with a hint of sadness in his voice. Li Tongya listened intently, silently nodding in solemn understanding. Do they have to push Lingyu Gate into the corner like that just to seize their legacy? The Lingyu Gate was also quite stubborn. So then, what happened to the legacy? It's lost. Lost, Li Tongya muttered in disbelief, an eyebrow immediately arching. Following the destruction of Lingyu Gate, that legacy of the Purple Mansion realm was missing among their 61 jade slips. For over 200 years, the 3 sects and 7 gates have searched high and low for it, but to no avail, Liu Cixi explained. Those people had besieged the market on Moongaze Lake because they heard news of survivors from Lingyu Gate there, and came to hunt for the legacy. The revelation struck Li Tongya deeply, triggering a memory of Zhang Yun's words in the Snake Demon Cave. The River Mountain Sutra, lost after the destruction of Lingyu Gate, requires a secret technique to unlock. Could the River Mountain Sutra be that legacy? Li Tongya's heart raced at this thought, but he forced himself to remain composed. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became of this theory. As Liu Cixi continued speaking, he pondered the secret technique mentioned on the jade slip. Without the secret technique from the Lingyu Gate, there is no way to access this jade slip. Looks like I can only hide it away at home until I am able to find a solution. Brother Tongya, what about the marriage proposal? Liu Cixi's question snapped him back to reality. It's still too early for that, Li Tongya replied, shaking his head with his eyes shut. Liu Cixi's expression turned a little somber. He set his tea bowl down and asked, Brother Tongya, have you heard of the Yu family to the north of Mount Huazhong? Li Tongya nodded and replied, Yes, I have. Even the famous Wan Huaqian dared not venture northward because of the Yu family's presence. They've recently allied with the Azure Pond sect and enjoyed relative peace. Indeed, Liu Cixi concurred, taking a sip of tea. The Yu family boasts several cultivators of the Foundation Establishment realm and over a dozen Qi cultivators. They're strength rivals that of prominent clans in Lixiao Prefecture. Despite their recent alliance with the Azure Pond sect, they've refrained from making any conspicuous moves. Li Tongya gave him a puzzled look and asked carefully, Senior, are you suggesting that? Let's not beat around the bush and waste time. Brother Tongya, Liu Cixi interjected gravely. As long as you agree to the marriage proposal, your Li family will be an ally to our family. Otherwise, you will remain a threat to us. If I were to die, the Liu family would have to find ways to protect themselves, even if it means welcoming wolves into our home. Li Tongya's expression shifted as he asked solemnly, "What exactly do you mean, senior?" "We'll offer Mount Huaqian to the Yu family, and the Liu family can always seek refuge in the Mushroom Forest Plain. At least, we may be able to survive there," Liu Cixi stated bluntly as he set his tea bowl down with finality. "You'll either agree to the marriage proposal and pledge not to encroach on our territory, or wait for the Yu family's southward invasion, leaving you trapped between Mount Huaqian and Mount Huazhong that they'll occupy," he declared with an arrogant air. Li Tongya fell silent and studied Liu Cixi's demeanor silently in contemplation. Upon realizing that Liu Cixi was clearly not joking around, he replied, "Brother Liu, are you not afraid that I might retaliate and destroy your family?" Liu Cixi burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you wouldn't dare. My younger sister cultivated at Moon Lake Peak and shared a strong bond with the Peak Master before her death. If you were to harm me, your younger brother would face dire consequences in the sect. I believe that you, Li Tongya, will encroach upon our territory, but not wipe out my family." Li Tongya looked at him and asked solemnly, "So which will you pick? Either one of your two unmarried nephews. I'll let Brother Tongya choose." Liu Cixi waved his hand generously. Li Tongya looked at him as he contemplated his options. This is merely a temporary measure. The descendants of the Liu family are all inept. Even this agreement is just a facade. As long as we can secure this old man's loyalty, there are countless ways to dismantle the Liu family's influence. Xuanfeng is Xiangping's son, and his potential is remarkable. I cannot risk his future. I guess I can only sacrifice Yongling. After a few moments of silence, he spoke. "Then it shall be Li Yongling. He is my only son. I believe this marital union will demonstrate our family's sincerity in this matter." Liu Cixi quickly agreed, but Li Tongya gave him a steely gaze, his lips curling into a sneer. "Now that we've reached this juncture, Senior Liu should understand that while I may spare your family, the Li family will continue to expand. You must find a way to secure the best outcome for both parties, or you'll be sorry." The harshness of Li Tongya's words was enough to convince Liu Cixi that he was making a serious threat. After contemplating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and relented. "After my passing, Mount Huazhong of the Yin family is the Li family's to take. The Liu family shall not intervene." Li Tongya secretly curled his lips in annoyance. How can the Liu family intervene in the first place when they're so weak? Offering what has already been given away is quite the strategic move. Despite his thoughts, he was too lazy to continue arguing with Liu Cixi over such a trivial matter. "It's settled then. However, I would like to meet the bride first." As the words left his lips, Liu Cixi nodded eagerly. The girl standing behind him silently lifted her veil as though on cue, revealing a dignified and beautiful face along with her sparkling, large eyes. Catching Li Tongya's gaze, she lowered her gaze modestly and introduced herself. "Pleased to meet you, senior. My name is Liu Wanro." Li Tongya studied her for a moment. She was an outstanding beauty, and her possession of a spiritual orifice made her a suitable match for Li Yongling. Yet, despite the qualifications, Li Tongya found it difficult to reconcile the circumstances leading to this engagement. Nevertheless, he made a decision. "Then let's proceed with the engagement." With that simple statement, the fates of these two individuals were intertwined for the rest of their lives. Liu Cixi expressed his delight, and the details of the dowry and the wedding date were swiftly decided. Li Tongya's expression held a mix of emotions as he regarded the old man before him. "Senior, your dedication to your family is truly commendable. Your presence is a blessing for your entire family." Li Tongya's comment caught Liu Cixi off guard. For a moment, an expression crossed his face momentarily, proving that he was also deeply moved by such a generous compliment. After a brief pause, Liu Cixi found his words. "The younger generation of my family is indeed incompetent. This old man can hardly rest easily. Even in my old age, I have to worry about my family's survival. It's truly a shame." Li Tongya shook his head in response to Liu Cixi's words. Liu Cixi wore a conflicted look on his face as he continued. "I only pray that Brother Tongya will never have to experience such hardship. You will only understand the weight of it all when you are in my shoes." Chapter 127, Spar. The northern wind whistled through Mountain City, slightly trembling the stone door of the cave dwelling atop the mountain. Chejing stood outside its door, his robes billowing in the breeze. He rested a finger lightly on the hilt of his sword as he waited patiently. After a few moments, Chejing furrowed his brow, inspecting the tiny cracks in the dark gray stone door. He spoke softly, addressing the occupant within. Junior brother, there's no need for further delay. 3 years have passed, and with your talent, you should have broken through by now, shouldn't you? Silence lingered for a moment before the stone door creaked open slowly, revealing a young man in a white robe with long hair, carrying a green and white longsword on his waist. With 2 jade slips in each hand, he looked at Chejing with a smile on his face. How can I help you, senior brother Qi? Chejing studied Liu Changdie for a moment before speaking once more. There's a mission from the sect. The old ancestor has assigned it to you. Liu Changdie nodded in acknowledgement. Please wait a moment, senior brother. I'll join you once I've made the necessary preparations, he replied respectfully. Satisfied with Liu Changdie's attitude, Chejing departed with a wave of his sleeve. Meanwhile, Liu Changdie took note of the direction he went off before flying off toward another cave dwelling in the mountains. Senior brother Xiao. The stone door quickly opened, and Xiao Yunci emerged with 2 types of herbs in his hand and a brush in his other. He greeted Liu Changdie with a smile that quickly dimmed. Jinger, you've broken through, he exclaimed in excitement. Xiao Yunci, despite being over 60 years old, maintained the appearance of someone in their 30s. He gazed at Liu Changdie, a pang of heartache in his chest. The boy was only a child of 10 when he first ascended Qingsui Peak, and Xiao Yunci had always called him Jinger since then. Yes, Liu Changdie smiled as he replied, then took a seat beside Xiao Yunci. I have turned the 6 chakras in my body into the Tao Foundation, known as Lake Moon Autumn, with the Moon Lake Autumn reflection technique. The qi is green and white, and the true essence is crystal clear, and it's really versatile, he explained patiently. A look of envy materialized on Xiao Yunci's face. He was still stuck at the peak of the qi cultivation realm, showing no signs of breaking through to the foundation establishment realm anytime soon. Establishing a foundation is beyond my comprehension for now. I've only heard that the Tao foundation of my ancestor back at home is known as Man on Creek. It's really strange and difficult to describe. I can only hope to break through this barrier someday, he said with a soft sigh. The most critical step to transition from the qi cultivation realm to foundation establishment realm was to transform the 6 chakras into various Tao foundations, which was highly perilous. A failed condensation could result in the collapse of one's cultivation and even death within a few days. To emphasize its difficulty, the success rate was less than 10%. Even among the 3 sects and 7 gates, the mortality rate was as high as 70%. I'm sure you'll eventually get there, senior brother, Liu Changdie reassured him, handing over the 2 jade slips to Xiao Yunci. I actually broke through to the foundation establishment realm during the first year and spent the next few years documenting my experiences and talisman techniques. When the time comes, please send my Qingsui sword back home too. I appreciate your assistance, senior brother. With 1,000 thoughts still swirling in his mind, Xiao Yunci accepted the jade slips, unsure of where he could possibly begin. He watched as Liu Changdie left his cave dwelling and soared into the air, overlooking the bustling crowds of a mountain city. His sudden ascent startled the onlookers below, prompting several cultivators of the foundation establishment realm and a dozen qi cultivators in the city to soar into the sky, all fixating their gazes on him. Chejing swiftly ascended from the peak, shouting angrily, Liu Changdie, what do you think you are doing? Liu Changdie was momentarily stunned. At the same time, he was amused by how his small action had startled the group as if he were a common enemy. Don't worry, everyone. I won't flee. I simply have a matter or two to discuss with senior brother Qi, he assured with a slightly amused smile. Embarrassment swept over the group, causing them to exchange glances before dispersing, leaving behind Chejing, who did not seem too pleased with him. Suppressing his temper, he asked sternly, what else do you want? Liu Changdie cupped his fist respectfully and continued softly. Firstly, if I were to perish, I would like the sect to retrieve my Dharma weapon. Chejing eyed the sword at Liu Changdie's waist and grunted. Granted. Secondly, I wish to spar with senior brother Qi. I implore you to indulge me on this request. The crowd below that was eavesdropping on the conversation was stunned into silence by the unexpected request. Chejing, though surprised, burst out laughing right away. You're merely at the early stage of foundation establishment realm, whereas I've been in the middle stage for over 20 years. You better not regret what you wished for. Internally, however, he was puzzled. Is this child attempting suicide by provoking a confrontation to dirty my hands? How can such a stupid attempt fool the ancestor? Is he not afraid of bringing harm to his own family? Despite this, Liu Changdie cupped his fist and insisted, "Please grant my request, senior brother." Zhiyun sneered inwardly. Taoist Master Yuan Su is overseeing this city. No matter what tricks you employ, they'll be futile against a purple mansion cultivator. I guess I'll teach this child a lesson so he learns his place. With a cold smile, he finally nodded and agreed. Fine. Drawing his sword, he ascended into the sky, releasing a crimson sword chi that surged forth like a torrent, transforming into dozens of flying birds that had scorching and razor-sharp auras. His sword chi leaves his body like a spell. Senior brother Chi must have refined it into sword essence. The onlookers below gasped in awestruck fervor as they watched his sword chi transforming into what seemed like birds and phoenixes. Deng Qiuji raised his head and shot a look of resentment at Zhiyun. He sneered coldly. It's just sword essence, he muttered angrily through gritted teeth. The crimson sword chi in the sky cast a crimson hue in all directions. Despite this, Liu Changdie remained calm, resting his left hand on the long sword at his waist. He made no attempt to draw it or perform any spell until the very last moment. When the sword chi closed in on him, he swiftly unsheathed his sword, unleashing a brilliant white crescent-shaped sword chi. It was the Celestial Moon slash technique. Compared to Li Tongya's Celestial Moon slash, Li Chijing's version was like the difference between a firefly and a full moon. It illuminated the surroundings like a huge white sail, dazzling the onlookers, effortlessly dispelling the incoming sword chi and flying toward Zhiyun. Zhiyun frowned, defending himself with a wave of his sword. Dozens of sword chi were unleashed, but much to his surprise, they only caused Liu Changdie's powerful sword chi to flicker rather than dissipate. Astonished, Zhiyun raised his sword and quickly channeled his power into it in a slight panic. The blade turned crimson, blocking the incoming sword chi. How is this possible? Zhiyun was filled with shock. Before he could utter another word, he activated his mana to repel the incoming sword chi. Meanwhile, Liu Changdie had already advanced, unleashing a barrage of plain sword chi. Zhiyun channeled his mana into his sword and swiftly repelled them, only to realize that these sword chi were thick and sharp, much to his dismay. It then dawned on him, although begrudgingly, that Liu Changdie's swordsmanship was far superior to his own. Drawing upon the depth of his true essence, Zhiyun conjured a dozen fire spells of the Foundation Establishment realm in an attempt to disrupt Liu Changdie. However, Liu Changdie's sword sliced through the fire spells effortlessly. Explosions were heard booming through the sky, which was soon followed by fiery rain that threatened to engulf Mountain City entirely. Yet, miraculously, the flames dissipated upon touching the ground. Deng Qiuji observed the entire fight intently. Through gritted teeth, he muttered, "There's indeed a purple mansion cultivator overseeing this city. They're being really careful. Even after holding our family hostage, they still send a purple mansion cultivator to watch over us. Are they truly afraid that we might rebel?" As sword chi and spells clashed in the air, Zhiyun's frustration mounted. It was evident to onlookers that his swordsmanship was no match for Liu Changdie's. Fueled by anger, Zhiyun unleashed a flurry of spells in an attempt to overpower Liu Changdie. Unperturbed, Liu Changdie allowed Zhiyun to unleash a barrage of techniques in their exchange. With his Qingche sword, Liu Changdie effortlessly countered every move with great ease, further asserting his superiority. Observing the stunned onlookers below, Zhiyun's anger surged. He reached for his storage pouch and summoned a pearl adorned with a pattern of hornless dragons. With both hands, he performed a series of hand seals, conjuring a crimson barrier. Liu Changdie merely cast a final glance at his opponent, then calmly sheathed his sword. He stood back and grinned. "Senior brother Qi." Zhiyun hesitated, unsure whether to respond or not. But before he could react, Liu Changdie stepped forward and continued with a laugh. "Take this." Clang. As soon as he finished speaking, a resounding clash of metal echoed throughout Mountain City. The collision was so great that Deng Qiuji's sword shook slightly at his waist, while the blades of grass across the city swayed erratically, trembling in response. Chapter 128, Into the Cauldron. Take this. As soon as Liu Changdie uttered those two words, a radiant white light emanated from the long sword at his waist. With a swift motion of his left hand, The turbulent winds around Mountain City immediately mellowed down and subsided, leaving a serene calmness. Deng Xiaoji pressed down on the sword at his waist, feeling his heart stir as he rested his hand on his sword. Despite his modest cultivation, he understood the elegance and power of Liu Changdie's sword technique. The Celestial Moon's sword intent. Chejing has always been modest, concealing his true prowess, but now, faced with dire circumstances, he finally reveals his full strength. Deng Xiaoji remarked to himself, rather impressed. The ethereal white light, reminiscent of moonlight, surged forward and collided with Qi Zhiyun's crimson barrier, penetrating it like a piece of paper. Despite Qi Zhiyun's desperate attempts to defend himself with layers of golden talisman shields, all of it shattered easily under the force of Liu Changdie's attack. In desperation, Qi Zhiyun cried out for help. "Help, old ancestor!" Liu Changdie's celestial moon sword intent brushed past Qi Zhiyun's face without harming his flesh. Qi Zhiyun stood frozen in disbelief, mumbling to himself in shock. Sword intent. Ignoring Qi Zhiyun's astonishment, Liu Changdie simply cupped his fist and said, "That was a good spar, senior brother Qi." Qi Zhiyun's face was still pale as he exclaimed, "Amazing! What kind of sword intent was that?" "Celestial Moon sword intent," Liu Changdie replied matter-of-factly, but did not expect Qi Zhiyun to wear a conflicted look on his face as he continued mumbling to himself. "What a pity." The clatter of a fallen sword broke the silence, prompting whispers among the onlookers. While they dared not openly discuss Qi Zhiyun's plight, their shocked expressions spoke volumes. When Liu Changdie returned to the mountain, Xiao looked at him in bewilderment. "Did you just nearly kill Qi Zhiyun?" he asked in disbelief, his eyes wide. "I wouldn't dare." Liu Changdie returned his sword to its sheath, shaking his head as he met Xiao's dumbfounded gaze. "If I had killed him, the Qi family would surely retaliate against my family. Even though they wouldn't dare to do anything to me because of that Taoist master of Purple Mansion realm. I was merely teaching him a lesson. Are you not afraid he'll hold a grudge and plot against your family?" Xiao asked, his curiosity and disbelief evident in his tone. "Qi Zhiyun is talented and arrogant. He wouldn't stoop to such tactics. After all these years of interaction, we understand each other well," Liu Changdie replied confidently, then stretched his body. It was at this moment that someone emerged from the cave dwelling. "Senior, someone from the sect has arrived. It's time for you to depart." Xiao was taken aback for a moment before rare anger crept onto his face. "Are they this eager?" he spat, fuming. The messenger hung his head in fear. Realizing that he had lost his temper, Xiao calmed himself and apologized hastily to the man. Liu Changdie simply nodded. "Take me there." "Jinger," Xiao called out as Liu Changdie handed him his sword. "Take care of yourself, senior brother," he said with a stoic expression, his voice solemn. With that, Liu Changdie departed for the mountain peak, leaving Xiao holding the jade slips alone with a conflicted expression. As he gazed at the sky, he steeled his resolve. "Master, forgive me for leaving the sect." Upon entering the grand hall situated at the peak, Liu Changdie found a man dressed in green attire seated at the center of it, with Qi Zhiyun standing by his side respectfully. Deng Xiaoji kneeled before them, his thoughts obscured by his bowed head. "Greetings, Taoist master," Liu Changdie greeted. Observing the demeanor of the man, he could already guess that he was a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, hence he kneeled before him. He lifted his head and attempted to discern the face that was veiled behind a layer of mist. "How dare you?" Qi Zhiyun was alarmed by Liu Changdie's boldness, but the figure in green waved it off. "It's all right," he said with a dismissive tone. The figure in green observed Liu Changdie for a moment, the small jade pendant hanging from his waist swaying slightly. "That celestial moon sword intent of yours, since when did you master it?" he suddenly asked quietly. "Over 5 years ago," Liu Changdie replied. The figure mumbled to himself for a moment, then stepped forward to ensure that Liu Changdie did not bear the mark of a crescent moon on his forehead. "I have never supported senior brother Qi Wei's practice of sacrificing the talents in the sect to further his own agenda. Unfortunately, the old ancestor from back then favored his methods. Now that he's the sect master with powerful cultivation, I can only follow orders," he said. Qi Zhiyun, who was standing nearby, hastily closed his eyes. He chose to pretend that he did not hear that last remark. Ignoring Qi Zhiyun's discomfort, the Purple Mansion cultivator continued. "Rise." Liu Changdie complied right away, and the Purple Mansion cultivator gracefully ascended, effortlessly bringing Li Chejing and Deng Qiuji with him into the sky above the sea of clouds in the blink of an eye. The brilliant sunrise painted the sky a brilliant hue as the purple mansion cultivator led Li Chejing further south, traversing the flat expanse of wilderness beyond Mountain City and venturing into the vast southern border. Li Chejing marveled at their speed, the scenery flashing by in a blur as they zipped past forests and mountains. He could not help but remark, Purple Mansion cultivators truly travel with remarkable efficiency. The Purple Mansion cultivator cast a surprised glance at him. He used a spell to maintain Li Chejing and Deng Qiuji's speed, then nodded in agreement. Efficiency is key, especially considering the challenges we face. Sometimes, it's a relief not to be mere pawns in the game. The Purple Mansion cultivator looked at Li Chejing again, then chuckled. You're quite to my liking. At another time, I might have gladly taken you as a disciple. But alas, circumstances dictate otherwise. Even if that great flood dragon fails to refine the pill, I will stay and watch until you turn into ashes. Li Chejing was not sure if he should laugh or cry about that statement. His thoughts drifted to his father, Li Mutian. Counting the number of years that had passed, he surmised that his father had likely passed. He was isolated in the mountain city and could only wonder what was happening at home right now. Meanwhile, Deng Qiuji gazed blankly at the sunrise. Although the coldness of the bitter northern wind was biting into his cheeks, he could barely feel it as he was lost in his own thoughts. Before long, they arrived at a forest with a turquoise pool at its center, devoid of any ripples. A teenage boy, dressed in a long black robe that was sleek like scales, was slumped against a tree and was clearly taking a nap. The Purple Mansion cultivator cupped his fist respectfully. Senior, I've brought them here. The boy's eyes snapped open almost instantly, revealing striking turquoise-green vertical pupils, resembling those of a serpent. He cast a glance at the figure in green, and an expression of annoyance crossed his face. Why are you here? Where's Qi Wei? The sect master has entered seclusion to preserve his life. He awaits the promised elixir. The Purple Mansion cultivator replied humbly. The boy scoffed, then said, I'm willing to bet that old fart is scared of me and sent you to the southern border instead of personally coming here. Meanwhile, Li Chejing was too overwhelmed by both of their presence to speak. He looked at the teenage boy with turquoise eyes and thought, this must be the great flood dragon that the Purple Mansion cultivator spoke of. The great flood dragon grabbed Li Chejing, who could not move due to their overwhelming presence, and then carefully scrutinized him. This one has the Lake Moon Autumn as his Dao foundation. He meets the requirements. Wait here. It grabbed Deng Qiuji with its other hand and scrutinized him as well before nodding in approval. A Qi cultivator who has mastered a secret technique and is less than 30 years old. That's a good age as an ingredient. The great flood dragon then seized Li Chejing and Deng Qiuji, dropping them into the pool. Li Chejing's vision darkened as he fell into a cave dwelling filled with jasper furnishings, table, chairs, platform, frames. It was truly a lavish abode. At the very center stood a golden furnace that was wide enough for 5 men to encircle it with their arms stretched wide. It was sitting atop black and red flames. The great flood dragon patted Li Chejing's head, eyeing its captives hungrily as it began performing a hand seal. With a playful grin, it remarked, You two are quite appetizing. If not for my promise to Qi Wei, that old fart, I'd have devoured you by now. Without further ado, it tossed Li Chejing into the furnace and then turned its attention to Deng Qiuji. Gripping him tightly, it scratched his chest with great might, drawing blood. As Deng Qiuji groaned and lost consciousness, he was unceremoniously thrown into the furnace. Unable to move or speak, Li Chejing watched helplessly as Deng Qiuji suffered, his blood beginning to fill the furnace. As various spirit items rained down upon him, he reflected on his life. I couldn't even see father again before he passed, and now I'm left to die on this desolate southern border. I bet big brother will be nagging me when I meet him in hell. With my mentor being imprisoned and senior brother here on the southern border, senior sister is left alone in the sect. I wonder if she'll be able to uphold the legacy of Qingsui Peak's teachings. As flames licked his skin, Li Chejing prayed silently. I can only hope that second brother and third brother will look after the younger ones in the family and realize the truth behind the Azure Pond sect soon. Chapter 129, Self-Contained World. The great flood dragon blinked and chuckled, gauging the right moment to add various spirit fruits one by one into the cauldron, murmuring to itself all the while. It has been 3 days and 3 nights. The intensity of flame for cooking this human pill is particularly important. Fortunately, I have been cooking for so many years now, and I am already well versed in the process. The Great Flood Dragon reflected. The human race, however, is truly ruthless and cold-blooded, willing to use their younger generation for pill concoction. It is no wonder we can never surpass them. If it were not for their internal conflicts and mutual hostility, we wouldn't stand a chance to live. Touching the sword scar under its scales that had been aching faintly for 300 years, a deep and intense fear resurfaced in the Great Flood Dragon's eyes. It clenched its fists slightly, emitting a few faint green glows. For over 300 years now, I have cultivated from the initial stage of the Purple Mansion realm to the peak, yet this wound has never healed. Li Jiangxuan. As the Great Flood Dragon muttered this name, a face with a crescent moon pattern on their forehead suddenly appeared before its eyes. The Great Flood Dragon's green vertical pupils suddenly contracted, and it gritted its teeth almost immediately with a fierce hiss. I'm glad that man is dead. After a pause, the Great Flood Dragon hurriedly added the spirit fruits into the cauldron, calculated the time, and a hint of hungry anticipation flashed in its eyes. Alchemy was one of its few hobbies, and this pill would be one of its most outstanding creations. Gently opening the cauldron, the expected scene of radiant light filling the room and the fragrance of pills rising did not happen, much to the Great Flood Dragon's disappointment. Frowning, it waved its hand. A pill, covered in mud-yellow color, flew out from the cauldron. The Great Flood Dragon's face was filled with disbelief, murmuring, "This should not be. It should be snow white. How could it turn out like this? Could it be that the medicinal power is too strong?" Confused, the Great Flood Dragon awkwardly shook its head. It took out a silver needle and gently scraped the surface of the pill, which immediately emitted a faint glow. Damn it! The Great Flood Dragon's expression was one that was full of annoyance and regret. It could not help but wonder out loud. How could this happen? The medicinal strength is too weak. If this pill is sent out, Qi Wei, that old bastard, would definitely come after me. After hundreds of years, how could I make such a mistake? His voice was frantic, slightly crazed. The Great Flood Dragon's vertical pupil shifted slightly, and it quickly pulled out a box of bright white liquid from its storage bag. With a flick of its claw, it began to apply it on the pill, occasionally mixing in a dozen or so herbs and returning it to the cauldron for another hour. Opening the cauldron again, radiant light burst forth, and the room was filled with a pleasant fragrance. The Great Flood Dragon's face was disgruntled, and it fell into deep thought. Well, if it kills, that kills. Just make it look good on the surface. After all, if that old bastard fails his breakthrough, he's doomed anyway, and no one will be able to trouble me. I have got what I wanted. I should just let it be. Thus, the Flood Dragon hastily packaged the pill and leaped out of the pool, delivering it to the green-robed cultivator. In the backyard of Mount Lijing, a bluish-gray mirror floated quietly above a stone platform, enveloped in the misty moonlight. It was as serene and peaceful as it had been for the past 3 years. The mirror's surface lit up faintly, with its 12 runes pulsing like breaths. Incense sticks were offered on the altar table below, with wisps of smoke drifting away. It was evident that over the years, the Li family had not been negligent of their duties at all. The daily offerings were regularly replaced, and the incense burner was kept spotlessly clean. I have finally succeeded. Liu Changdie had finished integrating the mirror fragments. His divine sense swept around him, and the mirror's body shimmered with divine light, bringing many insights to the front of his mind. As his divine sense sank into the mirror, a desolate and gray world emerged before his eyes. Layers of dark mist floated high up in the sky, while the land below was riddled with holes where countless decayed gray-white building ruins lay scattered, with crescent moon-white rubble strewn about. A world within the mirror. Liu Changdie murmured quietly to himself. He was awestruck and amazed by the sight before him. This fragment of the mirror was attached to a small world spanning 1,000 miles, with a majestic mountain at its center. Numerous moon-white architectural remnants formed scattered white spots on the mountain, becoming denser toward the foot of the mountain. With a thought from Liu Changdie, a thick layer of supreme moonlight emerged out of nowhere, quickly gathering at the foot of the mountain to condense into a white-haired man in a long robe that had its cuffs and collar embroidered with crescent patterns. He moved his body about, feeling a strong sense of unfamiliarity. A mirror of flowing water quickly condensed in front of Liu Changdie, reflecting a face he had not seen for decades. A strong sense of loss and pain resurfaced in him. The face was still essentially the same, but the eye sockets were deeper and more sunken, and there was a shallow scar on the left cheek. Who am I? Liu Changdie questioned himself. A feeling of weightlessness suddenly rushed into his mind, and Liu Changdie's divine sense swept across the land like a storm. He walked along the jade stone path up the mountain, not knowing how long it took before he reached the highest platform. In the center of the platform stood a giant tree with white leaves, its roots intertwined. Beneath it, there was only a stone table and a stone chair, and a lone figure was kneeling in its center. The person was dressed in all white, wearing silk jade boots and a jade crown, and his handsome face was marked by a crescent on his forehead. He looked up at Liu Changdie. Master. His voice was gentle. Liu Changdie's mind went blank, his heart inexplicably complex, but he found himself responding unconsciously. Jiangxuan. The young man in white smiled slightly. As Liu Changdie was filled with thoughts and about to speak, the young man dispersed like flying sand with the wind, leaving only a pale white halo lingering in his place where he kneeled mere seconds ago. Liu Changdie stared blankly for a moment, tears streaming down his face. He reached out with his hazy, jade-like arm. He grasped the halo, and suddenly, his vision brightened, sinking into a shallow dream. Li Jiangxuan. Just like several times before, Liu Changdie sank into Li Jiangxuan's memories, standing upright in a vast, boundless hall. Beside him, pale misty white moonlight enveloped the area completely. Huge white jade pillars that were engraved with intricate patterns stood tall on both sides of him, supporting the overly large hall. His gaze was fixed on the complicated patterns on the jade tiles on the floor, as if trying to discern a flower from them. Do you acknowledge your guilt? A domineering voice came out of nowhere and reverberated through the emptiness of the hall. I acknowledge my guilt. Li Jiangxuan gently kneeled, slightly lifting his head. Only then did Liu Changdie see the person sitting on a chair. He looked grand, sitting on a chair that was carved out of white jade with an intricate dragon and phoenix design, and he was seated at the upper end of the hall. Li Jiangxuan observed his long, flowy white hair, far extending beyond the seat and snaking across the floor. And that face was all too familiar. It was Liu Changdie himself. However, the one at the seat of honor looked much more mature. He died suddenly at just over 20 years old, but that version of himself now appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. He had an indifferent expression, and he was quietly taking in the sight of Li Jiangxuan. I will punish you by sending you to the South Bank, along with your clansmen. Return only after breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. I accept the punishment. Li Jiangxuan respectfully responded, only to see Liu Changdie frown slightly. Emotions do not establish facts. You are too trusting of others and too committed to your promises. This leak incident is a small lesson. If you do not change, you might end up killed by those so-called friends of yours, he said. Though his tone was stern, there was a certain warmth to his words. I understand. Li Jiangxuan nodded, his eyes clear and bright. He looked up at Liu Changdie with a smile and said, to me, it's all the same. If I cannot be loyal to my friends, how can I make my master feel at ease? If I can deceive friends, then deceiving the master is no different. If I were to be hypocritical, showing one face to some and another face to others, the master would not have entrusted me with such matters. Liu Changdie shook his head slightly. Kuner, this world is never simply black and white. The murderer with a pledge of loyalty, the smooth-talking merchant with unchanging affection, the high and mighty immortal cultivators with a penchant for slaughter, and the lowly civilians with noble friendships. You see things too purely. Although such a viewpoint makes cultivation progress faster, it's indeed too dangerous. Li Jiangxuan was stunned for a moment, nodding without knowing if he truly understood these words. The original Liu Changdie, however, observed the version of himself at the seat of honor carefully, trying to find something familiar in him. That version of himself seemed somewhat melancholic, appearing especially aloof against the backdrop of the vast, boundless hall. I have established the Moonlight Origin Mansion for so many years, yet look at the people below. None show the unity expected of a single mansion, busy with their own intrigues. My nature is indolent, ill-suited to be the master of this mansion, but I had no choice, he muttered. Master, your prowess in both formations and cultivation is admired worldwide. And with the mirror, there are few who can stand against you. No one dares to think this way, Li Jiangqian said in exasperation, bowing hastily. His words were futile, however, and the world in Liu Jiangqian's eyes became increasingly blurred, signaling the end of this memory. Everything slowly faded, and Liu Jiangqian stood alone, surrounded by a gray and desolate world. His mind was in chaos. Were his more than 20 years of modern life merely a fleeting dream, or was he really the master of the Moonlight Origin Mansion in a past life as seen in his dreams? Opening his mouth, Liu Jiangqian found himself utterly alone, with no one to share his thoughts with. Always an optimistic man, he had long avoided the loneliness that now surged in his heart. His fingers slightly lifted, intending to pass through the mirror into the backyard of Mount Lijing. Yet, a great fear arose, with visions of lightning, fire, and frigid winds among others flitted through his mind. These were enough to halt him in his stead. Liu Jiangqian let out a wry smile. At least this prison is much larger. Chapter 130, Return of Chejing's Talisman Seed. Liu Jiangqian sat down in front of the stone table, picking up a jade pot and a few jade cups from underneath it. He condensed a pot of bright, shimmering tea with supreme moonlight and began to drink slowly, without any particular purpose. After a few sips, Liu Jiangqian's ears twitched as the void in front of him suddenly cracked open. Out flew a round, shiny white pellet. It was round and luminous, its white light flashing and illuminating the mountaintop in a vast expanse of white. A talisman seed. Who is it? Liu Jiangqian frowned, catching the talisman seed in his hand. He examined it closely for a while and said in a deep voice, Foundation Establishment Realm. It seems to be Li Chejing. Looks like only one out of the 4 sons of the Li family from back then remains. Bringing the bright and white talisman seed closer to his nose, Liu Jiangqian gently inhaled, and strands of misty white light seeped into his body through his nostrils. Many scenes flashed before his eyes: Qingsui Peak, Mount Azure Pond, Mountain City, the southern border. Looks like it's really that child. What a pity. But this Qi Wei, his name sounds very familiar. After pondering carefully, Liu Jiangqian finally had a realization. He recalled that he had once come across a secret letter while exploring the cave dwelling on Mount Meiche, written by this mysterious Qi Wei to an unnamed cultivator of the Foundation Establishment Realm, asking him to join in attacking Li Jiangqian. If you are dead, it would be better. If not, with new grudges added to old, there will come a day when we must settle our scores. Liu Jiangqian recounted these words, sighing softly. With the power of his cultivation and divine sense rising sharply after integrating the mirror fragment and consuming the talisman seed, combined with the might of the supreme moonlight elevated to the Foundation Establishment Realm, the number of profound pearl talisman seeds reached 9. He raised his partly ethereal hands, and with a grasp in the void, a pale green halo condensed out of thin air. The lifelong experience and swordsmanship of Li Chejing, Liu Jiangqian whispered as supreme moonlight surged out, merging with this wisp of halo to condense into a pale green sword. Liu Jiangqian admired it for a while, then casually planted it into a nearby boulder before continuing, waiting for someone destined. As his magical power surged, an array of formations and talismanic techniques materialized. Liu Jiangqian revisited the shamanic spell he had studied years ago, using it to pass the time. Li Xuanfeng and Jiang Yunu did it more than a dozen times, each time more at ease and enjoyable than the last. However, Li Xuanfeng was still not satisfied, and Jiang Yunu's round face had turned deathly pale with fine beads of sweat gathering above her cupid's bow. "Dear sweetheart, please spare me," she pleaded. Li Xuanfeng paused slightly and laughed awkwardly before kissing her on the eyebrows. "How much silver do you need to redeem yourself?" Seeing the incredulous look on Jiang Yunu's face, Li Xuanfeng thought to himself, "I don't have much secular money in my storage pouch, just the 1,000 taels I brought from home. I wonder if that's enough." The Li family did not have much silver in reserve, as silver was hardly needed for immortal cultivation. They only needed a bit of silver powder at most for pill concoctions, tool crafting, and talisman drawing. Hence, there was almost no reserve for silver in his storage pouch, and he was worried that it might not be enough for her redemption. Jiang Yunu raised her arched eyebrows, her cute round face full of tension and her complexion pale. "I'm just a courtesan. It takes 20 taels of silver." Her voice was soft, quiet. "All right," Li Xuanfeng nodded in empathetic understanding. Jiang Yunu sat on the bed, naked and incredulous, thinking Li Xianfeng was joking with her. "Young master, don't play games with me," she muttered, slightly embarrassed. Li Xianfeng fastened his belt, took down the pitch-black longbow from the wall, and shook his head in response. "Pack your clothes and luggage. Let's go." Jiang Yunu was stunned, but it did not take her long before she quickly grabbed her clothes, joyfully dressed, and pulled him downstairs. She was almost a different person now, hopping and laughing ahead, finally showing the innocent and cute side of a teenage girl. Li Xianfeng smiled to himself and followed her. Upon reaching the counter, they saw a slightly plump woman dressed in red and green sitting in front. She was busy filing her nails and merely glanced up to shoot a disdainful glance at Jiang Yunu before turning her head away. "I want to redeem her," Li Xianfeng declared. It was not until then that the woman looked up in surprise before her eyes narrowed coldly at Jiang Yunu once more. "I wondered why you looked so pleased with yourself. Turns out you found a rich patron, eh? You thought you could just leave without telling mother?" Jiang Yunu's round face turned deathly pale, unsure of where to rest her hands. Li Xianfeng frowned and said firmly, "I am redeeming her." The woman raised her head and glanced at Li Xianfeng, taking in his appearance. Seeing that he was only about 15 or 16 but carried a certain demeanor, possibly that of a young master from some family, her attitude became much more respectful. "Young master, do you know that this drunken spring pavilion is owned by the county magistrate? Ordinary families cannot simply redeem people here. Do you have any friends from the clans who can come to redeem her?" The woman spoke rather politely, referring not to the 4 great clans of Xiao, Wu, Ma, and Chang, but to the secular branches of these prestigious clans. Li Xianfeng, not wanting to waste more time on her, flicked his finger in annoyance. Almost instantly, the massive wooden table in front of him disintegrated into dust under the impact of his true essence, covering and dirtying the woman completely. "Do not make me say it a 3rd time," he growled. Both Jiang Yunu and the woman were stunned. The woman's legs gave out and she kneeled, slapping herself twice across the face with such force that she knocked out 2 of her teeth, leaving her face bloody and red. Lord Immortal, please take her away. Just take her away. I was blind not to recognize an immortal. I was." Without bothering to listen, Li Xianfeng tossed 2 silver ingots at her before taking the shock-stricken Jiang Yunu by the hand and walking out. The poor girl trembled and was too scared to even look up at him, having grown fearful after witnessing his power. It was not until Li Xianfeng bought a manor and entered the small courtyard and placed her on the bed that Jiang Yunu spoke again. "Are you an immortal?" "An immortal cultivator," Li Xianfeng corrected her before beginning to undo her sash. Jiang Yunu blushed shyly but was too scared to resist his advances. "I see can't." Li Xianfeng paused, looking at the girl's cutely round face, suddenly realizing that the situation had become complicated. How should I deal with this woman in the future? It's not like I can return to the town in a few days and tell second uncle that I went out and bought a prostitute. Second uncle has always seen me as the hope of the next generation for our family. How can I let him worry? Li Xianfeng, fearless in everything else and known for his libertine ways, was only afraid of disappointing Li Tongya and neglecting his family's affairs. He hesitated for a moment with furrowed brows. Seeing his expression, Jiang Yunu timidly asked, "What's wrong, immortal master?" "Call me Xianfeng." Li Xianfeng shook his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He kissed her on the eyebrow and said, "My family has strict rules. I fear I cannot take you back home. You'll have to endure some hardship." Jiang Yunu was stunned by his words, deeply moved by his care and consideration. Tears formed in her eyes, and her voice was hoarse when she spoke. "I'm aware of my own lowly status. Surely you are an immortal from the high heavens. I cannot hope for anything. You need not worry so. If you return to the heavens to cultivate, I will wait here in this courtyard, be it 5 years, 10 years. I will wait until you come back to see me." Li Xianfeng frowned, disliking such tearful talk. "Never mind, let her stay here. Going back and forth is just a matter of a few hours. It won't be a problem." Thus, he undid Jiang Yunu's clasps and began to caress her gently. He held her soft and pale hand while Jiang Yunu nestled quietly in his arms. "Damn, even if I die tonight or tomorrow, I've lived enough and have no regrets," he murmured to himself. Chapter 131, Qingsui Sword Immortal. Li Xianfeng made sure Jiang Yunu settled down nicely and spent a few days with her in town, living an ordinary life. However, the day to pay tributes at Cloud Crown Peak arrived, and he had to leave. He patted her head and took out a brocade pouch. I'm leaving behind these 100 taels of silver for you to use. Hire a couple of reliable servants to live peacefully. I have important matters to attend to. I'll return to see you in either 1 or 3 months, he informed. All right, Jiang Yunu obediently agreed, not daring to say more. Li Xianfeng tied her sash and took a good look at her before speaking again. Wait for me. He then eyed the sky for a while, his bow drawn but without an arrow. Suddenly releasing the bowstring, the courtyard was filled with the buzzing sound of the string. After this empty shot, Li Xianfeng waited a few moments. All of a sudden, he caught a wild goose that fell from the sky and handed it to Jiang Yunu, smiling. Try this wild goose. We have no formal agreement between us, so let this goose stand in for now. We'll make it official when possible. After demonstrating his remarkable skills, Li Xianfeng carried his longbow and took to the skies, leaving a dazed Jiang Yunu standing in the courtyard alone. She clutched the corner of her dress as if lost in a dream before slowly walking inside, with the unconscious goose cradled in her arms. After flying for a while, Li Xianfeng landed at the foot of Cloud-Crowned Peak and saw Xiao Ruyu sweeping the stone steps with a hat on his head and a broom in his hand. The 17-year-old's handsome appearance made even his desolate attire seem dignified. Brother Ruyu. Li Xianfeng greeted him with some surprise, asking, What are you doing? Xiao Ruyu shook his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Brother Xianfeng might not know, but my Xiao family has a peculiar rule. Every time we submit our tributes, I, as the young family head, have to sweep here at the foot of Cloud-Crowned Peak. If we encounter disciples from other families, I have to ask for a lesson or two. They're usually willing to give face and spar, he explained sheepishly. Li Xianfeng suddenly understood, pondering to himself quietly. The Xiao family has its ways. Now, the strengths and weaknesses of all families are known to them, and they still have to accept it. Is it even possible for them to skip paying their tributes at Cloud-Crowned Peak? Given the Xiao family's influence, once others have arrived, how could anyone refuse their challenge to spar? After glancing at Xiao Ruyu, Li Xianfeng smiled. Brother Ruyu, do you wish to test my skills? Not at all. It's just a friendly sparring. Xiao Ruyu quickly shook his head. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. However, Brother Li's use of archery for such close combat might be considered somewhat unfair. How about I move back 1 li, and then we spar? No need. Li Xianfeng laughed. He had not gone all out since attaining the Qi cultivation realm and was itching for a real challenge. Holding his tall bow horizontally, he drew the string without needing an arrow. Right away, a sharp golden astral Qi burst forth from the string, aimed directly at Xiao Ruyu. Xiao Ruyu lifted his broom slightly, his pale protective true essence surrounding him. However, he still felt a twinge of pain in his forehead, immediately sensing impending danger. Shocked, he realized he had underestimated Li Xianfeng. I've made a mistake. This man's skill in controlling the bowstring is not something ordinary cultivators can match. I should have closed the distance before he drew his bow. I was too arrogant. In the midst of these thoughts, Xiao Ruyu had already taken several steps forward while he was distracted. Li Xianfeng released the bowstring, and golden Qi burst forth. Taking 2 steps back, he then condensed another wave of Qi. Xiao Ruyu wrapped his broom with true essence, not daring to be distracted for even a moment, well aware that any hit from the astral Qi would bore a hole right through him. He faced the incoming golden Qi head-on and shattered it, quickly turning around to shatter another, confronting several waves of Qi in quick succession. As he drew closer to Li Xianfeng, he felt as if a biting cold wind was hitting him in the face, making his movements increasingly slower. What's happening? Xiao Ruyu was alarmed and frantically scanned his surroundings with his spiritual sense only to discover, much to his dismay, that the shattered Qi only turned into golden streams that gnawed away at his protective true essence. Xiao Ruyu had practiced his family's techniques, which made him significantly faster than Li Xianfeng. However, he gradually slowed down, watching as Li Xianfeng, using the recoil force, quickly increased the distance between them. Left with no other choice, Xiao Ruyu performed hand seals to cast several spells aimed at countering Li Xianfeng in an attempt to disrupt him. He did not expect Li Xianfeng to shatter those spells almost effortlessly with a sweep of his pitch-black longbow, then halted and simply waved his hand, saying, Brother Zhao's cultivation is certainly impressive. Let's stop here. Xiao Ruyu gave him a deep look, pondered for a while, and then dispelled his true essence. He cupped his fist and said with a smile, Please go ahead, Brother Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng nodded in farewell, lost in his own thoughts. In a life-and-death battle, if I am 5 miles away from him, he is sure to die. At a distance of 1 mile, the outcome is uncertain. If we were to face each other head-on, I fear I might not be his match. Although Li Xianfeng had the upper hand earlier, continuously shooting arrows had already exhausted him physically and mentally. Deciding to call it quits was probably for the best. On the other side, Xiao Ruyu watched Li Xianfeng ascend the mountain, feeling a secret sense of alarm. He realized then that Li Xianfeng was not easy to deal with. Meanwhile, a young man approached from below, prompting Xiao Ruyu to ask, "Who might you be?" "Liu Yuanlu from the Liu family." "Who are you blocking my way?" the young man shouted in response. Xiao Ruyu stared at the arrogant young man before him, momentarily dumbfounded, wearing an odd expression. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Li Xianfeng saw a small courtyard. Not recognizing anyone, he decided to sit in a corner and observe. Noticing a man with a bruised face approaching, he curiously wondered to himself, what feud does this man have with Xiao Ruyu to end up in such a state? After a while, a dawn cloud liner crossed the sea of clouds and slowly descended atop the mountain. A middle-aged man in Taoist robes, at the peak of Qi cultivation realm, and wearing a jade crown and exuding a dignified aura, stepped down. The middle-aged man first paid respects to Xiao Shooting and then sat down to meditate. As the servants of the Immortal sect began calling names one by one, Li Xianfeng waited patiently. When it was finally the Li family of Li Jing's turn, he stepped forward to submit the tributes. The jade-crowned middle-aged man's ears twitched. He opened his eyes and politely nodded at Li Xianfeng, saying, "The great name of Li Jing's Li family is well known. A Qi cultivator of just 15 is indeed rare within the sect." Li Xianfeng was taken aback, unsure of when his family's reputation had spread within the sect. He quickly regained his composure and cupped his fist respectfully. "You're flattering me, senior. I am merely fortunate. To think that tales of our small family from a remote region has somehow reached your ears is truly humbling." The middle-aged man shook his head and laughed, interrupting the roll call to chat with him. "The esteemed Qingsui, Sword Immortal, Li Chejing of your family recently broke through to Foundation Establishment Realm in Mountain City, defeating Chejing, the Flaming Phoenix, sword with a stroke of Celestial Moon/technique. His swordsmanship is unparalleled, making the Li family's name known all throughout the sect." Upon hearing this, the entire assembly was astonished. Li Xianfeng was visibly delighted. Being young and born after Li Chejing had already returned to the sect, he had no memory of this fourth uncle's appearance. Nonetheless, he was extremely surprised and proud at that very moment for the recognition, offering his thanks repeatedly. Xiao Shooting opened his eyes slightly, knowing the significance of the Sword Immortal more than anyone present. He thought to himself, the Qingsui Sword Immortal, Li Chejing, has truly grasped sword intent. Such a prodigy. I have heard from UNC about his exceptional talent, but I could never imagine that it was to this extent. However, he sighed softly, falling victim to his own thoughts once more. What a pity for him to fall into the hands of the Azure Qi Devil Gate, having cultivated such a miraculous foundation. How could there be a good end for him? Sooner or later, he's bound to become sustenance for that old demon. Such a pity indeed. The middle-aged man grew visibly more excited as he spoke, saying, "We swordsmen also thought of visiting the Immortal in the southern border to seek guidance, but learned he was sent deep into the south by the sect to search for elixir and haven't returned for decades. We had no choice but to return empty-handed." Regretfully sighing, he looked warmly at Li Xianfeng. "Before I left the sect, I checked the registry, and your family was still listed among the minor families of the embryonic breathing realm. It's clear these officials are not diligent. Since you have also attained the Qi cultivation realm, why not change it here?" As soon as Li Xianfeng agreed, the middle-aged man took out a brush and ink right away, unexpectedly doing the work himself. He crossed out the old entry in the Jade Registry and upgraded it to a major family, lamenting, "If only the sect rules did not specify that only sect disciples who have attained the Foundation Establishment realm could be listed as a clan, this correction would have been most convenient." After receiving new spirit seeds and stipend requests, Li Xianfeng chatted briefly with the middle-aged man before excusing himself politely. The interrupted roll call ceremony then continued, and he stood proudly at the forefront, enjoying the surprised and envious glances around him. His admiration toward his fourth uncle's sword, imagining him as an elegant sword immortal in his head. "Once I reach Foundation Establishment realm, I must spar with fourth uncle to see if my bow or his sword is faster. Chapter 132, Liu Changdie. Farewell, Immortal Master. As the dawn cloud liner ascended from cloud-crowned peak, piercing through the clouds and disappearing into the horizon, Xiangping and the other cultivators stood up. Xiao, shooting, as always, exchanged some pleasantries and waved everyone off before vanishing above cloud-crowned peak himself. The area suddenly buzzed with activity. A crowd quickly surrounded Xiangping, eager to engage him in conversation. Fellow Taoist, I am from the Wu family in the southern prefecture. Before the person could finish, another cupped his fist and interrupted. I wonder, fellow Taoist, have you taken a spouse? I am from the Chang family in the eastern prefecture. You. The two immediately locked horns, teeth gritted in rivalry. Xiangping felt a headache coming on when Xiao Yongling quickly intervened to stop them, shouting, both of you, this is Cloud-Crowned Peak. Please cease and settle your grievances at the foot of the mountain. Then, turning to the crowd and cupping his fist, he spoke loudly. Fellow Taoists, Brother Li and our Xiao family have urgent matters to attend to. We must leave Cloud-Crowned Peak together now. I suggest you look for another opportunity to make acquaintance. Apologies for the inconvenience. Without any further interaction with the crowd, he waved his sleeve and rose into the air with Xiangping, leaving the onlookers to exchange bewildered looks amongst themselves. As the two landed in the mountains, Xiangping gave a wry smile, while Xiao Yongling shook his head and spoke, his voice barely a whisper. People flock to power. The Li family will invariably attract such crowds. Best get used to it early. These people greet you with smiles, but take offense if you show them disdain. Entertaining each of them would waste much precious time. Best to make a swift exit. After saying this, Xiao Yongling carefully observed Li Xuanfeng's reaction, trying to discern if he was annoyed at being pulled away from a potentially flattering moment. Seeing Xiangping appearing pensive, he nodded with an approving smile and continued. The esteemed Qingsui sword immortal of your family is known throughout the sect. With such a figure's protection, your path ahead will be smooth sailing. Xiangping laughed, his eyes twinkling with joy. No way, I can hardly measure up to senior shooting, he replied modestly. Seeing his response, Xiao Yongling felt reassured, welcoming Xiangping inside. Xiangping is straightforward and unpretentious, not reckless but strategic, and much more comfortable to deal with than the deep and cautious Li Tongya. With his talent, he is bound to lead the Li family within a decade. I must stay on his good side. With such a thought briefly crossing his mind, Xiao Yongling's demeanor became more expressive. Knowing the preferences of someone like Xiangping well, he generously said, I must introduce you. This young master, despite his age, is a renowned formation master in the prefecture. He is famous far and wide, perhaps only second to Wan Huaqian in the last few centuries. Oh, Xiangping looked up expectantly, noticing a young man in a fox fur cloak sitting in the courtyard. He was holding up a cup and reading, his demeanor extraordinary. The man quickly stood up and cupped his hands to greet them. I am Liu Changdie. A pleasure to meet you both. Xiangping hurriedly returned the greeting, only to hear Xiao Yongling say with a smile, this master, upon hearing it was the Li family of Jiang seeking someone, followed me here without a second word. This goes to show how renowned your family has become. Xiangping was taken aback, sensing something amiss. Even the news carried by the fast-moving dawn cloud liner have not spread throughout the prefecture yet. How could this person know so soon? Liu Changdie hurriedly cupped his hands and explained, I once had the honor of visiting Azure Pond sect at a friend's invitation, where I met the Qingsui sword immortal. We had a delightful exchange, and I was moved by his celestial demeanor. I saw the Qingsui sword, its green and white remarkable beauty is unforgettable to this day in my mind. After giving Xiangping a once-over, noting his electric gaze and the wild air about him, he could not help but offer praise. Although old Master Li lives secluded in the mountains without much fame, his descendants each possess their own grace. Truly divine beings. Xiangping laughed heartily, seeing him as a good friend of Li Chejing and appreciating the detailed description. His guard dropped a notch, yet he still remarked with a smile, I didn't expect this fine gentleman to know so much about my Li family. Liu Changdie paused, nodding politely with an air of elegance and bringing the conversation to a close, though he was inwardly surprised. Indeed, the renowned figures of later generations are not to be underestimated, not to mention the mature and experienced Xiao Yongling of Mount Feather. This golden bowstring Li Xianfeng, though only 15, is already wildly sharp and extraordinary. Back when I went to Eastern Mount Yu to repair the formation for Li Yu and Xiao in my previous life after he got drunk, he mentioned that the last 2 generations of the Li family both loved and remembered their ancestor. I thought I could use this to bridge a connection, but I almost gave myself away. His thoughts raced like lightning, but he maintained his composure, continuing to chat warmly with the two. Liu Changdie shared his experiences within the Azure Pond sect, touching on Li Chejing. Both listeners were so engrossed that they failed to scrutinize his expressions closely. Whenever the Qingsui sword immortal faces an enemy, he invariably starts with a sword draw that resembles a crescent moon or a large white sail, or flicker like a star. Its power is most astonishing, often severely injuring the opponent with a single strike. Liu Changdie continued nervously, relieved to see the others nodding, much to his own relief. Thankfully, this Qingsui sword immortal went far into the southern wilderness 70 years ago and never returned. Yu and Xiao also told me about the sword technique's power, allowing me to fabricate freely without worrying about how to reconcile the tale. Otherwise, I'd truly be at a loss. After more conversation, Xiao Yongling suddenly realized the time and let out a chuckle. We've been so caught up in our chat that we've lost track of time, and the sun is about to set. Let's not delay young Xuanfeng's matters. Li Xianfeng came to his senses and slapped his thigh in realization. Brother Changdie, how do you think this formation should be set up? He detailed the geography and orientation of Mount Lijing, repeating his family's requests. After finishing, he asked tentatively, our requirements must withstand attacks from cultivators of the late-stage Qi cultivation realm. Can Brother Changdie set up such a formation? Also, how many spirit stones would it cost to arrange it on Mount Lijing? Liu Changdie nodded, having over 100 years of experience in setting up formations in his previous and present lives. This grand formation was not exactly a piece of cake for him, but he was indeed well practiced. If arranged according to my idea, we should use 12 formation flags encompassing the neighboring Mount Meiqi, turning it into a single mountain with 2 peaks, employing the sun Rite profound light formation to envelop both within. With this grand formation, even cultivators of peak Qi cultivation realm could be fended off. Liu Changdie lifted his head proudly. His obsession with formation techniques in his previous life led him to study them painstakingly, even at the expense of his own cultivation. Now, his mastery over formation techniques was unmatched on the Gully Road, to the extent that even a few genius formation masters from the 3 sects and 7 schools could hardly compare to his level of expertise. Liu Changdie believed that even one Huaqian, if he were to rise from the grave, might not necessarily be his match. Incorporating both mountains, if we could do that, it would be more than ideal. Li Xianfeng was overjoyed. If Mount Meiqi could be integrated, consequently securing the cave dwelling's safety and eliminating the need for separate formations for each, it would serve dual purposes. It's just, I wonder how many spirit stones it would require. Li Xianfeng did not agree hastily, but first asked Liu Changdie for a specific price, his voice trailing off slightly. Qingsui Sword Immortal and I are good friends. He has been of great help in my cultivation, for which I am deeply grateful. Liu Changdie nodded sincerely and continued, I felt an instant connection with Brother Xianfeng, so I'll speak frankly. I've simulated the sun Rite profound light formation many times, and to cover these 2 peaks, the cost should be around 80 to 90 spirit stones, with the usual fee starting at 120 spirit stones. Chapter 133, Heaven Expanding Profound Talisman. 120 spirit stones. Li Xianfeng felt around in his storage pouch at his waist, somewhat embarrassed. He knew that the amount of spirit stones he brought from home fell short of this number. Hesitating to speak out due to his financial constraints, he saw Liu Changdie smiling in amusement. That's just the market price. For my part, 100 spirit stones will suffice. Seriously? Li Xuanfeng's face lit up with both surprise and skepticism, observing Liu Changdie's confident demeanor. 20 spirit stones is no small amount. It's the income of my family for 3 to 5 years, along with the entire liquid capital of an ordinary cultivator at the Qi cultivation realm. Although formation masters are generally well off, it's unusual for them to be so generous. This person is courting my family's favor. It seems my 4th uncle is indeed highly sought after in the sect. First, the Moon Lake Peak disciple personally disembarks to befriend me, and now Liu Changdie eagerly pleases our family. With this in mind, he weighed his options in his mind. He knew his family urgently needed this defensive formation, and seeing the young formation master's expertise, Li Xianfeng saw the benefit of making this connection, both for himself and the other party. Acknowledging Liu Changdie's intentions, he spoke with a smile. The Li family will remember this kindness. Once this is completed, should you visit Moongaze Lake, you are welcome to stay with my Li family, and let us extend our hospitality. Liu Changdie was waiting for just such a response, visibly delighted. He nodded eagerly and promised grandly, "Of course. Should your family have any future needs for formations, feel free to seek me out. There won't be prices lower than mine in the entire Lixiao prefecture." Both parties, each with their own thoughts, were quite satisfied. One had secured a low-cost formation master for his family with mere words, and the other successfully invested in the Li family while they were still rising. Pleased with each other, Xiao Yongling, having become a mere backdrop to their discussion, continued to sip his tea with a smile. "I'll go prepare the materials right away. Please wait a moment, Brother Xianfeng. I'll be back shortly." With that, Liu Changdie cupped his hands and flew off with the wind, leaving the two to enjoy their drinks on the peak in newfound silence. Xiao Yongling, smiling at a contemplative Li Xianfeng, remarked, "This man knows a great deal about your family." "Indeed. I've been wondering too," Li Xianfeng replied with a nod. "The elders in my family are not ones to gossip. It stands to reason that my fourth uncle would not spread such matters." Although Liu Changdie's formation skills are impressive, his mannerisms and speech suggest he's an average person. But since I was born after my fourth uncle had returned to the sect, I'm not too familiar with the intricacies, making it hard to discern such matters. After hearing Li Xuanfeng's response, Xiao Yongling pondered for a moment before placing down his teacup with a laugh. It's clear he genuinely wants to form a bond. Your Li family can use his skills, so it's merely a matter of mutual benefit. That's what I was thinking. Li Xianfeng nodded in agreement. After some more conversation and the sky gradually darkened, Liu Changdie finally returned. "Let's not delay any further. We should set off now," he suggested energetically. Li Xianfeng stood up to leave right away, and Xiao Yongling, with a parting smile, gave him warm words of reminder. "Don't forget the jade slips I'm sending back to Brother Tongya." Li Xianfeng assured him of his promise, and after bidding farewell to Xiao Yongling, they took to the wind, heading west. After flying for several hours through the night, chatting and laughing, they finally landed in Mount Lijing. Upon landing, Liu Changdie looked around curiously, his expression one of sheer excitement. He could not help but ponder to himself. Li Tongya, the celestial moon sword, has yet to achieve the foundation establishment realm. I wonder if he's on the mountain? Meeting him would be ideal. He then looked up to see a young man in his 20s emerging from a door, looking somewhat surprised. He greeted them without missing a beat. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am Li Xianxian of the Li family. No need for formalities. Liu Changdie of Lixiao Prefecture, greetings." Liu Changdie cupped his fist and scrutinized the man before him, finding him somewhat reminiscent of Li Yuanjiao from his memories. "This is Liu Changdie from the prefecture, a renowned formation master here to set up a formation for us," Li Xianfeng explained. Li Xianxian quickly understood the situation, politely inviting him inside and serving tea. "I'll go and get second uncle." Just as Liu Changdie arrived at the back mountain, Liu Jiangxian uttered a light exclamation, putting down the unformed mass of supreme moonlight in his hands. Dissipating his physical form, he transformed his divine sense from within the mirror into something formless and intangible, swirling around Liu Changdie. "There's the scent of talisman qi," Liu Jiangxian articulated. With a sweep of his divine sense, Liu Changdie's 6 chakras and 3 orifices were laid bare as though unguarded. It transformed from the profound scenery chakra to the nascent spirit chakra, all minutely detailed, yet without any anomalies. "How very odd." Liu Jiangxian frowned slightly and pointed sharply at Liu Changdie, his divine sense immediately flooding into his Shenyang mansion, the main soul hub in the body. A series of fleeting images flashed before his eyes, and a phantom silver shadow emerged. The heaven-expanding profound talisman. Liu Jiangxian felt around and, after observing the entirely bright silver characters, slowly recited, extending into the future, calculating the mysteries, measuring past connections and future continuations, governing things yet undecided. This heaven-expanding profound talisman was not within Liu Changdie's body, but indicated that Liu Changdie had likely come into contact with the profound talisman, having been influenced by it. Liu Changdie mobilized the remnant talisman Qi within him, and a series of images promptly appeared before his eyes. Included were scenes of people weeping, calamities and locust plagues, the annihilation of immortal clans, and the ravages of demonic disasters. Everything seemed logical, as though Liu Changdie himself had truly experienced these events only to awaken from a grand dream, returning to his 20s or 30s. This profound talisman has fabricated over 70 years of memories for him, all derived from current events by the profound talisman and not because Liu Changdie traveled back in time. If it involved the power of time, it's doubtful that the talisman Qi could achieve such a feat. Even Liu Jiangxian from centuries ago might not be able to traverse time, let alone talisman Qi. Liu Jiangxian gathered this lingering energy gently in his hand, leaving only a trace of fleeting images in Liu Changdie's Shenyang mansion. This segment of memory is your chance. This power of deduction was originally mine, so I'll take it back. Although Liu Jiangxian possessed a powerful divine sense, he lacked the skill to modify someone else's memories. Without the residual talisman Qi in the Shenyang mansion, he couldn't even access another's memories, much less interfere with Liu Changdie. Since the memories contained no trace of himself, he left them be. It's just that this person's memories lack any trace of talisman Qi, and it's unclear where he came into contact with such miraculous talisman Qi. Such Qi, at the very least, requires the golden core realm to obtain. It would be best if I could acquire it. As Liu Jiangxian's divine sense withdrew, Liu Changdie felt a chill on his back as if a cold breeze had brushed against him. His hand trembled slightly with the tea bowl, but he was unable to pinpoint the anomaly. Beside him, Li Xianxian and Li Xuanfeng suddenly stood up respectfully, bowing their heads. Liu Changdie looked up to see a middle-aged man approaching from outside the courtyard. This middle-aged man was dressed in a simple and neat gray robe. He had long and relaxed eyebrows, lean cheeks, broad shoulders, and an air of mature stability. He carried a dignified presence and had a sword hanging at his waist, its shape concealed within its sheath. Liu Changdie quickly stood up, cupping his hands respectfully. Greetings from Liu Changdie of Lixiao Prefecture, Senior. Li Tongya glanced at him, nodding slightly and smiling kindly. You are being too formal. Li Tongya took his seat while Li Xianxian and Li Xuanfeng followed suit, maintaining a proper posture without slackening. Liu Changdie, having encountered a renowned figure from his memories, was both excited and reserved. Li Tongya observed Liu Changdie for a moment, noting his Qi cultivation realm was at the second heavenly layer. He appeared to be in his late 20s or early 30s, with an old-school demeanor, judging by how he called him senior right away. Xuanfeng surely isn't one to fool around. This young man, despite his age, must have some talent and formation seeing how reserved he is. He is completely lacking the arrogance of the youth, probably an old soul in a young body. With a gentle smile and a warm voice, he asked, "How do you plan to set up our formation?" Chapter 134, Formation and Engagement. Senior, I wish to do this. Liu Changdie, still harboring a bit of restraint and excitement, quickly reiterated what he had discussed with Li Xuanfeng on Cloud Crown Peak. He knew that Li Chejing was Li Tongya's younger brother. His words were more measured, lacking arrogance, merely mentioning his encounter with Li Chejing at the Azure Pond sect. Li Xuanfeng also took over the conversation, recounting the events that transpired on Cloud Crown Peak. Li Tongya, having not heard from Li Chejing for many years, was visibly moved, listening intently until they finished speaking. Once they had finished, he lightly chuckled. Good. Very good indeed. Li Xianxian, who was beside him, was so thrilled that he could barely contain himself, envisioning Li Chejing holding a sword and repelling enemies on a city wall. He smiled in great contentment. Chejing is doing well on the southern border, and we can rest easy now. Li Tongya listened to the younger generation's excited chatter and expressed his contentment. He then steered the conversation back to the formation on the mountain. After hearing Liu Changdie's plan, he nodded and instructed, Master Liu, please proceed as you see fit. The Li family will fully cooperate. Xianxian, you and Master Liu will take charge of the Sun Rite Profound Light Formation. Yes. Both men promptly responded readily. After a few more exchanges, Li Tongya waved his goodbyes. After seeing off Li Tongya, the atmosphere immediately relaxed, and the three began to discuss the specific locations in more detail. On Lijing Peak, we'll place 8 flags, following the mountain's terrain at the Qian, Can, Jian, and Zhun corners. On Meiche Peak, 4 flags will be placed at the Sun, Li, Kuan, and Dui corners. In total, 8 high platforms will be constructed, engraved with numerous formation patterns to serve as the formation's eyes, which will greatly alleviate the burden and increase the spiritual qi in the mountains. With Li Tongya's approval, the Li family sprang into action, summoning craftsmen from the 4 towns to Lijiang town. Over 1,000 craftsmen ascended the mountain, with villagers transporting timber and stone materials, spending several days under Liu Changdie's direction to begin the construction of high platforms at the designated formation eyes. The dimensions and structures were strictly controlled, with different formation eyes requiring different materials for construction, each involving complex pathways. A protective mountain formation was not like those smaller formations that protect cave dwellings, which were often completed with just a single formation plate. Constructing a protective mountain formation was no short task. It required 5 to 6 months of setup and hard labor. Liu Changdie would need to stay with the Li family for more than half a year, as determining the formation's positions and inscribing the formation patterns couldn't proceed without him. Li Xianxian found a small courtyard at the foot of the mountain for Liu Changdie, which facilitated their daily interactions. Liu Changdie, living up to his expectations, walked the mountains daily, personally overseeing the work. This proved his serious dedication and that he truly took the matter to heart. After arranging the craftsmen, Li Xianxian received a report that the Liu family had arrived, and the wedding was to take place in the next few days. So soon, Li Xianxian frowned slightly, thinking about Liu Cici's health condition. Although cultivators of the Qi cultivation realm have a lifespan of 200 years, it's common for injuries or major damages to shorten it by a decade or so. Could it be that Liu Cici's health was failing? Let them come up to see me. Li Xianxian scheduled Li Xuanling's wedding, instructing preparations for the ceremony in the coming days. Mount Lijiang bustled with activity, and the area below was also lively with preparations. The Li family members, both from the minor sect and its branches, numbering thousands, lived scattered around the foot of Mount Lijiang. Every household was decorated with vibrant lights and colors, the verdant mountains adorned with red. The marriage alliance between the Li and Liu families was known by the Li family's higher-ups as a reluctant move by the Liu family. Li Qiang, representing the minor sect of the family, had also managed to roughly work out the situation, but others in the minor sect and branches knew little, merely hearing word that the Liu family was a prominent family from the east, having settled there for 200 to 300 years. They were overjoyed about the union between the 2 immortal clans and were spontaneously decorating the area, lighting up the mountainside in a festive atmosphere. The Li family's younger members gathered at the village entrance, curiously looking out for the distant procession when suddenly a voice was heard. I heard the bride is a cultivator with a spiritual orifice. The Liu family's sincerity is indeed great, even marrying off a daughter with a spiritual orifice from their main family, another voice exclaimed in response to the comment. Today, the Li family's minor sect and branches numbered around 4,000. All considering themselves descendants of immortals, adopting an air of superiority. The Yi family's offspring were manageable, but the descendants of Li Mutian and his illegitimate brothers became notorious in the 4 towns, with everyone currying favor with them. If not for Li Mutian's establishment of a family code during his lifetime, dedicating a group of people to constantly monitor these individuals, they might have long since become tyrants in the village, exploiting the common people. However, the daily opportunities to take advantage of them were still never missed. The Liu family's carriage approached from the Gully Road, its arrival eagerly anticipated by those lining the streets that were already adorned with red silk. A few clan guards in brocade clothing stood watch, curbing the curiosity of the gathered youths who dared not act out, left only to gaze longingly from the sidewalks. I wonder what this person looks like. One of the youths pondered out loud, but was immediately reprimanded by his sister. Big brother, the clan elders are watching. Keep it together, she hissed fiercely. Liu Wanrong sat inside the swaying carriage, enduring the bumpy ride that would have left ordinary people sick and unconscious. Fortunately, her cultivation provided her with some comfort. I thought having a spiritual orifice meant I could lead my own life, but I didn't expect to become a higher-level tool for marriage alliances. She could not help but sulk slightly in despair. Physical discomfort did not bother Liu Wanrong much. It was the sorrow in her heart that pained her more. Listening to the surrounding chatter filled her with confusion. Arriving at the grand courtyard at the foot of the mountain, Lu Wanrong was led through the ceremonies like a puppet, from dawn till dusk, reassured only by the sound of Li Xuanling's firm and powerful voice on the opposite side. Seizing an opportunity during another bow, she sneaked a peek and saw a young man with a resolute face and extraordinary demeanor across from her. Despite being ordered around by relatives, his gaze was resigned yet gentle. The gold-and-red wedding attire made him look exceptionally ethereal, easing some of her sorrow as she drowned in her own thoughts. At least I'll spend my life facing a handsome man, which is a small comfort. I've heard people say of the Li family's 3 legitimate sons. Li Xianxian is solemn and just, Li Xianfeng is unrestrained, and Li Xianling is steady and gentle. He should be easy to get along with. Contemplating deeply, Lu Wanrong changed her thoughts. Li Xianling, not yet 20, had already attained the 3rd stage of the embryonic breathing realm, marking him as a potential qi cultivator in the future. With his stable temperament and handsome looks among the surrounding families, aside from Jiangming of the Yin family, who could compare to such a youth? Lu Cixi had bartered his entire family's fortune to marry her off, making it seem as though she was the one reaching above her station. However spirited a teenage girl might be, she could not help but laugh at her own thoughts, the moonlight casting a crimson glow on her sleeves. Shaking her sleeves, Lu Wanrong found herself looking forward to her future life with renewed hope. As she bowed her head, she heard someone nearby exclaim loudly, snatching her from her thoughts. "Family head, your child has been born." "What?" a slightly mature voice responded, filled with unbridled surprise at the sudden exclamation. It was likely that of Li Xianxian, followed by hurried footsteps, and then a chorus of congratulations. Double happiness has arrived, double happiness. While one side of the courtyard buzzed with lively celebrations, the other side was eerily quiet. Mu Yalu's hair was damp, strands sticking to her cheeks, and her usually sly eyes filled with exhaustion. She looked lovingly at the child in the cradle, then turned coldly to inquire, "Hasn't Li Xianxian arrived yet?" The servant, visibly frightened, kneeled down and stammered, The family head has gone to attend young Master Xuanling's wedding and hasn't returned. Someone has already been sent to notify him. To think at the birth of his own child, he's still outside." Just as she finished speaking, rapid footsteps approached. Li Xianxian entered with 2 attendants, his voice heavily tinged with guilt. "Lure." Mu Yalu gave him a look, but Li Xianxian merely lifted the wrinkled baby and playfully toyed with it. "What shall we name the child?" Chapter 135. Inference on Purple Mansion Realm Cultivators. Xiao, a term derived from the dragon, capable of doing the impossible, hiding in the deep and murky waters, soaring through clouds and mists. It's also a great symbolization. Li Xianxian stroked his beard, nodding in approval as he examined the baby who was all wrinkled and had hair sticking to his forehead. Carefully, he placed the child back in the cradle. He was now a father of 3 sons and 2 daughters. Li Yuanxiu, his son with his first wife, was already 3 years old. Among the others, the eldest was already 5. Li Xianxian regarded the children born to Mu Yalu, who came from a lineage of shamans from Mount Yu, and thus likely to possess spiritual orifices, with particular importance. Today's double happiness is indeed a good omen. Let's send Xiaowen to distribute some gifts to the town below, and let everyone join in the celebration. After giving his instructions, Li Xianxian stayed by Mu Yalu's side until she fell asleep. With responsibilities calling him the head of the family, he finally covered her with a blanket and left for the mountain. Amidst his many duties, Li Xianxian never slacked, often studying talisman arts under Li Tongya and researching on his own. Having learned talisman arts since he was 7 and recently breaking through to the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, he had finally managed to craft talismans. With the insights gained from Li Tongya, his efforts in these busy days indeed felt rewarding. The wedding festivities at the foot of the mountain were lively for several days before the Liu family took their leave, leaving a few attendants behind. The construction on the mountain continued smoothly. Due to the many people roaming the mountain in recent days, Li Tongya grew concerned about the safety of the mirror. Thus, he moved it from the Meiche cave dwelling to the backyard for cultivation. Li Jingtian sat behind a curtain, deep in thought with a brush in hand. Her long hair was pinned up, and she was occasionally scribbling on the fabric, all the while murmuring to herself. In the 7th month, the Li family was allied through marriage with the Liu family. The second daughter of the Liu family's 17th son was married into the eldest son of the Li family's 2nd son, and Mu Yalu from the main branch bore a son named Xiao. Pausing and thinking for a while, Li Jingtian then added a note in a smaller script. Some say Mu Jiaomon from the eastern Mount Yu and the former Mount Yu lord, Jianixi, were kin. This seems to be a misinterpretation. In her efforts to compile the family history, Li Jingtian had inquired with Ahuici, who shared rumors suggesting a distant kinship between Mu Jiaomon and Jianixi. However, Li Jingtian herself was skeptical of these claims. She mused, Jianixi was a formidable figure. It's hard to see any familial connection with Mu Jiaomon. Yet, as Mu Yalu and Mu Jiaomon are siblings and this concerns the direct lineage, even rumors are worth noting. Dipping her brush in ink, Li Jingtian, yet to meet the child, planned a visit. Calculating the days mentally, her own marriage with Chun Dongha was also soon approaching. While Li Jingtian was engrossed in writing the family history behind a curtain, Li Xuanfeng stood in the courtyard still decorated with red silks. The remnants of fireworks still mingled with the crisp morning air. Li Tongya, holding a jade slip, stared at its faint patterns for a moment before softly speaking. 200 years of Linghai Prefecture's scenery. Indeed. Li Xuanfeng nodded, respectfully responding as the arrows in his quiver clinked slightly with each other, the imposing black longbow on his back capturing attention. He solemnly added, Senior Xiao Yongling insisted that I personally deliver this to you. I did not dare view it myself and have kept it sealed on its way to you. After reading through the jade slip for a while, Li Tongya gently placed it on the table with a soft sigh. Linghai Prefecture is to the south of Lixiao Prefecture, one of the 5 prefectures under Azure Pond sect's jurisdiction. This 200 years of Linghai Prefecture scenery mainly introduces several clans in Linghai Prefecture, among which the Yu family of Linghai Prefecture is the foremost. Yu Yuxia, a rare genius from the Yu family, practiced the coiling Qi Jade true technique and died in the southern border. Li Tongya accurately extracted key information from the complex contents of the jade slip. When he came across the phrase died in the southern border, he frowned slightly, as though uncomfortable thoughts troubled him. He stopped speaking and handed the jade slip to Li Xuanfeng, signaling him to read as well. Li Xuanfeng quickly took it and shut his eyes to focus briefly, hastily reading through the contents of the jade slip. He too appeared to fall contemplative and thought of his next words carefully. This 200 years of Linghai Prefecture scenery records major events of the entire Yu state in the last 200 years. Yet I found some anomalies. Pausing briefly, he continued, Among the 7 gates and these immortal clans, several have undergone changes in their Purple Mansion realm cultivators. For instance, it's understandable that Lingyu Gate was exterminated shortly after their Purple Mansion realm cultivator died. However, the situations with the other families are quite peculiar. In the territory of the Golden Feather sect, the Chun family's ancestor advanced to the Purple Mansion realm and immediately declared independence over 8 towns. Not only did Golden Feather sect not pursue the matter, but they also sent gifts. Similarly, the Taoist master Changshao, the master of Changshao Gate, arrived from the sea, declaring his intention to establish a new Taoist lineage. He was immediately granted several towns by another sect. As he processed these words, Li Xuanfeng lifted his head in surprise after a brief pause, murmuring, It seems too hasty. Those who did not attain the Purple Mansion realm are merely playthings in the hands of those lofty cultivators, Li Tongya concluded with a sigh. Having witnessed several transactions and schemes among Purple Mansion realm cultivators over decades, he had some guesses about the thoughts of these great cultivators. Sects and territories, disciples and commoners, have always been bargaining chips in their hands. Cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm, with their long lifespans, are accustomed to the harshness of the world. Only cultivators of the same level are taken seriously by them. Moreover, Li Tongya thought for a moment, then gravely said, Apart from the battle that eradicated the descendant of the Immortal Mansion, Li Jiangquan, I've never heard of Purple Mansion realm cultivators falling in combat. They usually die of old age. It seems common that Purple Mansion realm cultivators can't do much against each other. That's probably why the Chun families. Li Xuanfeng nodded respectfully and added, Currently, the strongest cultivator of the embryonic breathing realm in our family is Brother Xian, who is in the 5th stage. It will take many years of accumulation to reach the Qi cultivation realm, and it won't be easy. Li Tongya, having slowed in progress lately due to rapid advancement in previous years and now cautious of using pills to enhance his cultivation, remained at the 5th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm without much improvement. Hearing this, he shook his head with a small smile. Such matters cannot be rushed. I have another matter to report, Li Xianfeng said, lowering his head. Considering our secluded location and frequent disconnection from the prefecture, we often receive news late. It might be wise to purchase some properties in the prefecture and assign some family disciples to manage them as well as broaden their horizons, also preventing them from idling around in the family, causing trouble for no reason. That's not a bad idea. Li Tongya nodded and smiled. You've really thought this through, he commended, his pride evident in his tone. Scratching his head and laughing, Li Xianfeng explained, this way, if the Xiao family has any news, they can ask the disciples in the prefecture to bring it back to us, avoiding delays or extra trips. Secondly, with the collapse of the Moongaze Lake Market, our family's talismans and ores need a distribution point. While the talismans are fine, Mount Yu doesn't deal in metal and stone, preferring to use spirit wood for crafting. The raw ore is quite cheap in Mount Yu and can only be sold at the Cloud Crowned Peak Market. With family disciples in charge, we'll be informed when the Cloud Crowned Peak Market opens. Li Tongya found his words quite sensible and called for Li Xianxian. As Li Xianfeng pondered about how he could frequently visit Jiang Yunu in the prefecture then, he could not help a slight feeling of guilt, but he quickly shook it off and continued the conversation, before taking his leave to oversee the mines. Chapter 136, Sun Rite Profound Light Formation. After nearly half a year of construction, the formation on Mount Lijiang was finally completed by the end of the year. 8 high platforms were erected, standing out strikingly on the 2 peaks. Liu Changdie breathed a sigh of relief and went to find Li Xianxian for the formation flags. The formation flags were naturally prepared by the Li family, and their quality would determine the effectiveness of the formation. Liu Changdie had already discussed this matter with Li Xianxian early on, but he kept them hidden and delayed revealing them. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Liu Changdie saw Li Xianxian wearing a simple leather outfit. He was drawing symbols on a large pearwood table using cloth as a base and diluted ink, giving it a very light appearance. Liu Changdie was curious, but figured that it was probably someone else's cultivation secret and dared not pry. Beside the table stood a child about 4 or 5 years old, silently observing Li Xuanchuan's actions. He appeared to be quite well behaved. Brother Xianxian, Liu Changdie called out, and saw Li Xianxian nod slightly and smile at him. Liu Changdie found this rather odd. In his previous life, Liu Changdie did not meet Li Xianxian or anyone from the Xian generation in the Li family. His understanding of Li Xianxian was limited to what Li Yuanjiao mentioned, who used to dismissively say, "My old man. He's boring. There's nothing interesting about him." Liu Changdie just laughed, not daring to respond. After spending over a year with Li Xianxian, he had come to his own conclusion. Although serious and seldom seen smiling, he's diligent and deeply cares for his family without indulging in frivolity or luxury. It is quite admirable. Noticing the boy beside the table, Liu Changdie smiled slightly, and his curiosity got the better of him. This is my legitimate son, named Li Yuanxiu, Li Xianxian replied, lifting Li Yuanxiu gently. Liu Changdie nodded as if he had just realized something. After a few moments of contemplation, he moved on to the main topic and reported, "I've finished engraving the formation patterns on the 8 platforms. We can start setting up the formation now." Li Xianxian was visibly pleased and, with a slap on his storage pouch, 12 small flags with white patterns and black cloth flew out immediately. They circled in the air before landing in Li Xuanchuan's outstretched palm. Before he could speak, Liu Changdie, fixated on the flags, exclaimed, "White feather purple flags." Li Xianxian was taken aback, knowing the flags were precious but not expecting such a reaction from Liu Changdie. Seeing his intense interest, he nodded in confirmation. "Indeed they are." Liu Changdie eagerly took them, examining them with great appreciation and fascination. Wanhuaqian was renowned throughout Lixiao Prefecture for these flags. Rumor has it they were sold to a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator in Azure Pond sect. "How did your family acquire them?" Li Xianxian smiled awkwardly. "The Liu family conquered Mount Huaqian and obtained these flags, then sold them to us. So, it never left Mount Huaqian." That news was a decoy, Liu Changdie realized, showing a trace of regret, and continued, "I've only seen Mount Huaqian from a distance. Wanhuaqian's ability to set up a formation that could withstand a peak Qi cultivator's attack with such a small and flawed mountain proves his superior formation talents. Li Xianxian smiled and consoled him, saying, once the Sun Rite profound light formation is complete, it can also resist the assaults of peak Qi cultivators, no less impressive than Huaqian's formation. It's not the same. Liu Changdie shook his head and sighed. We built 8 high platforms. Did you see any high platforms or formation pools on Mount Huaqian? It shows Huaqian's innate talent for formations. After finishing the conversation, Liu Changdie, with a smile, offered a suggestion to Li Xianxian. Let's not waste any more time. Let's get started. He then sat cross-legged and performed a series of hand seals, sending the 12 white feather purple flags soaring into the air. Dividing into 2 groups, they flew north and south, settling into their respective positions on the high platforms. The formation patterns on the platforms lit up at once, emitting streaks of dazzling golden light. Almost immediately, Mount Lijiang and Mount Meiche, bathed in golden brilliance, began quaking slightly. The workers and irrelevant people had already been evacuated to the foot of the mountain as streams of light and golden luminescence engulfed the mountain. Liu Changdie sat cross-legged, adjusting his breath for a period equivalent to the time taken for an incense stick to burn. Eventually, a grand formation, gleaming with golden light, manifested atop the mountain. It was spectacular under the sunlight. Mission accomplished. Liu Changdie exhaled deeply and nodded slightly. Li Tongya, who had just walked into the courtyard, was greeted promptly by the two. Senior, your efforts are much appreciated. Li Tongya responded with an affirming nod, expressing his satisfaction with the formation. Li Xianxian understood immediately and tapped his storage pouch. Almost at once, a heap of pristine, jade-like spirit stones clinked onto the table. Here are 100 spirit stones. Please, feel free to count them. After quickly counting them with his spiritual sense, Liu Changdie pretended to be generous and waved dismissively. There's no need to count them. With a wave of his hand, the spirit stones on the table vanished, and he announced with a smile, now that the Sun Rite profound light formation is complete, I shall return to the prefecture. Should I visit Mount Lijiang in the future, I hope Brother Xianxian won't turn me away. Of course not, Li Xianxian assured, shaking his head. Should Brother Changdie visit, I will personally welcome you, he added with a grin. Liu Changdie laughed heartily, then respectfully bid farewell to Li Tongya. He then departed from the Li family, heading toward Lixia Prefecture. Li Xianxian escorted him to the edge of Li family's territory before returning home. Li Tongya stood in front of a pear-wood desk, carefully examining the symbols on the fabric. Li Yuanxiu, standing timidly by his side, fixated on the sword at Li Tongya's waist. Li Tongya looked down at him with a gentle smile and asked softly, "What's your name?" Li Yuanxiu. His response was soft, prompting Li Tongya to say with a smile, "You can call me Granduncle then." Granduncle. Li Yuanxiu's jovial call seemed to bring him closer to the man before him, easing the nervousness caused by his father's absence. He hugged Li Tongya's leg and reached out to grasp at the sword sheath hanging by his waist. "Who might you be?" the 7th madam asked inquisitively. Only after Li Jingtian removed her veil did Mu Yalu immediately kneel in greeting. "My lady, there's no need for formalities." Li Jingtian smiled gently and graciously, exchanging a few pleasantries with Mu Yalu before moving on to discuss recent events. She then looked at the child in Mu Yalu's arms and said with a smile, "Let me take a look at Jiao." Mu Yalu, a bit startled, smiled reluctantly and handed the child over to her. Li Jingtian took him carefully, cradling him with a radiant smile on her face. After carefully examining the child's eye color and seeing that it was indeed a deep black, she sighed in relief. Then, wanting to clarify something she had heard, she gently asked Mu Yalu, "I've heard that your family has some blood relation with the former Mount Yu Lord, Jianixi?" This question struck Mu Yalu like thunder, causing a flood of panic and fear. As she saw Li Yuanjiao still in Li Jingtian's arms, she immediately knelt down trembling, vehemently denying the accusation. This must be slander. Jianixi was born a slave, while we are a family of shamans passed down through generations of lords. How could we be related? My lady, someone must be slandering us. Chapter 137, Business Without Capital. Seeing Mu Yalu in such a state also shook Li Jingtian, who quickly helped her up while holding Li Yuanjiao in one hand. "Madam, you've misunderstood me," she said. After noticing Mu Yalu calming down slightly, Li Jingtian, quick-witted as she was, passed Li Yuanjiao back to her as a sign of goodwill and apologized. "I misspoke," leading to the misunderstanding. I've been tasked by our elders to compile the family history. Hence, I require a clear understanding of the lineage of all the descendants. Even if Jianixi really was a distant relative through the Molu family, it wouldn't be right to blame this on a child of the later generation. Mu Yalu remained skeptical, her maternal instinct not allowing her to let this stigma fall upon Yuan Xiao. She insisted that Jianixi, being a slave, had no connection to the Mu family. Li Jingtian, therefore, shifted the conversation to more general inquiries about whether Mu Yalu and her child were adjusting well, gradually easing the tension. After dismissing the other attendants in the room to ensure some privacy, Li Jingtian, seeing that Mu Yalu's mood had stabilized, looked at her attire and said, "My brother is wholly devoted to our family, which might cause him to neglect certain aspects. If you or the child face any difficulties in the future, please don't hesitate to seek me out." Mu Yalu was momentarily stunned. She thanked Li Jingtian sincerely, watching her leave with her attendants before taking Li Yuanjiao back into the house. Kissing her child on the cheek, she muttered her thoughts to the otherwise emptiness of the room. Regardless, such accusations must never be acknowledged. Xian is stubborn. Any hint of suspicion might breed disdain toward the child, especially since Jianixi indirectly caused the demise of the previous family head, Li Xiangping. With Li Xuanfeng's significant cultivation strength, this is a risk we simply cannot take. Li Jingtian is indeed kind-hearted. She will not let such rumors spread. As long as they don't reach the first madam, this matter should be settled. Mu Yalu gently placed little Yuan Jiao on the bed, watching him with a smile. As soft moonlight poured in, she prayed for the child using ancient shamanistic rites. After leaving the courtyard, Li Jingtian whispered instructions to a nearby clan guard. Send someone to inform Ahuici to keep his mouth shut. If these rumors reach the mountaintop, no one can save him. Sensing that something was amiss, he chose his next words carefully. "Are you hiding something from me?" Li Jingtian sighed softly, a smile dancing on her face as she replied, "I'll be marrying Donghe in another 2 months." What? Li Xianfeng was stunned for a moment. However, he was able to quickly piece together why he had never been informed nor heard anything about this. Anger suddenly surged in him as he exclaimed, "Do you really wish for this? Is Brother Xian using you to curry favor with Qin Donghe?" Knowing her brother's temper and that he might do something drastic, Li Jingtian hurriedly reassured him with a smile. "If I were unwilling, who in the family would dare to force me? You're overthinking this, brother." Li Xianfeng calmed down but still looked at her suspiciously, biting his lip as he appeared deep in thought and unconvinced. "Are you sure?" "Yes," Li Jingtian quickly reassured. "Regardless, this person silently took my sister away. I need to give him a good beating to vent my anger." After saying this, he turned and went inside the room, resulting in a clattering noise. Li Jingtian chuckled softly, her worries considerably alleviated. She then made her way back to the side courtyard with a lighter heart. Lu Cixi flew to Mount Lijing, channeling his mana into his eyes. Upon seeing the dazzling golden light in front of him, he could not help but marvel at the sight before him. Such an exquisite formation. Feeling a wave of envy, he thought to himself, this formation must be extremely valuable, probably involving the once-famed white feather purple flags. But where did Li Tongya find such a capable formation master? They must be really rich. Using his mana, he transmitted his voice. Lu Cixi from the Lu family of Mount Tianyun is here to visit Li Tongya. Please let me through the formation, fellow Taoist. Soon, a gap large enough for one person opened in the formation. Lu Cixi passed through the sun-right profound light formation and saw Li Tongya already waiting for him in white attire among the mountains. "Brother Tongya," Lu Cixi greeted, cupping his fist. Li Tongya quickly invited him into the courtyard, but was taken aback by Lu Cixi's changed appearance. "Senior Lu, what has happened to you?" he asked in a conflicted tone. Lu Cixi, whose snow-white hair was no longer as pristine as before, but was instead now showing hints of dead gray. He had deeper wrinkles on his face, dull eyes, and a trembling left hand. "Life is tough. I've embarrassed myself in front of Brother Tongya," he merely replied, the bitterness in his tone evident. In the past 2 years, Lu Cixi had been running around without a moment's rest, striving to find a way out for the Lu family. Now nearly 200 years old, he often had to humbly seek favor from much younger cultivators, enduring endless humiliation. These past 2 years had aged him more than the previous 20. Li Tongya shook his head and sighed, realizing that this man probably did not have many years left. Sitting at the head of the table, he said warmly, "Senior, what can I do for you?" Despite his sympathy, Li Tongya showed no mercy. He knew that once Liu Cixi was gone, the Liu family could possibly forget about their share of the mines, and most likely, Mount Huaqian would fall into the Li family's hands too. "I dare not. I dare not." Liu Cixi waved his hand hurriedly, adding, "Brotherly, do you remember the market at Moongaze Lake?" "Of course I remember," Li Tongya replied with a curt nod. After that battle, Moongaze Lake was reduced to ruins. The Forbidden Formation still operated on the island at the heart of the lake, deterring even cultivators of the Foundation establishment realm from approaching. These families covet the land rich in spiritual qi at the lake's heart, but lack the necessary treasures like the deadly Thunder Formation Destroyer to break the formation. With the valuable items within the market already scavenged by those Foundation establishment realm cultivators, the place had long lost its previous allure and was left deserted in the heart of the lake. A few days ago, as I passed by the heart of the lake, I saw a large ship filled with mortals collecting items on the island. Liu Cixi revealed dramatically. "Mortals?" Li Tongya immediately became suspicious. Liu Cixi did not hesitate and explained further. These rogue cultivators went to the prefecture, deceived a group of mortals with promises of wealth and cultivation, then transported them to the island's shore on a large ship, letting them collect items from the lake's island. This forbidden formation sacrificed its stability and integrity for power, resulting in many gaps. Throwing 1,000 or 2,000 mortals into the formation, there's a chance for one to land within it, allowing them to retrieve treasures from the ruins. Since the formation repels external forces but not internal ones, they could easily take the treasures out. After hearing this, Li Tongya fell silent for a moment, choosing his next words very carefully. "What are you trying to say, Senior?" Slapping his thigh in frustration, Liu Cixi smiled ingratiatingly and exclaimed, "Well, how could we let them do this?" Chapter 138, Learning the News. "Oh." At this exclamation, Li Tongya glanced up at Liu Cixi and noticed how his face was filled with greed. Li Cixi continued, "The treasures of this island in the lake should rightfully belong to us, the families that surround the lake. This is a venture without any initial investment. How can we allow these rogue cultivators to just take it away? I plan to call upon the Yin family and others nearby to unite and take down this fleet of rogue cultivators. We should take over this business. Whichever family's mortals enter the formation would claim the retrieved items." "Brother Tongya, what do you think?" Sitting in the main seat, Li Tongya recalled the scene of piled-up bodies that had once blocked the gully road on his journey home, causing him to pause with his tea bowl in hand. He shot a glance at Liu Cixi and chuckled. "Is the Yu family interested in this business with no capital? What about the families across the lake? Senior Liu, if you can't manage all the families around the lake and secure this business for ourselves, it will just end up benefiting others." Liu Cixi suddenly paused, realizing his oversight. Caught up in the excitement upon seeing the fleet on the lake, he had not considered all its implications. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "Brother Tongya indeed speaks wisely." This old man was too impulsive and did not think things through. Disheartened, he set down his tea bowl. After an unsuccessful attempt to engage Li Tongya in further conversation, he left in a somewhat dejected state. Old man's nearing his end and no longer as sharp as he used to be. The island in the lake has been scavenged by all sorts of Foundation establishment realm cultivators countless times. Doubt there are many items of the embryonic breathing realm left to retrieve. Pointless effort, really. After sending Liu Cixi off, Li Tongya was left feeling gloomy. He picked up his tea bowl and then put it down again, sighing with a bitter smile. "You regard those cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm with fear and reverence, their whims dictating life and death. Yet, to these mortals, your families and sects also instill terror, having complete control over their fate. The ugliness of the world is indeed top-down, completely devoid of any intrigue." With a shake of his head, Li Tongya paused, questioning himself. If our family didn't possess this treasure that consolidates talisman qi through the mortal's worship, could we have stood our ground against Jianixi's formidable force back in the day? Shaken by this sudden realization, Li Tongya quickly cast aside his myriad reflections. He understood that the Li family was but an ant in the presence of the many Purple Mansion realm cultivators. Now was not the time for such thoughts. He calculated the days according to the sacrificial ritual method, realizing it was nearly time to conduct the ritual with the mirror to consolidate talisman qi for the benefit of the younger generation of the family. Perhaps it's time to visit that fox again to inquire about some demonic creatures of the Qi cultivation realm that we could use for the sacrifice. Li Tongya left the courtyard and soared on the wind following the mountain ridge. With just a recollection from memory, he found a large white-leaved banyan tree standing proudly on a slope beneath a cliff. The white banyan fox, lounging lazily under the tree, perked up upon seeing Li Tongya approach. "What brings you to my neck of the woods, brother Tongya?" His voice was as lazy as usual. Having met numerous times over 3 years, they had grown a lot closer to each other. Accepting the spirit patties from Li Tongya, the fox snacked contentedly, squinting in comfort while sharing the recent mountain gossip as usual. Rumors say a sword immortal has emerged on Qingsui Peak, scaring that old pig into hiding for months. He was quite the tyrant when Si Yuanbai was in seclusion. Now he's turned timid, fearing of becoming a mere sharpening stone for Si Yuanbai's disciple. Li Tongya was taken aback, marveling at this revelation. "You're quite well informed." "Haha, of course," the fox boasted, its tail flicking cunningly. "My 19th cousin's 22nd uncle serves a 3-eared white fox in a den at the southern foot of Mount Dali. It's from their casual conversations that I learned of this. That 3-eared white fox is quite formidable. Just by lying slightly in the prefecture, he hears everything from the cultivators in the embryonic breathing and Qi cultivation realms." "Is that demon fox a creature of the Foundation establishment realm?" Li Tongya asked. "Purple Mansion realm," the fox corrected with a snort. "Why do you think they're called great cultivators and great demons?" "It's because they've condensed a divine ability in their Purple Mansion, which not just any spell can compare to. Depending on one's Tao foundation, it manifests in all sorts of miraculous ways. It is truly terrifying." Li Tongya took this information to heart, thinking today's bag of spirit patties was well worth it. He patted the fox's head, causing it to curl slightly in pleasure. "I'm just a Qi cultivator. Breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm in this lifetime might be wishful thinking, let alone these mighty feats. Then again, my younger brother has already reached the Foundation establishment realm. If he returns from the southern border, breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm within 100 years shouldn't be too difficult," he said after a brief moment of contemplation. A bittersweet smile appeared on his face. "If I'm lucky enough to live long enough, maybe I'll witness the day he attains the Purple Mansion realm." The fox grimaced, squeaking in disdain. "That would be good, just don't end up like Ahuici. He established a splendid Tao foundation with the supreme moonlight, only to ultimately become a medicinal ingredient for the flood dragon. What a waste." These words struck Li Tongya like a thunderclap, leaving his mind utterly blank with shock. Springing from the ground immediately, he exclaimed, "What did you say?" The fox, having never seen him so agitated, puffed up its fur and took a few steps back, stammering, "Why, Ahuici?" Li Tongya, visibly panicked, took a deep breath to calm himself. He then reached into his storage pouch hurriedly, tossing out a large bag of spirit patties in front of the fox, and asked in as steady a voice as he could muster, "Tell me about this, Ahuici." The fox dared not touch the spirit patties, merely squeaking a few times before answering. "When I was serving the master, I heard about this person who once acquired a supreme moonlight on Moongaze Lake and established a Tao foundation known as White Jade Disc, and even ventured into these mountains, his dual swords defeating many demons. Later, he died in the southern border." Taking a moment to catch its breath, the fox continued, "And then I heard that because of the extraordinary nature of the Tao foundation established from the supreme moonlight, he was given to a great flood dragon in the southern border by the Azure Pond sect to be refined into a medicinal pill. It seems Azure Pond sect has done this more than once." Li Tongya swayed and sat down weakly, his face pale as he stared at the scattered spirit patties on the ground. After hearing this, and considering it with Azure Pond sect's usual conduct, the lack of letters from Li Chejing for over a decade, and the subtle hint from the Xiao family, his various suspicions solidified into one truth. He covered his lips, unable to find his voice. Seeing him so despondent, the fox cautiously gathered the spirit patties into a bag and licked its fur. It lowered its head, not daring to speak. After regaining his composure, Li Tongya looked at the frightened fox curled up in front of him and hoarsely thanked it. "Thank you for the information, fellow Taoist. Consider these spirit patties your reward." Then, he rose to the sky and flew back to Mount Lijiang like a shooting star in the sky, ignoring the fox's calls and scrambles, who muttered continuously to itself in disbelief. "This is too much. Upon reaching Mount Lijing, Li Tongya passed through the brilliantly shining sun, Rite profound light formation, to the backyard. Pushing open the stone chamber door, he reverently picked up the mirror. His spiritual sense dived into it right away, and he saw two bright, round talisman seeds. Liu Jiangxian's divine sense emerged quietly, concealing the three new talisman seeds to avoid arousing Li Tongya's suspicion. Observing the pale-faced middle-aged man whose lips quivered and hands trembled, Liu Jiangxian remained silent. After a long while, Li Tongya finally recovered, his complexion suddenly flushing with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Tightening his grip on his sword, he lamented, "Jinger." Tears streamed down the cheeks of the middle-aged man. He let out a cry, his fingers turning white from gripping his sword too tightly. Sobs racked his body, and he did not try to control his emotions from being let out freely. As such a tragedy. However, his cautious nature cut him off abruptly. Li Tongya cried for a moment, coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, and only then did he come back to his senses from the dizzying shock. He wiped away the blood hastily and returned the mirror to the stone platform. Bowing deeply, Li Tongya wiped the last of his tears away. He then stepped out of the ancestral hall and took a deep breath, murmuring, "Jinger, Jinger, it was our fault. We've misjudged Si Yuanbai and pushed you into the fire pit. I have wronged you, brother." Clutching his sword tightly, Li Tongya remembered the letters and the cultivation methods Li Chejing sent home every year, along with the 5 spirit stones he had scrimped and saved. His heart ached even more. He could only console himself softly. "I will remember this vengeance." Jinger. Chapter 139, Family History. The night was dim, with a drizzle casting a veil over the mountain road. However, Li Jingtian's side courtyard was still brightly lit. She was bent over her desk, meticulously recording the daily information she gleaned from the elders in town. She paused to count the days. According to what the elder from the Chen family said, grandfather left home when great-grandfather was 30. 28 years later, upon his return, the great-grandfather had already passed away. If that's accurate, then grandfather advanced from a mortal to a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm within 28 years. That's truly remarkable. Even the fourth uncle, the most talented in our clan, took 30 years to attain that realm. It's astonishing how swiftly grandfather progressed with his cultivation. Li Jingtian recorded this entire timeline, but furrowed her brow, feeling that something was amiss. But if that's true, why did father claim he began cultivating only at the age of 14? If my calculations are correct, he would have attained profound scenery realm in just a matter of months. Perhaps I misremembered, she pondered silently. Still frowning at the silk fabric page before her, Li Jingtian could not shake the feeling that the history of the past decades was shrouded in a cloak of deception. Despite the short passage of time, too many crucial details seemed conveniently erased. Her grandfather, Li Mutian, had secluded himself on the mountain for decades when he was alive, leaving her at a loss for material to document. How peculiar. As Li Jingtian lowered her head in contemplation, a soft knock interrupted her thoughts. Hastily covering the documents with an overturned wooden box, she called out, "Who's there?" "It's me." Li Tongya swept his sleeves grandly as he entered the courtyard, unaffected by the night drizzle. Standing before the house, he remained dry with his arms folded, his expression appearing troubled. "Ah, second uncle, please, come in quickly." Startled by his sudden appearance, Li Jingtian hurried to welcome him. Li Tongya waved her off, then gently but firmly pushed her back into the house. He followed suit and entered the room, settling by the desk. Picking up the wooden slips on it, he read them before nodding in approval. "You've done a good job." Li Jingtian lowered her gaze respectfully, awaiting further instruction. Li Tongya lowered his voice and said, "I've come to discuss an important matter with you. It's about our clan's history. Since it concerns confidential information, I want it to be split into 2 volumes. One will be called Internal History, to be kept in the ancestral hall away from the other disciples, and the other will be called Family History, which you can document like usual. I will read the points out, and you'll write them down." Li Jingtian nodded obediently and reached for her brush as Li Tongya began reciting the account. As they worked in tandem, time seemed to blur. Li Jingtian's complexion shifted from curiosity to shock. While she struggled with complex concepts such as the reception method and talisman seeds, the allusions to the schemes of the Purple Mansion realm cultivators left her trembling. Finally, Li Tongya concluded, Chejing diligently cultivated and eventually reached the foundation establishment realm. With his remarkable talents, he successfully condensed a sword intent known as the Celestial Moon. With it, he defeated Qi Zhiyun, sending shockwaves through many sections. Even so, the Purple Mansion Realm cultivator from the Azure Pond sect proceeded to send him to the Great Flood Dragon of the southern border, where he was refined into a pill. Relying on his own carefully reasoned deductions, Li Tongya pieced together a narrative that closely mirrored the actual truth. Li Jingtian's brush faltered as she grasped the implications. Looking up in disbelief, she murmured, "Fourth uncle was refined into a pill." That's. Li Tongya watched her silently, waiting for her to wipe away her tears and regain her composure before continuing. That was what happened. You must carefully craft the family history based on the internal history. Make sure you obscure any discrepancies. Do not divulge details about using the reception method to receive talisman seeds, and adjust the cultivation progress to appear more reasonable. Take great care in your writing. Make sure there are no loopholes. Include the part about Jinger's venture into the southern border, lest anyone grow suspicious, he instructed sternly. Understood, Li Jingtian responded with a heavy heart. Li Tongya rose from his seat and issued another instruction. Draft a copy and deliver it to me first. For the time being, refrain from venturing outside. Jinger's affairs need not be shared with others. After exiting the courtyard, Li Tongya soared into the air and departed. Jingtian saw him off and bowed respectfully. She waited in silence for a few moments, gazing up at the dark sky when only the sound of the whistling wind remained in the courtyard. She wiped the tears that had gathered in the corners of her eyes before slowly returning to her room, still in a daze. Liu Cixi returned to Mount Huaqian only to find the foot of the mountain covered in red. The banquet tables were so plentiful that they stretched all the way to the entrance of the village, and laughter filled the air as the children and grandchildren of him and his siblings indulged in the feast. With not much remaining time to seek solutions for the Liu family's plight, Liu Cixi's heart swelled with anger at the sight of his family members enjoying their wine and singing happily. He landed at the foot of the mountain and saw a Qi cultivator of his family, Liu Yuanlu, holding a beautiful woman in each hand. He was dressed in shimmery gold lavish clothes and seemed rather pleased with himself. A man lay bloodied at his feet as he raised his wine cup high, singing loudly. The music halted abruptly as soon as Liu Cixi descended into the crowd, and all eyes turned to him. They lowered their heads glumly at the interruption. Liu Yuanlu cast a glance at him, then kicked away the servant at his feet. "Welcome back, old ancestor. Would you like to join us for a few drinks?" he asked loudly. Despite Liu Yuanlu's disrespectful demeanor, Liu Cixi suppressed his anger and remained silent. Yet, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. This child has always been impulsive and arrogant. I don't have many years left in this world, and the family will have to depend on him. If I were to humiliate him now, he would surely hold a grudge. He might seek retribution after I'm dead and long gone, and that would make an ugly sight. I guess I'll go along with him for now. Reluctantly, Liu Cixi forced a smile, his aging features contorting into an expression of false cheer. "Sure, I'll have a few cups," he replied stoically. Liu Yunu burst into laughter at the old man's response, and the music swelled with renewed vigor. Liu Cixi settled into his seat, but as the revelry continued, his heart ached with emptiness and bitterness. He clenched his teeth in frustration as he silently blamed himself for such an outcome. Go on, sing, and drink to your heart's content. How many more days of such bliss remain? It's all my fault for neglecting to guide you properly. I was too focused on cultivating in seclusion when I was young and failed to keep all of you on a tight leash. I always thought that I had hope in attaining the foundation establishment realm and couldn't afford to waste any time. It was my neglect that raised all of you into such incompetent fools. Waving away the well-wishers who came over with their wine cups, Liu Cixi lifted his head and stared at the sky for a while before murmuring to himself, "Who is that?" As the music went on, 3 streaks of lights appeared in the sky and came to a stop above Mount Huaqian. The assembled crowd watched in astonishment as a commanding voice echoed down from above. "Get your ass over here, Liu Cixi." Startled, Liu Cixi snapped to attention, rising to the air to face the 3 visitors immediately. Before him stood a young man dressed in brocade, flanked by a tall man and a chubby man. The young man shut his eyes and remained silent while his 2 companions glared at him, sizing him up. "Ah, it's you, young master, you. Apologies for not welcoming you on time. So you are Liu Cixi. Liu Cixi's heart sank at the question. He swiftly composed himself, forcing a gracious smile as he bowed, extending an invitation for the three visitors to land at the foot of the mountain. However, young Master Yu merely shot him a disdainful glance. With an air of superiority, he declared, "My Yu family is newly affiliated with the Azure Pond sect. We have not had the pleasure of meeting our neighbors until now. Our disciples have established themselves at Yuanwu Peak within the sect. So, my father thought it would be a great time to meet everyone. I hope you won't turn down his invitation, old man." I. Liu Cixi stammered before letting out a sigh. His shock was palpable as he scrambled to ingratiate himself. The esteemed stature of a foundation establishment clan is one that Cixi admires. Yu family's wish is Cixi's comma. Before he could finish speaking, young Master Yu raised a hand to interrupt him. He rolled his eyes, shaking his head impatiently before saying, "From now on, the Yu family will have the final say on Moongaze Lake. I have visited all the families surrounding Moongaze Lake, and they all defer to the leadership of the Yu family. Does the Liu family have any objections?" "No, of course not. I dare not. The Liu family will also follow the leadership of the Yu family. I dare not entertain any doubts," Liu Cixi replied hastily with a smile, his tone deferential. A small smile finally graced young Master Yu's lips, betraying his satisfaction. The glares from his two companions were replaced by silent sneers. "Excellent," young Master Yu exclaimed triumphantly. His tone turned cold as he continued. "Since the Liu family is so smart, I guess you know that this involves paying tributes as well. I understand that your family has a connection to Moon Lake Peak, so we won't do anything to you. Whatever tributes you submit to the Azure Pond sect every 5 years, you shall submit the same to the Yu family." After a slight pause, young Master Yu lowered his gaze and narrowed his eyes at the pale-faced Liu Cixi. He chuckled darkly and asked, "That won't be a problem, right?" Chapter 140, Yu Family's Visit. Liu Cixi hesitated, his forced smile frozen on his face. He struggled to find words as he glanced meekly at the two figures behind the young man who were glaring at him. Finally, he nodded reluctantly, knowing he had no other choice. "The Liu family will comply as instructed." Young Master Yu nodded in acknowledgement and looked at him in sly satisfaction. Liu Cixi immediately understood the silent demand and retrieved several spirit stones from the pouch at his waist. One of the men behind young Master Yu came forward to receive them as Liu Cixi forced out his words once more. "I appreciate the trouble you've gone through to inform us. Hopefully, these spirit stones suffice as a small token of gratitude," he said as politely as he could, trying his best to stay on the young Master Yu's good side. "Humph." Young Master Yu just grunted in response, then swung his sleeve arrogantly and turned away. 3 days from now, my Yu family will host a banquet on the island at the heart of the lake. Do remember to come, old man," he huffed. "Yes, of course," Liu Cixi replied hastily. With that, the three men soared into the sky and left, leaving Liu Cixi alone at the peak of the mountain. The old man sat down on the stairs, his lips trembling with despair as he struggled to find his voice for the longest time. Meanwhile, as young Master Yu's group flew away from Mount Huaqian, his chubby companion laughed heartily. "Clan brother, this is truly a lucrative deal. In just a week, we'll each have nearly 10 spirit stones. That's worth years of clan salary," he exclaimed greedily. However, the tall and thin man beside him wore a more somber expression. "Brother, the Liu family seems to be on its last legs. Most of their descendants are old cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm, and the younger generation seems hopeless, with only one of them being a Qi cultivator." Liu Cixi looked as good as dead. Young Master Yu nodded in agreement and gave him an approving look. He then patted the chubby man's shoulder and commended, "You should learn from him." He then turned his head to the tall man and replied, "You're right. Their only hope is their ties to Moon Lake Peak. There's no need for concern, though. With that idiot leading the Liu family, their fortunes have already declined. They won't amount to anything in the next 200 years. As they entered the Li family's territory, young Master Yu's demeanor turned serious. "Stay vigilant and watch your mouth when we're in the Li family's presence. They're different from the other families. They have a profound background. We can't afford to offend them," he warned. "It's just a Qingsui sword immortal. Do we have to be this alarmed?" The chubby man spat, shrugging skeptically. Young Master Yu shot a glare at him and scolded, "What do you mean by just? Do you know who the sword immortal is? Swords are the deadliest Dharma weapon, and he has even successfully mastered sword intent. He can probably defeat my father within 10 moves. Even our family's ancestors can barely save their own lives against him. Moreover, Liu Changdie has already attained the foundation establishment in his 30s, with high hopes of reaching the Purple Mansion realm in the future. With the backing of a Purple Mansion realm cultivator in the Immortal sect, the Li family will soon overshadow our Yu family at Moongaze Lake. The tall and thin man scrutinized their surroundings and murmured, Qingsui Sword Immortal, huh? The Li family's territory seems highly populated. Looks like they've invested considerable effort in governing mortals here. It doesn't look particularly impressive, the chubby man chimed in after scanning the area for a moment before chuckling once more. Looks like a poor rural setting, nothing compared to our Yu family's Milan prefecture. How can such a backwater place raise a sword immortal? He asked. Quiet. Young master, you snapped, silencing the fat man. After flying for a while, they eventually encountered a transparent grand formation shimmering with a faint golden light. Young master, you channeled his mana and spoke softly. The Yu family from the Milan prefecture has come to pay our respects. We request an audience with the elders of the Li family. Unlike their brash and brazen approach with the Liu family, the Yu family demonstrated great respect when it came to interacting with the Li family. As they waited outside the formation, a youth carrying a pitch-black longbow on his back rose to meet them. It was Li Xianfeng. I am Li Xianfeng of the Li family. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to our family's elders? Young Master Yu's demeanor instantly shifted, adopting a more genial expression rather than the arrogance when he was speaking with the Liu family. Cupping his fist toward Li Xianfeng, he introduced himself with a smile. Pleased to meet you, Brother Xianfeng. I am Yumugo of the Yu family. We would like to bring good news to Senior Tongya and discuss some matters with him. Please lead us to him. Li Xianfeng scanned the three men before him with his spiritual sense and discerned that all of them were Qi cultivators. One had attained the third heavenly layer, while the other two were at the second heavenly layer. Since they hardly posed any threat to Li Tongya and himself, Li Xianfeng cupped his fist and said, You're being too courteous, fellow Taoists. Please follow me this way. Li Xianfeng led the three men through the formation and descended into the courtyard. Shortly after, Li Tongya emerged from his cave dwelling and stepped into their presence. Upon seeing Li Tongya, Yumugo stood up right away, cupping his fist respectfully. Pleased to meet you, Senior Tongya. I am Yumugo. Li Tongya appeared to be taken aback by Yumugo's courteous demeanor as he responded. You're being too formal, young master Yu. Of course, the Li family of Mount Lijing is where the Sword Immortal is born. I've heard that Senior Tongya is also a formidable swordsman. Mugo is extremely impressed, he exclaimed. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yumugo finally delved into the purpose of his visit. With a smile, he explained, When my Yu family initially joined the Azure Pawn sect a few years ago, we were still unfamiliar with the protocols. Now, the younger generations of our family have gained entry to Yuanwu Peak of the sect. My father has grown concerned with the turmoil plaguing the families surrounding Wangyue Lake. It's disheartening to see such a valuable place like Wangyue Lake frequented by violence with disciples from various families falling victim to senseless killings. That's why he thought of proposing a gathering of all the families around the lake. With a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm from the Yu family leading the initiative, we aim to integrate resources and spearhead efforts to rebuild the marketplace. Yumugo spoke for a while, skillfully emphasizing the Yu family's intentions while subtly alluding to their status and strength. Li Tongya listened attentively, picking up on the Yu family's ambition to be the leader in Moongaze Lake. With two cultivators of the Foundation establishment realm, the Yu family undeniably wields considerable strength, making their bid to oversee Moongaze Lake understandable. Their courteous demeanor toward my Li family is merely in consideration of Jinger's presence. We can probably still cover up Jinger's death for several decades. With the protection of a Sword Immortal, no ordinary family would dare to offend the Li family. With a knowing smile, Li Tongya nodded. It's indeed commendable for the Yu family to take the lead in this matter, and the Li family fully supports it. Upon hearing these words, Yumugo's expression brightened with satisfaction. However, Li Tongya paused, slightly indicating that he had more to say. He lowered his head to take a sip of his tea. Yumugo watched him carefully and said, Given the Yu family's role in this initiative, it's only fair that they receive a portion of the profits from the newly established marketplace. After all, the benefits should be shared among those who contribute. Li Tongya furrowed his brow at the implication of Yumugo's words. Placing his tea bowl down, he responded, With all the families following the Yu family's leadership, I'm sure your family has already received enough compensation through tributes and other forms of benefits. Caught off guard by Li Tongya's response, Yumyugo's smile faltered momentarily as he chuckled awkwardly to mask his discomfort. Ah yes, of course. But those are merely the families voluntarily expressing their gratitude and showing their appreciation to the Yu family for their protection. Casting a glance at Li Tongya, Yumyugo hurriedly added, "Of course, there's no need for the Li family to concern themselves with this matter. As the leader of Moongaze Lake, the Yu family naturally assumes the primary position, with the Li family being second. My father holds Qingsui Sword Immortal in high regard, and the Yu family harbors no ulterior motives toward the Li family." Li Tongya shook his head in response. "There's no need to consider the Li family as the second leader. Our strength is modest, and even if we were to occupy that position, it would be in name only. The Yu family's initiative to lead the establishment of the marketplace is commendable, and the Li family fully supports it. There's no need for further deliberation on this matter." Yumyugo took note of Li Tongya's decisive statement, interpreting it as a favorable outcome. Feeling relieved, he could not help but smile at his achievement of successfully overcoming even the most challenging obstacle, the Li family. As Li Tongya prepared to see him off, Yumyugo quickly interjected, 3 days from now, the Yu family will host a gathering on the island in the heart of the lake to meet with all the families. Please do grace us with your presence, Senior Tongya." After saying that, he took out an invitation card, and Li Xianfeng came forward and accepted it. They exchanged a few more words politely before Yumyugo finally bid his farewell. Li Tongya saw the 3 men off and then returned to the courtyard. Li Xianfeng descended into the courtyard as well, then shook his sleeves and lifted his head with a gentle smile. "It seems the Yu family is courteous toward us, likely because of fourth uncle. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so accommodating, and might even expect tributes from us like the neighboring families," he said with a shake of his head. However, Li Tongya remained unimpressed, offering an explanation to Li Xianfeng. "While the Yu family certainly possesses strength, their family head is being too hasty and domineering. The families surrounding Moongaze Lake have cultivated deep-rooted relationships with each other over many years. It's unreasonable for them to establish a marketplace on the lake and demand tributes from all families. Their reckless actions have already provoked discontent among the rest. We'll just have to wait and see how it all plays out." Chapter 141, Killing Bear. The 3 members of the Yu family departed from Mount Lijiang and soared high above Moongaze Lake. Yumyugo steered through the wind with a grim expression while the 2 individuals behind him kept their heads lowered, not daring to utter a single word. It was not until halfway through their journey that the tall, thin man finally mustered a bitter smile and said, "Big brother, it seems clear that the Li family wants no part in this. Is he looking down on us?" Yumyugo coldly snorted in response. Li Tongya is really cautious. They've made it evident they wish to stay neutral. We can't force them. We can only treat the Li family as if they don't even exist among the Moongaze Lake families and do as we please." But the tall, thin man shook his head, appearing hesitant as he softly continued. "The Li family seems strong and newly fortified on all fronts. Both Li Xianfeng and Li Tongya aren't fools. It's hard to predict their future actions. If Li Chejing gains power, submitting to them might become our only option. Moongaze Lake could become the Li family's territory. I share your concerns." Yumyugo's expression darkened as he contemplated for a moment. Eventually, he eased slightly and said, "Upon further consideration, breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm and attaining the Purple Mansion realm is no easy feat. The mortality rate on the southern border is alarmingly high. Li Chejing might not survive to see the end. Secondly, Li Chejing has just attained the Foundation Establishment realm. He'll need at least 100 years of preparation to attain the next realm. Whether it's cozying up to Azure Pond Mountain or forming alliances with the other families in the prefecture, there's still time for us to act," he added after further thought. The tall, thin man nodded in agreement with Yumyugo's careful analysis. Yumyugo then suggested with a sinister undertone, "We may not be able to control Li Chejing, but we can certainly deal with the Li family. Perhaps we should seize the opportunity to discreetly eliminate Li Tongya and Li Xianfeng, or orchestrate some calamities to destabilize them. As long as we're careful enough, they won't be able to defend themselves. By doing so, we secure our own position. Indeed, we should consult with the family head about this plan when we return." With that, the 3 continued on their journey northward. Oblivious to the plotting and scheming of the Yu family, Li Tongya, accompanied by Li Xianfeng, traversed Mount Dali, guided by the fox's intelligence. After journeying hundreds of li eastward from the foot of Mount Dali, they stumbled upon a dark cavern. Before the entrance lay scattered white bones and a foul, fishy odor wafted outward with each gust of wind. Li Tongya and Li Xianfeng landed before the cave. The deafening snores within abruptly ceased. Li Tongya swept the area with his spiritual sense and chuckled. What a formidable bear it is. He nodded to Li Xianfeng, who took to the air and stationed himself on the opposite side of the mountain. Li Tongya then unsheathed his sword and sent a few sword chi slicing through the air and into the cavern. Roar! Li Tongya distanced himself from the cave to give himself more space to work with. From within, a behemoth over 3 meters tall burst forth. Its massive form cast a shadow over the forest, its black fur bristling and eyes ablaze with fury. With thunderous footsteps, it lunged forward, swatting at Li Tongya with a colossal palm. The bear was a creature at the 5th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, and its horrifying palm was the size of 2 human chests. The size of Li Tongya's sword Qi was akin to a glowing toothpick compared to its massive size. Realizing the futility of a direct confrontation, he swiftly evaded the attack. Bam! However, even his retreat was not enough to avoid the full force of the bear's strike. Under the impact, his feet sunk a little into the ground. The next moment, the bear had already swung its palm toward him at high speed with no delay. If it were to connect with Li Tongya, it could either severely injure or worse, kill him. Li Tongya sent a few more sword chi directed toward it as he retreated again. No wonder the fox warned me to be cautious. This creature is really massive and formidable indeed. Capturing it alive won't be easy, and engaging with it in battle could risk injury or prove deadly. It might be best to eliminate it first, then capture a smaller demon of Qi cultivation realm to bring home instead. While pondering these, Li Tongya had already been forced 10 steps backward and unleashed a barrage of sword Qi toward the bear. However, the bear easily dissipated the sword Qi effortlessly with its iron-like palm. The creature's strength was formidable, but it was not sluggish like a boar either. It recognized that Li Tongya's sword Qi was dangerous and opted to either disperse his attacks with its mana-infused palms or withdraw to avoid injuries. Meanwhile, Li Tongya refrained from employing sword techniques. Instead, he focused on channeling his sword Qi to wear down the bear's strength steadily. As the two engaged in their fierce exchange, trees collapsed and startled birds circled overhead, uncertain of whether to return to their nests amid the great chaos. Meanwhile, Li Xianfeng, who was stationed nearby, drew his longbow. With an arrow made of ebony or knocked on the bowstring and shimmering with golden light, his keen eyes stayed trained on the bear's every movement as his aura continued growing with each passing moment. The bear remained fiercely alert, its limbs numbed by the piercing arrow Qi. Despite the discomfort, it rose to its feet, contending with Li Tongya's assault while casting suspicious glances around. It eventually turned its head around, its attention drawn to a distant glimmer of golden light. Before it could react, something had already pierced its chest. While the bear howled in pain, Li Tongya seized the opportunity to strike. With swift precision, he drew his sword and sliced the bear's neck with the celestial moon slash technique. However, the bear reacted with remarkable speed, managing to deflect the blow with its massive paw. Li Tongya's sword Qi, though formidable, had not yet reached its full potential to harm. It merely left a deep, bloodied gash on the bear's paw. The force of the bear's counterattack pushed Li Tongya backward, dispersing his concentration. Startled and greatly intimidated by the pain, the bear turned and fled, leaving behind a trail of destruction as it trampled through the forest. But before it could get far, Li Xuanfeng's second arrow pierced through the air, striking the bear from behind and lodging itself deep within the great bear's body. The bear bellowed in agony as it dropped to its knees. However, its survival instincts kicked in with full force, propelling it forward once more. As it desperately attempted to escape, Li Tongya swiftly struck out with his sword, slicing a bloody chunk of flesh from its hindquarters. The bear let out another pained howl, realizing that attempting to escape would only lead to its demise. It turned around fiercely to attack Li Tongya, but its movements were slowed tremendously due to its injuries. Li Tongya's agile movements allowed him to easily evade the bear's assault this time. Meanwhile, Li Xuanfeng's arrow found its mark, further weakening the bear until it eventually collapsed to the ground, succumbing to its injuries. Li Tongya quickly retreated to a safe distance while waiting for the bear's life force to ebb away slowly. After the time taken for a stick of incense to burn, Li Xianfeng emerged from the woods, still cautious. Be vigilant. Demons are known to feign death. We shouldn't approach it, he warned. I know, Li Tongya replied, nodding approvingly as he looked at the bow in Li Xuanfeng's hand. Your archery skill is quite impressive. Are you utilizing the spiritual orifice in your palm? He asked. Yes, Li Xianfeng cupped his fist and admitted. Scratching his head sheepishly, he said, the bear looked unusually fierce and I worried that going easy on it would cause you harm. So I used full force in my arrows to swiftly eliminate the threat. I feel very guilty that what was supposed to be our ritual offerings is dead. While Li Xianfeng was feeling somewhat apprehensive about Li Tongya's presence, the elder smiled at him and reassured him. It's fine. I was also thinking of hunting down another demon for the ritual offerings instead. Seems like we're in agreement on this. As soon as Li Tongya finished speaking, the bear suddenly stirred from its position, its eyes glowing bright red with fury as it made a final attempt to strike out at them. However, Li Tongya and Li Xianfeng evaded its attack with ease and prowess, allowing the creature to collapse heavily onto the ground once more. Blood flowed from its wounds like a crimson river, and it seemed to have ceased making any noise. Li Tongya, who had been gathering his sword chi for some time, unleashed a burst of white light that swiftly decapitated the demon. Following this, they hurriedly applied techniques to staunch the bleeding from the demon bear's wounds before quickly performing the spirit sealing technique on it. They dismembered the remains of the bear and then stored them in a storage pouch. They even cleaned up the bloodstains on the ground meticulously before soaring to the sky and flying eastward. Your mastery of the bow is truly remarkable, Fenger. Why not document your techniques in a book? That way, future generations of our clan can benefit from your expertise. As they flew eastward, Li Tongya continued. While our family possesses a variety of spells and techniques, most of them are conventional and lack versatility in combat. The most remarkable one among them is the profound water sword technique. However, not everyone possesses such talent in swordsmanship. If we can introduce another legacy to our family, it would undoubtedly be beneficial.